Hello guys, please hype this video and like also for more parts. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Endless World. Here, you will compete with the various races as a lord. This is the craziest era. And also the luckiest era. Becoming a god, being a saint, being an ancestor, and living forever, everything is possible. Wish you a pleasant journey. Hearing the cold voice in his mind, Lin Yang opened his eyes. He looked around in a daze. On the overgrown land, there were only two buildings in sight: the altar and the Lord's hut. The moment his eyes swept over them, he naturally knew the names of these buildings. In the Lord era, will the various races compete for hegemony? Lin Yang muttered to himself in a low voice. After only a moment of confusion, he calmed down. Since everything could not be changed, the only thing he could do is to face this sudden upheaval head-on. Welcome to the Endless World. You are currently in Ancient Forest. The total number of Blue Star Lords born in this area is 1 million. As a new lord, your territory has a 3-day novice protection period. During the novice protection period, no enemy can enter your territory. During this period, please improve your strength as much as possible. Killing wild monsters and demons can gain experience points, and there is a chance to get energy items, building blueprints, and other reward items. The attribute panel is open. As the voice sounded again, a lot of information immediately poured into Lin Yang's mind. So, there are many Blue Star Lords descended in other areas. Shaked his head. Put aside those messy thoughts for the time being. Lin Yang's mind moved. The attribute panels of the two buildings. They appeared directly. Summoning Altar. Level 1. Function: consume 100 energy fragments to randomly summon a hero unit. Note: the first summon is free. Introduction: the altar for summoning hero units is the core building in the territory. Lord's Hut. Level LV1. Function: a hut specifically used for resting, where physical and mental recovery speed is increased by 100%. Introduction: a hut with some strange effects that can shelter from wind and rain. Just scanned the building information. Lin Yang didn't do anything yet. A noisy sound rang in his mind. All lords began to awaken their talents randomly. Random talent awakening. Congratulations! You have awakened the Super God talent, Unique Chaos Fortune. Chaos Fortune, unique every time your territory level is upgraded, you will randomly obtain a powerful entry. The levels of the terms are from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Super God talent. After glancing at the talent effect, Lin Yang was extremely excited. It is detected that the Lord's current territory level is level 1, and there is one chance to extract a term. Do you want to extract the term immediately? Yes/no. Extract. Random term extraction. You have extracted the red term, Heart of Evolution. Heart of Evolution, red. You can evolve all buildings in the territory, greatly improving their quality. Seeing the effect of the Heart of Evolution, Lin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. It is indeed the top red term. The effect is awesome. He focused on the Lord's hut. In a flash, the originally ordinary wooden house, it turned into a simple and elegant courtyard. Xianyi Cottage. Level LV1. Function: a residence specially used for resting. Staying in it will increase the recovery speed of physical strength and spirit by 1000%, and the comfort level will be greatly improved. Introduction: a spiritual courtyard with the atmosphere of the immortals. Living in it will make you feel happy. The recovery speed is directly increased to 10 times. This increase is really exaggerated. After glancing at the properties of Lord's Hut evolving into Xianjia Cottage, Lin Yang nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he let the summoning altar evolve. After a burst of dazzling light, A grand, simple, and ancient building filled with ancient atmosphere came into his eyes. God and Demon Platform. Level 1. Function: consume 100 energy crystals to randomly summon a powerful hero unit. Note: the first summon is free. Recruitment limit for heroes: 1. Current level. Introduction: a legendary altar for recruiting powerful creatures, with unlimited possibilities. God and Demon Platform. Summon. Noticing the information of the evolved building, Lin Yang's mind moved. Then, the sky was filled with rosy clouds and the air was filled with fairy spirit. A slender female figure in a white Taoist robe gradually condensed into shape. She was extremely beautiful, as bright as a lotus. She held a long and agile sword in her hand. She looked like a fairy who was not stained by the mortal world. Lord! The woman looked around. She saw Lin Yang's figure. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She walked down the God and Demon Platform with lotus steps and said with her red lips slightly opened. Looking at the beautiful woman standing in front of him, Lin Yang was also quite satisfied. He immediately checked the other party's attributes. Name: Ling Yu. Race: Human. Type: Hero. Quality: Legend. Power system: Immortal. Cultivation system. Attributes: Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 100. Growth value, 100. Every time the level is increased, the four-dimensional attributes increase by 100 points. Talent: Sword Master. Sword Master has a unique talent. As his own strength increases, he can comprehend the sword talent and sword skills by himself. Spirit Sword Companion: a natural spirit sword that will evolve automatically as the host's strength increases, and has unpredictable power. Special skills: Insightful, LV1. Observe things clearly and have incredible insight and analysis capabilities. Introduction: a rare kendo genius with unparalleled kendo talent. Chapter 2. It's actually a legendary hero. Seeing the quality of the recruited heroes, Lin Yang's heart jumped. According to the information received in his mind before, the ranks of heroes that the Lord can recruit are from low to high. Ordinary, rare, excellent, epic, king, legendary, mythical. Legendary heroes. Future achievements are simply immeasurable. Master, our top priority is to build the territory. Ling Yu is willing to fight for you and collect resources. After reading Ling Yu's attribute panel, Lin Yang sighed in his heart. But he saw the other party volunteered. Okay, then it depends on your ability. Lin Yang smiled and responded. He understood in his heart. In this grand battle of all races, whether you can gain enough advantages at the beginning, it is crucial. Many times, one step slow means every step slow. If you can seize the initiative, naturally, there are many benefits. It's not long since I left the territory. A group of wild wolves found Ling Yu's trail. They stared at her with gloomy eyes. Each of them opened their bloody mouths. There were still spots of blood on them. It seemed that they had just surrounded and hunted prey not long ago. It looked quite creepy. Seeing this scene, Lin Yang was not worried at all. Although this group of wild wolves had the advantage in numbers, but they could not be the opponent of a legendary hero. Just as his thoughts turned, Ling Yu danced lightly with the long sword in her hand. It was like a pool of autumn water pouring out in the air. The sword light flashed. 5 or 6 wild wolves approaching had not reacted to what was going on. They were cut into pieces. Blood all over the sky fell to the ground like raindrops. Just one encounter. More than half of the wild wolves became the dead souls under her sword. Seeing this scene, the remaining wild wolves were all scared. They fled in all directions. However, their attributes were much lower than Ling Yu's. How could they escape? They were so quick and agile. Waves of sword light swept across like a streak of silk. The remaining wild wolves were killed one after another. Your hero Ling Yu killed the wild wolf, LV1, and gained 10 experience points. Your hero Lin Yang killed the wild wolf, LV2, and gained 20 experience points and 1 energy fragment. It took less than 10 breaths. The battle was over. And this. It was just the beginning of this bloody slaughter. After getting rid of the wild wolves, Lin Yang continued to clear out other monsters around the territory. Mutated rhinoceros, colorful venomous snakes, tusk boars. Whether it was a beast of the same level as her, or a monster that was 3 or 4 levels higher than her, none of them could stand up to her. It's not that they were too weak. It's that Lin Yang was too strong. The legendary hero's terrifying initial 4-dimensional attributes and powerful talents. For these monsters, it is an absolute crush. Therefore, they don't even have the slightest room to struggle. And in the completely one-sided killing, her level is also constantly improving. Lin Yang's level is upgraded to level 2, 4-dimensional attributes plus 100 points. Lin Yang's level is upgraded to level 3, 4-dimensional attributes plus 100 points. At level 1, Lin Yang's 4-dimensional attributes. It can crush all the monsters around the territory. After the upgrade, the attributes soared again. Her performance was even more invincible. She is indeed a female sword fairy. Lin Yang stayed in the territory. He was amazed at what he saw. Suddenly, he noticed a flashing prompt message. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Your hero Lin Yang killed the tusky boar, LV3, gained 50 experience points and obtained an energy crystal. Energy crystals are energy items of a higher level than energy fragments. One energy crystal can be equivalent to 100 energy fragments. More importantly, energy crystals have a wider range of uses than energy fragments, such as territory upgrades, construction of advanced buildings, etc. Energy crystals are even more indispensable. But compared to energy fragments, the drop rate of energy crystals is much lower. Therefore, they are more rare. Good luck. Lin Yang sighed in his heart. Immediately, his eyes were attracted by another prompt message. Your hero Lin Yang found a gold treasure chest. Golden treasure chest. Lin Yang was stunned for a moment. He immediately realized what was going on. In addition to being an extremely powerful swordsman, Lin Yang also has a special skill. Seeing through like seeing fire. In the initial descent area of the lords, such as the ancient forest, there are many treasure chests hidden. However, these treasure chests are either guarded by powerful bosses, or they are hidden very secretly. To find the trace of the treasure chest in such a large area is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Without the special skill of seeing through like seeing fire, Lin Yang would probably find it difficult to find anything. While thousands of thoughts flashed through Lin Yang's mind, she had opened the golden treasure chest. You got energy crystals *100. You got barracks building blueprints *1. You got the 3rd level equipment, Wind Spirit Bracelet. What a harvest! Glancing at the items gained after opening the treasure chest, Lin Yang was quite satisfied. The importance of energy crystals is self-evident. Before this, he only got one. Hundreds of energy crystals were collected at once. The harvest was rich. His eyes swept over the energy crystals. Lin Yang happily looked at the information of the other 2 items. Equipment, Wind Spirit Bracelet quality, 3rd level magic item attributes, Spirit plus 30, Constitution plus 30 features, Wind Spirit. When attacking, there is a certain probability of summoning Wind Spirit power to bless itself, during which the attack speed is plus 50%, and the duration is 10 seconds. Introduction, a strange bracelet containing the power of wind. Equipment levels on the Endless Continent can be divided into levels 1 to 10 from low to high. Of course, there are higher quality equipment above level 10. But those are really too far away from the current lords. And the attributes of this 3rd level bracelet are definitely top quality equipment for a group of novice lords. But Ling Yu's level is too high. It seems that the wind spirit bracelet is not that useful. He glanced at the bracelet's attributes. Lin Yang's attention was focused on the architectural blueprint. Barracks, slaughterer base. Type, architectural blueprint. Function, after use, you can build the corresponding building and recruit slaughterers, excellent soldiers. Building requirements, 100 energy fragments. Introduction, a base for manufacturing ruthless killing machines. Chapter 3. After a while, Ling Yu returned to the territory with a group of items. Lord, this is the item Ling Yu just got from the treasure chest. Thank you for your hard work. But this bracelet is useless to me, so you should wear it. Lin Yang smiled and comforted. He held the other's snow-white wrist. He put on the Feng Ling bracelet. Feeling the delicacy and temperature of Lin Yang's fingertips, Ling Yu's face couldn't help but flushed. Then he retracted his wrist in a panic. Then he left the camp and continued to fight. Seeing the other party's performance, Lin Yang smiled. His attention returned to the development of the territory. Do you want to use 100 energy fragments to build a slaughterer base? Yes/no, yes. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to build. In a flash, a slaughterer base full of violence, blood, and rough atmosphere has been built. The quality of soldiers on the endless continent is the same as that of heroes. A barracks that can recruit excellent soldiers. For most lords at this stage, it is a luxury. But in Lin Yang's opinion, it is far from enough. As his mind moved, an indescribable mysterious light instantly enveloped the entire Slayer base. And when the light faded, the Slayer base had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a brand new barracks. Name, Shadow Camp. Type, Barracks. Function, Recruitment. Consume 5 energy crystals to recruit a shadow shooter, epic soldier. Level 1. Upper limit of recruited soldiers, 1000, current barracks level. Upper limit of recruited soldiers level growth, level 5, current barracks level. Introduction, the habitat camp of the Shadow Elves. Epic soldiers. Glancing at the evolved building information, Lin Yang was surprised and delighted. He had not expected that the heart of evolution would actually raise the quality of recruited soldiers by a large level. Compared with excellent soldiers, epic soldiers were much better in terms of growth attributes, skill strength, and future potential. The only thing that worried him was the recruitment of epic soldiers. Energy fragments could not be used. They could only be recruited with energy crystals. Considering that the territory and territory buildings would be upgraded later, Lin Yang only recruited a team of 10 shadow archers. Squeaky. As the gate of the shadow camp was pushed open, a group of tall shadow elves carrying longbows came out. Regardless of gender, their facial features were all delicate, like carefully crafted works of art. They looked flawless. Name, Shadow Shooter. Race, Elf. Type, Arms. Quality, Epic. Power System, Magic System. Attributes. Power, 50. Agility, 50. Spirit, 50. Physique, 50. Growth value, 50. Talent. Shadow Power. As the level grows, the shadow shooter's control over the shadow power will gradually increase. Skills. 5-shot, LV1 quickly draw arrows to shoot 5 times in a row, and the power of each arrow increases by 10%/20%/30%/40/50%. Shadow Arrow, LV1 after the shadow arrow hits the target, it will cause additional shadow damage to all enemies within a 5-meter range. Introduction, the Shadow Elves are very good at using the bow and arrow, and at the same time they have mastered a certain amount of shadow power. Not bad. Clear the enemies around the territory for me. Glancing at the shadow shooter's attributes, Lin Yang nodded with satisfaction. Yes, Lord. Hearing his order, the shadow shooters responded respectfully. The forest is the home of the elves. The shadow shooters are like fish in water when they enter it. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Accompanied by the sound of arrows breaking through the air. One monster after another let out an extremely shrill wail. And then fell to the ground with a bang. Even without using any skills. The power of the arrows shot by the shadow archer is also amazing. And once the skills are used, it is a one-sided massacre. In terms of killing efficiency alone, the 10 shadow archers are even higher than the legendary hero Lin Yang. But Lin Yang knows it in his heart. This is because the potential of the shadow archers has been almost fulfilled. And Lin Yang's potential is far from being discovered. Wait until she really grows up. Not to mention a team of shadow archers. Even a legion of shadow archers will be wiped out in the blink of an eye. And under the efficient killing of Lin Yang and a group of shadow archers, Lin Yang's level is also constantly improving. In the endless world, there are many ways for lords to gain experience points. You can gain experience points by directly killing monsters. You can also indirectly gain experience points by killing monsters with your heroes and soldiers. 1 hour later, as Lin Yang and a group of shadow shooters fought hard, Lin Yang's level was successfully upgraded to level 5. Lord of the Territory, Lin Yang. Personal level, level 5. Personal attributes. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Physique, 50. Spirit, 50. Growth value, 10. Reputation, 0. Entry, Heart of Evolution, red. Territory level, level 1. Territory area, 2,500 square meters, 50*50. Territory hero, Lin Yang, legendary hero. Territory soldier, shadow shooter. Territory building, Xianyi Cottage, God and Demon Platform, Shadow Camp. You can upgrade your territory now. He glanced at his attribute panel. Lin Yang had already made up his mind. Requirements for upgrading the territory to level 2, Lord level 5, 10 energy crystals, no monsters within the territory upgrade expansion range. Currently the upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade the territory immediately? Yes/no. Yes. Upgrade the territory successfully. Your territory level has been upgraded to level 2. Your territory area has been increased from 2,500, 50/50, square meters to 10,000, 100 square meters. Dialogue function unlocked. God's perspective function unlocked. World announcement, Lin Yang becomes the first lord to upgrade the territory level. Rewards, reputation plus 100. All 4-dimensional attributes of all creatures in the territory are permanently plus 50. Special item, Blessed Land Fragment *1. World announcement. World announcement. Regional chat channel unlocked. Chapter 4. A series of prompt messages. They rang out in an endless stream like mushrooms after rain. As the first lord to upgrade the territory level, Lin Yang received a very generous reward. Not only did his reputation increase from 0 to 100 points at once, the 50 points of 4-dimensional attribute bonus of the reward are permanent. That is to say, all heroes and arms recruited by Lin Yang in the future, they can also get this attribute gain. However, among all of them, what surprised Lin Yang the most was the last reward item. Special item, Blessed Land Fragment. Type, Cave Heaven Blessed Land. Quality. Function. Introduction, one of the fragments after the destruction of the Blessed Land. Gather 10 Blessed Land fragments to synthesize a complete Blessed Land. I don't know what the complete Cave Heaven Blessed Land is for. He glanced at the Blessed Land fragments in his hand that looked like glass. Lin Yang shook his head. After putting it away, His mind fell on the talent of chaos creation. Your territory level has been raised by 1 level. You have obtained an entry extraction opportunity. Do you want to extract immediately? Yes/no. Extract. Random extraction. You have extracted the golden entry, Mastery. Mastery, the Lord himself and his heroes and soldiers all have incredible comprehension abilities. All the skills learned, understood, and possessed are directly upgraded to the maximum level. Another powerful entry. After glancing at the entry information, Lin Yang was quite satisfied. In the Endless Continent, the experience points required for upgrading heroes and soldiers and the experience points required for skill upgrades are calculated independently and are not interlinked. Therefore, if you want to upgrade skills, you must use skills frequently. Moreover, the higher the quality of the skills and the higher the level, the more terrifying the experience points required for upgrading. Such as Lin Yang, Shadow Shooter, and other high-quality heroes and soldiers. The time and energy spent to upgrade the skill level to the full level is unimaginable. Lin Yang happily opened the Shadow Archer panel. Check the skill effect after upgrading to the full level. 5 shot, LV10 quickly pull out the arrows for 5 consecutive shots, and the power of each arrow is increased by 20%/40%/60%/80/100% respectively. LV10 additional special effects, powerful shooting, the power of each arrow in the 5 shot is increased by an additional 100%. Shadow Arrow, LV10 fire an arrow with enhanced shadow power. After hitting the target, it will cause additional shadow damage to all enemies within a range of 10 meters. LV10 additional special effects, Stream, Shadow Arrow flight speed plus 100%, additional shadow damage increased by 100%. After reaching the full level, the skill strength is directly doubled. In addition, a powerful additional special effect is also obtained. There is no doubt. Under the blessing of the Golden Term Comprehensive, the combat power of the Shadow Shooters instantly soared. Compared with the original efficiency of killing monsters, it has been qualitatively improved. At the same time, Lin Yang's special skill Seeing Through Fire has also gained a new powerful special effect after it has been upgraded to the maximum level 10. Xiantian Beijian, Insight into the world and analyze all things, it can understand the exploration value of the surrounding area to a certain extent, and it is easier to find hidden treasures and rare items. Xiantian Beijian. This special effect does not improve Lin Yang's combat power at all. But its role is self-evident. You can upgrade the level of other buildings. Only when the territory level is upgraded, other buildings can be upgraded. Therefore, after taking a look at the gains brought by the Golden Term Comprehensive, Lin Yang took action. God and Demon Platform, Level 1 Level 2. Function, slightly increase the probability of recruiting powerful heroes. Level limit for recruiting heroes, Level 5 Level 10. Xianyi Xiaju, Level 1 Level 2. Function, recovery speed 1000% 1200%. Shadow Camp, Level 1 Level 2. Limit of number of recruited soldiers, 1000 2000. Limit of level for recruited soldiers, Level 5 Level 10. Each building upgrade consumes 10 energy crystals. Plus the cost of recruiting shadow shooters before. Lin Yang has now consumed most of the energy crystals on hand. Fortunately, although the drop rate of energy crystals is low, but under the efficient killing of Lin Yang and Shadow Shooter, from time to time, there are gains. So it doesn't seem too embarrassing. Until this time, he has the mind to pay attention to the newly unlocked chat channel on the panel. Chat channel, Ancient Forest Area. That boss has upgraded his territory to level 2 so quickly? Take me with you. Yet, isn't it said that the Lord can only upgrade his territory after reaching level 5? No one has already reached level 5 now, right? Level 5. I'm only level 2. What's going on? Where are we now? Help, the monsters outside are too scary, is there anyone who can help me? What level of talent can be upgraded so quickly? A-level talent? S-level talent? It can't be SS-level talent, right? It must be a high-level talent, and it must be a combat-oriented talent. Yes, no matter how high the level of farming talent is, it can't grow so fast. FK, why am I not a European emperor? Bosses, please take me with you. Chapter 5. The super talent of chaos creation has greatly improved my strength. After looking at the information in the regional chat channel, Chen Fan sighed in his heart. At this moment, but a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distance. Seeing this scene, knowing that it was Ling Yu's location, Lin Yang's heart moved. I immediately used the God's perspective function to check the situation there. I saw this female sword fairy standing in a pile of broken limbs. Put two fingers together. A sharp sword energy surged out from her fingertips. It stretched to several feet away. Like a sword out of its sheath. Release a cold light. And then as Ling Yu's mind turned, the sword energy on her fingertips was sometimes like a flying dragon in the sky, stretching to 10 feet away. Sometimes it was only an inch long, flickering like a flame. Even using the God's perspective, observed from such a long distance, Lin Yang felt a faint stinging sensation. At the same time, a series of prompts kept appearing on his panel. Your hero Ling Yu's level has been raised to level 5, and the 4-dimensional attributes are plus 100. Your hero Ling Yu has comprehended the way of the sword and successfully comprehended the skill, Sword Chi Condensation. Sword Chi Condensation, LV1 can condense Sword Chi, which is unmatched in sharpness and killing. The entry of comprehensive understanding takes effect. Sword Chi Condensation skill level has been raised from LV1 to LV10. Sword Chi Condensation, LV10. Sword Chi strength is doubled. LV10 additional special effects. Zhangsu, Sword Chi can penetrate most defenses and hit the target directly. Although there are only a few descriptions about Sword Chi Condensation. But Lin Yang can also feel the power of this skill. And with the blessing of the entry of comprehensive understanding, Ling Yu comprehended this skill. Then it was directly upgraded to the maximum level. There is also a special effect of slashing the void. The strength instantly rose to a whole new level. However, Ling Yu had just practiced the skill Sword Chi Condensation not long ago. It seemed to feel threatened. Not far away, an ancient tree that looked nothing strange was awakened from hibernation. Then it rose from the ground. Monster, fallen ancient tree, boss monster. Level 8. Skills, whip, treeman summoning, natural force. Introduction, fallen natural ancient tree, absorbing the dark power in the body through long-term hibernation. As soon as the ancient tree, which was as thick as several people hugged, appeared, a strong sense of oppression was generated. Fallen ancient tree. Seeing the boss that suddenly appeared, Lin Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. The levels of monsters on the Endless Continent can be said to be clearly divided. Ordinary, Elite, Leader, Commander, Lord. Every time the monster level is raised to a higher level, the combat power will be greatly enhanced. The leader monster is definitely a powerful monster of boss level. For the Blue Star Lord who has just arrived in the Endless World, this is an irresistible enemy. The fallen ancient tree focused on Ling Yu. As it uttered an obscure sound, a verdant branch whipped out as fast as lightning. Snap! A rapid whistling sound suddenly sounded. It seemed to be a long whip made of steel, with a terrifying impact force that could not be resisted. It swept straight towards the opponent. Whip! Almost at the moment when this boss took action, Ling Yu immediately noticed it. She waved the spiritual sword in her hand. A sharp sword energy flew out as fast as thunder. The speed was amazing. In just a blink of an eye, the whipping branch was annihilated into nothingness. as if it had never existed. Then it continued to slash forward with undiminished power. As if sensing the destructive power of the sword, the fallen ancient tree actually showed a human-like panicked face. At the critical moment, many branches and leaves on its body suddenly withered. At the same time, a little green quickly gathered in front of it. Then a powerful shield formed by the power of nature blocked it. The sword energy sank into it. Like entering a sea of mud, it disappeared in an instant. However, the next second, the sword energy directly acted on the fallen ancient tree. Because of the cut the void special effect, the natural shield that the fallen ancient tree hastily condensed was completely useless. With a piercing sound, a hole appeared on the boss's body, as if it had been blown up by a shell. A large amount of green juice like human blood flew out. With just one blow, the fallen ancient tree was severely damaged, leaving no chance for the opponent to counterattack. After Lin Yang slashed out 2 more sword energies, its vitality completely dissipated. Then its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, raising dust all over the sky. Your hero Lin Yang killed the traitor of the elves, and the elves in the ancient forest have a slightly better impression of you. Your hero Lin Yang killed the level 8 fallen ancient tree, leader monster, and you gained 10 points of reputation. Your current reputation value is 110 points. Hint: the higher your reputation value, the more likely you are to attract the attention of local forces. Local forces are indeed a force that cannot be underestimated. Seeing the prompt message, Lin Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew. In addition to a group of born lords and monsters in the ancient forest, there are also many other intelligent races. Compared with those monsters with little IQ, it is undoubtedly more troublesome to deal with those intelligent races. While Lin Yang was thinking, Ling Yu had picked up the spoils of killing the boss. 20 energy crystals. A token that can summon a team of tree people. And a wooden wall blueprint. Sure enough, killing the boss is still a big gain. He glanced at Ling Yu's skyrocketing experience bar. Lin Yang was in a good mood at the moment. Chapter 6. Item: Treeman Summoning Order. Type: Summoning Token. Function: after use, you can summon a team of treemen, rare soldiers, for your use, and the soldier level is level 6. Introduction: a special token for summoning treemen. According to the information obtained in my mind, the summoning token is a special item. After use, you can directly recruit the corresponding soldiers. Although there are many restrictions, it is not as good as the soldiers recruited from the barracks. But in the development period of novice lords, it is also a help. Use Treeman Summoning Order to send a treeman to send the residential blueprint back to the territory. After the territory is upgraded, with the unlocking of the dialogue function, Lin Yang can communicate directly with his heroes and soldiers. Although there are still many restrictions, but compared with the original, it is undoubtedly much more convenient. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Ling Yu directly used the token. After summoning 10 treemen, she selected one of the treemen and instructed. And she led the remaining tree people. Continue to clear the enemies farther away. Obviously, after realizing sword intention condensation and easily killing the fallen ancient tree, Ling Yu still felt a little unsatisfied. Legendary heroes are legendary heroes. Different levels. The power of skills is also very different. Seeing Ling Yu's amazing performance from a god's perspective, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As an epic soldier, the skills of Shadow Shooter are already quite powerful. Among the novice lords who have just descended on the endless world, definitely belongs to the first echelon. And it is the best among them. But the skills they have are compared with Ling Yu's sword intention condensation. It's a bit of a small witch meeting a big witch. And after Ling Yu successfully realized this powerful skill, the surrounding monsters were in big trouble. Originally, these monsters met her. If the two sides were far apart, there is still a chance to escape. But now, even if the two sides are 10 feet apart, she casually points a finger. Monsters often can't even react to what's going on. As the sharp sword energy raged past, they exploded and died one after another. The vitality of ordinary monsters is completely incomparable to that of leader-level monsters. Therefore, they often can't even resist a sword energy. After the sword energy condensation skill is upgraded to the maximum level, the improvement brought is not only doubling the power of the released sword energy. It includes the speed of breaking through the air after the sword energy leaves the body, the purity of the sword energy condensation, and even the attack distance after the sword energy leaves the body. For a while, the sword light appeared and disappeared from time to time, flickering. Sometimes it was like a dragon out of the sea, cutting through the sky. Sometimes it was like a stream of light in the dark night, dazzling. And as the sword energy in the sky converged, no monsters in the surrounding circle survived. In addition to the rich experience gained after killing the boss not long ago, Ling Yu's level was successfully upgraded to level 6. At the same time, the disturbance caused by Lin Yang's first upgrade of the territory still continued to ferment. Is the upgrade speed so fast? In a certain area of the ancient forest, seeing the world announcement that was suddenly released, Qin Yi was stunned. In the past, when she was on Blue Star, her luck was extremely good. She was a famous European emperor in the game circle. After coming to the endless world, her luck seemed to be still bursting. Successfully awakened the S-level talent spirit of life, while greatly improving the growth rate of all spiritual plants, herbs, and other crops. There is a great probability of recruiting high-quality heroes on the nature and life side. According to the information obtained in the mind, the talent levels awakened by the Lord are from low to high. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. S-level talents like Spirit of Life that are biased towards development and growth will have unlimited potential in the future. So even if you fall behind for a while, Qin Yi still has the confidence to catch up. No matter what, Lin Yang cannot be offended, so it is better to show kindness as much as possible. She pursed her bright red lips. Her mind began to wander. Swish! As Chen Zhong cut off the head of a level 5 monster with one axe. His level finally reached level 3 with great difficulty. Has anyone upgraded the territory? He just breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the top world announcement in the newly unlocked chat channel, Chen Zhong's expression froze. He had focused all his attention on the battle before. He did not notice the changes on the panel at all. Like Qin Yi, he was also a lucky one among the many new lords of the ancient forest. At the beginning of his advent, he successfully awakened the A-level talent that was biased towards combat. Bloody killing. While greatly improving his own four-dimensional attributes, he can also continue to accumulate killing power by killing monsters. Continuously strengthen the attributes and skills of himself and his heroes and soldiers. This kind of talent that directly enhances one's combat power. From a long-term perspective, compared with those talents that are more farming-oriented, future growth may be a bit weak. But at a time when most lords are starting from scratch, there is no doubt that he is strong. In addition, before he came to the endless world, he was a crazy fighting enthusiast. With the talent of bloody killing, it is simply like adding wings to a tiger. Therefore, compared with a group of new lords, Chen Zhong's speed of accumulating experience, it can be said that he is a horse in front of the dust. Even so, compared with Lin Yang, he is still not as good as him. The gap between the two sides is obvious. And what this means is self-evident. The other party may have S-level, SS level, or even more terrifying talents. After realizing this, Chen Zhong did not hesitate to send a message to add Lin Yang as a friend. And sincerely note: Big brother, please take me. Chapter 7. After Lin Yang's name was listed in the world announcement. After becoming the first lord among the 10 billion Blue Star Adventures to upgrade his territory. I don't know how many people added his friend information. Obviously. Chen Zhong is not the only one who wants to cling to his thigh. However, there are too many messages. Lin Yang can't read them all. He is too lazy to care. So Chen Zhong's friend addition message is destined to be a waste of time. He will not be noticed by him at all. Your unit shadow shooter has discovered a goblin camp, small. Do you want to send troops to destroy this camp immediately? Hint, the more perfect the performance during the battle, the higher the final battle award evaluation and the richer the reward. Hint, the final battle evaluation is related to multiple factors such as the enemy's own strength, the number of enemies destroyed, and the duration of the battle. Has there finally been contact with the local forces? Lin Yang's mind turned. The perspective has switched to the shadow shooter. I saw a flat area where the trees were cut down. There is a simple camp surrounded by a fence. There is an arrow tower more than 10 meters high on each side. There are 2 or 3 goblin archers on guard on each arrow tower. Because they are far apart. The specific situation of this goblin camp is not clear. But it is estimated that the total number of people is at least more than 100. It is not difficult to defeat this camp, but if I want to wipe out all the goblins, I still have too few troops. Through the god's perspective. Just a few glances. Lin Yang made a judgment in his heart. The power of epic species. It is not what these low-level goblins can imagine. But defeating a goblin tribe. And wiping out a goblin tribe. The difficulty is completely different. Although these goblins are not very smart. But after all, they are not monsters in the game. They will only stay where they are and let the players slaughter them. Although the shadow archers are powerful. But the number is too small after all. Once these goblins flee everywhere. It was difficult for them to stop them all. It was easy for some to slip through the net. In order to get a higher level of battle evaluation as much as possible. Lin Yang gave the order directly. Let Lingyu lead the team of tree people to support. After successfully comprehending sword chi condensation. Lingyu's terrifying combat power as a legendary hero. Began to show the tip of the iceberg. With her in charge. It must be a sure thing. As low-level creatures in the ancient forest. Goblins are not very smart. However, when they found that Lingyu suddenly appeared outside the camp with a team of tree people and shadow elves. No matter how stupid the goblin archer standing on the arrow tower was, he knew something was wrong. While shouting loudly to remind the tribe that there was an invasion of foreign enemies. At the same time, he drew his bow and shot arrows. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Accompanied by bursts of rapid whistling sounds. Arrows broke through the air one by one. However, as the branches of the team of tree people blocking the front row danced wildly. All the arrows were shot out. Seeing this scene. All the goblins were stunned. But they didn't have a chance to shoot a second time. The shadow archers drew their bows and shot arrows. The powerful force poured into the arrows like a river bursting its banks. With bursts of whistling sounds. They accurately shot through the bodies of the goblin archers on the arrow tower. At the same time, Lingyu swung the long sword in her hand. A sword energy like a swimming dragon raged forward. The heavy gate made of a century-old tree and blessed with several defensive magic circles. It couldn't even hold up for a breath. It was like paper. It was easily cut open. The team of goblin warriors who were originally responsible for guarding the gate. While they were still stunned. They were all engulfed by the sword light. Hey! Lin Yang, who was watching the battle from a god's perspective. At this time, he keenly discovered. The eyes of the shadow archers looking at Lingyu at this time. They all showed awe and admiration. Sure enough. Strength is everything. Even the recruited soldiers are no exception. Just as Lin Yang sighed in his heart. They made such a big noise. Finally, the whole goblin camp was alarmed. Under the leadership of the goblin priests and leaders, nearly 200 goblin warriors and archers filed out of the camp. Seeing the broken bodies of the tribesmen on the ground, the anger and blood on the faces of the goblins continued to surge. No nonsense! With the order of the goblin leader, the goblins launched a crazy counterattack. However, what they never thought of was, what followed was a completely one-sided massacre. A team of 10 shadow archers fired their skills. Shadow arrow. In an instant, arrows flew out like chasing stars and catching the moon. Each arrow hit a goblin accurately, directly pierced through their bodies. The shadow power was like a thorn in the flesh. It instantly enveloped other goblins within a 10-meter range. Then there were only bursts of shrill screams. A large number of goblins fell to the ground one after another like leeks being cut. They had no power to fight back. Scatter! Seeing this scene, the goblin leader immediately roared. However, they had just made a move. The second round of volleys from the shadow archers had already arrived. 5 consecutive shots. In just a few breaths, the rain of arrows was like a devil that chose its prey. It instantly took the lives of dozens of goblins. The goblin leader couldn't hold it back any longer. He roared. His slightly hunched body suddenly swelled several times. He turned into a giant who was 5 meters tall. There were still bursts of rising flames all over his body. He looked ferocious. However, the goblin leader who had just completed the transformation had not yet walked out of the camp. His expression suddenly froze. I saw a flash of sword light circling around his neck like a flash of light. A flash of red line quietly emerged. A lot of blood spurted out like a fountain. Then, before he could make any more moves, immediately, 2 more sword energies quickly penetrated into the heart of the goblin leader like a flash of light. So the giant figure who was struggling desperately just now, the ferocious and terrifying expression on his face suddenly froze. Your hero Lin Yang killed the goblin leader, LV9, and gained 5,000 experience points and 10 reputation points. The goblin leader died. The goblin priest was left alone. No matter how he shouted and encouraged, he was still powerless. The remaining goblin warriors' fighting spirit, which was not high to begin with, disappeared completely in an instant. The huge fear enveloped their hearts like a heavy dark cloud. Without morale and organization, the goblin warriors ran around like headless flies. So the heavy defense facilities built in the past to resist powerful enemies, on the contrary, they became the biggest obstacle to their escape. And every time a goblin ran a little further, they secretly rejoiced that they had escaped. There was always an arrow or a sword energy that pierced their heads accurately. Kill! Everything for the Lord! The tree people roared, excitedly chasing after the goblins who had completely lost the courage to resist. As the goblin priest's life force dissipated, this fight soon came to an end. Chapter 8. As goblins fell one after another, golden light continued to flash on the bodies of the shadow shooters. The shadow shooter level is upgraded to level 4, and the 4-dimensional attributes are increased by 50 points. The shadow shooter level is upgraded to level 5, and the 4-dimensional attributes are increased by 50 points. Although the higher the level, the more experience points are required for upgrading. And it is almost doubling. But nearly 300 goblins were wiped out at one time. There were also a small number of elite monsters among them. So some shadow shooters gained a lot of experience points. At the same time, on Lin Yang's panel, prompts continued to appear. Your unit shadow shooter killed the goblin shooter and obtained energy fragments *2. Your unit shadow shooter killed the goblin shooter and obtained energy fragments *3. But what he valued most was the gains from killing the leader monster. Your hero Lin Yang killed the goblin chieftain, LV9 leader monster, and obtained 20 energy crystals, 1 warehouse building, and 1 arrow tower building. What a great harvest! 2 buildings were obtained at once. Lin Yang sighed. He immediately skipped the information about the level increase of a group of troops. His attention was directly focused on the latest battle settlement. As the arrows in the sky devoured the last drop of vitality of the dying goblin priest, all the goblin warriors were killed. You successfully destroyed a goblin camp, small, reputation plus 50. The goblin race's favorability towards you decreased by 100 points. The current relationship is, hatred, minus 100. You won a small battle. In this battle, a total of 1 leader monster, 15 elite monsters, 278 ordinary monsters were killed. Our side's battle losses, 0. The basic evaluation of this battle is, A level. Special performance, you have successfully wiped out all enemies in the goblin camp. Battle rating improved. Final rating, S level. Crystal reward, 90 energy crystals, basic reward 30 energy crystals, S level rating basic reward plus 200%. Special reward for A level rating, random resource transformation card, small, *1. Special reward for S level rating, golden secret realm key *1, exclusive for hero units. Just S level rating? Seeing the settlement information, Lin Yang frowned slightly. He thought that this encirclement and suppression was perfect enough. Not only did he wipe out the entire goblin camp, the whole battle was not dragged at all. It ended cleanly. Could it be that the highest rating limit for such a small battle is only S level? After all, the goblin camp is only a little threatening to the new lord. As long as the lord grows up, he will not be afraid. Or there are still many details that he has not yet figured out. Have you noticed? Or is it that the level of the goblin monster is too low? The information obtained is very limited. Lin Yang doesn't know why he didn't get a higher rating. Many things still need to be explored by himself. But no matter what, this time the harvest is still huge. Let's not talk about anything else. More than 100 light energy crystals were obtained at once, as an indispensable item for upgrading territories and advanced buildings. Naturally, the more the better. In addition, Lin Yang spread out his palm. He looked at the illusory card and golden key floating in the air with interest. I hope you can give me a little surprise. As he muttered to himself, the void card suddenly shone brightly. You opened the random resource transformation card, small. You got the spiritual field transformation card *1. Name, spiritual field transformation card. Type, card. Effect, after use, the designated 1-acre area can be transformed into a low-level spiritual field filled with spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Introduction, a special item that can change the world, but the transformation area is often extremely limited. Spiritual field. Seeing the specific effect, Lin Yang's eyes instantly showed a touch of joy. Compared with ordinary fields, no matter what crops are planted in the spiritual field, there is spiritual nourishment. Not only can the yield increase several times or even dozens of times, the growth time will also be greatly reduced. More importantly, rare items such as spiritual plants and high-level herbs can only grow in spiritual fields. Although he currently does not have any spiritual plant seeds in his hands. But whether from a long-term perspective or from a short-term perspective, from a profit perspective, it is a great profit to get this spirit field transformation card. The only pity is that the area for transformation is limited. It is only 1 acre. The A-level evaluation reward is so generous. Wouldn't the S-level evaluation reward be even more incredible? Lin Yang was in a good mood at the moment. Check the information of the golden key. Name, Golden Secret Realm Key, exclusive for hero units. Type, Secret Realm Medium. Effect, after using it, the hero unit can enter the Golden Secret Realm for 1 hour every day, during which the experience points obtained by killing monsters are plus 300%, and the special items harvested in the secret realm can also be brought back to the endless world. Introduction. The traces of the destroyed world engraved under the void are one of the trillions of illusory secret realms, with all kinds of bizarre and incredible scenes. The hero unit will exit immediately when it dies in the secret realm, and will not die in the endless world. Chapter 9. Your hero Lin Yang has used the golden secret realm key. Binding the random secret realm mark. Binding the Xiantian secret realm mark successfully. The golden secret realm key is undoubtedly a very rare item. So Lin Yang let Lin Yang use it without hesitation. Although he was also very curious about what would happen after using the secret realm mark. But Lin Yang was still fighting outside. It was obviously not a good time. So he had to suppress his curiosity. Turn your attention to the 2 buildings and wall drawings sent back by the tree man. Place the 2 buildings warehouse and arrow tower on the territory. As Lin Yang's mind moved, the extraordinary power brought by the Heart of Evolution entry fell immediately. In the blink of an eye, the 2 buildings have undergone earth-shaking changes in style and scale. Name: Nano Storage Room. Type: Warehouse. Level: LV1. Function: Actual storage area increased by 100 times. Introduction: A high-tech storage device transformed and assembled through nanotechnology. The warehouse originally made of reinforced concrete disappeared in an instant. Located in the original area, it is a building full of technology. 100 times the actual storage space. Not bad. The territory wants to develop. The accumulation of resources is crucial. There is such a high-tech building comparable to a large warehouse. In a short period of time, Lin Yang does not have to worry about the storage of resources. Immediately, he looked at the attribute effects of the arrow tower after evolution with great expectation. Name: Mage Tower. Type: Defense Tower. Level: LV1. Function: Automatically absorb and accumulate surrounding magic power for charging, and release various spells to attack targets. Skills: Fireball LV1, unlocked, Ice Wall, unlocked, Thunderfall, unlocked. Magic Pool, 100/100. Introduction: A relatively rare defense tower building, which will unlock new spell skills after reaching a certain level. A magic tower more than 10 meters high stands in the territory. Pieces of magic crystals sparkle under the sunlight. It has evolved into a magic tower. What a pleasant surprise! Glancing at the tall building that has been upgraded from a shotgun to a cannon, Lin Yang's sense of security has increased greatly. Compared to the most basic arrow tower, Mage Tower is much more powerful and has a much higher attack distance. And it can automatically accumulate and store magic power. Once it explodes, ignoring magic power consumption, it can release hundreds of fireballs in a short period of time. The power is so great that it can be seen. More importantly, compared to the single attack method of the arrow tower, as the level increases, Mage Tower can also unlock other powerful attack methods. After scanning the properties of the 2 evolved buildings, Lin Yang finally set his sights on the wall blueprint. As a basic building blueprint, wooden wall blueprint can be reused. And no energy crystals are consumed when building. It can be built using energy fragments. It only takes 10 energy fragments to build a 1-meter wooden wall. Therefore, Lin Yang didn't feel bad about using it. Several hours passed. Ling Yu and Shadow Shooter killed a large number of monsters. They accumulated a lot of energy fragments. In less than a minute, as thousands of energy fragments turned into powder and drifted away with the wind, the territory was surrounded by a row of wooden walls. It was considered a basic defense. However, the defense constructed only by wooden walls was undoubtedly too fragile. But with the top red item Heart of Evolution, these were not difficult. Name: Ancient Thorn Wall. Type: Wall. Level: LV1. Effect: Greatly enhance the durability of the Ancient Thorn Wall. Skill: Poisonous Thorns, LV1. Durability, 1000/1000. Introduction, a wall made of centuries-old wood and poisonous thorns, with greatly improved defense. Compared to the surprises brought to Lin Yang by the evolution of the previous two buildings, the effect of the evolved wooden wall can only be considered mediocre in his opinion. Although the poisonous thorns are very threatening, but there are indeed many ways to crack it. However, compared with the original wooden wall, the durability of the evolved ancient thorn wall has increased by 10 times. For the time being, there is no need to worry about weak defense. In the next few hours, no more accidents happened. Ling Yu and Shadow Shooter continued to fight north and south. All monsters around the territory were wiped out. When everyone came back to rest, the sky gradually darkened. Compared to the daytime, the ancient forest was more dangerous at night. The endless darkness was like a beast that would choose its prey. It seemed that it would open its bloody mouth at any time and swallow up the entire territory. Next to a bright bonfire, Ling Yu blushed under Lin Yang's gaze. Her pure and flawless face was even more beautiful under the firelight. Lord! By the way, Ling Yu, you should be able to use the mark to enter the Xiantian secret realm directly now, right? Seeing the other party's reaction, Lin Yang laughed. He immediately changed the subject without leaving a trace. Then let's go in and find out. I also want to see what the so-called secret realm is all about. Seeing the other party gave a positive answer, his eyes lit up slightly. Then a burst of sky blue light seemed to fall from the sky. It seemed to burst directly from the void. Before Lin Yang could react, the sky blue light flashed. Ling Yu's figure disappeared. Chapter 10. When Ling Yu stood still again, the world had turned upside down. As far as the eye could see, there was no trace of the territory. All around were towering mountains that reached the sky. Magnificent buildings covered with countless talismans were either suspended in the sky or perched on the mountains. It was magnificent. It looked like a fairy sect. Immortal cultivation power system? Or fantasy power system? Through the god's perspective, all the scenes that Ling Yu could see, Lin Yang also had a clear view. Therefore, seeing the current situation, he couldn't help but guess secretly in his heart. However, what was somewhat inconsistent with the momentum of this magnificent sect was that the whole area was frighteningly quiet. Except for Ling Yu, there was not even a single figure around. Pa! Frowning, Ling Yu was just about to explore the surrounding situation. He took a step just now. It seemed to have triggered some restriction. The next moment, on the originally empty square, several figures holding long swords suddenly appeared. Outer Disciple, LV10 Elite, Outer Disciple, LV11 Elite. As soon as these figures appeared, they brandished their long swords and rushed towards Ling Yu. Seeing this scene, Ling Yu did not show any mercy. He tapped his hands in the air several times. Sword chi instantly burst out of his body. With bursts of cold light, he rushed forward like a dragon. Puff, 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 only bursts of flesh and blood-tearing sounds were heard. The outer disciples who had just appeared in the square suffered heavy injuries and disappeared completely in an instant. Your hero Ling Yu killed the outer disciple Mark, LV9 Elite, and gained 5,000 experience points. 300% experience bonus. Your hero Ling Yu killed the outer disciple Mark, LV10 Elite, and gained 6,000 experience points. 300% experience bonus. Sword Chi Condensation is a skill with terrible killing power. However, the consumption of releasing this powerful skill is not low. Every time it is used, it consumes a lot of Ling Yu's physical strength and spirit. Looking at the pleasing sword lights, Lin Yang watched from a god's perspective. He sighed in his heart. At the same time, killed several outer disciples. Ling Yu didn't explore the square for long. Another team of outer disciples suddenly appeared. And compared with the previous, There are more people. In the following period of time. It is like this. It keeps repeating. Although Xiantian's secret realm is an illusory world. After killing, no equipment, props, or other items can be obtained. But under the triple experience bonus. The experience points Lin Yang gained from killing elite monsters are basically the same as those from killing leader monsters of the same level. After the whole fight, the experience points gained can be said to be quite rich. An hour later, when Lin Yang returned to the endless world, her level had soared to level 8 92%. The upgrade speed was like riding a rocket. It was simply jaw-dropping. However, during this process, Lin Yang noticed that the Xiantian secret realm mark on the back of Ling Yu's hand was dimmed compared to before. Although the change was not large, it was real. Obviously, this mark will disappear completely sooner or later. It's just that I don't know when. Can Ling Yu get any extra gains from the Xiantian secret realm? No words for the whole night. On the second day of the endless world, when Lin Yang woke up again, the sun was rising in the east and the morning light was all over the sky. After a simple wash, he reignited the fire. Roasting the pork that was not finished last night. Sizzle sizzle. After eating the roasted pork that was sizzling and dripping with oil, Lin Yang sighed with satisfaction. Then he gave war orders to Ling Yu and Shadow Shooter. At the same time, he checked his personal panel. After a whole day of efficient killing yesterday, Lin Yang's current level has been upgraded to level 8. Only 2 levels away from level 10. By then, not only can the territory level be upgraded again, but new entries can also be obtained and new heroes can be summoned. When he thought of this, Lin Yang suddenly felt full of energy. However, the morning was not even halfway through. Just when he was paying attention to the battle status of Ling Yu and Shadow Shooter. In the regional chat channel of Ancient Forest. But the chat suddenly became heated. Everyone be careful, don't provoke the demon nest. Hey? You're in trouble too? Hey, we shouldn't be greedy for the reward. FK, I've lost all the troops I've accumulated with great difficulty, what should I do in the future? You too? Haha. Fortunately, I'm not the only one who got cheated. How can a lord beat this kind of pervert at this stage? Damn, it's a rip-off. That's not necessarily true, maybe Big Brother Lin Yang can do it. He's upgraded to level 5 in half a day. That's right, Big Brother Lin Yang will definitely catch him. At Lin Yang. I admit that Lin Yang is very powerful, but you don't know how terrible the demon nest is. Come on, do you dare to bet, the loser will eat a pound. Don't talk nonsense, friendly reminder, don't be tempted by the generous rewards given, don't provoke the demon nest. Don't provoke the demon nest. Looking at the chat messages that kept flashing, almost all of them were related to the word demon nest. Lin Yang was confused. Demon's nest? What is that? But soon, he knew what was going on. Chapter 11. Silver Moon Fruit, a rare fruit that can speed up physical recovery after consumption. Snow Spirit Fruit, a rare fruit that can speed up mental recovery after consumption. Satiation Fruit, a rare fruit that can allow ordinary creatures to fast for 3 days and still have plenty of physical strength after consumption. Looking at piles of fruits and various crop seeds being transported to the territory, Lin Yang's face became more and more joyful. These fruits with special effects are naturally difficult for ordinary people to discover their specific effects. But after Ling Yu's special skill Seeing Through Fire was upgraded to level 10, the special effect Xiantian Beijian was unlocked. It can see through the world and analyze all things. Therefore, the fruits with special effects around the territory. Basically, they were picked clean by Ling Yu and Shadow Shooter in the intervals of clearing monsters. However, during the whole morning's fighting, Lin Yang did not find the traces of the demon nest that everyone was extremely afraid of in the chat channel. It was his personal level. Because of the efficient killing of Ling Yu and Shadow Shooter, It has surpassed the terrifying speed of all new lords. Successfully upgraded to level 10. Lord of the Territory, Lin Yang. Personal level, level 10. Personal attributes. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Physique, 100. Spirit, 100. Growth value, 10. Reputation, 170. Talent, Chaos Creation, Super God. Entry, Heart of Evolution, Red, Mastery, Gold. Territory level, level 2, upgradable. Territory area, 40,000 square meters, 200*200. Territory hero, Lin Yang, legendary hero. Territory arms, Shadow Shooter. Territory buildings, Zionyi Cottage, God and Demon Platform, Shadow Camp, Ancient Thorn Wall, Spirit Field, Nano Storage Room, Mage Tower. Requirements for upgrading the territory to level 3, Lord level 10, 50 energy crystals, no monsters within the territory upgrade expansion range. Currently the upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade the territory immediately? Yes/no. Yes. Upgrade the territory successfully. Your territory level has been upgraded to level 3. Your territory area has been increased from 10,100 square meters to 40,200 square meters. The dialogue function has been strengthened. You can communicate with your hero lords at a greater distance. The moment the territory was successfully upgraded, Lin Yang felt the entire territory shaken in a trance. Immediately, the invincible light that originally enveloped the entire territory and lasted for 3 days. Like a tide, it instantly surged to the new territory boundary. After the upgrade, Lin Yang's territory area suddenly expanded to 4 times the original. This made the territory, which was originally occupied by a bunch of buildings, increasingly crowded. It looked empty again. But, the larger the territory, the more difficult it is to defend. If there are enemies everywhere, it would be hard to defend both ends. Looking at the surrounding environment, the original joy on Lin Yang's face faded slightly. His brows could not help but frown. The novice protection period is only 3 days. The invincible aura will disappear after tomorrow. Who knows what will happen next? Upgrading too fast actually has troubles? Lin Yang smiled self-deprecatingly. But no matter what, he couldn't not upgrade his territory. He had the super talent Chaos Fortune. After all, every time the territory is upgraded to a higher level, Lin Yang can draw a new powerful entry. Thinking about this, his mind immediately turned to the talent. Your territory level has been upgraded by 1 level. You have obtained an entry extraction opportunity. Do you want to extract immediately? Yes/no. Extract. Randomly draw. You have drawn a red entry, Supreme Artifact. Supreme Artifact, red. Unlock the Supreme Artifact exclusively for the Lord. Different Supreme Artifacts have different uses, mysterious and powerful. Currently unlockable Supreme Artifact, Ling Bao Pavilion. Current Artifact Points, 50. Territory Construction, killing monsters, destroying other forces, hero troop level, strength improvement, etc. can accumulate artifact points. When a certain artifact point value is reached, a new artifact can be unlocked. Another red entry? Supreme Artifact. Seeing the dazzling red light, Lin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Carefully examined the specific effects of the new entry. His mind moved. A 9-story attic with flying eaves, carved beams, and painted buildings that looked like a fairy appeared in his palm. Supreme Artifact, Ling Bao Pavilion. Level 1. Function, condensing the luck and treasure of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles, and randomly condensing a special item every day. Other functions, not yet unlocked. Upgrade requirements, 100 artifact points. Introduction: the supreme artifact used exclusively by the Lord, with the terrifying power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. So from now on, I can get a special item every day. And this? It is just the special effect of the first level of the Lord artifact of Ling Bao Pavilion. I don't know what other powerful special effects will be after the Ling Bao Pavilion is upgraded. In addition, there are a bunch of other supreme artifacts waiting for him to unlock. For a moment, Chen Yang couldn't help but imagine. But soon, he suppressed the thousands of thoughts in his mind. Started to upgrade the territory buildings. God and Demon Platform, Level 2 Level 3. Function: slightly increase the probability of recruiting powerful heroes. Recruitment Hero Limit, 1-2. Recruitment Hero Level Limit, Level 10 Level 15. Shadow Camp, Level 2 Level 3. Recruitment Soldier Number Limit, 2000-3000. Recruitment Soldier Level Limit, Level 10 Level 15. Chapter 12. After a morning of killing by Lingyu and Shadow Shooter, Lin Yang had accumulated a lot more energy crystals. But after upgrading the God and Demon Platform and Shadow Camp, the two buildings that are absolutely core to Lin Yang, he only had a little over 100 energy crystals left. Fortunately, the demand for upgrading other buildings is not urgent. It doesn't matter if he doesn't upgrade them for the time being. Other lords can use energy crystals except for upgrading the territory level. Lin Yang sighed half happily and half helplessly. In addition to upgrading the territory, only high-level and rare buildings use energy crystals for construction and upgrading. Energy fragments are enough for the construction of other ordinary buildings. But under the effect of the top red entry Heart of Evolution, the quality of all buildings in Lin Yang's territory has been greatly improved. This is why he has accumulated crystals far more than other new lords. He is still a little stretched. Forget it, no matter which ones. Let's see what heroes can be summoned from the God and Demon Platform this time. Lin Yang rubbed his hands excitedly. He did not use the energy crystals for other purposes. He left these 100 specially. It was to summon new heroes. But at this moment, a series of conspicuous red prompt messages appeared on the panel. Prompt: Danger, a level 1 demon nest has appeared around your territory, please clear it as soon as possible. Prompt: the demon nest is extremely dangerous. All creatures born in the demon nest are more cruel, powerful, and crazy. The monster level can be regarded as a more powerful creature of the next level. Prompt: the reward for destroying the demon nest is extremely generous. Heavenly Bounty: the first 10 lords who destroy the demon nest will receive additional generous rewards. The higher the ranking, the more precious the reward. The sooner the demon nest is destroyed, the final evaluation will be additionally improved. Currently the number of lords who destroyed the demon nest in the ancient forest area, 0, is it finally here? The location of the demon nest was determined. Lin Yang was not afraid at all. Instead, they were full of excitement. The whole morning, in the chat channel of the ancient forest area, the most popular topics were all related to the demon nest. The rich rewards that could be obtained by destroying the demon nest attracted many lords. Before knowing how terrible the demon nest was, I don't know how many lords suffered. It is even said that some lords with combat talents left the territory to fight. They died without a complete body when they encountered the demon nest. However, Lin Yang was not worried at all. Instead, he immediately asked Lingyu and Shadow Archer to attack. And he really had the confidence. After reaching level 10, Lingyu's 4-dimensional attributes have reached thousands. Not to mention her own powerful talents and skills. The pure 4-dimensional attributes alone are enough to stand out from the crowd. Moreover, before that, he also roughly understood the strength of the demon nest from everyone's chat. He was even more confident. After issuing the combat order, Lin Yang was no longer distracted. Directly choose to summon a new hero. In an instant, it seemed as if thousands of thunders as thick as arms gathered in the sky. Then, Thunders fell with the terrifying aura of destroying the world. Before Lin Yang could react, everything disappeared without a trace. It's just an illusion, Lin Yang muttered to himself. A woman in green clothes, without makeup, with bright eyes, walked down from the god and demon platform. She was tall and straight, with steady and powerful steps. Although she was also beautiful and graceful, compared with Ling Yu, who Lin Yang had recruited before, she was more heroic. Moreover, Ling Yu gave people the feeling of being tough and determined in her quietness. Like a secluded orchid in a valley, she was elegant. But the feeling that the woman in front of him inadvertently gave people was that she was overbearing and no one else could do it. Lord! Seeing the other party salute him, Lin Yang nodded. He immediately opened the attribute panel to check. Name, Xiaomeng. Race, human. Type, hero. Quality, legend. Power system, martial arts system. Attributes. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Physique, 100. Spirit, 100. Growth value, 100. Every time the level is increased, the four-dimensional attributes increase by 100 points. Talent. Extraordinary physique, a body of indestructible muscles and bones. The body's defense and recovery effects far exceed the limits of its own physical attributes. Mastery, any move in his hands can play a magical role, and after learning and using any skill, he can exert the ultimate power far beyond the current control level. Skills, general principles of innate boxing. Skills, shocking fist, LV10, a powerful boxing method that is comprehended by the general principles of innate boxing. A punch can destroy a person's body and hurt his soul. Skill strength is increased by 100% compared to LV1. LV10 special effects. Captivating, when punching, you can integrate your own spirit, shock the opponent, and make him lose his mind temporarily. Introduction, a martial arts genius with a strong will and perseverance. Another legendary hero as powerful as Ling Yu. However, unlike Ling Yu, Xiaomeng follows the martial arts system. Female martial god. After scanning the opponent's attributes, Lin Yang couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. Xiaomeng, you should also join the battle. Compared with Ling Yu, Xiaomeng's level is still too low. However, her talents, skills, and skills are all top-notch. Participating in the battle in the past was also a help. Moreover, Shocking Fist was directly upgraded to LV10 under the effect of comprehensive entry. The unlocked captivating special effect may be a pleasant surprise. Of course. More importantly, Xiaomeng can also quickly upgrade her level in the process of destroying the demon nest. Chapter 13. A corner of the ancient forest. The ancient trees that were originally rooted deep underground. They have long disappeared at this moment. Instead, there is a huge nest about 50 meters long, 30 meters wide and 12 meters high. From a distance, it looks extremely hideous and terrifying. The whole nest is like a giant insect with a strange shape. It constantly receives various flesh, ores, and other resources brought in by monsters from all directions. Then it swallows and spits out monsters one after another. Therefore, the resources in the surrounding area were soon looted. When Ling Yu rushed over with the shadow shooter and the tree man, this is the scene he saw. Monster, demon insect, monster. Level 8. Skills, corruption attack, venom spray. Introduction, the lowest level monster bred in the demon nest, usually used to collect resources, but also has amazing combat power and vitality. Monster, demon warrior, monster. Level 9. Skills, spear stab, sweep. Introduction, one of the most common monsters bred in the demon nest, but its combat power should not be underestimated. Monster, demon mage, monster, elite. Level 9. Skills, Magic Shield, Enhanced Fireball. Introduction: an elite monster bred in the demon nest, mastering an enhanced magic. When Lin Yang and others looked at the monsters around the demon nest, the other party obviously also found their traces. No nonsense. The Shadow Archers took the lead in launching the attack. Shadow Arrow. 5 consecutive shots. The rain of arrows in the sky carried a powerful destructive force that was enough to penetrate steel. In an instant, it pierced through the demon insects that rushed over first. The arrows nailed their bodies to the ground like javelins. Black and red blood flowed like a stream. For archers, range is their life. Therefore, shadow archers naturally try not to let any enemy get close. Seeing a bunch of demon insects die tragically in the rain of arrows, the fire in the empty eyes of more than a dozen demonized mages lit up slightly. It seemed that they had received some instructions. The next moment, more than a dozen basketball-sized enhanced fireballs bombarded them together. At the same time, dozens of demonized warriors were like a well-disciplined army. They all raised more than 4 meters long cold spears. Like a steel city. They just rolled over. Even if you look from a god's perspective, Lin Yang can feel the horror of the more than 10 flames. The monsters born in the demon nest are basically one level higher than ordinary monsters in the endless world. In other words, elite monsters like demonized mages. The combat power is not inferior to the leader monsters of the same level. More than a dozen leader monsters released a strengthening spell at the same time. How powerful is it? You can imagine. No matter what. The tree people who stood in the front and acted as a meat shield but were only level 6. Even if they used all their strength, it was impossible to resist. However, the fireballs had just crossed the sky. With a pleasant sound of clang, a sharp sword light shot up into the sky, sweeping across. In an instant, the wind stopped and the rain cleared. The dozen fireballs that originally gave people a strong sense of oppression disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. And the sword light that spanned the sky. But at this moment, it was divided into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. The 8 sword lights that were divided rushed straight to the more than 10 demonized mages hiding in the back with lightning speed. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, several demonized mages who did not have time to hold up the magic shield were instantly killed. Other demonized mages were also in a mess. And the initiator of all this? Naturally, it was Lin Yang. After the level was upgraded to level 10, she comprehended new sword skills. Sword light splitting, LV1. The condensed sword energy can be split into multiple sword lights to attack the enemy. The specific number of split sword lights is closely related to the level, spiritual attributes, and control. Originally, Lin Yang could split a sword energy into 4 at most. However, with the blessing of the comprehensive entry, after the sword light splitting skill is upgraded to the maximum level, the number of sword lights that can be split directly doubled. Although the power of the split sword light is much inferior to the original sword energy, but the number is too large. 8 sword lights shuttled back and forth. The magic shields released by the demonized mages in a hurry could not withstand it at all. In less than 3 breaths, they broke one after another. Then, under the sword light all over the sky, their bodies were not fragile. Soon they were riddled with holes. At the same time, the power of shadow was like a thorn in the bone. Under the continuous shooting of the shadow shooters, continuously stacking shadow damage to all enemies within 10 meters. However, these demonized warriors are really crazy. Let their companions fall one after another. They still move forward steadily. However, all this is destined to be in vain. Although the upgrade speed of a group of shadow shooters is completely incomparable to Lin Yang, but after many rounds of fighting, the lowest level shadow shooter is also level 5. At least nearly 300 points of powerful strength, combined with the shadow power that continues to grow with the level. Even if all the demon warriors rushing forward have combat power comparable to elite monsters, it still doesn't help. However, it seems that it has been discovered that the victory skin seems to be unilaterally tilted towards Lin Yang. The boss, who had been hiding in the demon nest and constantly absorbing power, finally couldn't bear it and walked out. This is a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature. All parts of the body are covered with a layer of metal armor. Only the mouth, nose, and eyes are exposed. There is also a long lizard-like tail behind it. It is covered with countless sawtooth-like barbs. Monster, lower-level demon General Carlos, leader monster, monster. Level, LV15. Skills, demonization. Introduction, the true controller of the first-level demon nest, who can continuously absorb the power of the demon nest to improve his own combat power. Chapter 14. First-level demon nest. Lower-level demon general. Perhaps it was because the level gap between the two sides was not small. Lin Yang, who had a god's perspective, could only obtain limited information. However, he could still analyze a lot of things from it. If there is a first-level demon nest, there will naturally be second-level and third-level demon nests. If there are lower-level demon generals, there will naturally be middle-level and upper-level demon generals. If these demon nests can devour the surrounding resources and continue to grow, it would indeed be a big trouble. However, Lin Yang didn't know at this time. This was simply impossible. Until one day in the future, he learned what the truth behind everything was. As the master of the demon nest, the combat power of the lower-level demon General Carlos was comparable to that of the commander-level boss. Before that, he had been absorbing the power of the demon nest to improve his level and strength. If it wasn't the critical moment of the demon nest's life and death, he would never want to leave the demon nest. Because once the power absorption was stopped, it would take a lot of resources and time to recover. That's why he was forced to come out to fight and seemed particularly angry. A lord summoned by Heavenly Deo? You don't know what you are facing at all. Holding a giant heavy sword of nearly 2 meters. Carlos seemed to know that Lin Yang was watching the battle at this moment. After a roar, the figure rushed out like an arrow from a bow. The momentum was so great. It was like a heavy truck speeding at high speed. The 2 feet actually plowed 2 deep gullies on the ground. Seeing this scene, Ling Yu frowned slightly. The sword light that was strangling the last few demonized wizards dissipated in an instant. Then the spirit sword in his hand pointed. 8 sword lights appeared again. It instantly stretched in front of Carlos like a sword formation. Seeing this scene, he groaned. A burst of crimson blood emerged from his body. It formed a strong protective barrier with his close-fitting armor. It's useless. You can't possibly fail to break the defense of the blood-colored armor. Crack, crack, crack. Facing the sword lights that were about to fall, Carlos was not afraid at all. But he hadn't finished speaking. The destructive power carried by the 8 sword lights. It acted on him instantly as if it was in an empty space. The defensive means that Carlos was proud of. It didn't work at all. How is it possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. While waving the giant sword in his hand back and forth to block the sword energy that was almost all-pervasive from all directions. And the reason why those sword lights could ignore the protection of the blood-colored armor. It acted directly on Carlos. Naturally, the special effect slashing the void of sword energy condensation that was upgraded to the full level worked. Slashing the void, sword energy can penetrate most defensive means and hit the target directly. Therefore, Carlos's defensive means, whether it is physical or magical, for Ling Yu, all of them were useless. So the demon general who was so arrogant just now, in a blink of an eye, he was embarrassed and dwarfed by the sword lights. Fortunately, he was a leader-level demon general. His physical defense and vitality were abnormal. Even though there were several holes with blood and flesh flying all over his body, he still looked lively. But, that was it. No matter how tenacious his vitality was, he could only hold on for a few more seconds. It seemed that he knew that if he didn't fight for his life, he would have no chance. Carlos roared. He had already launched his most powerful move, demonization. In an instant, the rolling black gas rose from his body like a long dragon. It stretched out for more than 10 meters. Then as he opened his bloody mouth and sucked, all the black gas was swallowed into Carlos's stomach. His entire body size. It also suddenly increased to more than 5 meters high. His muscles doubled in size. The veins coiled between his arms like a dragon. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. But at this moment, a sharp fist wind cut through the sky, heading straight for Carlos. In the demonized state, Carlos's four-dimensional attributes surged again. So he didn't care about this attack at all. But the next moment, his whole body suddenly stiffened. He didn't even hold the black giant sword tightly in his hand. And Ling Yu also seized the opportunity at the first time. Sword lights madly penetrated into the legs of this demon general as thick as stone pillars. And the one who suddenly launched this attack was no one else. It was Zhao Meng, who had just arrived at the battlefield. He suddenly attacked. The special effect of the full-level shocking fist stunning caught Carlos off guard and lost his mind. When the other party came back to his senses, his entire body had been cut in half. This time, the opponent was completely helpless. No matter how unwilling and desperate he was, it was still useless. He could only be slaughtered. Your hero Ling Yu killed the lower-level demon General Carlos, LV-15 leader monster, and gained 50,000 experience points. Your hero Ling Yu. You gained 50 reputation points. You gained 100 energy crystals. As the prompts came into Lin Yang's ears like pleasant piano sounds. It has to be said. The reward for killing the demon general is generous. But what surprised him was, unlike the goblins who fled after killing the goblin leader before, after Carlos died, other monsters were still resisting frantically. Even crazier than before. They seemed to have no idea what death, pain, and fear were. No wonder other lords were no match for these monsters. These are really crazy enough. Lin Yang sighed secretly. However, no matter how crazy and brutal these monsters are, in the face of absolute power, all struggles are in vain. A moment later, Zhao Meng killed the last demon insect with a punch in the air. Finally, the huge demon nest collapsed. The battle finally came to an end. And then, it is time to enjoy the fruits of victory. Chapter 15. World Announcement, Lin Yang becomes the first lord to destroy the demon nest. Rewards, Reputation plus 500. All creatures in the territory have four-dimensional attributes permanently plus 100. Special items, 2 pieces of blessed land. Wonder, Star Tower. World Announcement. World Announcement. As the world announcement was pinned to the top of the ancient forest chat group, the group instantly exploded. The lords who were lurking, chatting, and complaining in the group all talked about it. Awesome! You are worthy of being the boss, Lin Yang. Can you give me a friend status? At Lin Yang. Who said that if boss Lin Yang can deal with the demon nest, he will eat a pound of meat? Stand up yourself. Haha, that's right, didn't that guy still shout before? Why is he pretending to be dead and not talking now? Hey, it's this guy at Johong. Come out and take a walk. Number 1 in the world again. So strong. What level do you think boss Lin Yang's talent is? I think it's at least SS level. Hehe, SS level, who are you looking down on? It must be the top SSS level talent, otherwise how could he get the first place every time? That's not necessarily true. There are millions of people in our group, and the strongest talent we have seen so far is only A level. That's right, there are tens of billions of blue star lords descending on the endless world this time, maybe some of them have stronger talents than boss Lin Yang. Just a glance at the information in the group. Lin Yang's attention fell on the world announcement. Most of the rewards are not much different from before. Of course, the quantity is much richer. And what makes Lin Yang most happy and even excited? Naturally, it is the Wonder reward. Wonder, Star Tower. Grade, 4th grade. Function, all skill levels of the Lord himself, heroes, and arms can be broken through to level 20. Introduction, the wonder of creation condensed by the power of the stars has the powerful energy to break through the limits and shackles. Who said that wonders ruin the country? Seeing the attributes of the Wonder Star Tower, Lin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Whether it is for heroes or arms, the importance of skill effects is self-evident. Just like destroying the demon nest this time. If Lingyu, Xiaomeng, and Shadow Shooter's skills are not full level, there is no unlocking of level 10 special effects such as Cut the Void, Captivating, and Flowing Light. Even if they can win in the end, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The importance of skill level is obvious. After all, for every level increase in skill level, the skill strength will increase by 10%. The lethality of a level 10 skill and a level 1 skill can be described as worlds apart. Of course, the initial strength of each skill is different. It cannot be generalized. Just like an ordinary soldier, even if he upgrades his skills to the maximum level, cannot be compared with Lingyu's level 1 sword chi condensation. Generally speaking, the maximum skill level means that the skill is upgraded to level 10. But with the 4th grade Wonder Star Tower, the skill cap of all heroes and soldiers under Lin Yang has directly broken through to level 20. And unlike the basic skill strength that increases by 10% every level from level 1 to 10, the skill level increases by 30% every level from level 11 to level 20. This is why Lin Yang is so excited at the moment. Once Lingyu and others upgrade their skill level to level 20, not counting the newly unlocked special effects, the skill strength of 400% alone is invincible. Hey! He slowly exhaled a thick breath. With his palm thrown, the Wonder Star Tower that was originally hovering in his palm fell to the center of the territory with a boom. The only thing that made Chen Yang feel a little regretful was that wonders were not buildings. They could not be evolved with the heart of evolution. But no matter what, the harvest this time could be described as rich. If I hadn't been the first to destroy the demon nest, I'm afraid that even if there were wonder rewards, the grade would not be so high. But such an opportunity will be hard to come by in the future. Looking at the glittering star tower, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. The wonders are divided into 9 grades from low to high. Grade 1 is the lowest and grade 9 is the highest. Grade 4 wonders are completely unattainable for the lords who don't even have a few buildings at this stage. He adjusted his emotions. Lin Yang opened his battle settlement panel to check. You successfully destroyed a first-level demon nest, reputation plus 100. You won a small battle. This battle killed 1 lower-level demon general, 380 ordinary monsters. Our side's casualties, 10 tree people. The basic evaluation of this battle is A level. Special performance, you successfully destroyed a first-level demon nest. All monsters were wiped out. The battle evaluation is improved. Final evaluation, S end level. Crystal reward, 1200 energy crystals, basic reward, 300 energy crystals, S end level evaluation basic reward plus 300%. Special reward for A level evaluation, tower building blueprint. Special reward for S end level evaluation, town challenge token. 1200 energy crystals. Rubbing his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things, Lin Yang was also shocked. You know, the reward he got from destroying the goblin camp before was only 90 energy crystals. It was less than a tenth of what he got this time. 1/10. Is the reward for destroying the demon nest so generous? As for the final evaluation being higher than last time, Lin Yang was not surprised. Although the last riot of the monsters killed all the tree people, failed to win without any injuries. But the difficulty of destroying a first-level demon nest and the difficulty of destroying a goblin camp is also very different. Therefore, the final evaluation of S end was within his expectations. Chapter 16. However, it did not reach the SS level. Therefore, the rewards are still only A and S+. The third reward was not triggered. To be honest, the Sentry Tower building blueprints given by the A-level evaluation can only be regarded as mediocre. However, the special rewards obtained by the S end level evaluation, it gave Lin Yang a big surprise. Special item, Town Challenge Token. Type, Token. Function, when using this challenge token when building a village, the difficulty of monster siege will be greatly increased. However, once the challenge is successful, you can skip the village construction and directly build a town. Introduction, a powerful token containing the power of heaven, but please be careful when using it, the challenge is extremely difficult. Whatever you give, you must take. After the Lord's personal level reaches level 15 and the territory level reaches level 4, you can build a village gathering place. And according to the information previously obtained in my mind, this process will attract various monsters to besiege villages, towns, cities. The larger the scale of the gathering place you build, the more monsters recruited during the construction process, the stronger they are. If Lin Yang wants to use the town challenge token at level 15, skipping the village construction and directly building a town, the difficulty is simply unimaginable. Moreover, attacking outside the territory is completely different from guarding the territory. The area of a level 3 territory is as large as 40,000 square meters. After upgrading to a level 4 territory, the area will be further expanded. With the limited military force Lin Yang has now, once he is attacked by monsters from all directions, he can't protect them at all. Even if Ling Yu and Zhao Meng, the two legendary heroes, are strong, they will eventually defeat all the monsters. But once the buildings and wonders in the territory that have been built with great difficulty are destroyed by monsters, it is still not worth the loss. Fortunately, this time we destroyed the demon nest and harvested a lot of crystals, so we can expand our troops in the future. All along, because we have to consider the upgrade of the territory, the god and demon platform, etc. Lin Yang was running out of energy crystals. He had never been so generous before. He put away the town challenge token. Until this moment, he had the leisure to check the item dropped by the lower level demon general. It was a snow white, illusory, and real white lotus. There were 9 petals in total. Each petal looked crystal clear. Even if he only looked at it from a god's perspective, Chen Yang seemed to be able to smell the refreshing fragrance. Item, Fortune Golden Lotus, small. Type, wonderful item. Effect, after swallowing, luck +1, charm +1. Introduction, a rare and wonderful item reward that can only be obtained by killing a demon general. The more times you take it, the worse the effect. Hint, only the Lord can take this item. It's actually a wonderful item that adds luck and charm attributes. Seeing the specific effect of the Fortune Golden Lotus, Lin Yang was also a little surprised. Generally speaking, whether it is the Lord, or the heroes and soldiers under them, only the basic 4-dimensional attributes are displayed on the panel. Luck and charm are hidden attributes. Usually they are not displayed at all. And the character level increase only enhances the 4-dimensional attributes. The attributes of luck and charm will not change. As for the reason, Lin Yang is not clear. The charm attribute affects the success rate of communication with other creatures in the local world. And it is easier to gain the trust and love of others. Lords with high charm usually have more loyal heroes and soldiers. The lucky attribute is closely related to all probability events. although both do not directly improve combat power. But for the Lord, they are undoubtedly crucial. Especially the lucky attribute. The non-Africans and the European emperors. It is not an exaggeration to describe them as different species. I don't know why. Lin Yang felt that the heavenly Dao that brought the billions of Lords of Blue Star to the endless world. It seemed to have some strong hostility towards the demon nest. Immediately, he remembered the words that the lower-level demon General Carlos roared when he walked out of the demon nest. There must be many secrets in this. But for the time being, these have nothing to do with him. After all, for him, the most urgent task is to have his own foothold in the endless world. However, since the Luck Golden Lotus is an item dropped after killing Carlos, therefore, Lin Yang can only wait for Ling Yu and his party to return to the territory to rest before taking it. After such a fierce battle, Ling Yu and the others were exhausted physically and mentally. Only Zhao Meng, a martial arts expert who arrived later, was still energetic after rising 2 levels in a row. After giving instructions to everyone, Lin Yang looked forward to the final harvest of this battle. You destroyed the demon nest 30 hours ahead of the standard time. Final evaluation, perfect. Reward evaluation in progress, you received the epic barracks, Dragon Blood Guard. This battle to destroy the demon nest ended with Lin Yang's victory. But what he didn't know was that in a mountain far away, a figure was crawling on the ground. And he happened to witness the whole process. 2 brutal, legendary heroes, epic troops, no wonder such a terrifying demon nest seems vulnerable in front of him. It's a good thing I didn't plan to attack this demon nest, otherwise I would die without knowing how. Hey, why don't I have such good luck to summon a legendary hero? With the help of his hero's skill beyond visual range, everything that happened in the distance of Ye Chen was visible to him. So he was in a very complicated mood at the moment. It can be said that he was both emotional and afraid. His luck can be said to be quite good. After descending into the endless world, the initial talent drawn was a B-level talent. When summoning heroes, he was also very lucky. He got a powerful hero of excellent quality. Among the millions of lords in the ancient forest, it can't be said that he stands out from the crowd. But he is definitely a high-level combat force. That's why, even though he knew that it was basically impossible for him to solve the demon nest, he still wanted to investigate the situation unwillingly. I never thought I would see this scene. There are people in the chat group who are imagining that Big Boss Lin Yang has used some tricks to keep coming out on top. They are just wishful thinking. Ye Chen saw the extreme remarks of some people in the group just now. He couldn't help but secretly despise them. But if I can get along well with Big Boss Lin Yang, then in the future. When he thought of this, Ye Chen's heart suddenly became extremely hot. Although there are many people in the entire ancient forest area who have such ideas now. After all, it's just a few words of flattery. There is no loss. But what if I can get along well with the other party? Wouldn't that be a big profit? Chapter 17. A military camp that can recruit epic troops. Seeing the quality of the troops that can be recruited, Lin Yang's mind moved. Shadow Archer is an epic troop. In these 2 days, their strength is beyond doubt. Even if there is only one team of people, they still swept countless monsters. Then the strength of the Dragon Blood Guard can also be seen. Fortunately, his territory level has been upgraded to level 3. It is already possible to build a second military camp. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. But, if it is just an epic troop, it is not quite to my liking. With all my perception, with my wisdom, with my invincible qualifications. Dragon Blood Guard, evolve. As the throne military camp stood on the ground, Chen Yang said with a good smile. Then I saw the Heart of Evolution entry on the panel flickering. The Dragon Blood Guard camp, which was originally a typical Western fantasy architectural style, has transformed. It has become an indestructible palace built of countless boulders. Each boulder is engraved with various ancient runes. It looks simple and mysterious. Name: Demon Suppression Division. Type: Barracks. Function: Recruitment. Consume 15 energy crystals to recruit a demon-suppressing warrior, King of Soldiers. Level: Level 1. Upper limit of recruited soldiers, 1000, current barracks level. Upper limit of recruited soldiers level growth, Level 5, current barracks level. Introduction: a resting and living place for demon-suppressing warriors. Success. Although it was expected before. But after seeing the epic soldiers described in the panel information. After becoming a king of soldiers, Lin Yang was still quite excited. The soldiers in the endless world are strictly graded. Ordinary, rare, excellent, epic, king. The soldier level is one level higher. The difference in strength is so huge that it is no exaggeration to say that. However, the recruitment fee. One demon-suppressing warrior consumes 15 energy crystals. It is 3 times that of a shadow shooter. It is really scary. If it were not for the rich harvest from destroying the demon nest this time, Lin Yang really couldn't afford to recruit. And as 150 energy crystals were invested in the Demon Suppression Division. A team of demon-suppressing warriors wearing cold armor, holding a bright long sword in one hand and a shield in the other, walking in uniform steps. They walked out of the majestic and heavy gate. Name: Demon Suppression Warrior. Race: Human. Type: Arms. Quality: King. Power System: Martial Arts System. Level: LV1. Attributes: Power: 225, plus 150. Agility: 225, plus 150. Spirit: 225, plus 150. Physique: 225, plus 150. Growth value: 75. Talent: Demon Suppression Power. Demon suppression warriors have long been at the forefront of the fight with demons. The powerful power they have comprehended can not only strengthen their own bodies, but also be injected into attacks, making gods and ghosts afraid. As the level of the demon suppressing warrior increases, the power of demon suppressing will also increase. Skills: Military Formation LV10. After forming a military formation, all personnel in the military formation have plus 100% attack power, plus 100% defense power, and plus 500% injury recovery speed. The military formation can be activated only when there are at least 50 people. If the number of people in the formation is less than 50, the military formation effect will automatically become invalid. Unparalleled Swordsmanship LV10. The powerful swordsmanship that the demon-suppressing warrior has painstakingly cultivated. It can make multiple consecutive slashes in an instant. Sword and Shield Mastery LV10. Under the strong pressure of life and death crisis, the demon-suppressing warrior has reached an extremely proficient level in the use of swords and shields. Introduction: They are not only soldiers with strict military discipline, but also powerful warriors with the power of demon suppressing. It is worthy of being the king of soldiers, second only to the legendary soldiers. Not only are the basic attributes and growth attributes higher than the shadow shooter, there is also a powerful talent like power of demon suppressing. Compared with it, the shadow shooter's shadow power seems a bit insignificant. As for military formation, although the effect of this skill is terrifying, it not only increases attack power, but also increases defense power and injury recovery speed. Not only is the bonus value extremely high, it also lasts for a long time. However, this is not a skill unique to Demon Suppressor. Many king-level soldiers have similar military formation skills. Of course, the specific effects may be different. It's a pity that there is no military formation killing move. Lin Yang sighed. He couldn't help but curse himself for being greedy in his heart. Generally speaking, only legendary soldiers can comprehend such a powerful skill as military formation killing move. It takes at least 50 people to form a military formation, and once a demon-suppressing warrior dies in battle, the number of people is less than 50, and the military formation effect will be invalid. Looking at the description of the military formation, Lin Yang gritted his teeth. He spent another 750 energy crystals. 5 more teams of demon suppressor warriors were recruited. Now he had 60 demon suppressing warriors. No doubt. This was a terrifying force. As long as they could form a military formation, with the blessing of demon suppressing power, the demon suppressing warriors could easily deal with 10 times or even more enemies at the same time. However, in this way, he only had more than 300 energy crystals left. Lin Yang thought about it. He spent another 200 crystals to recruit 4 teams of shadow shooters. Although the combat power of shadow shooters could not be compared with that of demon-suppressing warriors, but in the endless world, the coordination between arms was equally important. The long-range shooter naturally had his uses. As for the remaining more than 100 energy crystals, in case of emergency, Lin Yang only upgraded the level of the demon-suppressing division. The upgrade of the other building levels was temporarily shelved. Demon Suppression Division, Level 1 Level 3. Upper limit of recruited troops, 1000-3000. Upper limit of recruited troops, Level 5 Level 15. Energy crystals consumed, 30, 10 plus 20. Chapter 18. Not long after Lin Yang upgraded the level of the Demon Suppression Division, Ling Yu, Zhao Meng, and others returned to the territory to rest. About half an hour later, after eating a lot of silver moon fruit and snow spirit fruit to restore their spirit and physical strength, they took advantage of the night to carry out another round of hunting. However, this time, 6 teams of demon suppression warriors and 4 teams of shadow shooters joined. The size of the entire team has exceeded 100 people. Not only is the manpower no longer as embarrassing as before, but the strength has also increased greatly. When they returned before the night covered the earth, the levels of the demon suppression army and the newly recruited shadow shooters were upgraded by 3 or 4 levels. However, the level of Ling Yu and the shadow shooters recruited before was not much. After all, their previous levels were relatively high. Among them, Zhao Meng, who Lin Yang focused on, had the fastest upgrade speed because he had picked up a wave of bargains in the previous battle to destroy the demon nest. He has now been upgraded to level 6. After gradually increasing the level, Zhao Meng's fighting power comparable to that of a female martial god gradually emerged. The shocking fist was released. Under the terrifying fist force, there was almost no opponent who could defeat her. As for Lin Yang himself, after swallowing the golden lotus of luck, 2 additional attributes appeared on the attribute panel. However, perhaps the increase of luck and charm by 1 point was really limited. Lin Yang himself did not feel too many changes. That night, Ling Yu continued to train in the Xiantian secret realm. Because there was no gain last time, Chen Yang did not follow him in to see what was going on. However, just when the time for today's Xiantian secret realm was about to run out, Ling Yu had a gain. Your hero Ling Yu has excellent qualifications and has passed the test of the inheritance stone tablet of the Xiantian sect and started to comprehend the stone tablet skills. Current progress, 1%. As soon as she finished scanning this information, Ling Yu returned to the territory. Maybe it's because of the comprehension of the technique. Compared to the last time, the traces of the Xiantian mark on the back of her hand have dissipated a lot. Lord, I want to comprehend the technique of the stone tablet first. As for killing monsters to increase the level, those are all trivial matters. They are more important than comprehending the technique. Seeing Ling Yu asked cautiously. Lin Yang touched her head. Responded nonchalantly. Compared with successfully comprehending a technique, the others are nothing. It's just a little experience. Well, Lord, I have a hunch that the inheritance stone tablet should record a very powerful sword technique. Hearing Lin Yang say this, Ling Yu nodded excitedly. It seems that she is still immersed in the state of just comprehending the technique and gaining something. There are a few blushes on her delicate and flawless face, which makes people pity her. So Lin Yang's palm moved to Ling Yu's flushed face without a trace. Ling Yu was stunned for a few breaths. Then her face was as hot as a freshly boiled egg. Lord, I'm going to rest first. Ling Yu bit her red lips. She didn't dare to look Lin Yang in the eye at this moment. Those hands holding the sword were extremely skillful. Now they were unconsciously entangled. She avoided them belatedly. She moved lightly with lotus steps. It has disappeared. This girl. Lin Yang smiled and shook his head. He was not in a hurry. He immediately returned to the fairy house to rest. No words were spoken all night. When Lin Yang woke up again, it was the third day in the endless world. And today, it was also the last day of the novice protection. Perhaps because of this reason, many people in the chat group showed anxiety and irritability. Obviously, they were all worried about the future. After all, once the invincible protection disappeared, what will the situation turn into? No one knows. At that time, it may not only be the endless monsters that need to be dealt with. Other lords near their own territory. They also need to be on guard. As for the lord who had been escaping and was unwilling to believe that all this was real, he was even more in tears at the moment. But compared with them, Lin Yang, who held the town challenge token, was full of fighting spirit. What he wanted now was to reach level 15 as soon as possible. And then build a new force. Originally, he was a little worried about the lack of troops under his command. But now he doesn't have to worry too much. So early in the morning, Lin Yang arranged a battle plan. Prepared to let Ling Yu and others attack a nearby mine ruins. This is an area that Ling Yu had discovered before. And the Xiantian treasure mirror detected hidden treasures inside at that time. However, there were many monsters in the mine ruins at that time. And the levels were relatively high. In addition, there were a lot of hidden mechanisms. It was quite troublesome to crack. So this was temporarily abandoned. After issuing the order, Lin Yang did not watch the show idly. Instead, he took out the treasure pavilion obtained yesterday. This supreme artifact exclusive to the Lord can gather the luck and treasure of the world within a radius of 10 miles every day. Randomly condense an item. Equipment, elixir, resources, etc. are all possible. Item, a bag of Ganodermalocidum seeds, 100 seeds. Type, spiritual plant. Effect, mature Ganodermalocidum is a must-have item for many elixir refining. It can also be eaten directly, which not only quickly recovers injuries, but also temporarily increases a few four-dimensional attributes. Introduction: spiritual plants must be planted in spiritual fields to survive. The higher the level of the spiritual field, the faster the growth efficiency of the spiritual plants. If there is a spiritual plant husband to take care of it carefully, or there is spiritual water for irrigation, the yield and efficacy of the spiritual plants will be greatly improved. Ganodermalocidum? Just right. Lin Yang used the spirit field transformation card to transform an acre of low-level spiritual field. Now it can be used to plant Ganodermalocidum. Lin Yang took action while being bored. While checking the current artifact points. After yesterday's fighting and territory construction, his current artifact points have reached 95. And once he has 100 points, Spiritual Treasure Pavilion can be upgraded to another level. At that time, the relevant effects are expected to continue to strengthen. This step will probably be completed soon. However, if you want to unlock the second supreme artifact, you will need more artifact points. The road ahead is long and arduous. Chapter 19. The mine ruins are more than 10,000 meters away from Lin Yang's territory. This is the straight line distance. The actual distance to be walked is even longer. But for Lingyu and others, this distance doesn't take much time at all. When they arrived at the destination, Xiaomeng took the lead. The powerful punches of Shocking God Fist hit the road ahead one after another. So a large number of arranged mechanisms were constantly triggered. Arrow rain, poison gas, rolling stones, ground spikes, pendulums. Various traps are endless. The people watching are dazzled. Xiaomeng continued to bombard for half a quarter of an hour, until a large area in front was bombarded into a muddy area. Only then was a safe area cleared. Such a busy work. Even with Xiaomeng's martial arts physique, she was also very tired. Her Shocking God Fist is not as powerful as Lingyu's sword energy condensation, but it is more lasting. So she took the initiative to volunteer. But such a ghost place. There is a hidden treasure chest? If she hadn't known the effect of Lingyu's Xiantian Beijian, she would never have wasted her time here. It's too exhausting. But just when Xiaomeng took a break, maybe she was awakened by the noise she made. A large number of skeleton monsters hidden in the depths of the mine ruins rushed forward like a tide. Monster, skeleton. Level 12. Skills, Claw Sweep, Bone Spike Spin, Devour. Introduction, an undead creature that has long been entrenched in the mine ruins and never seen the sun. Not to mention the combat effectiveness. But so many skeletons rushed over at the same time. That scene can scare many people. But this obviously does not include the demon-suppressing warriors. They have been fighting the demons on the front line for a long time. Whether it is spirit, perseverance, or courage, they have been tempered a lot. Even if the wave of bones is 10 times more, they will not be shaken at all. Kill. 60 demon-suppressing warriors formed a military formation. Then there was a thunderous roar, accompanied by the demon-suppressing power in the body surging wildly. Bursts of knife light covered the sky and the sun, carrying a terrifying force that no one could resist. Blasting forward. For a moment, the knife light was like a forest, and the air waves were surging. In front of this terrifying killing force, the bodies of the skeletons were as fragile as paper. In an instant, they were cut into pieces. Your unit, the demon-suppressing warrior, killed the skeleton, LV-12, gained 1200 experience points and obtained 1 energy fragment. Your unit. In a moment, on Lin Yang's information panel, kill information popped up like mushrooms after rain. In fact, in front of such a terrifying destructive force, let alone these ordinary monsters, even with the powerful life force of the leader monster, they couldn't hold out for a few breaths. It was just a face-to-face encounter. The area in front that had just been filled with skeletons suddenly became empty. But in less than 10 breaths, a large number of skeletons rushed out of the ruins of the mine again like crazy. Kill. Accompanied by the murderous roars of a group of demon-suppressing warriors, a large number of skeletons repeated the same mistake again. After several waves back and forth, there were countless bones piled on the ground. Seeing that the skeleton wave showed no sign of abating, the demon-suppressing warriors no longer launched strong attacks as before. After all, although the demon-suppressing power is strong, but their level is not high. The demon-suppressing power in the body is limited. Naturally, some of it must be retained to deal with emergencies. As the demon-suppressing warriors turned from offense to defense, the 5 teams of shadow archers who had been saving their physical strength began to exert their strength. Shadow arrow. 5 consecutive shots. The rain of arrows was densely thrown out. It was like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Each arrow was like the sickle of the god of death, reaping lives in waves. As for Lingyu and Xiaomeng, they wandered away from the main battlefield, hunting alone. They kept fighting and resting back and forth. It lasted for a whole morning. Finally, The speed of the skeleton tide finally slowed down. Damn, is it so difficult to improve the skill level above level 10? Lin Yang, who was originally watching the battle from a god's perspective. He accidentally glanced at the skill proficiency of Ling Yu and others. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Because of the golden entry comprehensive, the skill level of all heroes and arms under Lin Yang was directly at the maximum level. So he didn't pay too much attention in the past. Until now, when he watched the fight for a long time, he found that the level 10 skills they controlled only increased 1% of the skill proficiency. If this continues, it will take a long time to raise the skill level to level 20. So, Star Tower isn't this 4th grade wonder better than nothing for him? It's better to have it than not to have it. And in the endless world, there are many ways to quickly improve skill proficiency. I can look for it later. Lin Yang comforted himself a few words. Then his eyes fell on the artifact points. After a morning of killing, the artifact points have increased a lot. You currently have 120 artifact points which can upgrade to the Supreme Artifact Ling Bao Pavilion. Do you want to upgrade immediately, yes/no? Yes. Supreme Artifact, Ling Bao Pavilion. Level 2. Function, condensing the luck and treasure of the world within a radius of 30 miles, and randomly condensing a special item every day. The luck and treasure can be accumulated for up to 3 days, and the condensed items are of higher quality. Other functions, not yet unlocked. Upgrade requirements, 500 artifact points. Introduction, the supreme artifact used exclusively by the Lord, with the terrifying power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. After the Ling Bao Pavilion was upgraded, the range of condensing the luck of heaven and earth and the treasure energy was greatly improved. And if Lin Yang wants to condense items of higher quality in the future, it can be opened once every 3 days. Just as Lin Yang upgraded the Ling Bao Pavilion, the resistance of the white skeletons in the ore ruins became weaker and weaker. After spending a lot of effort, Ling Yu and others finally went deep into it. Chapter 20. After a full half-day of fighting, the newly recruited demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters had their experience points soaring like a rocket. The golden light of upgrading continued to appear on their bodies. When Ling Yu and his party cleared the last few scattered skeletons and stepped into the depths of the mine ruins, the lowest level of the demon-suppressing warriors had been upgraded to level 5. After the level was upgraded, their 4-dimensional attributes and demon-suppressing power also skyrocketed. The combat power was completely different from when they were just recruited. This is why the subsequent attacks became easier and easier. Unfortunately, such an upgrade speed is destined to be unsustainable. Your hero Ling Yu found a platinum treasure chest. Platinum treasure chest. Lin Yang, who had just upgraded the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, saw the prompt message. He was stunned at first. Then his smile widened. Although he found the gold treasure chest shortly after entering the endless world, this does not mean that treasure chests are very common. In fact, the number of treasure chests is quite rare. And it is even more difficult to find the trace of treasure chests in such a huge ancient forest. If Ling Yu did not have the skill of seeing through fire, even if they went deep into the mine ruins, it would be difficult to find the treasure chest hidden in the hidden corner. The platinum treasure chest found this time is 1 level higher than the gold treasure chest. Lin Yang was quite satisfied with the gold treasure chest before. The platinum treasure chest would not disappoint him. You got energy crystals *1000. You got buildings, arrow towers *2. You got advanced buildings, shadow corridors. You got the skills, innate chi. Lin Yang just checked the situation through the god's perspective. Ling Yu has opened the platinum treasure chest. Energy crystals and arrow tower buildings are basic rewards. He skipped them directly and focused his attention on the latter two. Item, Xiantian Ganki. Type, Martial Arts. Effect 1, Vajra Indestructible, Xian Ganqi naturally flows through the practitioner's body, constantly enhancing their strength, physique, and agility attributes. Depending on the level of practice, different degrees of improvement will be obtained. Effect 2. Spiritual Heart and Wisdom Eyes. Xian Ganqi gives practitioners strong perception and keen insight, making it easier to detect the enemy's intentions and movements. Effect 3. Mysterious Gong Control. Xian Ganqi can not only bless itself, or greatly improve the four-dimensional attributes, or form a Ganqi shield, but also actively bless various attack methods to make it infinitely powerful. Note 1. All effects are strengthened to different degrees according to the different levels of practice of the technique. The higher the level of the technique, the stronger the effect. Note 2. This technique is suitable for martial artists to practice, and the higher the martial arts talent, the easier it is to advance to the next level. Introduction. Xian Ganqi is an extremely rare and powerful energy. The amount of energy, those who practice it deeply can make it flow through their limbs and bones, protecting the whole body, and every move is powerful. There is no doubt. Xian Ganqi is undoubtedly one of the top-level exercises. Its effect is so powerful. People who see it are extremely jealous. And this set of exercises is undoubtedly the most suitable for Xiaomeng, the female martial god. With this set of exercises, Xiaomeng's strength is expected to improve by leaps and bounds. Xiaomeng, this exercise is yours. Although the person is in the territory. But Lin Yang can communicate directly with the other party through the dialogue function. Don't worry, sir, I will work hard to practice in the future and will never let you down. Taking the Xian Ganqi Gongfa from Ling Yu, Xiaomeng's face also showed a trace of excitement. She is a martial arts genius. Naturally, she knows more about the preciousness of this technique. Seeing that the other party rarely showed some joy like a little girl, Lin Yang smiled slightly. He looked at another high-level building shadow corridor. Its effect is equally powerful. After construction, it can greatly increase the movement speed of the expeditionary army within a certain period of time. Greatly improve combat efficiency. Of course. In terms of preciousness, it is still not as good as the Xian Ganqi technique. However, just when Lin Yang was still immersed in the excitement of opening the platinum treasure chest this time, Ling Yu seemed to have discovered something. She only heard a hui. The spirit sword in her hand immediately swish out. It accurately slashed on a head in the pile of bones. With Ling Yu's terrifying power and speed of over 1,000 now, combined with the sharpness of the companion spirit sword and the addition of powerful sword energy, it did not crush the skull into pieces immediately. It only slashed a crack on it. At this moment, everyone obviously knew that something was wrong. They all entered the battle state. At the same time, the white bone skull seemed to know that it could not hide any longer. In the originally empty eyes, 2 ghost lights suddenly rose. However, the flames seemed a little weak. Like a candle in the wind. It seemed that if there was any gust of wind, it would be extinguished immediately. Bold mortal, I am the king of the dead bones. Now that you have seen me, why don't you kneel down? The huge voice exploded in this small area like thunder. It seemed very majestic. If it were an ordinary person, I guess he would really be fooled by the opponent's trick. But there are no ordinary people under Lin Yang. The shadow shooters are all shadow elves with powerful blood. The demon-suppressing warriors have been fighting on the front line with the demons for a long time. Their mental will has long been tempered to be indestructible. As for the 2 legendary heroes Ling Yu and Xiaomeng, let alone. At this time, Lin Yang also looked at the other party's information with some curiosity. But perhaps the gap between the 2 sides in rank was too big. The result was all question marks. Mortals, help this clone of mine to come, and I will grant you eternal life. Seeing that it seemed that Ling Yu and others could not be frightened, the head that called himself King of the Dead Bones began to tempt everyone again. Bragging. Hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but sneer. Eternal life is not that easy. At the same time, Ling Yu and others were too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. Various means of attack flooded the so-called King of the Dead Bones like a tide in an instant. The rank of the other party's original body may be very high. But here, it's just a clone that has not even condensed successfully. It only lasted for a few breaths. The soul fire in his head was completely extinguished. Chapter 21. This is. The white jade-like skull was crushed into pieces. A piece of sky blue crystal fell. Item: Soul Crystal. Type: Soul Item. Effect: Replenish soul consumption / repair soul injury / enhance soul power. Introduction: A soul fire split by the Bone King, which changed after losing its carrier, is quite rare. Soul Item. After checking the item's properties, Lin Yang asked Ling Yu to put the soul crystal away. The soul is the root of all living creatures in the world. Spirit, will, consciousness, etc. are all different manifestations of the soul. Although this thing is not useful for the time being, but it can be traded with others later. After all, any item related to the soul, its value is inestimable. But it seems that the so-called Bone King is really a big shot. Thinking of this, Lin Yang frowned slightly. Being able to cut the soul fire to create a clone. Only creatures with extremely powerful soul power can do it. And this kind of powerful creature is far beyond what Lin Yang can contend with now. But, it doesn't matter. Seeing that the other party was so secretive when creating a clone. Obviously he was afraid. And it took so long to condense a skull. This time he suffered a heavy blow again. I don't know how long it will take to recover. Even if the other party wants to retaliate against him, I'm afraid it will take a long time. And with his chaos creation talent, by then, I'm afraid he will have grown up. There's no need to worry at all. Somewhere unknown and hidden, human bones, animal bones, and various bones of indistinguishable races are piled up like mountains. And in the central area of this endless sea of bones, there stands a towering bone throne. When the soul fire in the skull in the mine ruins was completely extinguished, the terrifying figure who was originally sitting on the huge throne and fell asleep woke up. As soon as he made a move, the whole world of bones seemed to tremble. Thunder roared through the sky and earth, and gusts of wind rolled up the dark clouds. It was like the end of the world. However, at this moment, chains of laws that seemed to represent the order of heaven and earth extended from the void, locked his body in place. Humph, a bunch of ungrateful guys, I will remember your breath. It seemed to be afraid of something. The figure on the throne of bones did not dare to move again. Just said in a cold voice. That night, after returning to the territory, Zhao Meng couldn't wait to take out the innate gang qi and began to comprehend it. Ling Yu continued to enter the Xiantian secret realm to receive the inheritance of the skills. And Lin Yang began to place the buildings on hand. After they were built, then use the Heart of Evolution entry effect to strengthen these buildings. But this time, the two arrow towers in his hands did not evolve into mage towers. Name: Frost Tower. Type: Defense Tower. Level: LV1. Effect: automatically absorbs and accumulates surrounding magic power for charging, and automatically releases Frost Shock to delay the enemy. Skill: Frost Shock, LV1. Introduction: one of many types of elemental towers. Compared to Mage Tower, Frost Tower not only has a relatively simple attack method, its lethality is also much worse. However, the main function of Frost Tower is not to kill the enemy. Instead, it uses Frost Shock to delay the enemy, slow down their attack speed. As for the Sentry Tower obtained before, it has evolved into a taller and more solid watchtower. Name: Watchtower. Type: Defense Tower. Level: LV1. Effect: observe nearby targets through the lookout on the top of the tower. Field of view plus 50%. Introduction, standing high, you can see far. The effect of the evolved watchtower is quite satisfactory. Compared with the original, only the field of view and protection ability have doubled. There is no additional improvement. Therefore, Lin Yang took a quick look. Focus on the effect of the shadow corridor after evolution. Name, Realm Gate. Type, Portal. Level, LV1. Function, stores the power of the realm, can quickly transfer and deploy troops. Skill, Realm Gate Flying LV1, use the power of the realm to instantly deploy troops to any area within 10 km around the territory. The current skill level can deploy up to 1000 troops at one time. Gate of Gigzu, unlocked. Introduction, a moment in 1,000 miles. I have to say, this is the biggest change that Lin Yang has seen in the evolution of the building so far. It is also the most peculiar building he has seen so far. The huge light gate hovers above the ground. There is no trace of man-made objects. The whole body seems to be formed by the convergence of thousands of magic powers, which is magnificent. It can be called ingenious. As for the effect of Realm Gate, it gave him a big surprise. Whether now or in the future, the effect of Realm Gate flying, which can deploy troops at a fixed point, can be called a magical skill. I just don't know how far the teleportation distance can be increased after the upgrade. If the teleportation distance is limited, then the effect of this skill will be greatly reduced. Lin Hao thought so in his heart. At the same time, he directly upgraded the level of Domain Gate to level 3. Such an important strategic building. The level must be maxed out. After the building is upgraded, the Domain Gate flying skill is also upgraded to level 3. Seeing that the deployment distance has increased from the original 10 km around the territory, it has suddenly increased to 50 km. The upper limit of the number of troops deployed at one time has also increased to 5,000. Lin Yang was immediately satisfied. Lord, you have lived up to your expectations. After a moment, just when Lin Yang was planning for the future, Zhao Meng suddenly came over. Her eyes were clear and bright, and then she smiled and said. In an instant, a faint golden luster continued to surge from her body. And then it turned into mists that entangled her body. Obviously, she has successfully comprehended the Xiantian Ganqi technique. Chapter 22. You've accomplished it so quickly? You're worthy of being a martial arts genius. Lin Yang had seen the power of Xiantian Ganqi before, and the difficulty of practicing such a powerful technique can be imagined. In his opinion, even if Zhao Meng was proficient in martial arts, it would take at least one night to get started. Unexpectedly, it took only a little more than a quarter of a second. The other party had already learned Xiantian Ganqi. I checked it immediately. I found that there was indeed another technique on the other party's attribute panel. Xiantian Ganqi, a glimpse of the door. The level of the technique. It is closely related to the strength of the technique. The higher the level of the technique, the stronger the effect of Vajra indestructible, spiritual heart and wisdom eyes, and mysterious skill control. At present, Zhao Meng has only a glimpse of the door. So the golden luster of the condensed Xiantian Ganqi is dim. When he practices to a high level, the golden light gathers like a sun hanging in the sky, mighty and majestic. The power of the strongest and most masculine is enough to destroy the world. The fourth day of the arrival in the endless world. It is also the first day that the protection for novices will be lifted. It is not only Lin Yang who got up early on this day. Many lords in the ancient forest area are like this. There are also many lords who are so anxious that they can't sleep at all. Everyone, wish me good luck, and wish you good luck too. All my soldiers and heroes died in the battle. This time I am really dead. Is there any big guy willing to help me? I am willing to give up my territory. I just want to stay alive. What's there to be afraid of? Life and death are up to you, just fight if you don't accept it. That's right, what's there to be afraid of? At most, I will be a hero again in 18 years. It's just that there is no invincible protection, and there are no monsters attacking immediately. What are you afraid of? The time when everyone arrived in the endless world was 8 AM 3 days ago. That is to say, there will be more than an hour before the invincible protection will officially disappear. However, the chat group has been arguing fiercely. Some lords were dejected. They obviously thought it would be difficult for them to live until tomorrow. Some lords were extremely radical. They seemed to want to fight the monsters to death if they disagreed with them. But I am afraid that even they themselves could not tell whether it was courage or madness under extreme fear. There were also a few lords like Lin Yang. They just calmly faced everything that was about to happen in the future. But what supported them to have such a calm attitude was that they had strong strength. At 8 o'clock in the morning, in the desperate, crazy, and unwilling looks of many lords, the light representing invincible protection above all lords' territories disappeared instantly. Although the monsters around the territory had been wiped out, there was also a mage tower and 2 frost towers in the territory. They could deal with emergencies. But just in case, Lin Yang still left some troops in the territory. After all, his life was the most important. And with the 4-dimensional attributes of Lingyu and others, once there is an accident in the territory, it will only take a moment for them to come back to support. To be on the safe side, unlock the gate of Gigzu skill as soon as possible. Looking at Lingyu and others being sent directly to a certain area through the domain gate to clear the enemy, Lin Yang could not help but think silently in his heart. Gate of Gigzu can retransmit the sent troops back to the territory. It greatly improves mobility. But, it's better to have a way to save your life, and the more the better. He glanced at his attribute panel. Lin Yang was also a little helpless. His personal level is about to rise to level 14. But the 4-dimensional attribute is only 270 points. This is still counting the 150 points of Heavenly Dao reward. Not to mention compared with legendary heroes like Lingyu. It's far behind even compared with Shadow Shooter. Of course, for the Lord, the combat power of the heroes and soldiers under his command is the most important. Before returning to the territory to rest at night, after killing a large number of monsters, Lingyu's level finally reached level 15. And he learned new sword skills. Unparalleled sword formation, LV10 use sword energy or sword light as the formation base to set up a sword formation. Cause continuous damage to all enemies entering the sword formation and delay their actions. LV10 special effects. Starry Sky, the speed of setting up the sword formation is doubled, the size of the sword formation is doubled, and it can be moved slowly after the arrangement is completed. The advantage of sword formation skills is that they can be effective continuously. It is extremely effective in large-scale, continuous battles. With this skill, Lingyu's attack methods are undoubtedly more abundant. As for the full-level special effect Starry Sky, it not only increases the speed of setting up the formation, it also greatly increases the killing range of unparalleled sword formation. Lin Yang is naturally quite satisfied with this. After a full meal, he returned to the Xianjia Xiaozu to rest. For him, a day just passed like this. But for many lords in the ancient forest area, this day is destined to be remembered in their hearts. Losing the protection of novices, various beasts and fierce beasts in the ancient forest became active. In the eyes of these monsters, they, humans, are undoubtedly the most delicious food. After all, few lords can be like Lin Yang. On the first day of entering the endless world, he cleared the monsters around the territory. Therefore, the various beasts living nearby. It was the first crisis encountered by many lords. God, help! My territory was broken by wolves, who can help me? I don't want to die. I have money, I have a lot of money, who saves my life, and my money will be yours in return. Woo woo woo. I curse you. I curse you all to die badly. You obviously have the strength to deal with those beasts, why don't you save me? All day long. Such distress messages kept jumping in the ancient forest chat group. Few people can face death calmly. Therefore, at the last moment of their lives. Instead, they became more and more crazy. They even began to hate, abuse, and attack others. However, everything is useless. Chapter 23. At noon on the fifth day. As the demon-suppressing warriors captured another area, a golden light flashed on Lin Yang's body. His personal level finally reached level 15. It's not easy. He glanced at the upgraded personal attribute panel. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. The higher the personal level of the Lord, the more exaggerated the experience value required for upgrading. And it is many times higher than the upgrade of the heroes and soldiers under his command. Otherwise, there wouldn't be hundreds of soldiers. Compared with the original. Instead, his upgrade speed is much slower. Requirements for upgrading the territory to level 4, Lord level 15, 100 energy crystals, 100 reputation points. No monsters within the expansion range of the territory upgrade. Currently, the upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade the territory immediately? Yes/no. There are also requirements for reputation points for upgrading to level 4 territory. It seems that the higher the level of the territory, the conditions for upgrading are more stringent. He glanced at the requirements for upgrading the territory. Lin Yang couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. Upgraded the territory successfully. Your territory level has been upgraded to level 4. Your territory area has been increased from 40,200 square meters to 90,300 square meters. The dialogue function has been strengthened to a certain extent. When you communicate with your heroes and arms, when you are interfered by skills, magic items, or other means, the interference intensity will be reduced to a certain extent. Your personal level has reached level 15, and the territory level has reached level 4. You can build a village force. Do you want to build it? Yes/no. The territory has just been upgraded successfully. A new prompt popped up. However, Lin Yang did not agree. Instead, he began to upgrade several core buildings in the territory to level 4. God and Demon Platform, Shadow Camp, Demon Suppression Department, Realm Gate. It cost Lin Yang 160 energy crystals to upgrade these 4 buildings to level 4. Considering that the town challenge token will be used next, the defense construction of the territory is also very important. Therefore, Lin Yang spent hundreds of energy crystals to upgrade the Watchtower, Wizard Tower, and Frost Tower to level 4. Not only did it greatly increase the power of skills such as Fireball and Frost, the upper limit of the magic stored in the magic pool was also increased to 200 points. However, the overall changes of these buildings are not big. It is the Wizard Tower. After upgrading to level 4, the new skill Ice Wall was successfully unlocked. Although it is also an ice skill like Frost, but the skill effects of the two are completely different. The latter is a regional weak control effect. The former is used to block the enemy and divide the battlefield. After upgrading a group of buildings, Lin Yang was looking forward to a new round of lottery. Although there are 6 levels of entry levels, white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. But after several entries were drawn, the lowest entry he got was also a gold entry. Lin Yang had a vague feeling. Not just before the level of the entries he will draw in the future, there is a high probability that it will be higher. This time is probably no exception. You have drawn the red entry, flowing continuously. Flowing continuously, all the consumption of building, upgrading buildings, recruiting soldiers and heroes will be returned when you choose to dismantle or recycle. including various special items that have been used on soldiers and heroes, excluding various items such as restoring injuries and physical strength. But resources cannot be frequently converted in a short period of time. It cannot take effect when the building is damaged or the soldiers are injured. Hey! Lin Yang was a little puzzled at first. But after thinking about it carefully, only then did he know the power of the skill flowing continuously. Let's take a simple example. Lin Yang is now spending a lot of energy crystals on recruiting demon warriors and shadow shooters. But if he has more powerful soldiers in the future, when demon warriors and shadow shooters are no longer needed, it is completely possible to use the recycling method. Get back all the energy crystals consumed in the past recruitment. Even if Lin Yang gave them some rare treasures that increased their attributes during this process, they would all be returned at that time. It was a perfect profit. The only thing that could not be taken back was probably the experience that the soldiers had worked so hard to improve. It was indeed the top red item. It was really amazing. Next, we need to consider the issue of building a town. Lin Yang silently estimated in his heart. He opened the platinum treasure chest to obtain a large amount of energy crystals. He also recruited 6 teams of demon-suppressing warriors. Now, in addition to the 2 legendary heroes Zhao Meng and Ling Yu, he also had 12 teams of king-level demon-suppressing warriors and 5 teams of epic shadow shooters. There was nothing to be afraid of. After thinking for a while, Lin Yang took out the town challenge token. You have not yet built a village, and you meet the prerequisites for using the town challenge token. Do you want to use the town challenge spirit card immediately? Yes/no. After use, black fog will be attracted, and the territory will be attacked by various monsters in it. Since you use the town challenge token to build your power, the difficulty of the black fog monster attacking your territory will be greatly increased. The time to upgrade your town power will be increased from the original 24H to 72H. And every 12H, the strength of the monsters in the black fog will double. If you succeed in the challenge, you will not only get rich rewards. You can also skip the village construction and build a town directly. If you fail the challenge, you will not be able to build any village power within a month. If you fail the challenge, will you still be alive? You can't build a village power yet. Seeing the last message prompt, Lin Yang couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. But everything is ready. He can't give up at this time. Yes. As the town challenge token turned into a rainbow light and dissipated, a stream of black fog silently surrounded the territory. Then, in the bottomless black fog, various monsters came out. Chapter 24. Monster, Ground Beetle. Level 5. Skills, Digging, Corrosive Solution, Hardened Bone. Introduction, a Zerg that lives underground, very secretive. Monster, Shadow Wolf. Level 5. Skills, Speed, Shadow Stealth, Strengthened Claws. Introduction, a mutant individual among wild wolves, with powerful assassin-like assassination abilities. Monster, Pirate Skeleton Soldier. Level 5. Skills, Powerful Shooting, Sword Mastery, Undead Body. Introduction, he was a pirate that caused trouble in his lifetime, and his ghost did not dissipate after his death, turning into an undead creature. In the black fog that was like a dark cloud covering a city, the figures of the monsters gradually appeared. A group of level 5 monsters. He checked the attributes of these monsters. After finding that they were only level 5, Lin Yang did not show any relief on his face. According to the information obtained during the previous challenge, the strength of the monsters will double every 12 hours. And the monster invasion will last for a total of 72 hours. In other words, the last wave of monsters will be 32 times stronger than the first wave. Just think about how terrible it is. And while he was thinking, there was a boom. Then a burst of golden light surged. A large pit several meters long was smashed on the ground. A group of ground bugs that had just sneaked into the ground had no time to make any moves. They were all solved by Zhao Meng, who had comprehended innate Genki. After successfully comprehending this top-level technique, now every move she makes seems to contain explosive and terrifying power. And this technique seems to fit her very well. It took only 2 days to get it. Zhao Meng not only comprehended it successfully. The realm of the technique has also made a breakthrough. It has reached the realm of slightly successful. Just the effect of Vajra indestructible technique. The original, 100 plus 1%, 4-dimensional attribute was increased to 500 plus 2%. Although Zhao Meng's level is lower than Ling Yu. But in terms of 4-dimensional attributes alone, she has surpassed the other party. Of course. Attributes are attributes. Combat power is combat power. The two are related. But not absolute. Although they are both legendary heroes. But even if Zhao Meng has successfully comprehended innate qi and cultivated to the second level, in Lin Yang's view, she still can't be Ling Yu's opponent. He even has a vague premonition. Other legendary heroes he recruits in the future. In terms of combat power alone, it is estimated that few people can surpass the other party. No other. It's really that Ling Yu's talent is too strong. After punching, Zhao Meng didn't continue to move. Ling Yu was too lazy to deal with these low-level monsters. Because the first wave of monsters appeared in the same area, dozens of demon-suppressing warriors did not fight alone. Instead, they held cold long swords and waited in battle formation. Before being recruited by Lin Yang, the demon-suppressing warriors had always been guarding the front line. Therefore, they did things meticulously. They did not despise the monsters because of their low levels. Instead, they always remained vigilant. Puff, puff, puff. Accompanied by the sound of the swords hitting the flesh, the Shadow Wolf and the pirate skeleton soldiers were beaten without any ability to fight back. With one slash, a monster was easily solved. Occasionally, an attack fell. They used the shield in their hands to block. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat power of the two sides is not at the same level at all. The attributes and skill levels are all crushing. There is also the terrifying blessing of the military formation effect. In a blink of an eye, the demon-suppressing warriors solved all the monsters in front of them like cutting melons and vegetables. And this is because the demon-suppressing warriors did not use the demon-suppressing power in order to maintain their combat power. Otherwise, the battle would end even faster. After the first wave of monsters was swept away. After a long time in the black fog, the second wave of monsters appeared. But they were also easily solved soon. There shouldn't be these monsters in the ancient forest? Where did they come from? Lin Yang stared at the black fog that had stopped moving for a while. He thought with some curiosity. He arranged for people to rest. This fight will last for a full 72 hours. Even if the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters have grown to an inhuman level, they still need to rest. Otherwise, their combat effectiveness will drop a lot. And Lin Yang himself, after arranging everything, he began to sleep soundly. The first phase of monster attack has ended. The second round of monster attack is about to start. When Lin Yang woke up again, it was just after midnight. Lin Yang walked out of Xianyi Xiaozu and took a look. He found that the number of monsters did not increase much. It was just that the monster level changed from the original level 5 to level 10. But this level change, for a group of demon-suppressing warriors, it made no difference. The flash of the knife. Monsters kept falling. So Lin Yang just glanced at them. Confirmed that there were no accidents. His mind fell on the Supreme Artifact Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. After the level was upgraded to level 2. Spiritual Treasure Pavilion can condense a special item every 3 days. Compared with condensing one item a day. The quality of the item is relatively higher. I wonder what will appear this time. In Lin Yang's expectant eyes, a crystal clear gourd came into his eyes. Item: Sword Cultivation Gourd. Type: Spirit Item. Effect 1, Spirit Cultivation. It can improve the sharpness of all sword weapons. The longer it is cultivated in the Sword Cultivation Gourd, the better the effect. And there is a very low probability of cultivating special effects for sword weapons. Effect 2, Hiding the Edge. When the spirit sword cultivated in the Sword Cultivation Gourd attacks the enemy for the first time, its power is greatly improved. The longer it is nurtured in the Sword Raising Gourd, the greater the power will be, but there is a limit. Introduction: a special gourd nurtured by the power of heaven and earth. Chapter 25. The 3 days of waiting are worth it. Compared with the Ganodermalocidum seeds condensed last time, the Sword Cultivation Gourd condensed by Spiritual Treasure Pavilion this time gathered treasure energy and luck. The quality is much higher. If the cultivation spirit effect is announced, I am afraid that many sword cultivators will go crazy for it. There is no other reason. It is really too rare to increase the sharpness of swordsmanship. What is even more crazy is that Sword Cultivation Gourd can also cultivate new characteristics for sword weapons. Although the probability is extremely low, it is enough to attract countless sword cultivators. For sword cultivators, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as the sword is their life. And the second effect of Sword Cultivation Gourd, Hide the Edge, is also very powerful. Really good luck. After checking the specific effects of Sword Cultivation Gourd, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Could it be the effect of improving luck after taking Golden Lotus of Luck? Is the luck improvement effect of this one attribute so great? Although the probability of obtaining high-quality items has increased after the level of Spiritual Treasure Pavilion has been upgraded. But in the final analysis, it is still related to luck. If someone with bad luck has Spiritual Treasure Pavilion, even if this supreme artifact is upgraded to level 3 or 4, it may not be possible to draw Sword Cultivation Gourd. As for who to give this item to, naturally, no one else will be considered. In the room, Ling Yu's hair fell on the bed like a waterfall. A pair of lively eyes were closed. Like a fairy who was not stained by the mortal world. As soon as Lin Yang entered the door, Ling Yu's eyelashes trembled. Then she woke up. Lord! No need to get up. If you want to rest, take a rest. Anyway, the monsters attacking outside are twice as strong as before, and they can't pose any threat to the territory. Here, a gift for you. While speaking, Lin Yang handed over the sword raising gourd. Thank you, sir. Hearing this, Ling Yu smiled playfully. As time went by, the relationship between Lin Yang and Ling Yu was no longer as alienated as it was at the beginning. At this moment, she showed her playful and cute side in front of him. Ah, this is sword raising gourd. Took the item and looked at it carefully. Ling Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. Sir, is this a gift for me? Of course. I won't say it, it's a gift for you. Thank you, Lord. Ling Yu was not hypocritical. After receiving it, she directly put the companion spirit sword into the sword raising gourd. Anyway, with her current strength, basically, she rarely needs to use the spirit sword itself to fight the enemy. Most of the time, it is enough to use sword energy and sword light. And after the spirit sword is placed in the sword raising gourd, she can also communicate with it. This is a gift from the adults. After Lin Yang left, Ling Yu held the gourd tightly. I don't know what she thought of. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. The second round of monster attacks after 12 hours. For Lin Yang, who is now strong and powerful, it can't cause any waves at all. He even turned off the automatic attack function of all defense towers, to avoid being divided by experience. However, in the subsequent third and fourth rounds, The level of monsters emerging from the black fog is getting higher and higher, and the number is increasing. In addition to ordinary monsters, elite monsters and even leader monsters appear more and more frequently. For a while, it can be said that there are enemies everywhere. Although the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters are strong. But after all, their number is limited. It is difficult to cover everything. And at this time, the two legendary heroes, Lin Yang and Zhao Meng, began to show their power. Lin Yang's 10 fingers were often seen tapping in the air a few times like plucking the strings of a musical instrument. The unparalleled sword formation with amazing killing power was completed. Puff, puff, puff. The sword energy in the sky fell like a heavy rain. All the monsters covered by the sword formation, regardless of their level, all fell to the ground in an instant. No matter how the monsters attacked madly without fear of death. But they could not break through. Unparalleled sword formation was like a magnificent barrier between heaven and earth. It blocked all the monsters in this area. Compared with Lin Yang, Zhao Meng seemed much simpler and more brutal. She directly activated innate Genki. The whole person seemed to be transformed into a golden Dharma image. Relying on the powerful four-dimensional attributes, innate Genki generated Genki shield, and the terrifying physical defense and recovery effect of superb physique. She rushed into the monsters like she was in an empty place. No monster could survive under her shocking fist. Even the powerful leader monster could not hold out for long in her hands. Just like that. As time passed, 2 days passed quickly. Just after dawn on the 5th day, the black fog that originally enveloped Lin Yang's territory seemed to be stimulated by something. Its size doubled again. For a moment, even the sky seemed to be completely covered. There was still 1 day left to succeed in the challenge. Lin Yang was not going to sleep. However, when he saw the large number of monsters emerging from the black fog like a tide, he was shocked. All the monsters were level 15 elite monsters. There was not even a single ordinary monster. What shocked him even more was the various buff bonuses covering these monsters. Defense aura, strength aura, life aura. The overall strength of elite monsters is far superior to that of ordinary monsters. With the addition of a lot of auras, their strength is undoubtedly even stronger. Is it the skill effect of the leader monster? After glancing at the aura information, Lin Yang understood what was going on. Before this, the strongest monster he encountered was the lower-level demon General Carlos, who was comparable to the leader monster. However, the opponent was only comparable to the leader monster. And this time, Lin Yang was going to confront him head-on. Chapter 26. Monster, Frost Giant, Leader Monster. Level 20. Skills, Ice Breath, Frost Field. Introduction, a giant beast that has lived in the snow of the northern country for a long time, and is very skilled in controlling the power of ice. This is a huge, snow-white monster. It is somewhat similar to the polar bear that Lin Yang knew in his previous life. But there are still many differences between the two. Level 20 Leader Monster. Although I can't see the specific information of the opponent. But this level of monster. Needless to say, how terrible it is. Although the lower level demon generals killed before are comparable to the leader monster. But in Lin Yang's opinion, compared with the real leader monster, I'm afraid Carlos is not just one level behind. Although many of the boss's skills are question marks, the specific skill information that blesses a group of elite monsters with auras should also be included. Roar. At a certain moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, all the monsters seemed to have received some instructions. They began to attack in unison. They advanced in unison like a well-disciplined army. Lin Yang was shocked by the scene in front of him. Could this boss have commanding skills? You know, the reason why Lin Yang was able to easily defeat those monsters before. In addition to the extremely high quality of the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters, there is another reason. These monsters basically have little wisdom. They can only fight on their own. And with this commander-level boss commanding, the strength of these monsters will undoubtedly be raised to another level. Now Lin Yang can't care more. Directly turn on the automatic attack mode of all defense towers. In fact, even if the combat power of these monsters has been strengthened by various means, Lin Yang is still confident that he can defeat them. But once these monsters attack destroy the buildings in the territory, that would be a loss. Kill. Accompanied by a murderous shout, the shadow archers scattered around the territory fired together. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Accompanied by a rapid and sharp whistling sound, the dense arrows pressed down like a dark cloud covering the sun. Although among Lin Yang's current troops, the demon-suppressing warriors have become the absolute main force, the role played by shadow archers in the battle situation, it is far less amazing than at the beginning. It can be used as an epic troop. How can the strength of shadow archers be weak? Iron armor, shields, monsters' scales comparable to steel, fur, and even magic shields used by mages. Without exception, all were pierced by those arrows. Of course, compared with the previous monsters, elite monsters with a bunch of halos, their defense and vitality are stronger. So in the past, more attacks were often needed to completely take their lives. 5 consecutive shots. Shadow arrows. Rounds of arrow rain were like thunderous waves. They carried terrifying power. Like the scythe of the god of death, they continuously harvested batches of fresh lives. At the same time, the demon-suppressing warriors stood firmly at the forefront of the battlefield. At this moment, they were no longer stingy in their burst of power. As the demon suppression power that had been tempered for thousands of times surged into every part of his body like a river bursting its banks, all the demon suppressors seemed to have taken stimulants. Not only did they become extremely excited, but their own attributes also skyrocketed. And with the blessing of the demon suppression power, long swords were swung back and forth, like a dragon emerging from the sea. Unstoppable. Destroying everything in its path. All the monsters on the entire front line were twisted into a pile of indistinct flesh and blood. But soon, new monsters poured in. At the same time, on the mage tower, the lights representing the fireball and ice wall spells lit up one after another. The power of the fireball spell, which had been upgraded to level 4, was much higher than at the beginning. The fireball, which was half the size of a basketball, released an astonishingly high temperature. It flew into the battle with a bang, directly turning the surrounding monsters into ashes. At the same time, ice walls several meters thick suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Blocked the new round of attacking monsters outside the territory. Give the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters enough rest time. The 2 frost towers continuously released frost shocks. Slowed down the attack speed of a large number of monsters. No matter how fierce the battle was, the demon-suppressing warriors were always like a stabilizing force in the stormy waves. Always different. The effect of the military formation is too strong. Noticing the amazing performance of the demon-suppressing warriors, Lin Yang knew it in his heart. In addition to the talent of demon-suppressing power, military formation played a decisive role. 100% attack power and defense power increased. Make them invincible, even if they were injured. With the blessing of 500% life recovery speed, they will soon become lively again. As time passed, a large number of monsters were killed. The frequency of the monsters' attacks was far less intense than at the beginning. It was at this time Zhao Meng and Ling Yu directly led half of the demon-suppressing warriors to kill the frost beast. It seemed to have sensed their intention. The frost beast mobilized the surrounding monsters to block. At the same time, it released frost field to reduce their movement speed. However, Zhao Meng, who was covered with innate qi, was not affected at all. even after fully activating the energy in his body. The speed was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it rushed forward. The frost beast hurriedly opened its mouth. It issued a powerful frost breath. And at this moment, but Ling Yu in the distance snorted coldly. Several sword energies raged past. Not only did they directly shatter the frost breath, they also cut several bottomless huge wounds on the frost beast. At the same time, Zhao Meng's figure jumped high, activated innate qi to punch with full power. It has also fallen fiercely. Boom! The nearly 10-meter-long frost beast instinctively dodged. But its body suddenly froze. Its mind was lost. The huge figure fell down with a bang. I don't know how many monsters were killed in an instant. Chapter 27. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Yu put her fingers together and tapped. Sword qi caused ripples in the air. Unparalleled sword formation is complete. Compared with the sword light formation, using sword qi formation directly consumes several times more physical and mental energy for Ling Yu. However, the unparalleled sword formation formed by sword qi has greatly increased its power. However, if the frost giant beast's mind was not shocked and it could not move for a short time, Ling Yu's sword formation would probably be difficult to trap the opponent. Although the special effect of unparalleled sword formation is obtained when it is upgraded to the maximum level, it can still move slowly after the sword formation is set up. However, with the keen perception of the leader-level monster, it is basically impossible to get trapped in it. At this moment, the sword formation is complete. Even if the frost giant beast regains its mind, it is difficult to escape. After all, unparalleled sword formation can not only cause continuous damage, but also delay the target's actions. What's more, Zhao Meng was still watching closely. Whenever the frost beast wanted to get rid of the sword formation, what was waiting for it was the opponent's ruthless iron fist. While the body was injured, it would also be mentally shocked again. After several consecutive escapes, the frost beast also fell into a rage. However, no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Then a group of demon-suppressing warriors would occasionally use demon-suppressing power to give the opponent a few hard blows in the outside world. Even if the frost beast's vitality was strong, it gradually reached the point of exhaustion. Your hero Ling Yu killed the frost beast, LV20 leader monster, and gained 200,000 experience points. Your hero Ling Yu. 50 reputation points. 200 energy crystals. Your hero Ling Yu has reached level 16. Finally killed that big guy. See the prompt message. Lin Yang was somewhat excited. This fight was not easy. Compared with the last time he killed a lower-level demon general, killing the frost beast yielded more energy crystals. But the reputation value was still only 50 points. It seems that monsters are indeed special. With the death of the frost beast, the auras on the remaining monsters instantly dissipated. So the monsters that were already beaten back could not resist. They were soon wiped out. There was still a lot of rest time before the last wave of monsters attacked the city. So after cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Yang arranged for everyone to rest and eat. Prepare for the final challenge. Shortly after noon, the black fog surrounding the territory moved again. When Lin Yang just stared at it intently, a prompt message instantly diverted his attention. Your hero Ling Yu successfully passed the test of the Xiantian steel. Your hero Ling Yu has comprehended the skill, Zixiao Jingglei sword technique. It actually worked. Looking at the prompt information, Lin Yang was also a little surprised. When he went to see Ling Yu before, the Xiantian mark on the other party's hand was almost completely dissipated. He also thought that it would be difficult for the other party to achieve anything. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu actually seized the last chance. Successfully passed the stone tablet test and comprehended the technique. Purple Sky Thunder Sword Technique. The name of this technique sounds very awesome, maybe it is higher than Xiaomeng's innate Genki grade. Lin Yang thought in his heart, while checking Ling Yu's attribute panel. Name, Ling Yu. Race, human. Type, hero. Quality, legend. Power system, immortal cultivation system. Attributes. Power, 1750, plus 150. Agility, 1750, plus 150. Physique, 1780, plus 180. Spirit, 1780, plus 180. Growth value, 100, every time the level is increased, the four-dimensional attributes increase by 100 points. Talent. Swordsmanship, N/A. Spiritual Sword Companion, N/A. Skills. Purple Sky Thunder Sword, a glimpse of the way, a top-level skill that integrates swordsmanship and thunder magic. The sword helps the thunder power, and the thunder helps the sword momentum. The power of all swordsmanship and thunder magic used is plus 100%, and the swordsmanship and thunder magic will be integrated to a certain extent. The higher the level of the skills, the deeper the integration. Purple Sky Thunder Sword has a total of 9 levels. Every time you upgrade to the 3rd level, you can comprehend a powerful sword move. After completing the practice, you can even directly use sword skills to trigger the real heavenly punishment and destroy everything. Skills: Sword Chi Condensation, LV10, Sword Light Differentiation, LV10, Unparalleled Sword Formation, LV10. Special Skills: Seeing Through Fire, LV10. Introduction, omitted. After upgrading to level 16, Ling Yu's four-dimensional attributes are almost at the 2000 mark. The talents and skills she possesses are even more powerful. Although I have been looking forward to it. But when Lin Yang really saw the effect of Zixiao Jingglei sword technique, he was still shocked. Compared with it, innate Genki doesn't seem so good. Too strong. The power of swordsmanship and thunder techniques are all increased by 100%. You know. In the endless world, swordsmanship and thunder techniques are the top offensive means. And in the future, as Ling Yu's Zixiao Jingglei sword technique realm is improved, not only can swordsmanship and thunder techniques integrate their characteristics, but also powerful sword techniques can be learned from them. Sure enough, I got a great bargain. Purple Sky Thunder Sword technique has a total of 9 levels. It is 2 levels higher than innate Genki. Although the number of levels of a technique cannot fully represent its strength, there are always some exceptions. But most of them are like this. Maybe it's not a bargain, but Ling Yu's swordsmanship talent is extremely high. It seems that something has come to mind. Lin Yang was thoughtful. Although Ling Yu got the opportunity to enter the Xiantian secret realm, the Xiantian mark has a limited time to exist. Even if others enter the Xiantian secret realm and find the inheritance stele, it is completely impossible to understand the inheritance of the technique. After all, with Ling Yu's high swordsmanship talent, they almost failed. But it seems that the Xiantian sect, which may have disappeared in the endless world, is far more powerful than Lin Yang originally imagined. Chapter 28. When Lin Yang was still marveling at the power of the Purple Sky Thunder Sword technique, in the black fog, a large number of monsters surged out from all directions like a tide. For the last wave of monster attacks, Lin Yang had already formulated a battle plan. Therefore, without waiting for him to give orders, the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters entered the battle state. Everyone knew the last wave of attacks would be extremely fierce. Sword light, arrow rain, fireball, spear, crossbow, venom, frost. Various physical attacks and magic attacks came one after another, endlessly. The battle reached a climax at the beginning. The demon-suppressing warriors relied on military formation and demon-suppressing power. They stood at the forefront of the battlefield and did not retreat a step. In the back, the shadow shooters also gathered their strength. The bowstrings in their hands never rested. One arrow after another. They kept shooting monsters like a Gatling gun. But this time, maybe there were too many monsters. Some of the ones that slipped through the net rushed to the ancient thorn wall. Of course, with the defense of the ancient thorn wall, it is difficult for these monsters to break through in a short time. However, it can be seen from this that the intensity of the last round of offensive is indeed terrible. And just when the battlefield was stalemate, a team composed entirely of leader-level monsters, with the help of a large number of ferocious beasts and monsters, had quietly moved to the side of Lin Yang's territory where the defense was weak. Obviously, they wanted to break through the defense outside the territory in one fell swoop. Once these guys succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, they had just taken action. Lin Yang used the observation effect of the watchtower to discover their existence. However, before he could organize troops for defense, he saw a flash of purple light. Ling Yu's figure had already jumped out of the crowd. She waved her palm. The companion spirit sword in the sword-raising gourd automatically flew back to her hand. Then she waved the long sword. A sword energy that was much sharper than before. It cut through the sky like the light before dawn. It brought out bursts of sonic booms. Successfully comprehended the purple sky thunder sword technique. Combined with the hide-the-edge effect of the sword cultivation gourd. The sword that Ling Yu swung at this moment. It was undoubtedly her strongest attack since she was recruited. Puff, puff, puff. The few tough and thick-skinned leader monsters blocking the front had not yet reacted to what was going on. The sword light had already fallen. The powerful scales and bodies that they were proud of in the past. At this moment, they were completely useless. The sword energy raged past. It was like entering an empty space. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and wailing was everywhere. Lin Yang's eyes were stunned. One sword. Just one sword. More than half of the leader monsters who were preparing for a sneak attack died instantly. The remaining half of the leader monsters were not in much better condition. All the monsters in the surrounding area were instantly strangled by the sword energy. One man and one sword. Thousands of troops were stricken. This is a sword cultivator. This is a sword cultivator. The shock in Lin Yang's eyes had not yet dissipated. But Ling Yu seemed to feel that she was still not satisfied. The sword light rolled. She went out alone. Wherever she went, the sword light was like a dragon. All the monsters fell to their deaths one after another. Wails came one after another. All kinds of attacks were chopped up by the sword light. They could not get within 10 feet of her body. As more and more monsters besieged Ling Yu, she did not retreat at all. The sword energy became more and more fierce. And from time to time, dazzling lightning flashed. As the lightning surged, Ling Yu swung her sword faster and faster. Charging the army alone, this is too fierce. Lin Yang swallowed his saliva. He felt as if he was meeting Ling Yu for the first time. He had never seen her like this before. However, as Ling Yu went deeper, the bloody and rotten road that she had opened up was soon occupied by other monsters. Gradually, Lin Yang could not even see her figure with his naked eyes. However, Lin Yang was not worried about this. Sure enough, a moment later, Ling Yu's figure turned back and fought her way out again. She was dressed in white like snow. There was no injury on her body. But her face looked a little tired. "My lord, I want to rest for a while." Ling Yu leaned on Lin Yang's shoulder and whispered. "Ling Yu, rest assured, you have done a great job." Lin Yang hugged the other's slender body and comforted her softly. Before that, he had already received the last wave of attacks. Information that one of the only 2 leading monsters was killed. After hearing Lin Yang's affirmative words, Ling Yu closed her eyes with satisfaction. She must not let the Lord down. She took a deep breath. Feeling the warmth and sense of security coming from the other party, Ling Yu's mind gradually calmed down. Soon she fell asleep. After the fight just now, Ling Yu didn't know how many monsters she had killed. She also single-handedly beheaded a leading monster. The monsters besieging the territory also slowed down a lot. In fact, it was not only Lin Yang who was surprised by Ling Yu's performance. Zhao Meng was the same. She originally played the role of a fire brigade. She would go wherever there was a gap. However, after seeing Ling Yu's terrifying performance, this female martial god seemed to be stimulated. Innate gang qi was stimulated to the extreme by her. The golden energy light swept across the 8 directions. At this point in the battle, there was not much suspense. Although the last round of monster attacks was fierce, they managed to take it down without any danger. Finally, the last leader monster was killed by everyone. This tough battle that lasted for 3 days and 72 hours finally came to an end. Challenge successful. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the prompt message on the panel. Chapter 29. World Announcement: Lin Yang becomes the first lord of a village-level power. Rewards: Reputation plus 500. All 4-dimensional attributes of all creatures in the territory are permanently plus 100. Special items: Fragment of Blessed Land *1. Advanced Defense Tower, Magic Cannon *4. World Announcement. World Announcement. Awesome! As expected of boss Lin Yang. If I remember correctly, to become a village-level power, the Lord's personal level must be at least level 15, right? My goodness, what is this upgrade speed? I just reached level 8. This is the great god Lin Yang, mortals like me can only worship him. Among the billions of blue star descending lords, even if the great god Lin Yang is not the strongest lord, he is at least one of them. What do you mean one of them? The great god Lin Yang is the strongest. If there is really someone who can compare Lin Yang is so strong, how come they are not the world's number 1? Hehe, that's hard to say. I admit that Lin Yang is very strong, but maybe some people's talents are only developed in the later stage. That's right, a temporary lead is nothing, you have the ability to keep leading. Who was I talking about? It turned out to be you kid is not dead yet? Did you eat the last pound? Hehe, someone is jealous of Lin Yang, I won't say who it is, everyone guess. Today, about 5 days have passed since the disappearance of the novice safety protection. The lords with extremely poor talents, who are drunk and unwilling to accept the facts, and who are unlucky. Basically, they have left this world. Even so, there are still a large number of lords in the ancient forest chat group. But Lin Yang thought about it. Even if half or more of the lords can't hold on, there are still hundreds of thousands of lords in the entire ancient forest. Even compared to between, they chatted more enthusiastically. As for those who provoke and blacken themselves, Lin Yang saw it and marked it silently. He never thought he was a good person. If these guys don't die in the future, if they meet him at that time, he will definitely let them understand why the flowers are so red. Your power level is upgraded to village level. You can build a village outside the territory. You have obtained the village power effect bonus, experience points for killing monsters by yourself and all your heroes and soldiers plus 10%. Energy fragments obtained after killing monsters plus 100%. The probability of obtaining energy crystals is slightly increased. Territory area plus 10%. The defense of all buildings in the territory is increased by 10%. Durability is increased by 30%. All village-level basic building drawings are unlocked. There are really many benefits to improving territory power. Lin Yang just took a quick look. The top message appeared again in the chat group. World Announcement: Lin Yang becomes the first lord of town-level power. Reward: Reputation value plus 1000. All creatures in the territory have four-dimensional attributes permanently increased by 100. Special items, fragments of blessed land *2. Special buildings, Hall of Requiem. World announcement. World announcement. The chat group was silent for a few breaths. Then it exploded completely. No, is this true or false? Am I seeing right? Didn't we just build a village-level power? How come it has become a town-level power? This is too outrageous. Haha, why don't you scream? Cheating, this is definitely cheating. That's right, I don't even want to act. Hey, what should we ordinary people do? What's wrong with cheating? Which of the powerful people in the multiverse doesn't cheat? Besides, I obviously rely on my own talent. I can achieve what I have now entirely through my own hard work, there is no cheating. Seeing one of the messages, Lin Yang couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Your power level has been upgraded to town level. You can build villages and towns outside the territory. The bonus effect related to village level power is cancelled. You have obtained the bonus effect of town level power, plus 30% experience points for yourself and all your heroes and soldiers who kill monsters. Plus 200% energy fragments obtained after killing monsters. The probability of obtaining energy crystals is slightly increased. Territory area plus 30%. All buildings in the territory have a 30% defense increase. Durability increased by 60%. All basic drawings related to towns are unlocked. Compared with the bonus effect of village level power, town level power is undoubtedly much more powerful. In the future, the rewards that can be obtained from killing monsters will also be on a higher level. However, compared with those, Lin Yang is more concerned about the greatly reduced difficulty of upgrading heroes and soldiers. No other. It is really that the higher the personal level is, the harder it is. However, if you want to upgrade the village level power to the town level power, under normal circumstances, the Lord's personal level must be at least upgraded to level 30 before there is a chance. Lin Yang also obtained the town challenge token. That's why the power level was upgraded to town level in advance. This is why the challenge is so difficult. In fact, when the Lord upgrades the territory power at level 15, the monster attack strength encountered is far less exaggerated than what he experienced. Basically, 1/10 of it is incredible. Lin Yang's actions are really against the will of heaven. That's why it's so difficult. But how to say it? One step faster. Every step faster. This is an eternal truth. After obtaining the town level power effect bonus, Lin Yang's lead over other lords will be greatly improved on the original basis. It's not in vain that I worked so hard this time. Just when Lin Yang thought so, new news popped up on the bread. The town token challenge was successful. You got an extra generous reward. The level of all your heroes, arms, including the Lord himself, will be immediately upgraded by 1 level. The skill level of all your heroes, arms, including the Lord himself, will be immediately upgraded by 3 levels. Unable to break through the skill level limit, you have obtained 3000 energy crystals. You have obtained the 3rd level wonder, Tianyan Pavilion. You have obtained the 7th level magic weapon, Wangxiang Xing Chen Furnace. Chapter 30. In an instant, a bright light rose from Lin Yang, Ling Yu, and others. At the same time, including the demon-suppressing warriors and other soldiers, all closed their eyes. It seemed that they were comprehending the skills that were suddenly upgraded continuously. Fortunately, I got the Star Tower Wonder before, otherwise this skill upgrade reward would be wasted. Seeing that everyone seemed to have realized something, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Star Tower raised the skill level of all the heroes and soldiers in his territory to level 20. But soon, he slapped his thigh in regret. If he had known that the reward was this, he should have spent all the energy crystals on hand. recruited as many demon-suppressing warriors as possible. The best thing is that he should be able to open this reward whenever he wants. He can wait until his heroes and soldiers have more skills before upgrading. Ah! Lin Yang sighed. He didn't think about it anymore. There are not so many perfect things in the world. Anyway, this upgrade can be said to be quite big. After the level is upgraded, the experience value required for upgrading is completely different from the original. Now all heroes and arms are upgraded by 1 level. I don't know how much time for leveling is reduced. And the upgrade of skill level makes him particularly surprised. After all, in comparison, after the skill level reaches level 10, the difficulty of upgrading is even more exaggerated than the personal level upgrade. The skill level suddenly increased by 3 levels. This was something Lin Yang could not even imagine in the past. Compared with before, the strength of all skills has almost doubled, which is simply like adding wings to a tiger. After the skill level is upgraded to level 10, each upgrade will increase the skill strength by 30%. 3 levels in a row means a 90% increase in skill strength. Lin Yang naturally felt extremely excited. It is also worthy of the difficulty of the monster attack in the past few days, and it is worth my hard work. As for the reward of 3,000 crystals, it doesn't seem so tempting. Of course, energy crystals are not enough anyway. Plus the rewards for killing a bunch of leaders and commanders this time. Now Lin Yang has more energy crystals than ever before. After calming down a little, he looked at the wonders in this harvest. Wonder, Tianyan Pavilion. Grade 3. Function 1. Improvement. After being placed in the territory, the Lord himself, heroes, and soldiers will gain an additional 300% skill proficiency whenever they use skills. It also works in special areas such as outside the territory and special spaces. Function 2. Tianyan. Enter Tianyan Pavilion to practice skills and gain an additional 3000% skill proficiency. The Tianyan time will only last for 4 hours every day, and only one person can enter during the Tianyan period. Introduction, a wonder that can greatly improve skill proficiency. Sure enough, there is no difference in the attributes of wonders compared with the star tower that Lin Yang had obtained before. Although the grade of Tianyan Pavilion is 1 level lower, the effect is also quite powerful. It can even be said to be a perfect match with Xing Chen Tower. After all, if he had not obtained Xing Chen Tower before, then no matter how powerful the effect of Tianyan Pavilion is, it would be completely useless to him. Of course, this is because Lin Yang has the powerful entry comprehensive understanding. For any other novice lord, Tianyan Pavilion is a priceless treasure. As for the 2 effects of Tianyan Pavilion, improvement is effective for all heroes and arms. And it can improve skill proficiency by 3 times. This improvement can be said to be quite powerful. But compared with the 30-fold skill proficiency improvement of Tianyan, it is undoubtedly a bit less impressive. But the latter is not only limited in time, it is also limited in location. And it is only effective for one person. It can only be said that both have their own merits. Directly choose to place it in the territory. Lin Yang's eyes fell on a huge alchemy furnace that was enough for several people to hug. The whole alchemy furnace seemed to be made of star fragments. Although it was noon at this moment, the sun was hot. However, the alchemy furnace was still flowing with starlight everywhere. There were also various mysterious formations engraved on the furnace body that he could not see through. Equipment, Wangxiang Star Furnace. Quality, 7th level magic weapon. Attribute, none. Effect 1. Star formation, Wangxiang Star Furnace contains star formation. When refining pills, it can absorb the power of stars and increase the success rate of refining pills. The higher the grade and rarer the pill, the lower the probability of increase. Effect 2. Turning waste into treasure, Wangxiang Star Furnace can gather various waste items left after refining pills in the furnace, and accumulate and smelt new pills. Introduction: the best pill furnace created by the Master of Formation and the Master of Refining is a treasure that countless alchemists dream of. Is it a pill furnace of the cultivation system? After reading the specific attributes of the item, Lin Yang muttered to himself thoughtfully. There are many power systems in the endless world. But the main ones are the power systems of cultivation, martial arts, magic, technology, etc. Like the wind spirit bracelet that Lin Yang obtained before. It is a magic item. It's a good thing, but I can't use it at all. It's a 7th level magic weapon. The level can be said to be quite high. It's also an extremely rare alchemy furnace. It's not an exaggeration to consider it an 8th level item. But no matter how good the item is, it has to be usable. Currently, only Ling Yu is following the immortal cultivation system among his subordinates. And Ling Yu is a pure sword cultivator. Obviously, he can't make alchemy. It can only be put aside. Somewhat reluctantly, he put away the all-seeing star furnace. Only then did Lin Yang set his sights on the items that were rewarded by the world announcement twice in a row. The magic cannon and the Hall of Requiem. The former is undoubtedly a powerful weapon. The attack power is quite powerful. However, its shortcomings are also quite obvious. First, the charging time is slow and the firing interval is long. It takes several minutes to make a shot. You also need to charge in advance. It is difficult to hit monsters with high dodge. Second, the consumption of mana is huge. There is not enough magic crystal support. Relying on the energy gathering effect of the magic cannon alone, I am afraid that the mana will be exhausted after just a few shots. I hope it can evolve to an effect with lower energy consumption and shorter attack time interval. As Lin Yang's mind moved, the 4 magic towers he placed around the territory all began to evolve. Chapter 31. As the light of evolution faded, the magic energy tower also completely changed its appearance. The magic crystal cannon that was originally mounted on the top of the magic tower had long disappeared. Instead, there were the shining marks representing the sun and the moon. If the original magic crystal tower was a pure magic technology creation, then the evolved building is a pure magic creation. Name: Glory Holy Tower. Type: Defense Tower. Level: LV1. Function: absorb the power of the sun during the day and absorb the light of the moon at night. Skill 1, Yanjian Impact. LV1. Skill 2, Moon Soul Flowing Light. LV1. Unlocks skill, Sun and Moon Shine Together. Introduction: a powerful defense tower that can absorb, utilize, and release the energy of both the sun and the moon at the same time. Although the power of the evolved Glory Holy Tower is still unclear, just looking at the information description of the evolved defense tower, you can tell that this defense tower is not simple. Yanjian Shock can convert the absorbed sunlight power into Yanjian power and release it to attack the enemy. The skill effect of Moon Soul Flowing Light is similar to it. As for the unlocked sun and moon together, it combines the power of the sun and the power of the moon and releases it. The power is several times stronger than the single power of the sun or the energy of the moon. There are 4 more advanced defense towers in the territory. The security can be said to be greatly increased. As for the other special building Requiem Hall obtained, when the Lord's units die, their souls will enter the Requiem Hall for protection, and there is a small chance of resurrection. Lin Yang almost stared at the moment he saw the effect. It's no exaggeration to say. Even if there is only a small chance of resurrection, the value of the Requiem Hall building is inestimable. Accidents. No one wants to happen. But human will can never decide anything. If a hero or a powerful soldier under your command who has been carefully cultivated dies unexpectedly, as long as there is the building Requiem Hall, then there is a possibility of resurrection. Of course, it is only a small probability of resurrection. Lin Yang is not satisfied at all. After seeing the effect of the evolved building, he could not help but sigh again at the power of the term Heart of Evolution. Name: Hall of Valor. Level, LV1. Function, can revive all dead units. The quality and level of the dead units affect their resurrection time. The time required to revive the dead units will be shortened as the level of Hall of Valor is upgraded. Resurrection Q, 1, based on the current building level. Introduction, everything is possible. Who says that the dead cannot be resurrected? The overall architectural style of the evolved Hall of Valor is much more magnificent. Compared with Hall of Valor, its area is more than doubled. But compared with the powerful effect it brings, this is nothing at all. And now Lin Yang's territory area has exceeded 100,000 square meters. There is enough space to place a large number of buildings. With Hall of Valor, as long as I am not ambushed, no matter how bad the battle situation is, there is still a chance to start over. Lin Yang's sense of security has greatly increased at this moment. Although he has awakened the terrifying talent of chaos creation, he has obtained one powerful entry after another. But he is in such a chaotic world. Lin Yang was actually always uneasy. After all, who can tell what the future will be like? It's just that he had been hiding these thoughts in his heart in the past. He had never shown them. So after entering the endless world, he never slacked off for a moment. No. Can you be a human being? Level 15? Level 4 territory? Did you take medicine to upgrade so fast? Just when Lin Yang was still immersed in the joy of victory, Qin Yi looked at the messages in the chat group. She complained a little helplessly. When she first learned about the other party's information from the world announcement, at that time, she thought that with her S-level talent life force, she would surpass the other party sooner or later. It was nothing more than a matter of time. But reality gave her a slap in the face. Just 2 days later, when Qin Yi saw Lin Yang's world announcement of destroying the demon nest again, she didn't even have the confidence to make harsh words. When Lin Yang topped the world announcement twice in a row, she was completely convinced. I can only sigh at the gap between people. Sometimes it is even bigger than that between people and dogs. At the same time, being taunted by a group of people, Zhou Hong's expression was also uncertain. Damn, isn't it just a faster upgrade speed? What's so great about it? A bunch of guys who look down on others, just know how to be licking dogs. This guy must have a very high talent, maybe it's really SSS level talent. FK, why don't I have such good luck? The reason why he initially confronted Lin Yang's fans was because he was jealous of the other party being sought after by a lot of people. Originally, he hadn't seen Lin Yang's information for several days. He wondered if the other party would be forgotten by the crowd. Who would have thought that it would only take a short while? Lin Yang would appear again. And he made such a big fuss. Extreme anger, jealousy, and various negative emotions filled his body. It made him almost crazy. But he was helpless. He could only be furious. He cursed Lin Yang silently in his heart. FK. Is this guy still human? Having just finished a round of battle with the giant axe in his hand. Noticing Lin Yang's message, Chen Zhong's mouth opened into an O shape. During this period, he has been targeting Lin Yang, fighting almost crazily. The purpose is to narrow the gap with the opponent. Who would have thought that a week has passed? The gap has not narrowed. Instead, it has become bigger and bigger. But in this way, Chen Zhong's dog-licking heart, which had cooled down because Lin Yang refused to add him as a friend, is burning again. I must have a good relationship with Lin Yang, and I must not offend him no matter what. Everything is for survival, not shabby. Chapter 32. Lin Yang slept very soundly. He didn't wake up until the next morning. But just as he regained consciousness, he noticed a graceful figure beside his bed. Ah! The other party didn't seem to realize that Lin Yang would wake up suddenly. After a cry of surprise, he hurriedly tried to pretend that nothing had happened and left. But it was too late. Lin Yang put his arm around the other party's slender waist. He held her in his arms. And this figure was none other than Ling Yu. My lord. Lin Yang held her body tightly. Ling Yu didn't struggle much. She just said in a trembling voice. At this distance, she could feel the hot breath of the man on her body. And the sound of his beating heart. So her fair and moving cheeks were stained with a blush unconsciously. Feeling the warmth and softness in her arms, Lin Yang's heart was also moved. He lowered his head as if possessed by a ghost. Then he kissed Ling Yu's face lightly like a dragonfly touching the water. Then he released his arms around her. Ling Yu was stunned for a moment. The red clouds on her cheeks, like peach blossoms in spring. She looked even more charming. Her heart was beating non-stop. His originally lively eyes were now tightly closed. Seeing Ling Yu's charming posture, Lin Yang laughed. He stopped teasing her. He got up from the bed. Anyway, the relationship between the two was getting closer and closer. There was no rush. Wait until everything was done. After washing and eating breakfast, Lin Yang immediately came to the Demon Suppression Division to recruit soldiers. How useful the Demon Suppression warriors were. The 3-day war before was undoubtedly the best illustration. It can only be said that the king's army is the king's army. It was really worth the money. So this time, relying on the large amount of energy crystals he had accumulated, he recruited a full 500 demon-suppressing warriors in one go. I am willing to die for the Lord. I am willing to die for the Lord. A large number of demon-suppressing warriors appeared in the territory in a uniform pace. They all fought their way out of the sea of blood and corpses. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they showed a terrifying momentum like a tidal wave. Okay, okay. Get ready and follow your predecessors to go to war. Lin Yang excitedly said 3 good words in a row. Then he thought about it. He recruited another 100 shadow shooters. Anyway, there is the powerful term continuous flow. Even if he gets a better military bell in the future, when the shadow shooter is no longer needed, all the energy crystals invested can be recovered. Take it like a coin, use it like mud and sand. 8,000 energy crystals were spent at once. Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a little distressed. But he knew it very well in his heart. No matter how many energy crystals he saved, it was all vain. The only right way is to spend them and convert them into his own strength. Then, as usual, some troops were left to guard the territory. As for the newly recruited 50 teams of demon-suppressing warriors and 10 teams of shadow shooters, then they followed the veterans through the domain gate. They were directly teleported to a distant place to continue to clear the enemy and upgrade their levels. Seeing that all the troops began to work step by step, Lin Yang looked at the town-level basic blueprints. After the power level was increased, these basic blueprints have all been unlocked. Although there are a lot of high-level buildings in his territory now, and some of the building effects overlap, there is no need to repeat the construction. But some of the basic building blueprints are still useful. For example, house, well. Name, apartment. Type, residential house. Level, LV1. Effect, improve the living experience and speed up the recovery of energy during rest. And it can attract refugees and other people to join to a certain extent. Introduction, a high-end apartment with some modern facilities. The living conditions are much better than those of ordinary houses. Name, mana well. Type, water well. Level, LV1. Effect, like drinking mana, it can not only quench thirst, but also quickly restore physical strength. Long-term drinking can strengthen the body and prolong life. Introduction, a water well containing a small amount of spiritual power. Although it is just a basic building, but the effect after evolution is also quite powerful. After Lin Yang finished planning one by one, then he began to sort out the harvest from killing a group of boss in the monster siege. The fight lasted for 72 hours. 3 commander-level monsters were killed alone. As for the leader monsters, there were countless. So many bosses dropped a lot of various items. There are more than 10 spirit field transformation cards alone. Unfortunately, although there are more than 10 acres of spiritual fields in the territory, the spiritual plants planted in it are still only Ganodermalus item. As for other resource cards, there are countless meat resource cards, water resource cards, etc. But there are not many things that really attract his attention. There are only 3 things in total. Building Chi Workshop, Magical Treasure Blueprint Yunmen Flying Boat and Fearless Battle Flag. Name, Refining Treasure Pavilion Type, Forging Workshop Level, LV1 Function, can refine various equipment items, including but not limited to magic items, immortal magic weapons, martial arts armor, etc. Skills, Extraction LV1, Communicate with the Void, and you can draw a random grade equipment blueprint every month. The higher the level, the higher the probability of drawing high-level equipment blueprints. Current number of extractions, 1 introduction, a top-quality forging workshop that can refine various equipment items. After Chi Workshop evolved into Refining Treasure Pavilion. Not only the types of equipment that can be created have become richer. There is also an additional skill to extract equipment blueprints. Lin Yang thought about it. After upgrading Treasure Refining Pavilion to level 4. Directly choose to extract. But maybe he has always been lucky in the past. This time the luck seems to have run out. The equipment blueprints drawn are completely useless. Chapter 33. Among these 3 items, the one that Lin Yang envied the most was undoubtedly the manufacturing drawings of the Yunmen flying boat. Unfortunately, this was an 8th level immortal magic weapon. Not to mention the basic energy crystal consumption, the various materials needed alone were countless. It was impossible to forge it in a short period of time. However, its effect was quite powerful. After forging, it could fly quickly. It could quickly transfer and transport a large number of troops at one time. It was somewhat similar to the effect of the domain gate. But it was far less restrictive. As for the last item, the Fearless Battle Flag, it was a group enhancement magic item. Equipment, Fearless Battle Flag Quality, 6th level magic item attribute, within the 1,000 meter defense radius of the Fearless Battle Flag. All 4-dimensional attributes of all friendly units increased by 200 points. Feature 1, Stimulate Fearlessness. Within a 1,000 meter radius of the flag, all friendly units will not fear pain or death, their movement speed will be increased by 50%, and their morale will be greatly improved. Feature 2, During the battle, all negative emotions such as fear and terror of enemy units will be absorbed and converted by the Fearless Flag, providing healing effects for all friendly units. Introduction, Fearless, Invincible. The effect of the Fearless Flag is quite good. Group Attribute Enhancement. Group Morale Improvement. Group Movement Speed Bonus. Any equipment with one of these effects is considered a small top-notch product. And the Fearless Flag can also absorb the enemy's negative emotions. Heal your own units. However, among these effects, Lin Yang is most concerned about, or its coverage range. After all, no matter how attractive other effects of such items are, if the coverage range is limited, it is quite useless. And the Fearless Flag has a full 1,000 meter radius coverage range. Even if the number of soldiers under Lin Yang doubles, there is no need to worry about not being able to enjoy the bonus effect of the battle flag. Hey! Have I accumulated so many artifact points without realizing it? Just after putting away the Fearless Battle Flag, Lin Yang checked his own entries. He found that the artifact points had already exceeded 1,000. But it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. The level of artifact points is closely related to territory construction, monster elimination, hero and troop upgrades, etc. He has experienced so many things in the past few days. He got a lot of rewards again. It's normal to get so many artifact points. I saw that the artifact points required to upgrade Ling Bao Pavilion to level 3 are 500 points. Lin Yang clicked confirm. After successfully upgrading, the range of condensing luck and treasure energy increased to 50 miles. And the longest accumulation time became 6 days. There was no change in the rest. However, if Ling Bao Pavilion is upgraded to another level, new functions can be unlocked. The whole day that follows, Lin Yang was dealing with various matters in the territory. Has Xiaomeng's innate qi broken through to the 3rd level and mastered it? When Ling Yu and others came back to rest in the evening, he found that Xiaomeng's attributes had been enhanced again. He immediately checked it. Then he knew what was going on. Obviously, after seeing Ling Yu's amazing fighting power yesterday, Xiaomeng was also greatly stimulated. After repeated comprehension and practice, only then could he make a breakthrough in such a short time. However, it would not be so easy to break through each level in the future. Even though Xiaomeng was a martial arts genius, it would take at least several months of hard work. It would be difficult to improve. Roll a little. Knowing the reason why the other party worked so hard, Lin Yang smiled in his heart. The harder the heroes recruited, the more secure your own safety will be. After learning that Xiaomeng's skills had improved, Ling Yu completely ignored Lin Yang's invitation that night. Walk straight into Tianyan Pavilion. Do you want to activate the Tianyan effect immediately? Yes/no. Yes. As Ling Yu made a choice, in an instant, she felt the surrounding environment change. She seemed to have entered a completely empty and chaotic space. Please choose the battle scene and decide the type and level of monsters for practice. The Tianyan effect cannot simulate monsters that the user has never defeated, and the upper limit of the monster level is the user's own level. Can I choose the space environment and enemies for practicing skills? Ling Yu thought with some joy. Then she immersed herself in skill practice. The improvement of skills in the endless world is different from the practice. The practice is very difficult to learn. And without enough talent, even if you practice for 10 or 100 years, it is impossible to practice to a high level. But the improvement of skill level is extremely simple, pure, and boring. As long as you use it once, you will improve your proficiency a little. And at this moment in Tianyan Pavilion, Ling Yu is rapidly improving her skill proficiency at a speed 30 times faster than in the past. In the next few days, Lin Yang's life is simple and fulfilling. Every day is not studying the architectural layout in the territory, just watching and instructing Ling Yu and others to clear monsters. Sometimes I lurk in the chat group to watch some people show off. Then suddenly appear. Show off even more. Then disappear silently, waving his sleeves, not taking away a cloud, causing countless people to talk about it. But on this night, a piece of news made many lords who had gradually gotten used to their current situation worried again. Special announcement: the level of the ancient forest area has exceeded 100,000 lords. The special power in you has resonated, and some forces in the abyss have noticed the changes here. Through the space gaps and channels, some abyss monsters will enter the ancient forest. Although the ones who can enter the ancient forest are only low-level abyss monsters, their strength is still quite terrifying for the new lords. Warning: due to the invasion of the power of the abyss, local forces and intelligent creatures will also pay more attention to the lords. Chapter 34. As soon as the special announcement was released, the chat group exploded instantly. What's going on? Abyss invasion? Abyss monsters? No way, we just had a few days of good life, and the heavenly Dao started to make trouble again. Can't you give us some time to grow up? This is completely leaving us no way to survive. Hey, this damn world! What does the heavenly Dao mean by the last warning? Let us be careful of the forces in the local world. Hehe, it may also be to let you live in peace with them. Everyone chatted enthusiastically. Some of them were just venting their emotions. Some were nervous and at a loss. They could only get some comfort by chatting with everyone. Some were trying to find out the news. I hope to know what the so-called abyss invasion is. In the territory, Lin Yang gathered everyone to ask as soon as possible. However, Ling Yu, Zhao Meng, the demon-suppressing warriors and others seemed to be unclear about what the so-called abyss invasion was. However, several shadow shooters looked solemn after hearing about the abyss monster. Lord, the abyss is said to be a powerful, alternative, and even abnormal world that can communicate with many worlds. The abyss is said to be divided into many layers, and there are many powerful monsters in each layer. Many dragons, undead, behemoths and alien creatures are entrenched in it. But the most powerful creature among them is still the devil. Demons often have strong physiques and extraordinary magical abilities. It is said that the images of many demon lords are similar to us humans and elves. They are cruel and crazy by nature, almost synonymous with evil. After saying that, seeing that everyone's eyes fell on him, the shadow shooter quickly added, but these are just memories left in our shadow elves' bloodline. I can't tell what the abyss monsters are like now. Lord, I don't think you need to be too anxious. After all, the abyss world is so far away from our world. Even if we can open up a space channel or use the space gap, the monsters that can descend can't be too strong. After listening to the shadow shooter's words, Zhao Meng said thoughtfully, "That's right, and what's more, there's me. We will never let you get hurt." Ling Yu said halfway. She seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. 2 red clouds immediately appeared on her face. But fortunately, it was night at this moment. In addition, everyone was thinking about how to deal with the abyss monsters. So no one noticed her. Of course you don't need to be afraid. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Besides, I have you to protect me, so why should I be afraid? But we must not take the abyss monsters we may encounter lightly. These abyss monsters may not be so easy to deal with. We can despise the enemy tactically, but we must pay attention to the enemy strategically. From today on, the number of night watchmen will double. Lin Yang arranged the tasks. At the same time, he thought of the local forces and intelligent creatures mentioned in the announcement. They are the real masters of this world. Compared with the invasion of abyss monsters, the former made him more worried. And the invasion of abyss monsters, those who were affected, it must not be just them, the lords. Most of the local forces and intelligent creatures will also be involved. In that case, I don't know how the final situation will turn out. That night, the moonlight covered the earth like water. Somewhere more than 10 miles away from Lin Yang's territory, accompanied by a silent fluctuation of space power. A dozen meters in the air, a space crack suddenly appeared. At first, the space crack was only the size of a thumb. But soon it expanded to more than 10 meters long and several meters wide. Then one by one, the monsters belonging to the lowest level in the abyss world appeared from it. Carrion worms, iron-bone zombies, wailing ghosts, vampire bats, hell 3-headed dogs. A large number of hell monsters surged out like a tide. And at this moment, accompanied by an unwilling roar, a corrupted giant forcibly widened the space crack. Then the rock-hard body seemed to be under some kind of huge pressure. Half of its body was inserted into this world. However, before it could take further action, the space crack trembled slightly. Then accompanied by an inexplicable fluctuation of space power, as a dead black line gently passed over the head of the corrupted giant. Then the head was split in two. Seeing this scene, many powerful figures on the other side of the abyss restrained their thoughts. Let those low-level monsters continue to invade. After Lin Yang woke up the next morning, he glanced at the chat group. He found that many territories had been invaded by abyss monsters last night. At this moment, the lords were complaining in the group angrily. So, our territory was also attacked last night. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Lin Yang was not surprised. But the number of attacking abyss monsters was small, and they were quickly dealt with, so I didn't wake you up. The shadow shooter who came to inform Lin Yang of the situation said respectfully. These abyss monsters will not sacrifice their lives in vain. It should be a tentative attack to explore our strength. Today, the Demon Suppression Corps should not leave the territory too far. Half of the personnel will stay behind, and the other half will re-explore the situation around the territory. If I am not mistaken, the base camp of these abyss monsters should not be too far from our territory. As Lin Yang gave orders, a large number of people also entered combat status. Because the wild beasts and fierce beasts around the territory had been cleared out before. So exploring the traces of the abyss monsters, it was much easier than imagined. After being discovered, a large number of abyss monsters rushed straight to Lin Yang's territory. The war was about to start. Chapter 35. The first thing that appeared in everyone's sight was a group of carrion worms. Their bodies are made up of various rotten meats. They exude an unpleasant stench all over their bodies. They can also continuously absorb the bodies of other creatures to strengthen their own physical strength. They are called worms. But this kind of worm has been completely changed by the transformation of the abyss environment. There is no trace of Zerg characteristics at all. The body is bloated like a huge meatball. Other organs of the body can't be seen at all. It is completely rolling all the way. It is hard to imagine such a body structure. How do they maintain their vital signs? And following closely behind the carrion worms are rows of iron bone zombies with bones as hard as iron and wailing ghosts with cold chills. Although the absolute master of the abyss is the devil, the abyss is also a paradise for undead creatures. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, and other undead monsters. It is no exaggeration to describe the number of undead monsters in the abyss as endless. As for the last few three-headed hellhounds with gloomy eyes, they are the highest-ranking creatures among this group of low-level abyss creatures. They have extremely sharp teeth and claws. They can also spray powerful flames. However, just as these abyss monsters are getting closer and closer to Lin Yang's territory, around the territory, the four holy towers of glory burst out with strong light like the sun. The dazzling light almost makes people unable to open their eyes. Then four laser-like sun flames shot out from them. The power of the sun stored in the holy tower of glory was vented without reservation at this moment. Boom! 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 Accompanied by four consecutive earth-shaking roars. In the originally dense tide of abyss monsters, four long passages about 5 meters wide and running straight through appeared instantly. In just less than a breath of time. Wherever the power of the sun passed, all monsters died. Whether it was the carrion worm, the iron bone zombie, or the three-headed dog of hell that stood in front of him, it was all meaningless. Under the cover of the power of the sun of the holy tower of glory, the bodies of these monsters were as fragile as paper. They would break directly with a slight touch. Such power! In the territory, seeing the high damage of the Holy Tower of Glory's Yanjian impact, Lin Yang was also a little dumbfounded. Although he had been quite sure of its power before, it must be said that these four terrifying attacks that directly penetrated the tide of abyss monsters and were almost unstoppable still gave him a great surprise. It's this energy consumption. After taking a look at the sharp decline in the power of the sun stored in the Holy Tower of Glory, Lin Yang also shook his head helplessly. But he soon felt relieved. Such a terrifying attack! It would be strange if it didn't consume much. Then, it didn't give these monsters any chance to breathe. The moonlight streamed from four defense towers tens of meters high. This scene looked magnificent. But it concealed endless murderous intent. The speed of the moonlight seemed to be very slow. But in just a blink of an eye, it had already fallen on a large number of monsters. Puff, puff, puff. The carrion worms in the front row hadn't reacted to what was happening yet. They were pierced by hundreds of sharp blades. They were cut into pieces in an instant. Although the killing power of Yuepo Liuguang was also huge. But in terms of pure visual shock effect, it still couldn't be compared with Yanjian impact. In this case, I'm more looking forward to the performance of Sun and Moon Tonghui. Lin Yang sighed. He immediately stopped the attack of the Holy Tower of Glory. Let his troops deal with these monsters. He originally just wanted to test the power of the Holy Tower of Glory. After all, the defense tower would not gain any experience by killing monsters. And the whole battle ended much faster than Lin Yang imagined. Under the strong attack of hundreds of demon-suppressing warriors, these low-level abyss monsters were as fragile as newborn chicks. They could only let them control them. From beginning to end, these abyss monsters didn't even touch the wall of Lin Yang's territory. They were completely destroyed. Compared with the attack intensity encountered when upgrading the town power before, it is completely different. After the battle, Lin Yang couldn't help muttering to himself. This is certainly related to his current strength increase. But a big reason, or the strength of these abyss monsters is too weak. But think about it. Although these monsters come from the abyss, but after all, they are only the lowest level existence. Slightly stronger abyss monsters. It is difficult to come. Lin Yang glanced at the chat group. It was found that most lords encountered attacks from abyss monsters. Although it was difficult to resist. But basically they were safe. After all, the space cracks opened up to connect to the abyss. They were far away from them. Therefore, these lords suffered only the attacks of the scattered soldiers of the abyss monsters. Of course, there are also some unlucky lords among them. The territory was breached by a large number of abyss monsters. In fact, at this moment in the entire ancient forest, there are more than a group of lords who are attacked by abyss monsters. A large number of local forces and intelligent creatures are also attacked. But for most local forces, this level of abyss monster invasion, it can't cause any waves at all. Priest, all the invading abyss monsters have been killed. In an empty tree hole somewhere, an elf respectfully bowed to the old man in front of him, and then said slowly, "Well, thank you for your hard work." The old priest nodded. "Priest, I don't understand. Haven't the abyss monsters disappeared in our world for a long time? Why do they suddenly appear now? I think, maybe it has something to do with those outsiders." Seeing the other party's face full of confusion, the old priest was silent for a moment. He sighed leisurely. Then he spoke. Chapter 36. Aliens? Are those guys appearing again? Hearing the word aliens, the captain of the elven guards even paused in his breathing. His expression instantly became solemn. It seemed that he had thought of some taboos. Yes, it should be them. It seemed that their appearance last time led to the abyss monsters spying on our world. The old priest sighed. Then he couldn't help but think of the ancient rumors that have been circulating in this world for many years. It is said that in every era, aliens will descend. These unscrupulous creatures often turn their world upside down. And in this devastating disaster, don't mention the elves. All races on this continent, humans, beasts, giants, goblins, dwarves, all will be involved. Even those gods who are high above and look down on all living things are no exception. And then on a certain day that may be very ordinary, these aliens will suddenly disappear collectively. Therefore, even though it has been a long time since the last visitor from outer space came, but in those races and forces whose inheritance has never been cut off, there are still some words about them preserved. I think maybe we can take refuge with one of them. The old priest hesitated for a while. After struggling for a while, he finally spoke resolutely. What? Take refuge with them. High Priest, we are the elves. How can we? Hearing the words of the old priest, El's expression changed instantly. He was about to say no. But he saw the other party waved his hand and continued. El, I know you are unwilling. But don't you know what the situation of our elves is now? If this continues, the entire tribe will probably perish soon. And, Her Royal Highness the Princess is almost unable to hold on. At the end, the elf priest couldn't help but sigh. His tone was full of helplessness. Princess? What happened to her? Shouldn't she still be sleeping? Hearing that the princess seemed to be in danger of life, El couldn't help but ask nervously. Back then, the elves of their lineage were not only expelled. When they evacuated, they were also attacked by the enemy. Not only did the tribe suffer countless casualties, even the princess's soul was severely damaged. She had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep. Compared to other tribesmen, as the captain of the elf guard, El knows more. In fact, if the princess hadn't covered the tribe's retreat, she wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. If there is no item to restore the power of the soul, the princess will probably never wake up again in a month at most. 3 days ago, I used the last 2 pages of the book of prophecy passed down in the tribe to predict the future vitality of the tribe and the opportunity to treat the princess's injuries. As a result, the answer I got is exactly the same. The elf priest was silent for a while. And then he said. He put up a portrait. And that handsome face on the screen. It was none other than Lin Yang. El, go and talk to the other side on behalf of our elves. Remember, put away your worthless pride. This time, it may be our last hope. Hearing the words of the elf priest, El's face kept changing. From blue to purple, from purple to red. From this, we can see how entangled he was at this time. Finally, he sighed and agreed. In the long history of the past, the Kingdom of Dawn was one of the most powerful kingdoms in the northern continent. However, the sea is turbulent and the stars are changing. To this day, the Panran giant that was once so powerful that it dared to challenge the Holy Empire, now it is no longer as glorious as it used to be. Even the national territory, it is only a quarter of its peak. The city of Mirror Moon. It is one of the few cities that have been preserved since the establishment of the Dawn Empire. It is also the only big city in the border area between the Kingdom of Dawn and the ancient forest. The power of the Abyss. What happened in the ancient forest? How could the Abyss monsters invade? After a team of adventurers eliminated the Abyss monsters that besieged them, everyone's face couldn't help but look ugly. They were adventurers from the Mirror Moon City. Originally, they wanted to enter the ancient forest to hunt beasts. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a change after entering here? Let's go back and tell the city lord about the situation here. The leader of the leading adventurer team had a gloomy face as if water was about to drip out. But he still made a decision at the first time. Kill. 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 In the open area, facing enemies that were dozens of times their own, 10 teams of demon-suppressing warriors did not retreat. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the demon-suppressing warriors used their shields to block the attacks of a large number of monsters, while waving their long swords. It was just a simple slash and a chop. One after another, the Abyss monsters were killed instantly. Red, blue, purple. Blood of various colors mixed with minced meat splattered everywhere. These 10 teams of demon-suppressing warriors were the first recruits by Lin Yang. Therefore, their military formation level was as high as level 13. The 13-level military formation. The attack and defense bonus effect brought by it has reached a terrifying 190%. Therefore, these demon-suppressing warriors simply killed gods and Buddhas along the way. even if they were accidentally besieged and injured. With a life recovery speed of nearly 10 times, they can quickly become lively. Therefore, no matter how crazy the attacks of those abyss monsters were, the demon-suppressing warriors still stood firmly in the battle formation like a stabilizing needle, and they were different. Instead, as time went by, they began to retreat step by step. And this fight, it was just one of the many battles between Lin Yang's army and the abyss monsters since their arrival. Chapter 37. Since he found that killing these abyss monsters can gain a lot of experience, Lin Yang divided the expeditionary team into several teams. He kept clearing out any abyss monsters he found. As it turned out, this decision was quite correct. The experience he gained from his troops every day was more than doubled compared to before. Lord, there is an elf outside who wants to meet you alone. On the 5th day after the abyss monster appeared, Lin Yang had just been intimate with Ling Yu for a while. A demon-suppressing warrior came in to report. His eyes always stayed on Lin Yang, as if he had lost focus. He seemed to have completely ignored Ling Yu, who was in Lin Yang's arms. I see. Elves? Local forces? Finally, we have to make contact with them. When Lin Yang was thinking about how to contact the other party next, he saw Ling Yu suddenly break free from his arms. Her face was as red as an apple. It's okay, you saw it, we are not in a relationship that is shameful. Seeing Ling Yu's shy performance, Lin Yang smiled and comforted. Then he ignored the other party's struggle. He lightly tapped Ling Yu's face. Only then was he satisfied and pulled the other party over. As for a private meeting? What a joke! You know your own strength best. Although the heroes and soldiers under his command are stronger than each other, even the abyss monsters that other lords need to do their best to resist. On his side, they are harvested one after another like cutting leeks. But in terms of personal strength, even though his level is much higher than his soldiers, but his combat power is not as good as them. Therefore, for his own life, Lin Yang has always cherished it. If you can't leave the territory, don't leave the territory. Although he agreed to meet the other party at this moment, but safety measures must be in place. After all, it's not easy to get the talent of chaos creation. If he died like this, it would be too tragic. Therefore, he not only pulled the 2 legendary heroes under his command to act as bodyguards, he also called hundreds of demon-suppressing warriors. He met the other party only after ensuring that everything was safe. So, your elves want to join me? Yes, I hope you can help me. El bowed respectfully. After listening to the other party's words, Lin Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a long time, he spoke again. I can agree to your joining. As for the prophecy you mentioned, I have an item that can save the elf princess. I think you are talking about this, right? Lin Yang took out the soul crystal he had obtained from destroying the skeleton Hades before. Sure enough, the moment he saw the soul crystal, El was immediately excited. His whole body was trembling, and his eyes instantly turned red. He stretched his hand forward almost instinctively. He was stopped by a group of demon-suppressing warriors. He regained consciousness. I can give you the soul crystal, but what I want is your absolute loyalty, not just superficial obedience, understand? Understood. From now on, Lord, we will do whatever you ask us to do. After just a moment of hesitation, El nodded vigorously. He knew. Once he made this decision, it was equivalent to tying all the tribesmen to the chariot of the other side. From now on, all the tribesmen must serve the other side. But what else can we do if we don't do this? Are we going to watch the soul of the princess who once protected the tribe perish? And the tribesmen's lives are getting harder and harder. If no one protects them, I'm afraid it won't be long before they will completely perish. Perhaps it's just as the priest predicted. Follow the other side. This is the only way for all of them to survive. Okay, you can go back and tell your tribesmen to prepare and migrate to my territory collectively. According to L. There are only a few hundred people in their elves now. And Lin Yang's personal level is about to rise to level 20. At that time, the territory level will be raised to level 5. The space will be greatly improved. It can fully accommodate the elves of L. And the reason why he decided to accept L and other elves. In addition to valuing the talent of this elf tribe in cultivating and caring for magic herbs. And the other party agreed to hand over the elf secret treasure. A big reason is that he wants them to play a benchmark role. After all, if he wants to conquer this world in the future, then the help of these indigenous people should not be underestimated. And with these elves as an example, I believe it will be much easier to conquer other forces and intelligent creatures in the future. Early the next morning, L left Lin Yang's territory. Excitedly went back to inform the tribe. Soon afterwards, Lin Yang's level finally rose to level 20. Requirements for upgrading the territory to level 5, Lord level 20, 500 energy crystals, 500 reputation points. No monsters within the territory upgrade expansion range. Currently the upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade the territory immediately? Yes/no. Yes. Upgrade the territory successfully. Your territory level has been upgraded to level 5. Your territory area has been increased from 90,000 square meters, 300, to 160,000 square meters, 400. This is just the basic territory area. The 30% bonus of the town level territory area is not included. Therefore, the actual area of Lin Yang's territory is now as high as 208,000 square meters. After successfully upgrading the territory, Lin Yang began to draw his fifth entry. You drew the red entry, Life Resurrection. Life Resuscitation, red. When you are injured and die, you can condense your body and soul to revive again, no force can interfere or affect it. After Life Resuscitation, all negative states on you will disappear. You can be resurrected up to 3 times a day. Chapter 38. Red. It's another top-level red entry. The moment he saw the color of the entry, Lin Yang was overjoyed. And when he saw the effect of the entry, he couldn't stop smiling. It turned out to be the life-saving entry he needed most at the moment. If Lin Yang has any shortcomings now, the biggest shortcoming is that his combat power as a lord is too weak. Although his level is very high, but the attribute growth value is the same as that of ordinary quality soldiers. Therefore, the 4-dimensional attributes are not high. There is no powerful skill. So since he came to this world, Lin Yang has been staying in the territory. Even after the novice protection period has passed. It's really because of his limited personal strength. Fear of accidents. And doesn't he have the urge to kill and dominate? Of course. And as time goes by, this urge has not disappeared, but has become stronger. It's really that the heart is willing but the strength is insufficient. Of course. Regardless of Lin Yang's strength, the effect of life resuscitation is terrifying. Even if Lin Yang's strength is no longer as weak as it is now, or even becomes extremely powerful in the future, life resuscitation is still very useful. After all, no matter what time, saving life is the most important thing. And with this top-level entry, Lin Yang has 3 more lives every day. If someone wants to assassinate or harm him through special means in the future, it is almost impossible. Unless he encounters some terrifying enemies whose strength gap is so large that he cannot resist them at all. But if that is the case, let alone 3 more resurrection opportunities a day. Even 30 more resurrection opportunities a day are basically useless. But soon, staring at these powerful entries on his attribute panel, Lin Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. So far, he has drawn 5 entries in total. A total of 1 gold and 4 reds. This luck is too good. Lin Yang has been thinking before. Is there any extra secret in this? Or is it that the super talent chaos fortune is like this? After upgrading the territory, the probability of extracting advanced entries is extremely high. But I still haven't figured out what's going on. After thinking about it for a while without any results, Lin Yang no longer put his mind on it. Instead, he began to upgrade a number of buildings in the territory. Unlike the situation of being stretched thin during the previous upgrades, he now has quite a lot of money on hand. Therefore, after this upgrade, he not only upgraded the core buildings such as God and Demon Platform, Demon Suppression Division, and Shadow Camp to level 5 as soon as possible. He also upgraded all other necessary functional buildings to level 5. Then he thought about it. Lin Yang took out another free planning card. The card effect is very simple. After using it, you can move the already placed buildings at will in the next period of time. The explosion rate of this type of card is not high. However, after killing a large number of monsters, Lin Yang still has a lot of money on hand. Therefore, I don't feel bad about using one at the moment. In fact, at first, Lin Yang had no idea how to properly arrange the buildings in his territory. He was not thinking about that at that time. But now that the safety and food and clothing issues have been solved, as his territory grows larger, this step has been put on the agenda. It's a good opportunity to readjust the buildings during this upgrade. It will be more convenient to place the elves later. The first is naturally the various defense towers standing on the edges of the territory. Holy Tower of Glory, Mage Tower, Frost Tower, Watch Tower. In addition to these 4 types of defense towers, after killing the Abyss monsters recently, I got 2 new types of defense towers. After evolution. Name, Invisibility Tower. Type, Defense Tower. Level, LV5. Function, break the invisibility of all monsters in a certain area. Introduction, nowhere to hide. Name, Poison Cloud Tower. Type, Defense Tower. Level, LV5. Function, store toxins. Skill, Poison Cloud Spell LV5. Introduction, a building that can release strong poison. The 2 newly acquired defense towers have their own advantages. But in comparison, Lin Yang still values the breaking invisibility tower more. After all, he already has a lot of offensive defense towers. But there is only one kind of defense tower that can break invisibility. Of course, defense towers are buildings. The more the better. And placing defense towers on the outermost layer, it is also convenient to attack monsters around. After all, defense towers are an important part of protecting the territory. Of course, what type of defense tower is suitable for placing in the corner, what type of defense tower is suitable for placing in the middle, etc. These are also particular. For example, a powerful defense tower like the Holy Tower of Glory. If it is only placed in a corner, then its terrifying lethality is somewhat wasted. In addition, the spiritual field also needs to be changed. Now there are more than 20 acres of spiritual fields in the territory. But it is mixed with a bunch of buildings. So Lin Yang thought about it. Directly plan an area for the spiritual field. As for the most core buildings in the territory, for example, buildings like the God and Demon Platform, naturally put them in the middle. Other buildings of less importance, it is built around like a moon surrounded by stars. After a busy time, looking at the well-planned territory buildings, Lin Yang also felt that it was much more beautiful. At this time, he seemed to think of something. He walked straight to the God and Demon Platform. The level was raised to level 20. He can summon new heroes again. The heroes summoned the previous 2 times. One belongs to the immortal cultivation system, and the other belongs to the martial arts system. I don't know what power system the hero drawn this time is. Fantasy system? Technology system? Or magic system? Just when Lin Yang's mind was full of random thoughts, the figure of the hero summoned on the God and Demon platform has condensed into shape. Hey? A little lowly? Is the God and Demon platform so unreliable? Rubbing his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken, Lin Yang was a little powerless to complain. The delicate little girl in front of him looked only 6 or 7 years old at most. A pink little face. The big eyes flashed with the innocence and curiosity of the world that only children have. Her black hair is tied into 2 pigtails. She looks very cute. Chapter 39. Lord brother, I want a hug. The little girl looked around. Then she looked at Lin Yang. She then spread her hands. She said in a soft voice. It's so cute. Damn. Who can resist this? Forget it, just treat her as my daughter. Lin Yang sighed helplessly. He picked the girl up from the ground. But then he glanced at the other party's attribute panel casually. It surprised him. Name, Yanli. Race, Golden Crow/Divine Beast. Type, Hero. Quality, Legend. Power System, Fantasy System. Attributes. Power, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 100. Growth value, 100. Every time the level is increased, the 4-dimensional attributes increase by 100 points. Talent. Sun True Fire, the most yang and most rigid spiritual fire, wherever it passes, everything will burn and burn. Alchemy True Explanation, he has his own unique understanding of elixirs, can easily learn to refine various elixirs, and can greatly improve the efficiency of alchemy. Skills, none. Special skills, Burning Heaven Alchemy, Yanli uses the special alchemy technique created by the Sun True Fire to greatly improve the quality of the elixir when refining it. No level. Lingshu Alchemy, Yanli's own special alchemy technique, there is a certain probability of obtaining double pills when refining pills. No level. Dangzi Hualingju, Yanli's own special alchemy technique, according to the difficulty and rarity of the pill, to a certain extent increase the success rate of refining pills. No level. Introduction, a genius girl in the Jinwu tribe who uses the sun's true fire, but she is not interested in fighting at all, she only likes to refine pills. This. The little lowly is actually a genius alchemist. Looking at the little girl who is now in his arms and enjoying it. It is difficult for Lin Yang to connect the other party with the alchemist. However, the information on the personal panel. But it keeps reminding him that everything in front of him is real. And he has such a powerful fighting talent as Sun's True Fire. The little guy is actually not interested in fighting. Lin Yang really doesn't know what to say. You know. The Sun's True Fire is one of the top spiritual fires. It is much stronger than ordinary spiritual water and spiritual fire. It contains incomparable and terrifying energy. As a result, this girl completely regards the Sun's True Fire as a tool for alchemy. She uses it ingeniously to create her own unique alchemy. However, the effects of these alchemy techniques are indeed very powerful. It improves the success rate of alchemy, improves the quality of the pills during alchemy, and has a chance to refine 2 pills at a time. These 3 alchemy techniques. Ordinary alchemists are thankful to know one of them. And Yanli created 3 of them by herself. The alchemy talent is indeed terrifying. There are currently Lingyu, a female sword fairy, and Xiaomeng, a female martial god in the territory. High-end combat power can be fully guaranteed. And it goes without saying how important the way of alchemy is. The 3 major power systems of fantasy, cultivation, and martial arts are all related to the way of alchemy. And the art of alchemy has an unshakable and important position in these 3 power systems. As for the magic system and the technology system, although there are various items similar to elixirs, but in general, the effect is still much worse. and isn't this a coincidence? Lin Yang had regretted that the 7th level magic weapon Wangxiang Xing Chen furnace he had obtained before could only be put aside. Isn't there a most suitable candidate now? Yanli, can the Lord Brother give you a meeting gift? Yes, what gift will the Lord Brother give me? Hearing Lin Yang's words, the little lowly laughed, revealing 2 shallow dimples. This is for you. The moment she saw Lin Yang took out the Wanbao Xing Chen furnace, the little girl couldn't move her eyes away. Thank you, Lord Brother. The Lord Brother is so good to me. Yanli's eyes wandered over the elixir furnace for a long time. Then she said smack on Lin Yang's face. Hearing the little girl's crisp laughter like a mountain stream, Lin Yang glanced at the race on the other party's panel again. This is completely different from the mythical beast Jinwu he imagined. Yanli lived in the territory. Although this girl is still young, she is not naughty and mischievous like a child of this age. On weekdays, besides refining pills, she likes to eat delicious food. She also likes to reach out to Lin Yang for a hug. For such a smart, obedient, and beautiful little girl, Lin Yang naturally finds it hard to resist. On the other hand, after Elle came back, he discussed with the priest. He announced the information of loyalty to all the tribesmen. The elves quickly accepted it. There are 2 reasons. The first is naturally their current situation. It is really at the end of the road. The second is for the elf princess. After the news was announced, the relocation plan was immediately put on the agenda. Their place of residence to Lin Yang's territory. There is a distance of hundreds of miles in between. If the tribe is full of elite warriors like Elle, this distance is naturally nothing. But after the war that year, many tribesmen were seriously injured and it was difficult to recover. And there were many children in the tribe. So it was more troublesome to migrate the whole tribe. But fortunately, everyone was united. They completed the preparations quickly. They began to migrate silently. So many people acted together. There might be some accidents on the road. So since the migration began, Aier was fully armed. He patrolled back and forth with a few elf guards. However, not long after everyone set off, an accident happened. A group of ogres with messy hair and heavy armor. It seemed that they had already discovered their traces. At this moment, they were blocking the way. They were leisurely with sharp fangs. They looked at them with fierce eyes. Gulu. An ogre swallowed his saliva. Chapter 40. Ogres are one of the many races in the ancient forest. They are evil by nature. They are lazy and brutal. But their limbs are particularly developed. Their average height is over 3 meters. Some powerful ogres can even reach 5 meters in height. What's more terrifying is that ogres really eat the flesh and blood of humanoids. When the elves saw the team of ogres, they all showed despair on their faces. They thought that if they gave up their dignity and blood glory, they might get a chance to survive. They could continue the tribe. But now it seems that this last chance will be completely destroyed by these ogres. Beware! At the same time, Al also found the figures of these ogres. He hurriedly led all the elf guards to confront them. He kept all the tribe members tightly behind him. At this moment, he was also excited. It's these guys again, and these damn ogres again. He stared at them intently. It seemed as if he wanted to kill them with his eyes. Nothing else. It was because their tribe of elves had been bullied too badly by the other side in the past. After escaping from their former enemies by chance, Al and his companions lived in the nearby forests under the leadership of the old priest. However, it didn't take long. The ogre tribe that also lived nearby discovered their existence. After that, there was endless bullying. Every year, Al and his companions had to give a large amount of resources to this ogre tribe. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the invasion of the ogre army. After escaping, this tribe of elves had become extremely weak. There would be no opponent for these ogres there. So they could only swallow their anger. Al and his companions had considered migrating to other areas. But the rich resources around them were basically owned. It was not easy to find an environment that could accommodate hundreds of people. In addition, they were worried that doing so would anger the ogre race. That's why they didn't take action for a long time. This time, the reason why Al and other elves were determined to surrender to Lin Yang was obviously because the ogre race was too harsh. No matter what, the race must be passed on. Holding the elf sword in his hand, Al's heart was already burning with the will to die. Although ogres are natural warriors, they are all powerful and thick-skinned. But there are only 50 ogres blocking them here. If they fight to the death, there may be a chance. As for his own life, Al had already left it out. Why, Al, with these people you brought, do you still want to fight us? An ogre wearing heavy armor and holding a wolf-toothed iron hammer, more than 4 meters tall, stepped out of the crowd. Looking at Al's figure, he said with sarcasm. Wald. Seeing the figure of this ogre, a deep despair also covered Al's face. The other party was the most powerful guy among the captain-level ogres. With him in charge, the possibility of him protecting his people from escaping was basically zero. These damn ogres, if it were in the past, let alone one ogre tribe, even if there were 100 of them, what? The elf army could destroy them in an instant. What, Valder, do you really dare to attack our elves? Al vented his anger towards the ogres in his heart, and shouted pretentiously. Hee, of course the elves are very powerful. If it were normal, we would not dare to provoke them anyway. But, as far as I know, your elves have been expelled because of poor supervision and lost the elf holy relics. Valder laughed. Opened his huge mouth. Revealed his sharp teeth. Looking at the beautiful elves one by one. His saliva was almost dripping. The menu of the ogres is not just for humans. Elves and dwarves are also on the list. It's just that the elves are much stronger than the ogres. And they are more united. So under normal circumstances, they dare not do anything to the elves. But now is a rare opportunity. Be my food. Valder's huge palm suddenly grabbed forward. It seemed to have set off a small storm. It brought bursts of whistling sounds. Not good. El hurriedly swung the elven sword in his hand and slashed it out. However, it fell on the opponent's heavy armor. It only brought a sound of metal collision. It couldn't even delay the speed of the opponent's arm falling. It's over. Just when El was completely desperate, the strong and powerful palm did not fall on him. Then, he heard an extremely shrill scream. He looked at it with some surprise. He saw Valder, who seemed to be so arrogant just now. At this moment, he was in a very embarrassed state. The extremely thick arm was cut off. Who is attacking in secret? Get out! Accompanied by the ogre's hysterical roar, Ling Yu's figure floated over. Then he said lightly, I came out, so what? Looking at the other party, Wald was shocked and angry. He just didn't see any attack methods at all. I just felt a pain in my hand. The whole arm was cut off. The heavy armor on the arm was useless. It didn't play a protective role. The reason why Wald didn't notice Ling Yu's attack methods. It was because after reaching level 20, Ling Yu awakened a new sword skill, Glimpse of Light. Glimpse of Light, LV10. When releasing sword energy, you can actively choose the Glimpse of Light or Glimpse of Shadow effect. In the floating light state, the sword energy will merge with the light and become invisible sword energy. In the Glimpse Shadow state, after the sword energy hits the target, it will trigger the splash effect and cause damage to other nearby enemies. Whether it is floating light or Glimpse Shadow, the additional effects are very powerful. The former is extremely concealed. It is an excellent means of sneak attack and assassination. Even if you face the enemy head-on, you can still steal a few blows from the opponent from time to time. As for glimpse shadow, it has more advantages when attacking a large number of enemies. Chapter 41. Under the comprehensive entry or even after reaching the maximum level, the sword energy will be more concealed in the floating light state, and the splash range of glimpse shadow will be wider. Lin Yang just used invisible sword energy, cut off one of Wald's arms. So the other party didn't know Lin Yang's attack method, and the reason why Lin Yang came here. Naturally, Lin Yang sent her to protect Al and others. In his eyes, since the elves are willing to be loyal to him, that is his private property, and the two places are hundreds of miles apart. It is normal for something to happen in the middle. But I'm afraid Lin Yang himself didn't expect it. Something really happened on the way. This is a war between our ogres and elves. You intervene in it. Do you want to provoke a fight with our ogre race? Wald looked at Lin Yang with some fear. Then he brought up the ogre race. He threatened with a strong appearance but a weak heart. Although he was extremely angry in his heart, but he knew that he could not be the opponent of the other party. So he could only suppress his anger temporarily. Just you guys. Lin Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with these guys. Invisible sword energy formed a death net. In an instant, dozens of ogres were killed. The strong body and heavy armor of the ogres were completely useless in front of the invisible sword energy. In less than a breath, more than 10 ogres were beheaded. The sword energy was raging. It was also stained with a little lightning. It made the sword energy fly faster. And this? It was the effect of practicing Purple Sky Thunder sword technique. However, no matter how simple-minded and strong these ogres were, they saw their companions die one after another in front of them. They didn't care about anything else. They all ran away. However, Lin Yang would never give them this opportunity. He had already used the invisible sword energy to quietly set up the unparalleled killing formation. All the ogres' movements paused in an instant. The invisible sword energy can not only be used for sneak attacks, but also for quietly setting up formations. The effect is also excellent. Otherwise, so many ogres fled in all directions. Lin Yang really didn't have the confidence to kill them all. The battle was over in an instant. From Lin Yang's sudden attack and wounding people, to all the ogres falling in a pool of blood, it took only 5 breaths in total. Al was almost stunned. He knew that the person chosen by the priest must be extraordinary. But he never expected that one of the other party's subordinates. The strength was so strong. Following the other party, maybe not only can their tribe continue, even, can make the tribe strong again. At this moment, Al felt as if he saw the dawn of the future. Brother Lin Yang, I can make a lot of elixirs, but you have too few spiritual plants and medicinal materials here, so I can't do anything. In the territory, Yanli looked at the accumulated medicinal materials in the nano storage room and said with some distress. According to what Yanli said, what herbs and medicinal materials did Lin Yang's men pick before? Only 3 kinds of elixirs can be refined. They are rejuvenation pill for rapid recovery of injuries, rejuvenation pill for rapid recovery of spirits, and poison avoidance pill for avoiding most toxins after taking. As for other medium and high-level elixirs, don't think about them for the time being. We must find a way to get more spiritual plants. And it's best to find spiritual springs for irrigation, otherwise even if we plant them, the growth rate will be too slow. If there is a spiritual plant husband, it would be even better. Hearing Yanli's words, Lin Yang couldn't help but think silently in his heart. By the way, Yanli, what high-level elixirs can you refine? Lin Yang handed the little loli a kiwi fruit. He asked with some curiosity. There are many, such as the Changchun pill that can prolong life, the Dawan pill that can bring people back to life from the near-death state, and the Soul Yuan pill that can repair the soul. When it comes to things related to the alchemy, Yanli becomes particularly excited. He counts on his fingers. He lists a lot of names and effects of pills. Lin Yang is extremely envious. And the one that makes him most excited is also the top-level pill that Yanli can refine at present. It is the Eternal Bright Pill. According to what the other party said. After taking it, you can directly see through the laws of heaven and earth. Greatly improve your understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. It's a pity that the quality of the spiritual plants required for these pills is also terrifyingly high. Fengqi Wutong, Kantian Xian Shen, Xing Chen fruit. These super high quality spiritual plants can be said to be rare and can't be rarer. In this case, Yanli, you should refine more rejuvenation pill and rejuvenation pill first. Lin Yang thought for a while and said. As the territory level and personal level get higher and higher, the scope of his influence and coverage is getting wider and wider. The distance of his troops' activities on weekdays is getting farther and farther. After leaving the territory, they can get very few supplies. Therefore, rejuvenation pill, returning to Yuan pill, these pills that can quickly restore their status. Naturally, the more the better. Don't worry, leave it to me. Yanli replied with a smile. Then he took out the all-seeing star furnace. He kept putting various medicinal materials and herbs into it. Soon, Lin Yang's information panel received a bunch of information. Ding! Your hero Yanli successfully refined the rejuvenation pill, triggering the effect of Lingshu alchemy, and the number of pills refined this time doubled. Ding! Your hero Yanli successfully refined the returning to Yuan pill, triggering the effect of burning heaven alchemy, and the effect of the pills refined this time is improved. Just as Lin Yang was staring at Yanli refining pills, Ling Yu had also protected Aier and others back to the territory. After entering the territory, seeing those disciplined and majestic demon-suppressing warriors, all the elves, including Aier, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they were escorted by Ling Yu, they were terrified all the way here, fearing that the ogres would retaliate. After all, no matter how strong Ling Yu was, he was only one person. Once the ogres came out in full force, it would be difficult for the other party to protect them all by himself. Chapter 42. In the territory. After listening to Ling Yu's description, Lin Yang was furious. It's good enough that I don't bully you. You dare to pay attention to my people. You're just courting death. He immediately asked Al about the situation of the ogres. Lord, although ogres are social creatures, they usually gather in small tribes, and the number of people is basically not too large. But the ogre tribe that we are in conflict with seems a little strange. The number of ogres in their tribe is at least more than 3,000. I know that the Lord's men are very powerful, but Lord, don't underestimate the enemy. Although the ogres are simple-minded, their strength is not weak at all. Especially the chief of the ogres, it's just. It seems that he thought of something terrible. After Al hesitated for a while, he spoke again. The pressure I felt from the other party is almost the same as when I faced this lord. He glanced at Ling Yu and said. Oh. After listening to the other party's narration, Lin Yang was also a little surprised. Compared with before, Ling Yu's strength has improved a lot. Especially after comprehending the Purple Sky Thunder Sword technique. His strength has improved almost every day. Lin Yang now doesn't know how strong the other party is. And a powerful creature that can rival Ling Yu, or at least has similar strength. It is indeed worthy of attention. However, if there is only one strong person in the ogre tribe, then there is nothing to be afraid of. He also carefully learned about the situation of the ogre tribe with El, the elf priest and others. Lin Yang took out the soul crystal in the anxious and expectant eyes of the elves. Is this the elf princess you are talking about? Looking at the woman in front of him with her eyes closed, lying in the ice coffin, Lin Yang opened his mouth. He really didn't know what to say. The woman in the ice coffin had skin as white as snow and a face as beautiful as a painting. It was breathtaking. Her long hair fell like the Milky Way. Every part of her was amazing. Just look at her face. She is at most 3 or 4 years older than Yanli. Another little lowly? The moment he realized her age, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He originally thought that he could have a perfect encounter with the awakened elf princess. After all, when he was on Blue Star, there are too many similar plots in movies, TV shows and animations. Lin Yang was inevitably affected to a certain extent. Now it seems completely impossible. But after the other party revives, Yanli, the little girl, will have a playmate. She should be very happy. But, how to use the soul crystal? Various thoughts kept flowing in Lin Yang's mind like a passing glance. However, at this time, he didn't know what to do. After thinking about it, under the hopeful eyes of the elves, he tried to put the soul crystal on the elf princess's forehead. The result seemed to be a lucky coincidence. The soul crystal quickly merged into the other party's body. Immediately, everyone could clearly feel a strong life wave coming from each other. Obviously, it won't be long. The elf princess will be able to wake up. All the elves were excited. Lord! From now on, you are our only master. After a short commotion, El and the elf priest immediately led all the elves. They made a solemn promise to him. You have gained the loyalty of the elves. All elves, including their offspring in the future, will be permanently loyal to you at 100 points. It's a pity that the number of people in the tribe is too small. Perhaps the past experience was too bad. There are only 666 people in this elf tribe. Of course, the harvest this time is not just these elves. There is also a wonder that moved into the territory with them. Wonder, Moon Fountain. Grade 4. Function, when the moonlight is bright, it can absorb the moonlight and blend it into the spring water to generate a portion of moon fountain water. After taking it, you can be permanently immune to low-level curses and poison damage, and it also has a certain effect on removing medium and high-level curses and poison damage. And you will permanently obtain the blessing state, Moon Protection. Moon Protection, permanent blessing effect. When fighting at night, as long as there is moonlight, the damage received will be reduced to a certain extent, and all attacks will be added with moon power. Introduction: the spring water that can absorb the power of moonlight is a rare wonder unique to the elves. For the wonder Moon Fountain, Lin Yang is still satisfied. The effect of this wonder can be said to be quite powerful. Unfortunately, it is not effective for all people in the territory. And the moon fountain water cannot be condensed every night. It depends entirely on the weather. Therefore, its value will be greatly discounted. But Lin Yang immediately scolded himself for being greedy. If it really works for all the people in the territory, then Moon Spring cannot be a 4th grade wonder. At least it must be a wonder of the 7th grade or above. Then Moon Spring may not fall into his hands at all. Lin Yang checked it out. He found that there were only 4 portions of Moon Spring water left in Moon Spring. But it was just enough for Ling Yu, Xiaomeng, Yanli, and himself. It doesn't seem to feel anything. He drank his portion of Moon Spring water. Lin Yang smacked his lips. He didn't taste anything. But it doesn't matter. As long as it works, it's fine. There is no doubt. Compared with himself, the soldiers under his command will definitely benefit more from taking Moon Spring water. But Moon Spring water can be rebred later. There is no rush at all. Unfortunately, only a small number of people are destined to be able to drink it. Later, under Lin Yang's arrangement, a large number of troops went to the ogre camp. His idea was very simple. That is, go straight to Huanglong. Chapter 43. Since it has been decided to eradicate the entire ogre tribe, then Lin Yang will either take action or kill them. This time, in order to wipe out the ogres, he directly sent out a full 50 teams of demon-suppressing warriors, and 10 teams of shadow shooters. And all the soldiers whose skill levels have been upgraded to level 13 are among them. Compared with the soldiers recruited later, they are not only higher in level, but also stronger in attributes. The strength of the limit-breaking skill of up to 190% at level 13 is even more outstanding. In addition, in order to charge the enemy's strong men, Lin Yang sent Zhao Meng and Ling Yu out. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. Lin Yang will never underestimate other enemies just because of his current surge in strength. It's still the same reason. You can despise the enemy tactically, but you must pay attention to the enemy strategically. And if you underestimate the enemy and cause the death of your own soldiers, that would be quite uncomfortable. Although there is Hall of Valor, after the soldiers are killed, they can be resurrected. But this also requires resources and time. After sending out so many troops, there are not many troops left to protect him. However, Lin Yang's territory is not as solid as a rock. But it is not much different. One after another, defense towers rise from the ground. They are like giants guarding him. For ordinary enemies, it is quite difficult to even approach the territory, let alone break through the territory. Besides, there is the red entry life resurrection. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill him. What? Valder is dead. In the ogre camp. Hearing that his tribesmen found Valder's body, the ogre lord was furious. Who did it? Who dares to provoke our great ogres? Do you want to die? The huge axe smashed hard. The hard stone table could not bear it at all. It instantly broke into countless pieces of stone and shot out. These high-speed flying stones were incredibly powerful. But they landed on the ogre lord's solid and thick armor. Only clear white marks were left. The ogre lord had always liked this carefully carved stone table. But at this moment, he smashed it to pieces. This shows how angry he was at the moment. Valder was his trusted general. He was also a junior whom he admired very much. Who would have thought that the other party would die in such an unclear way? I don't know, but we found traces of the elves at the scene. And dozens of people who followed Lord Valder were also killed. Feeling the fierce eyes of the ogre lord who was almost ready to eat people, the ogre who came to report could hardly stand steadily and said tremblingly, "Check, check for me what's going on." The roar resounded throughout the ogre camp. A beautiful domain gate suddenly appeared in the forest. Then, a team of hundreds of people stepped out of it. Although it was not the first time to experience the gate flying function of domain gate, but everyone was still amazed. Domain gate is a building with a very high priority in Lin Yang's mind. Basically, every time he upgrades the territory, he will immediately consume energy crystals to upgrade it. Now the domain gate is level 5. The maximum distance for deploying troops at one time has reached an astonishing hundreds of kilometers. The ogre camp is only about 300 miles away from Lin Yang's territory. With the domain gate, Ling Yu and others traveled most of the distance in one go. As for the remaining distance, it was nothing to the demon-suppressing warriors or shadow shooters. Just like that, a corps of hundreds of people marched towards the ogre camp. As for the outposts and observation posts encountered along the way, they were easily dealt with along with the many ogres guarding them. Such a huge battle soon alarmed the ogre lord. What? A team of human troops attacked our outpost and headed straight for the camp. After receiving the news, the blood in the ogre lord's eyes surged. So, Valder's death is probably related to them. These damned humans, do they want to conquer us ogres? Pass my order, gather all the tribesmen. With the ogre lord's order. Soon, the ogres who got the news put on their armor and gathered. For them, war is really a common thing. The only difference is, they conquer others, or are conquered by others. Dark clouds cover the sun, and the wind blows violently. The sky is gloomy. On the empty battlefield, the two armies confront each other, and the murderous aura is full. On one side are the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters with strict military discipline and advance and retreat in moderation. On the other side are the somewhat disorganized ogre army. But the sense of oppression they give people is very strong. These guys are tall and hideous. The pupils are full of blood. From time to time, they roared, as if they were going to tear all the enemies to pieces. These ogres are equipped with pretty good equipment. From a god's perspective, looking at the equipment of the ogres, Lin Yang was also a little surprised. Almost all the ogres were wearing heavy armor. As for the weapons in their hands, they were even more varied. Spears, axes, swords, hammers, iron rods, all kinds of weapons were available. Although there were only a few magical equipment among them. But the thickness of the armor they wore was indeed very exaggerated. Only simple-minded and well-developed guys like ogres could wear it. It would be good if ordinary people were not crushed to death after wearing it. And this battle was also of great significance to Lin Yang. Because this was the first time he had a real conflict with the forces of this world. As for the previous conflict with low-level intelligent life forms like goblins, it was not counted at all. Long live the ogre tribe! Long live the ogre tribe! No one can conquer the ogres. At a certain moment, with waves of fierce shouts and screams breaking through the sky, the war is about to start. Chapter 44. Most of the ogres are at level 18 or 19. Although they are slightly higher than the troops under Lin Yang, they cannot suppress the level at all. However, it must be said that although ogres are simple-minded and strong-limbed, they are still somewhat intelligent. Therefore, the army discipline of these ogres is strong. Although they are completely different from the demon-suppressing warriors who obey orders, they are still somewhat organized. In addition, they are naturally strong in physical fitness and the layers of heavy armor on their bodies. Therefore, their combat power is much stronger than those unintelligent vagrants. Kill! 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 Facing enemies whose numbers and sizes far exceed their own, the demon-suppressing warriors did not show any fear. Their will is extremely firm. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, they will never waver. Accompanied by waves of powerful shouts of killing, the demon-suppressing warriors in the first row did not hesitate to push forward. They were basically veterans recruited by Lin Yang before. With the effect of the 13th level military formation and the power of demon suppression, no matter how bloodthirsty and crazy the ogres were, they could not advance even a little bit. Instead, the demon suppressors kept finding opportunities to counterattack with thunderous force. After sword and shield mastery was upgraded to LV13, they wielded their long swords accurately and swiftly, even with an indescribable beauty. As for the shields on their bodies, they seemed to have eyes, constantly resisting attacks from all directions. At the same time, waves of arrows fell from the sky, constantly piercing through the heavy armor on the ogres, and nailing into their flesh and blood. Even though the ogres had extremely strong vitality, they could not resist. After several rounds of volleys, a large number of ogres fell down unwillingly. Fearless battle flag stood in the center of the battle formation. It gave all Lin Yang's soldiers a 200-point 4-dimensional attribute bonus. After the Fearless Power special effect was triggered, the already extremely high morale of the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters was further improved. They charged forward fearlessly. Even if they were injured, they were not afraid of pain at all. Seeing that the attack was not going well, some high-level ogres wanted to rely on their strong personal strength to force a gap. However, they had not yet started to act. Zhao Meng had transformed into a golden armored general. He smashed directly into the ogre army formation. In an instant, enemies were everywhere. Maces, hammers, axes, All kinds of attacks whistled in. But Zhao Meng was not afraid at all. The reason why she dared to charge into the enemy formation alone. Naturally, she had enough confidence. After innate Genki broke through to the third level, her protective chi had become much more solid than before. Those attacks seemed powerful. But they didn't even touch the corner of her clothes. They were all blocked by the protective chi. Then Zhao Meng didn't waste any words. The golden fist swept the whole place with the powerful energy that Pei Mo could not resist. Wherever her figure passed, people and horses fell down, and there was no one who could resist. As the cultivation level improved, Zhao Meng's perception became more and more. The control over the body became stronger and stronger. When fighting, when to twist the waist to send power, when to release the hips to release power. After thousands of tempers, she had already reached the point where she could send and receive freely. It was not until several ogre elders joined forces that they stopped her. Seeing Zhao Meng's amazing performance, the ogre lord's face was filled with anger. Then he raised the two long-handled axes in his hands and wanted to join the battle. But he just took a step forward and seemed to sense the danger. He narrowed his eyes and retreated again. Just at this time, the invisible sword energy fell on the position where the ogre lord had just moved forward. Your opponent is me. Seeing that the other party could actually sense the floating light effect, Ling Yu's face was not too surprised. High-level creatures are extremely sensitive to danger. Moreover, the so-called invisible sword energy is not just hiding its traces with the help of light. It is not really invisible. The world is all-encompassing. There are countless skills that can be discovered and cracked. And to deal with the powerful ogre lord in front of him, Ling Yu's face showed a rare serious expression. She took out her companion's spirit sword from the sword-raising gourd. In an instant, sword lights crisscrossed around her like dragons. Bright swordsman! Seeing the sword lights rising up, the ogre lord first let out an unbelievable cry. Then he seemed to realize something. He looked at Ling Yu strangely. He seemed to not understand what method she had just used. It was so similar to the bright swordsman. Die! But soon, this puzzled emotion was replaced by a nearly boiling murderous intent. Accompanied by a huge roar, the ogre lord rushed forward at full speed like a heavy truck. In an instant, mud splashed and smoke and dust rolled. He plowed two deep gullies on the ground. The ogre lord was huge. He was more than 5 meters tall. The two long-handled axes in his hands were also extremely long and heavy. Swinging them seemed to shatter the space. Facing such an attack, Ling Yu swung the spiritual sword in his hand. Sword chi swept across. Dang dang dang. Sword chi hit the two long-handled axes fiercely. There were bursts of fierce collision sounds. The figure that forced him to rush forward stopped abruptly. At the same time, the sword chi was divided into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. It turned into a sky full of sword light covering the whole body of the ogre lord. His body stiffened. Then there was a burst of puffing sounds. The ogre lord suddenly had more blood and flesh holes on his body. Blood waterfalls poured out. It looked particularly hideous. What's going on? Intense pain came from all over the body of the ogre lord. It made his anger rise more and more. And what happened just now? After all, he was clearly wearing a full set of defensive armor. And this wasn't just a showpiece. It was a genuine magic armor. Not only was the defense amazing, it also had multiple magic shields. But it didn't have any defensive effect at all? The ogre lord naturally didn't know. After Ling Yu's sword chi condensation was upgraded to the maximum level, it gained the Destroy Void special effect. Therefore, most of the defensive means such as magic shields and protective armor were completely ineffective. Chapter 45. One strike succeeded. Ling Yu's face showed a strange color instead. So many sword lights penetrated into the opponent's body. As a result, the ogre lord was only slightly injured. The opponent's physique was simply terrifying. "Humble ant, you have completely angered me." The ogre lord's eyes seemed to be able to spit fire at this moment. His face became more and more ferocious. With this roar, his arms, thighs, spine, and every piece of flesh and skin on his body, all were strengthened to an unprecedented strength. At the same time, the blood color in the ogre lord's eyes became more and more intense. The earth-shaking power like a tsunami condensed and burst out. Then he simply let the sword lights wreak havoc all over his body. No defense at all. Then he launched a counterattack with a thunderous force. As expected of the ogre lord, he is really powerful. But, that's all he can do. From the perspective of God, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Lord-level creatures. Indeed, they should not be underestimated. However, even though the ogre lord's strength has greatly increased, Lin Yang did not show any worry at all. Sure enough, there was a loud boom of thunder. Ling Yu had already held the companion spirit sword and attacked the ogre lord head-on. Her figure stood still. Instead, the ogre lord staggered back several steps. Only then did he barely stop retreating. Damn it! Die! The ogre lord's eyes flashed with disbelief. He didn't expect that. After he burst out with all his strength was still slightly inferior to the opponent. He could only fight hard. Glancing at the gradually declining front battlefield, the ogre lord knew his current situation clearly. His aura suddenly surged again. Waves of blood-red light emerged from his body. He felt that the opponent's strength had increased again. Ling Yu's heart was filled with fighting spirit. In her bright eyes, at this moment, lightning flashed. And she did not make any additional movements afterwards. The spiritual sword in her hand suddenly rang with the sound of wind and thunder. Purple Sky Thunder Sword Technique. Just as Ling Yu and the ogre lord were in a stalemate, the fight between Zhao Meng and several ogre elders had also entered a white-hot state. At first, she rushed into the ogre army alone and turned the world upside down. Almost no one could stop her. Later, these guys joined forces. Only then could they fight her on equal terms. However, their strength was far from that of the ogre lord. Even if they joined forces to besiege Zhao Meng, they could only barely hold on for a while. As time went on, they were all dwarfed by each other and began to be unable to resist. Die! Zhao Meng seized the opportunity. Suddenly took a deep breath. Then the mighty qi and blood in his body surged into the sky, transformed into billowing qi and blood smoke. At the same time, innate qi was running to the extreme. The fist in his hand suddenly shone brightly. The shocking fist. Boom 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 boom. Zhao Meng's punch was thrown. Before it hit the ogre, it brought out bursts of air-breaking sounds. Seeing this punch coming towards him, the ogre elder was horrified. Hastily raised his hand to block it. Dang! The two fists collided. Like the exchange of golden swords. Sparks flew. One punch. Just one punch. The figure of the ogre elder was blown away. Then he fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. He was not sure whether he was dead or alive. Originally, several ogre elders joined forces to deal with Zhao Meng alone. They were all struggling. Now there was one less strong supporter. How could they resist? Soon they were defeated one by Zhao Meng. And with the defeat of several ogre elders, no one could check Zhao Meng anymore. She rushed around in the ogre army again, until there was little innate qi left in her body. Then she retreated outside the battlefield to recover her strength. And Zhao Meng messed it up. The demon-suppressing warriors who already had an absolute advantage. Now they beat the ogre group like a drowned dog and retreated step by step. For a while, the sword flashed continuously. Under the power of demon suppression, the long sword in the hands of the demon suppression warrior was like a divine weapon. Whether it was the heavy armor on the ogres, or their tough bodies comparable to steel, they were all like paper. Just a casual stroke, and they broke into the body. At this time, the ogres no longer had the arrogant momentum at the beginning. Their attack rhythm became more and more chaotic. There were fewer and fewer counterattacks. Even the roars and roars gradually weakened. Even though they had advantages in equipment, level, and number, they were still no match for Lin Yang's two major arms. After the initial bloodiness and madness, their morale became more and more depressed. Negative emotions such as fear, and fear of war became stronger and stronger. And all these negative emotions were absorbed by the fearless battle flag, and began to treat the soldiers injured in the battle. And with the collective rout of the ogres in a certain area, it was like a chain reaction. A bunch of ogres threw away their armor and weapons. Sensing the change in the battle situation, the ogre lord was shocked. He was distracted for a moment. Ling Yu accurately grasped the opportunity of this moment. The purple sky thunder sword technique was running to its extreme at this moment. Then an amazing scene appeared. The sword energy in the sky tore through the clouds, wrapped in lightning. At this moment, it actually evolved into a thunder punishment sword. The sword helped the thunder. The thunder helped the sword. At this moment, the terrifying power was bred in the thunder punishment sword. Then Ling Yu pointed from a distance. The thunder punishment sword, which was intertwined with lightning and sword energy, fell from the sky with a bang. The dazzling lightning cut through the sky. An unparalleled sense of crisis surged in the heart of the ogre lord. He hurriedly wanted to dodge. However, the speed of the thunder punishment sword's descent was too fast. It did not give him any time to dodge at all. Boom! There was a loud rumbling sound. The protective blood light on the body of the ogre lord was instantly shattered. His huge body was shaking constantly. His muscles and bones were completely shattered under the ravages of thunder and sword light. The indescribable intense pain made him howl miserably. His flesh and blood instantly turned charred. Even the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. The ogre lord opened his mouth. He seemed to want to say something else. But in the end, no sound came out. The figure fell down with a bang. Chapter 46. One sword. Just one sword. The arrogant and insolent ogre lord was killed directly. Lin Yang was also shocked by the thunder sword that fell from the sky. He knew that Ling Yu, who had learned the purple sky thunder sword technique, was very powerful. But he didn't expect that the other party had grown to this level without knowing it. In this battle, the terrifying fighting power displayed by Zhao Meng, he was already quite surprised. Riding alone, thousands of troops were scared away. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu's performance was even more dazzling. However, this move seemed to consume a lot of energy. After releasing the thunder sword, Ling Yu's face also showed a strange blush. Obviously, the consumption was huge. But this was normal. Such a terrifying skill. The consumption was still low. That was really against the sky. And with the death of the ogre lord, the war was finally over. In the end, the few ogres who were still barely maintaining their resistance formation also completely collapsed. In the eyes of many ogres, the ogre Lord Edmund is almost invincible. It is precisely because of his terrifying power and might that many ogres surrendered and gathered together. Therefore, when the backbone of this group died, the morale of the ogre army plummeted again. These ogres were originally beaten by the Demon Suppression Corps, the elf archers and Zhao Meng, and were in a mess. At this moment, even the last bit of fighting spirit was completely gone. Various painful howls resounded through the sky for a while. Therefore, one after another, the ogres no longer had the heart to fight. They turned around and fled madly. There were even ogres who couldn't escape and knelt down to surrender, trying to escape. However, for these lazy guys who feed on intelligent creatures such as humans, elves, and goblins, Lin Yang had no interest in taking them under his command. Therefore, the order he issued was to kill them all, leaving no one alive. So let them kneel down and surrender and beg for mercy. The shadow archers still mercilessly pierced their heads with sharp arrows. Compared with before the war broke out, the fleeing ogres were in such a mess. Where was the ferocity before the war? In the end, only a small number of ogres escaped. They ran away like crazy. They didn't even dare to look back. You successfully defeated the ogre tribe and killed a large number of ogres. Reputation plus 1000. All ogres' favorability towards you decreased by 200 points. Current relationship, hatred, minus 200. You won a small war. The final evaluation of this war is, SS level. You received a reward of 6000 energy crystals. Basic evaluation reward 1000 energy crystals, SS level evaluation reward plus 500%. SS level evaluation. See the final evaluation level. Lin Yang was also refreshed. After all, before this, the highest evaluation he received was only S+. And the SS level evaluation. He got 6000 energy crystals at once. It can be seen how difficult it is to obtain. At this moment, Lin Yang excitedly continued to check the other rewards he received. Special reward for A-level evaluation, a bag of Kings and Lotus seeds, 100 seeds. Special reward for S-level evaluation, Energy Battle Doll, level 3. Special reward for SS level evaluation, Book of War. Kings and Lotus is a spiritual plant of a higher level than Ganoderma lucidum. If taken directly, it can clear the heart and remove heat, and nourish the body. It can also reduce the probability of going astray when practicing certain special skills to a certain extent. Of course, almost all spiritual plants. The effect of using them to make pills is far better than taking them directly. As for the energy dolls given the S-level evaluation. Item, Level 3 Energy Doll. Type, Puppet. Effect, a trace of one's own consciousness can be attached to the energy doll. The energy doll can transform into the user's appearance and be manipulated to perform various actions. The four-dimensional attributes of the energy doll are equivalent to the four-dimensional attributes of a level 30 outstanding hero. It has no talent and cannot produce a level suppression effect. Skill, efficient repair. After the energy doll is damaged, as long as its core components are still there, it can be restored to its original state using energy crystals. Introduction, a puppet made by special means can achieve a lifelike effect. The energy doll is a relatively special prop. In terms of combat power alone, a level 3 energy doll cannot even compare to a level 20 outstanding hero. After all, although the former has higher attributes, but it does not even have a talent or skill. The combat power is really limited. However, the purpose of the energy doll is not to fight. It often serves as a substitute. To a certain extent, it can prevent assassination by others. Of course. In Lin Yang's opinion, the uses of energy dolls are more than that. For example, you can use energy dolls to explore some dangerous areas. Or use energy dolls. Experience what it feels like to charge and fight on the battlefield. Even in the future when negotiating with certain forces. When the real body is not convenient to go, you can let the energy doll go instead of the real body. In short, it has many uses. And the item obtained by the final SS level evaluation. It is another strategic treasure. Item, Book of War. Quality, 7th level magic item. Attribute, Spirit plus 500. Skill, Sharp, Slam, Iron Arm, Rock. Introduction, a powerful magic item that can bless multiple war spells, a super killer on the battlefield. The skills attached to the Book of War are not strong. But the number of skills is too large. And it is a group gain effect. A full 4 group gain buff skills. After blessing, it is enough to bring about a qualitative change in any army. Chapter 47. The sharp skill can enhance the sharpness of the weapon held by the warrior. The slam skill can increase the basic attack power of the warrior. The iron wall skill has a similar effect to slam. It can increase the basic defense of the soldiers. As for the rock skill, it can petrify the soldier's body for a short time. The defense will be greatly improved during the petrification period. But the attack speed and movement speed will be greatly reduced. And the difference from the fearless flag is that the latter does not require any additional consumption. It can take effect just by standing in the army formation. As for the 4 group enhancement skills attached to the Book of War, no matter which one is released, it requires a certain amount of mental power. And these group enhancement skills, in the end, how many warriors can be blessed? It is also closely related to the user's own mental attributes. The higher the mental power, the more people the skill blesses. Compared with the Book of War and the Fearless Flag, it can only be said that each has its own merits. But in Lin Yang's opinion, overall, the former is obviously more effective than the latter. This Book of War. Lin Yang hesitated for a moment. Finally, he assigned it to Zhao Meng. It's not that he favors the other party, but Ling Yu is now the strongest combat force of his side. Naturally, she should try her best to keep herself in peak condition. And many of her skills are released. They consume a lot of mental power. For example, the Thunder Punishment Sword that finally killed the Ogre Lord not long ago. The consumption is huge. And Zhao Meng's main combat method now, relying on her strong physical fitness, innate chi and talent, extraordinary physique. The consumption of mental power is extremely low. Therefore, Lin Yang thought about it. Still thinks that Book of War is most suitable for the other party. Just as Lin Yang was looking at the reward items obtained from this SS level evaluation, the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters began to clean up the battlefield. Although the armor and weapons of the ogres are basically incompatible with them, but so many equipment, it's totally worthwhile to take it back and refine it again. Not to mention that some of them are magic equipment of higher grade. And among them, the highest grade, it is undoubtedly the 2 long-handled battle axes used by the Ogre Lord. They are all 4th grade magic equipment. They have 3 enchantment effects, sharp, solid, and vibration. And these 2 long-handled battle axes are set equipment. At the same time, the equipment can also unlock an additional bloodthirsty special effect. But this thing is quite heavy. Even the demon-suppressing warriors would find it difficult to dual-wield 2 long-handled battle axes. Not to mention ordinary soldiers. They are afraid that they can't even hold a long-handled battle axe with both hands. Therefore, these 2 long-handled battle axes can only be put aside for the time being. As for the magic armor on the Ogre Lord, it was broken into pieces under the terrifying power of the Thunder Punishment Sword. Lin Yang also secretly said it was a pity, while sighing at Ling Yu's strength. Under the power of the Thunder Punishment Sword, even the magic armor couldn't resist. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone rushed to the ogre camp. As soon as they approached the camp, they smelled an indescribable stench. The ground was full of minced meat and various garbage of unknown creatures. Ling Yu and others couldn't help but frown. After searching in a pile of simple buildings for a while, everyone soon found the ogre's warehouse. It was different from the dirty and messy environment outside. The warehouse where the ogres stored various materials was relatively clean. After opening it, the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the piles of refined iron. Lin Yang was also a little curious after seeing it. The ogres were not the dwarves who were proficient in forging. How could they store so much refined iron? However, with the defeat of the ogre tribe, this may become a secret that no one will ever know. But in this way, all the refined iron is his. In addition to the refined iron, what Lin Yang was more interested in were the magical herbs in the warehouse. There were even some spiritual plants. These were naturally packed up and taken away. As for the other various items, such as the bones of unknown giant beasts, processed beast heads, etc., perhaps they were proof of the ogre lord's boasting of his martial arts. So they were stored in the warehouse. But in Lin Yang's opinion, they were completely worthless. So he was too lazy to deal with them. He learned that the ogre tribe was destroyed. The elves who had joined Lin Yang were extremely excited. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Swear to support the Lord! All of a sudden, hundreds of elves saluted Lin Yang. The sound of thunder and sea came one after another. These elves never expected. In less than a day after joining Lin Yang, the ogre tribe that had oppressed them for several years was destroyed. So everyone shouted, while looking forward to the triumphant return of Ling Yu and others. This battle with the ogres, whether it was the performance of Zhao Meng or Ling Yu, or the hard fighting of the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters, he was quite satisfied. Unconsciously, has my strength become so strong? Looking at the returning army, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A tribe of thousands of ogres. Even though there are many local forces in the ancient forest, we also need to be on high alert. On weekdays, we would not provoke them if we could. However, with his order, this powerful ogre tribe will be destroyed in a matter of days. And in this battle to destroy the enemy, Lin Yang gained 2 new buildings. One of them is the machinery tower. However, after the building was built, with the flash of evolution, it evolved into a new look. Name, Rocket Tower. Type, Defense Tower. Level, LV1. Function, launch rockets to attack enemies around the territory. Attack frequency, 10s/1 time. Introduction, boom. 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 The evolved rocket tower is more than 10 meters high. The bottom is made of heavy steel. The top of the tower is equipped with a sophisticated rocket launcher. This is also the first defense tower of the scientific and technological power system that Lin Yang has obtained. As for its power, although he has not seen it yet, but he has a basic idea in his mind. Chapter 48. In terms of power, the rocket tower is obviously not comparable to the glorious holy tower. However, although the latter has amazing damage and a wide killing range, the consumption during the attack is also quite amazing. Even if the glorious holy tower is fully charged with the power of the sun and the light of the moon, the number of times it can release skills is also quite limited. It cannot be used as a conventional defense method at all. The rocket tower just makes up for this. And the power of the rocket is not weak. One shot can bomb a designated area. However, although the rocket tower is effective, after destroying the ogre tribe this time, the most surprising thing for him was the special building recruiting hall obtained by killing the ogre lord. Name, Recruiting Hall. Level, Level 1. Function, can attract and recruit various talents to the territory. Recruiting talents requires a certain amount of energy crystals. The probability of recruiting talents is closely related to the level of the territory, the level of the recruiting hall, the lord's own reputation, etc. Introduction: special buildings for recruiting special talents are extremely rare. The special talents recruited in the recruiting hall are neither soldiers nor heroes. Rather, they are wise men. Although they will serve the Lord, but they basically will not participate in any battles or fights. Of course, these special talents basically do not have much experience in this regard. There is no doubt. The gold content of the recruiting hall building is extremely high. Then, as Lin Yang's mind moved, in the blink of an eye, a brand new 3-story building with antique style and carved dragons and phoenixes has been completed. Name, Group Heroes Pavilion. Type, Recruiting Hall. Level, Level 1. Function, the probability of attracting and recruiting high-level and special talents to join the territory is greatly increased. Recruiting high-level and special talents requires a large amount of energy crystals. The recruitment of some special talents also requires special resources, specific wishes, or other special requirements. The probability of recruiting talents is closely related to the territory level, the building level of the group of heroes pavilion, and the reputation level of the Lord himself. Introduction: A gathering of heroes. All the talents in the world are within my reach. After recruiting hall evolves into group of heroes pavilion. The probability of attracting high-level and special talents to the territory is greatly increased. Although these special talents will not help Lin Yang fight with other lords and monsters. But their role must not be easily ignored. Spiritual plant husbands who are good at cultivating spiritual plants, equipment refiners who are proficient in refining equipment, and beast masters who specialize in raising. The role of these special talents in the development and growth of the territory. It may even exceed that of a high-quality combat hero. As for Yanli, although the little lowly is a genuine high-level alchemist, but she is a hero summoned by Lin Yang through the god and demon platform. The little guy just likes to refine pills and doesn't like fighting. But if someone really provokes her, then you will know the power of the sun's true fire. The probability of attracting special talents to the territory is also related to reputation. If conditions permit in the future, you can increase your reputation. Directly upgrade the Heroes Pavilion to level 5. Lin Yang thought thoughtfully. The wind blows the sun away, and the scenery flows westward. In the next few days, Lin Yang's heroes and soldiers continued to exert their strength. His level was raised by 1 level. He reached level 21. During this period, because of the Tianyan effect bonus of Tianyan Pavilion, Ling Yu's several core skills, such as Sword Qi Condensation and Sword Light Differentiation, were upgraded by 1 level. It was upgraded to the terrifying level 14. And the skill strength bonus of level 14 has reached an exaggerated 220%. This is the horror of the limit-breaking skill. It is only 4 levels higher than the full level skill. The power has been increased by more than doubled. If it can be upgraded to the limit of level 20 that the Star Tower can reach, then the skill strength will reach a terrifying 400%. Of course, after the skill level is upgraded to the maximum level, the skill proficiency required to increase further is completely astronomical. Not to mention raising the skill level from level 13 to level 14. Normally, the time it takes to upgrade a skill level from level 10 to level 11 is much longer than the time it takes to upgrade a skill level from level 1 to level 10. If it weren't for the terrifying skill proficiency bonus of the Wonder Tianyantai, Ling Yu's several skills would take a long time to break through to level 14. Special announcement: all Blue Star Lords, surviving, have been upgraded to level 5. The 1000 Districts competition has officially begun. This morning, after all the lords woke up, they were all shocked by the pinned announcement in the chat group. Unlike the last Abyss invasion, which only targeted the millions of lords in the ancient forest area, this special announcement was released to the billions of lords in thousands of areas on Blue Star at the same time. Heaven is making trouble again. Are they doing it again? It doesn't matter. I've completely given up. I understand that they don't want us to live. We'll die sooner or later, so it doesn't matter whether we die early or late. What is this? Raising poison? Eliminating us in batches through various crises. There are still lords who have only reached level 5? How did he survive for so many days? Blind monk, you found the highlight. No, look at the announcement. This event doesn't seem to cost lives. Let me see what's going on. Just as the players in the ancient forest were discussing. After Lin Yang finished breakfast, he also clicked on the relevant information to check. Event content: 10,000 Districts competition, win first place. All lords in 10,000 districts are eligible to participate in this level sprint challenge. The top 100 lords in the final level ranking will receive corresponding generous rewards according to their rankings. All lords in the region of the top 100 lords will receive a powerful buff bonus. The higher the ranking, the better the buff bonus effect and the longer it lasts. Activity target, all Blue Star Lords. Activity duration, 1 week. Chapter 49. There are a total of 10 billion Blue Star Lords who descended into the endless world. These 10 billion lords were divided into 10,000 regions. Each region has 1 million people. And this time, the 10,000 regions competition. All Blue Star Lords are included. After reading the content of the event, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel excited. But the other billions of Blue Star Lords who are still alive. Some are happy and some are sad. Only the top 100 in the ranking will get rewards? Forget it, I'll just go to bed. Damn, it's obviously an activity that has nothing to do with ordinary lords like us. That's right, if you want to squeeze into the top 100 among the billions of Blue Star Lords, you must at least have S-level talent, right? I think it's hard to even get to the S-level, at least those with SS-level talent have hope. No, a level-up activity? That's too unfair to lords like us who are talented in farming, right? Give it a try, let's all work hard this week, maybe a miracle will happen. Haha, if hard work is useful, what's the point of talent? Don't you want to undermine my confidence? It doesn't matter, just look at it, the rewards for the top 100 are definitely not related to ordinary people like us, but with Big Boss Lin Yang here, our ancient forest region will take the top few places or even lock in the first place, which is basically a sure thing. Just as everyone was talking about it. The Blue Star Lord level ranking has also been officially announced. So everyone came to check it out. First place, Ancient Forest Region, Lin Yang, level 21. Second place, Sky City Region, Alexander, level 16. Third place, Ancient Desert Region, Qin Feng, level 16. Fourth place, Mysterious Burial Ground Region, Luke, level 16. Fifth place, Clear Water and Clear River Region, William, level 15. Am I only 5 levels ahead of the second place? Sure enough, we still can't underestimate other players. I have super talent, and other lords may also have some heaven-defying talent. Glancing at the published level rankings, Lin Yang was also a little surprised. He originally thought that he could be at least 6 levels ahead of other lords. Unexpectedly, the advantage of leading was far less than he expected. The level of the lord's personal level. It largely reflects the strength of a lord's troops and heroes. After all, most lords gain experience. They all gain experience points indirectly through their heroes and troops killing monsters. So although the lord level cannot fully reflect the strength of the lords, but in most cases, the higher the lord's personal level, the stronger the strength. And when they saw that Lin Yang was the first in the current lord level ranking, the players in the ancient forest area were immediately excited. Haha, I said that with Lin Yang here, the first place is definitely a sure win. That's not what you said just now, didn't you say that everything is possible? And you said that during this period of time, maybe someone's level can surpass Lin Yang. Haha, arrogant at first and respectful later, clown. But there is still a week left, and big brother Lin Yang may not be able to maintain the first place forever. He may be surpassed. Hehe, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. In just this week, the guys behind big brother Lin Yang will be amazing if they upgrade 2 or 3 levels. So, don't we have to do anything and just win? Haha, so cool. If you ask me, you still have to rely on yourself. Make a wish for a super talent. Go. Go. If you don't work hard when you are young, you will keep working hard when you grow up. What's wrong with this dragon countryman? How come his level is 5 levels higher than mine? If you don't say that, I can definitely take the first place with your help. Sky City region. Alexander looked at his level and ranking. He glanced at Lin Yang's level above him. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. He couldn't help but roar in his heart. Level 21? Absolutely impossible. You Blue Star people are born weak, and you are not some race with extremely strong innate physique. Even if you don't upgrade your level, you can basically sweep away a bunch of enemies by summoning heroes and soldiers. Hearing Alexander's words, an old voice in his mind said decisively. The owner of this voice seemed unable to see the published level rankings. That's why he was so confident. This is not the first time. He was the first to upgrade the territory and establish village level and even town level forces. And the first person to destroy the demon nest was also this guy named Lin Yang. Every time. The other party is faster than me. Do I need to hide this from you? Alexander responded dissatisfiedly. In this case, either the other party is like you, and there is an existence like me invested in advance. Or the other party has an extremely terrible talent, at least some special SSS level talent, or even God level talent. The old voice in his body was silent for a while. Then he spoke slowly. God level talent? Isn't the highest level talent SSS level? Hearing the other party's words, Alexander asked in confusion. Hey, who told you that SSS level is the highest level talent? God level talent has always existed, but ordinary lords don't know it at all. But there are indeed very few lords with God level talent. Don't say you Blue Star people, even the endless races in the heavens and the worlds, after so many epochs, I have seen less than a handful of lords with God level talents. The old voice sneered disdainfully. This is how it came to be. If the other party really has God level talent, then I can't catch up no matter what. So this time, the first place in the 1000 districts competition, don't I have to give it up again? Speaking of this, Alexander's face became more and more ugly. Don't worry, don't you still have me? Of course, you definitely can't catch up in terms of upgrade speed, but... The old voice became smaller and smaller, gradually inaudible. Chapter 50. At the same time, a barren land of yellow sand. Qin Feng touched the black crystal bead in his hand. He told the current situation. It shouldn't be like this. With my help, you should be sure to win. How come several lords are at the same level as you, and some are even 5 levels higher than you? Did some old guys intervene? Are they starting to plan now? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the sky? An era has passed. Is there something I don't know about? In the black crystal bead, a vague figure appeared. His face was full of confusion. Qin Feng, my current strength is really limited. I haven't even recovered 1/1000th of my peak. Now, if you want to take the first place in the level, you can only rely on yourself. After that, the black bead was completely silent. Hearing the other party's words, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Family members know their own affairs best. Although he was quite lucky. After descending to the endless world, he obtained SS level talent. But if he hadn't found this black crystal bead by chance, and if he hadn't gotten the other party's guidance and help, he wouldn't have been able to rank in the top 3 in the current ranking. And if he relied on himself alone, he would have no hope of being the first. But he had picked up an old man with him. But he still couldn't beat those people. Isn't it too unsuccessful? Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but show a bit of self-mockery on his face. As soon as the ranking list was announced, it immediately set off a storm in thousands of regions. And those who were eyeing the first place in the ranking list, it was not just Alexander and Qin Feng. It was just that the gap between the levels of other lords and Lin Yang was too big. There was no point in thinking about it. So those lords with certain strength and hope, basically, they locked their minds and attention on the position around the 100th place. After all, it was completely a luxury to be higher. And if it was lower, without rewards, it would be a waste of time. And just when many lords were ready to roll up their sleeves and do a big job, Lin Yang's panel suddenly popped up a series of information. You are currently ranked first in the level ranking. You have triggered a hidden task, Beyond the Limit. Beyond the Limit, hidden task in this week. Try to improve your personal level as much as possible and widen the level gap with all other Blue Star Lords. At the end of the event, if your personal level is 10 levels higher than the average level of the Blue Star Lords, you can get an extra super reward. For the part exceeding 10 levels, the final reward will increase by 100% for each additional level. The current average level of Blue Star Lords, level 9.5. Do you accept the task? Yes/no. Note, there is no penalty for failing the task, but if another lord replaces you as the first in the level ranking during the period, the task will be automatically cancelled. Such a task suddenly appeared. It was really beyond Lin Yang's expectations. And to complete this task, it is far from as simple as it seems. Lin Yang's current level is as high as level 21. It seems that he has exceeded the average level of the Blue Star Lord by 10 levels. But there is still a whole week to go. And now there is a level sprint event. It is estimated that many lords will give it a try, even if they know that their hope is slim. And it is much easier for these low-level lords to upgrade to 1 level. It is much easier than Lin Yang to upgrade to 1 level. After all, his current level is as high as 21st level. And the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. But since there is no penalty for mission failure, there is nothing to hesitate. Lin Yang decisively took on the task of Beyond the Limit. The first day of the Impact event, all lords were extremely excited. The battle broke out almost endlessly. But Lin Yang still seemed neither arrogant nor impatient. He still issued orders as usual. In fact, the demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters have cooperated for so long. Many times, many things don't need him to say at all. They know what to do. Fighting for a whole morning. After his warriors defeated several goblin camps, Lin Yang was surprised to find that the artifact points he had accumulated. Finally, he could upgrade the Supreme Artifact Ling Bao Pavilion to level 4. It only takes 100 artifact points to upgrade Ling Bao Pavilion from level 1 to level 2. But the artifact points required to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 are as high as 2000 points. Fortunately, with the expansion of the Demon Suppression Corps to 50 teams and 500 people, the various beasts, fierce beasts, and monsters killed every day increased sharply. In addition, the ogre tribe with more than 3,000 warriors was defeated not long ago. Finally, the 2,000 artifact points were collected. Upgrade. As Lin Yang's mind moved, the various colors of light on Ling Bao Pavilion intertwined, looking magnificent. Supreme Artifact, Ling Bao Pavilion. Level 4. Function 1. Condensing the luck and treasure of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles, and randomly condensing a special item every 10 days at most. Function 2. The Ling Bao Pavilion is opened once a month, and the host can enter it and choose any item. The items that appear after each opening are completely random, and the item information cannot be detected by any means, but the higher the level of the Ling Bao Pavilion, the greater the probability of high-level items appearing. Other functions, not yet unlocked. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 artifact points. Introduction. The supreme artifact used exclusively by the Lord has the terrifying power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. After upgrading to level 4, the range of the luck and treasure that the Ling Bao Pavilion can condense has become 100 miles in radius. The longest time to condense items has also been extended to 10 days. The quality of the items that can be condensed is further improved. However, compared to these, what surprised Lin Yang the most? It is undoubtedly the second newly unlocked function. Chapter 51. Although the newly unlocked function of Spiritual Treasure Pavilion is somewhat similar to the first function of condensing secret treasures, there is still a big difference between the two. Although the latter is still full of uncertainty, the options are much higher. There is only one chance to choose in a month. The items in the Ling Bao Pavilion should be of higher quality than the condensed items, right? With such expectations, Lin Yang's mind moved. His figure disappeared from the original place. He directly entered the palm-sized Ling Bao Pavilion. When he came to his senses, a pavilion with white jade pillars and glazed tiles came into view. In addition to the Ling Bao Pavilion, Lin Yang looked into the distance. There was a vast expanse of white all around. Nothing could be seen clearly. Sumuru containing mustard seeds? It is worthy of being the supreme artifact. Knowing where he was at the moment, he couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, the space in Spiritual Treasure Pavilion is far more than this square inch. There are still many areas waiting for him to explore. Compared with this, Lin Yang's nano storage room is completely insignificant. The difference between the two sides is nothing more than a world of difference. Walking into the attic, the air is filled with a faint fragrance, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. In the center of the attic, 6 light balls are suspended in the air. They seem to be quietly waiting for someone to open them. Knowing that these are the items chosen this time, Lin Yang took a few steps forward and began to look at them carefully. But soon he found out that although he could see the items in the light balls, the scenes he saw were all blurry and not real. He could only vaguely distinguish what the items were. But the specific situation was completely unclear. A harp. A statue building. A long sword. A talisman. A token. There was also a golden paper that looked like a pill recipe and a note left by the predecessors. Sure enough, there is no way to find out the information. Lin Yang stared at these items for a long time. There was no information feedback. He frowned. If he could only choose one. Lin Yang thought about it. The zither and the sword were the first items he gave up. From the vague appearance characteristics, the quality of these two items should not be low. But he has no heroes who can use the zither and the sword for the time being. So it would be a pity to take them and a pity to throw them away. Thinking about it again, he also gave up the talisman and the token. Talisman items are still relatively rare. After all, even among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, the way of talismans is second to none. It is as famous as the 3 ways of elixir, formation, and instrument. But he has no heroes who practice this way. And it's just a talisman. It may not work if you take it. As for the reason for not choosing the token, it is also very simple. No matter how precious this thing is, if it can't be used, it's useless. As for the statue building and the paper that seems to record the recipe, Lin Yang hesitated for a long time and couldn't make a decision. At this time, he understood more and more why some people have entanglement. It was too difficult to make a decision. After thinking it over again and again, he still stretched out his palm towards the ball of light that contained the statue building. Snap! The ball of light shattered instantly. As the statue building fell into his hand, an invisible force rolled. Lin Yang's figure disappeared from the Ling Bao Pavilion. He returned to the territory. Until this time, Lin Yang could see the statue building in his hand clearly. This is a statue of an archer. He held an exquisite magic longbow. The arrow was on the bowstring. It seemed that he was ready to make a fatal blow at any time. Fire. After seeing the specific attributes of this building, Lin Yang had only this thought in his mind. The thought that he was still worried about whether he had made the wrong choice or whether he should choose the golden paper was gone. Name: Archer Statue. Type: Statue. Level: None. Function: all Archer-type soldiers in the territory have basic attack power plus 50%, basic attack distance plus 50%, attack speed plus 50%. Introduction: a mysterious statue with great power. Note: statue attributes that act on the same type of soldiers or have overlapping effects cannot be superimposed on each other. Only the highest bonus effect of one statue will be effective. 2 Strong. Not only does it increase the basic attack power of all archer-type soldiers, it also increases the basic attack distance and shooting speed. More importantly, these bonus effects are not like War Book and Fearless Battle Flag that will automatically disappear when the time is up. Instead, as long as the archer statue stands in the territory, these effects will be permanent. The only pity is that statue-type buildings cannot be upgraded. But think about it. There are such terrifying bonus effects. If you can continue to upgrade the level and get strengthened, that would be too amazing. For a moment, Lin Yang was looking forward to what the shooter statue would become under the effect of evolution heart. Name: Shooting Domain Spirit Monument. Type: Statue. Level: None. Function 1: Basic attack power of all long-range soldiers in the territory plus 100%, basic attack distance plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%. Function 2: When all long-range soldiers in the territory attack, they will have the penetration special effect. Skills: Multiple shots, passive. When all long-range soldiers attack, there is a certain probability of causing an additional attack, and there is a very low probability of causing 2 attacks. The higher the quality of the long-range soldiers, the higher the probability of triggering multiple shots. Introduction: omitted. After the evolution is completed, the statue's attributes are greatly improved. The basic attack power, attack distance, and attack speed are all doubled compared to the original. In addition, there is also an additional penetration special effect that increases physical defense penetration. As for the newly added multiple shooting skill, the effect is even more powerful. If the long-range shooting soldiers are of high quality and have good luck, one attack can even cause 3 damage effects. And the lethality is not discounted at all. However, what makes Lin Yang most happy is not these, but the range of soldiers that are blessed. The original shooter statue effect is only effective for shooter-type soldiers, and the range that the evolved statue can bless, it has become all long-range soldiers. This is the most terrifying part of the statue after evolution. Chapter 52. As the statue was completed, Lin Yang was also eager to see the performance of the shadow shooters. He immediately used the god's perspective to look at several teams of shadow shooters who were fighting monsters outside the territory. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the arrows had just flown out. The shadow shooters were surprised to find that the arrows they shot seemed to be suddenly enchanted. With a powerful piercing force, they instantly exploded the heads of the beasts. This is the gift of the Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. It seemed that they realized where the sudden increase in power came from. The shadow shooters cheered and jumped for joy. In the past few days, the demon-suppressing warriors have become the absolute main force in the army. Although the shadow shooters can still cause considerable damage in battle, compared with the past, they undoubtedly have less glory. So the shadow shooters are quite disappointed. In addition to fighting, they were very silent. Until this moment, after receiving the blessing of the sharpshooter statue, they realized that their strength had greatly increased and they could serve the Lord better. Their emotions were completely vented. Seeing the scenes in front of them from a god's perspective, Lin Yang could not help but secretly alert himself. Although all the soldiers were recruited by him, these recruited soldiers were also living people, not cold technological creations. They also had their own emotions. Sometimes it was not simply that the loyalty of the soldiers was high, and their combat effectiveness would not decrease. Your soldier, the shadow shooter, discovered a goblin ruins. Just as Lin Yang was thinking about it, a prompt message popped up. He looked closely and found a goblin fortress. There were also a bunch of goblin robots patrolling around, not letting any creatures get close. Monster, A6 Goblin Robot. Level, LV-20. Skills: Precision Armor, Machine Gun Sweeping, Goblin Rocket Launcher. Introduction: a robot invented and manufactured by the Goblins, mainly used for daily patrols and defense of bases. Nothing to say. Attack! As Lin Yang gave the order, the Shadow Archers, whose strength had been greatly improved, could not wait to draw their bows and strings. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With the penetration effect of the statue, the arrows easily penetrated the patrolling goblin robots. The armor on their bodies seemed to be useless. The Shadow Archers' firing speed was already very high. Now, with the shooting domain Spirit Monument's terrifying 100% firing speed blessing, for a moment, arrows rushed out like Gatling guns. What's more terrifying is, as a high-grade epic soldier, the Shadow Archer has a high probability of triggering multi-shot. Basically, 2 to 3 shots can cause an additional attack. For a moment, the rain of arrows covered the sky like a dark cloud. As mechanical creations, these goblin robots naturally do not know what fear is. But in the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. Your unit Shadow Shooter kills a 6 goblin robot, LV-20, and gets 5,000 experience points. Your unit Shadow Shooter kills a 6 goblin robot, LV-20, and gets 5,000 experience points. In the end, the many robots cruising around the goblin fortress were destroyed without even firing a few rounds of machine guns and rocket launchers. And the attacks they launched were all blocked by the demon-suppressing warriors who rushed to the front. The firepower poured on the large shield made of fine iron, which could only create holes. It was impossible to penetrate it. As for the terrifying impact force that was enough to break people's bones, it was like a breeze blowing on the face for the demon-suppressing warriors whose physical strength had long been extraordinary. It could not cause any ripples. The goblin rocket launcher was quite lethal. But the few rocket launchers were just launched. They were detonated in the air by the sword lights of the demon-suppressing warriors. Not a single rocket fell from the beginning to the end. And after getting rid of all the goblin robots, to Lin Yang's surprise, the soldiers were no longer blocked. Until they approached the goblin fortress, they were attacked again. Boom! 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 The goblin cannons were venting their firepower like crazy. One by one, the shells streaked across the sky. They roared with destructive power. For a moment, the gravel was scattered and the smoke and dust rolled. The deafening roar resounded through the sky. The whole earth seemed to be trembling with it. But this terrifying momentum came quickly and went even faster. It stopped in an instant. The shadow shooters had sharp eyes. One by one, the shadow arrows were accurately nailed on the exposed muzzles of the goblin cannons. The shadow power it carried was like a thorn in the flesh. It soon destroyed its structure beyond recognition. Now there was no obstacle on the road ahead. When everyone really entered it, not only did they not encounter any attacks, they did not find any goblin creatures. And the situation inside the fortress was completely different from what Lin Yang had imagined. It was a mess inside. Mechanical wreckage was scattered all around. It seemed that inside the goblin fortress, a war had once broken out. The only traces left were that the goblins had once lived here. Perhaps it was the incomplete portraits hanging on the walls of the hall. It seemed to be silently telling the glorious history of the goblins. However, since a war had broken out within the goblins, and it seemed that no matter which side won in the end, they had already evacuated for many years. In this case, why would they leave goblin robots to guard around? Could it be that this goblin fortress had not been completely abandoned by them? Search the space here carefully to see if there is anything to discover. Thinking of this, Lin Yang's mind moved slightly. Not long after, in a secret place in the fortress, a heavy and sophisticated instrument was found. This is an energy shield launcher. Chapter 53. The moment he saw this item, Lin Yang immediately understood why the goblins left in a hurry. They also left robots to guard outside. Why did they hide it? No other reason. It was because the energy shield launcher was too precious. After it was turned on, it could directly form a large-scale, continuous energy shield in the surrounding area. It could resist all types of attacks during the period. This thing is almost an indispensable device for all powerful cities. Its preciousness is self-evident. With this device, the defense capability of Lin Yang's territory has undoubtedly been greatly enhanced. And the reason why the goblins did not take this device away is also very simple. Energy shield launcher is not only large and heavy, but also has a very tight internal structure. The time for the goblins to evacuate at that time may be quite tight. So there was no time to move it. That's why a series of protective measures were left behind and it was hidden. It's just that such a long time has passed. Why didn't the goblins come back to take the energy shield launcher away? Lin Yang didn't know the reason. Perhaps it was possible that the goblins encountered some accidents. What a pity, it would be better if there was a way. Lin Yang excitedly asked everyone to transport the energy shield launcher back to the territory. At the same time, he thought a little greedily. Although the effect of the energy shield launcher is already quite good. But compared with the formation, there is still a big gap. After all, the magic power system is also one of the top power systems in the endless world. But in any case, it can't compare with the immortal power system that stands at the top of the endless world. And the creations under the two systems. Naturally, it is the same. The night is getting darker. The sky is dotted with stars. Lin Yang looked at the energy shield launcher that had been installed. He nodded with satisfaction. Although it is only a primary protective equipment. But the shield covers the entire territory, a total of only 200,000 square meters of space. It is more than enough. The only thing that made Lin Yang a little helpless was that it took a lot of energy crystals to activate the energy shield launcher. And the longer it lasted after it was activated, the more energy crystals were needed. Another big spender of energy crystals. Lin Yang cursed inwardly. But he felt a little more secure. With Hall of Valor, his heroes and soldiers could be resurrected after death. But the various buildings and wonders could not. Once they were attacked and destroyed, the loss would be huge. But now with the energy shield launcher, Lin Yang didn't have to worry too much about it. Before going to bed, he glanced at the level rankings. The levels of the top 10 did not change. Obviously, after reaching their level, it was not that easy to upgrade there. However, many lords who were originally of low level made a desperate effort and gained a lot of experience in just one day. Now the average level of the Blue Star Lords has soared to level 9.8. In less than a day, the average level increased by 0.3 levels. It was really amazing. In the next few days, a large number of lords were as crazy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Roll to death. Damn it, fight, and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Don't be scared, just do it. If you win, you will be a young model in the club, and if you lose, you will go to work in the sea. Almost all the lords of the big regions were crazy about leveling up with this idea. However, Lin Yang's throne of the first level. No one can shake it. He is like an insurmountable peak. Standing in front of all the Blue Star Lords. What makes all the lords feel desperate is that Lin Yang's level is still rising continuously. Soon. Time came to the last day of the level up activity. At this time, some lords knew that they were powerless, so they simply chose to give up. But some lords still insisted. Especially those lords who are about 100 on the level ranking list. They are completely crazy. They have gambled everything. So they will never give up no matter what. Even to the extreme. Willing to risk their lives. Damn. Fight. In the territory. Looking at his current level, Lin Yang's eyes also flashed a cruel color. Use the last experience bonus card. Experience bonus card, small. After use, all soldiers and heroes in the territory gain plus 300% experience points, which lasts for 1 day. The reason why he was able to level up 3 times in just 6 days and directly reach level 24. In addition to the 30% additional experience points from the town level forces. What he relied on was the special props he had accumulated with great difficulty, the experience bonus card. And the purpose of doing this is to increase the reward level of the hidden task beyond the limit as much as possible. If it weren't for this, he would not have used up all the experience bonus cards in his hand in these 7 days. Hard work pays off. On this night, with his troops and heroes firing at full power, Lin Yang's experience points finally continued to rise at a slow but steady pace. Finally reached level 25. Requirements for upgrading the territory to level 6, Lord level 25, 1000 energy crystals, 2000 reputation points, no monsters within the expansion range of the territory upgrade. The conditions for territory upgrade have been met. Do you want to upgrade the territory immediately? Yes/no. It's not easy. Seeing the prompt message appear again, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. In the past week, in order to maximize the reward of the task beyond the limit, he kept an eye on the average level of the Blue Star Lords. His spirit was almost always in a tense state. He even used up all of his treasured props experience bonus card. He was afraid that the gap between his level and theirs would not be big enough. But fortunately, everything was worth it in the end. Upgraded the territory successfully. Your territory level has been upgraded to level 6. Your territory area has been increased from 16,000 square meters, 400, to 250,000 square meters, 500. Your territory has been upgraded by 1 level. You have obtained an entry extraction opportunity. Do you want to extract it immediately? Yes/no. Finally, I can extract a new entry. Lin Yang sighed. He immediately chose yes. Congratulations! You have drawn the red entry, Penglay Wonderland. Penglay Wonderland, red entry. Every time your territory level increases by 2 levels, you will randomly obtain a special territory feature. Your current territory level is level 6, and you will randomly obtain 3 special territory features. Congratulations! You have obtained the territory feature, solid as a rock. Congratulations! You have the territory feature, vitality. Congratulations! You have the territory feature, spiritual creatures from heaven. Penglay Wonderland, the effect of this entry is really extraordinary. There is no doubt. The attributes of this entry are somewhat similar to Supreme Artifact. They all improve with their own strength. They can continuously unlock new effects. However, it is different from the cumbersome and complicated way of obtaining artifact points in the latter. The Penglay Wonderland entry is only linked to the personal territory level. The higher the territory level, the more Lord features you will obtain. For the effect of the entry obtained this time, Lin Yang is still quite satisfied. Now just click on Imperial to check out the effect. Immovable, defense of all buildings in the territory plus 100%. A simple attribute. But it is quite powerful. Especially for defensive buildings such as Ancient Wall of Thorns. The improvement is even greater. As for the second territory characteristic obtained, it is closely related to the growth rate of spiritual plants that Lin Yang has always been thinking about. Vibrant, growth rate of all spiritual plants and spiritual trees in the territory plus 1000%, output plus 100%. 10 times the growth rate. And the spiritual plants planted can also be harvested twice. It can be called a farming skill. However, among these 3 characteristics, Lin Yang values it the most. It is also the most valuable in his opinion. It is undoubtedly the territory characteristic of heavenly spiritual objects. Heavenly spiritual objects, your territory is favored by God, and spiritual plants and spiritual trees will naturally appear in the territory. There is a certain probability of the birth of high-level spiritual plants and spiritual trees, and there is a small probability of the emergence of spiritual fires, spiritual springs, and other spiritual objects of heaven and earth. The larger the territory, the higher the luck attribute of the Lord, the higher the probability of various spiritual plants, trees, and objects appearing. Just the fact that there is a certain probability of the birth of high-level spiritual plants and trees. This territory feature is incredible. After all, it goes without saying how rare high-level spiritual plants and trees are. Not to mention the small probability of the emergence of spiritual fire, spiritual spring, and other spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Any spiritual object of heaven and earth such as spiritual fire and spiritual spring. The value is inestimable. Even wonders are incomparable. After entering the endless world for such a long time, he has obtained 3 wonders. But he has never obtained any spiritual object of heaven and earth. This can more or less show the rarity of spiritual objects. Even if it is only a small probability of birth, it is enough to arouse endless reverie. Awesome! Lin Yang sighed. He checked his upgraded attribute panel. Lord of the Territory, Lin Yang. Personal level, level 25. Personal attributes. Strength, 500, plus 250. Agility, 500, plus 250. Physique, 500, plus 250. Spirit, 500, plus 250. Growth value, 10. Reputation, 16,000. Talent, Chaos Creation, Super God level. Entries, Heart of Evolution, Red, Mastery, Gold, Supreme Artifact, Red, Endless Flow, Red, Life Resurrection, Red, Penglay Wonderland, Red. Territory level, level 6. 325,000, plus 30%. Territory heroes, Lingyu, Xiaomeng, Yanli. Territory arms, Shadow Shooter, Demon Suppression Warrior. Territory buildings, Glory Holy Tower, Heroes Pavilion, Shooting Domain Spiritual Monument. Territory wonders, Star Tower, Tianyan Pavilion, Moon Fountain. Looking at the 6 entries on the panel, 5 gold and 1 purple. Lin Yang was also full of emotion. He didn't expect that. In just such a short time, he has developed to such a powerful level now. The level rush will end tomorrow morning. Thinking of this, Lin Yang opened the real-time updated level ranking list to check. First place, Ancient Forest Region, Lin Yang, level 25. Second place, Sky City Region, Alexander, level 19. Third place, Ancient Desert Region, Qin Feng, level 18. Fourth place, Mysterious Burial Ground, Luke, level 18. Fifth place, Clear Water and Clear River, William, level 18. The top 10 list has not changed at all. The first place still belongs to Lin Yang. And it is slightly ironic. After a week of struggle, the lords behind him have not narrowed the level gap with Lin Yang. Compared with when the list was first announced, the level gap has even widened. Alexander, who was originally ranked second, was only 4 levels lower than Lin Yang. But now the level gap between him and Lin Yang has reached an exaggerated level of 6. Even if he gives the other party another week, he can't catch up with Lin Yang. First place, I took it. This is basically an established fact. Lin Yang's current focus is not here. It is the average level of the Blue Star Lords. After a week of struggle, their average level has increased from 9.5 at the beginning to 11.8 now. At the beginning, many lords were still very motivated. But when they gradually realized the gap with the people on the list, they gradually lost their fighting spirit. The combat style became stable again. Not as crazy as before. Otherwise, Lin Yang estimated that the average level of the Blue Star Lords could be increased by half a level. But for him, this is undoubtedly a good thing. This night is destined to be restless, and many people may not be able to sleep. Looking at the rising flames in the distance, Lin Yang whispered to himself. Which lords have the hope of entering the top 100 of the level rankings are now making the final sprint? Level 6? Haha, good, the level gap is getting bigger and bigger. A secret area in the Sky City. Alexander said with gritted teeth. Don't worry, since they have got that thing, they will definitely not be able to hold back. It won't be long before this guy named Lin Yang will die. Why are you jealous of him? But if this kid's talent is really god level, it's really a pity. In Alexander's mind, the old voice sounded. At the end, there was a bit of regret in his tone. There's really no need for me and Li's to attack together. If they. Although I think it's foolproof, for safety reasons, you'd better not get involved. If anything unexpected happens, I'll just lose this soul will, and you, hee. Understood. I'll listen to you, sir. Alexander's voice dropped. But on his face, at this moment, a ferocity that was completely inconsistent with his submissive tone emerged. In the territory. Since the victory has been locked in advance, Lin Yang was too lazy to wait until the end of the activity tomorrow morning. So he prepared to go to rest. Ling Yu's relationship with him is getting better and better now. Under his sweet words, she will take the initiative to warm his bed. The various techniques for picking up girls learned on Blue Star. It's still very useful to deal with such an innocent girl. Although this girl still doesn't want to sleep with him. But the duck is cooked. How could Lin Yang let him fly away? Then it's just a matter of time. But he had only moved a few steps. There were bursts of starlight in the territory. Is this Hero's Pavilion? After realizing that it was the light coming from there. As Lin Yang looked over, a prompt message had appeared on his panel. Spiritual plant husband Baiwa, excellent talent, is willing to join your territory, do you agree? Yes/no, worker. Hint, to lead the other party to this world, 1000 energy crystals are required. Hero's Pavilion can indeed attract and recruit special talents. But what Lin Yang didn't expect was, someone was attracted so quickly. And the talents recruited are of the same rank and quality as heroes. Talents of the excellent rank. The quality is actually quite high. After all, even at this stage of development, many lords have not even bought a rare hero. Not to mention excellent heroes. Chapter 54. With Yan Li, the genius of alchemy. What Lin Yang lacks most now is various spiritual plants. Originally, he gained a territory characteristic of vibrant. He was already quite satisfied. He never thought that he was ready to rest. There was a surprise. Compared with a spiritual plant husband, those 1000 energy crystals naturally seemed insignificant. After Lin Yang clicked his consent. Under the layers of starlight, a 28-year-old, pretty and charming woman stood in the hero's pavilion a little hurriedly. Lord. She was dressed in plain clothes and her voice was a little weak. She gave people a feeling of pity. However, Lin Yang would not despise the other party because of this look. Since you are a spiritual plant husband, what spells do you know? Lin Yang thought about it and asked aloud. Lord, I have mastered the 3 basic spells of Ling's Hifu, Ling Yu, Shen Fei, and Zhai Bai. In addition, I have also learned an advanced spell of Ling's Hifu, Ling's Hitong, which I have also mastered. Seeing Lin Yang asking, Baiwa responded immediately. Seems to be afraid of being abandoned. She has not been stimulated before, right? Lin Yang shook his head. No more words. But he looked at the effects of these skills. Of the 3 basic spells, there is no need to say much. But the advanced skill effect of Ling's Hitong is quite interesting. Ling's Hitong, IV10, establish a special communication channel with the spiritual plants, so as to more accurately understand their growth needs and growth conditions. From now on, you will be responsible for taking care of all the spiritual fields and spiritual plants in the territory. If there is anything unclear, you can tell me at any time, understand? I understand. Okay. Lin Yang nodded. After placing the other party in the apartment, he went to rest. Early in the morning. Perhaps he was expecting something. Lin Yang had woken up early. My lord. He had just finished washing up. He saw Ling Yu standing at the door looking at him. Her eyebrows were curved. A warm smile bloomed on her face. Like the sunshine in autumn. It completely melted away the impatience in his heart. He walked forward. Ignoring Ling Yu's slight resistance. He directly hugged her in his arms. Then the two of them watched quietly together as the rays of light spread all over the earth. The darkness was completely dispelled bit by bit. Hey! After getting up, Yan Li saw the two hugging each other without hesitation. It was as if he had discovered some new world. His eyes suddenly widened. Mom said that you can't peek at this time. It seemed that he remembered his mother's teachings. Yan Li quickly covered his eyes with two slightly chubby little hands. But after a while, she secretly took them away again. He looked over quietly through the gap between his fingertips. Without blinking, he looked at her very seriously. Mom said that adults would be close to each other at this time, why aren't brothers and sisters close to each other? Hearing Yan Li muttering softly, Lin Yang was angry and amused. Lord brother, I want a hug. But he was about to say something. The little Lolita hurriedly withdrew her gaze. Then she ran towards him with her arms open. She looked harmless. Lin Yang held her in his arms with some helplessness and some doting. He glared at her fiercely. But Yan Li completely ignored him. She slapped him on the face. Then she jumped out with a whoosh. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, rows of golden notices were posted simultaneously in tens of thousands of regional chat groups. World announcement, this leveling event has ended. World announcement, congratulations to Lord Lin Yang for winning the first place in this leveling event and becoming the champion. The ancient forest where he is located will share the glory. All lords and their arms and heroes in the ancient forest will receive plus 100 points in 4-dimensional attributes. Plus 1000 points in reputation. And in the next week, all lords in the ancient forest will receive the champion's blessing. Champion's blessing, the attributes of all arms and heroes under the lord will be plus 20%, and the experience points gained from killing monsters during this period will be plus 100%. The moment the world announcement was released, the chat group in the ancient forest area was completely boiling. Although everyone knew it in their hearts before, no one could shake Lin Yang's first place in the level ranking. But when the rewards were actually distributed, it still felt different. Woo woo woo, we finally got the attribute point reward. Damn! The 4-dimensional attribute increased by 100 points at once. This is equivalent to the 10-level upgrade of the garbage troops I have. Who doesn't? Brother! With a 100% experience value bonus for a week, our region is about to take off. From now on, Big Brother Lin Yang is the only true God in my heart. Father Lin Yang, please accept my child's worship. This is also okay, a complete win? I'm a little skeptical about my life. Sure enough, luck is also a kind of strength. Players in other regions, don't have such good luck as us. Haha, other regions are just chickens and dogs, even the second place is 6 levels lower than Big Brother Lin Yang. If I were the second life, just find a place to work for yourself. It's not that they are too weak, but that God Lin Yang is too strong. I don't know what rewards will be given to Big Brother Lin Yang if he wins the first place in the level up event. The flowery sedan chair is a big eye-catcher. Although I know clearly that these people are praising me, 014501320 Fila 1714511261. It's more for making friends with myself. But I have to say, Lin Yang's vanity at this moment is still greatly satisfied. Congratulations! You won the first place in this level up event. You got the basic reward, 10,000 energy crystals. You got the level reward, the level of yourself and all heroes and arms under you will be immediately increased by 3 levels. You got a special reward, Blessed Land Fragments *4. Wonders Advanced Card, Normal, *2. Wonders Upgrade Card, Advanced, *1. Random Advanced Quest Scroll *1. You got the Equipment Reward, Starry Night. Level 8 Robe. You got the Building Reward, Prosperous Market, Special Building. Just as Lin Yang was passing through the chat group, a series of prompt messages sounded one after another like mushrooms after rain. Then, white light appeared everywhere in the territory. After flashing 3 times in a row, then it gradually dissipated. The reward for the first place is really generous. Lin Yang looked at the flashing messages. The excitement on his face was hard to suppress. In just a short while, his level reached level 28. It's not so fast even if you upgrade by rocket. And this is just the level reward for winning the first place this time. As for the items in the special reward, there are even more. With the 4 blessed land fragments obtained this time, isn't it just the 10 blessed land fragments? Among so many special items, the first thing Lin Yang noticed was the pieces of blessed land that looked like glass. Almost at the same time as the thought flashed in his mind, a prompt message has emerged. You have currently collected 10 blessed land fragments and can synthesize a complete blessed land. Do you want to synthesize it immediately? Yes/no. The Cave Heaven Blessed Land is synthesizing. Due to the special nature of the Cave Heaven Blessed Land, the synthesis takes a certain amount of time, please wait patiently. After Lin Yang clicked to confirm, the complete Cave Heaven Blessed Land did not appear immediately. The 10 blessed land fragments intertwined into a bright light in the air. It seemed to be evolving something vaguely. This was also the first time he had seen such a situation. In the past, whether it was the evolution of buildings or the upgrading and expansion of territories, it basically lasted for a few seconds and then ended. But seeing that there would be no results for a while, Lin Yang turned his eyes to the Wonders Upgrade Card name, Wonders Upgrade Card, Ordinary, Type, Card/Special Item Effect. After use, all wonders below the 3rd grade, including the 3rd grade, can be upgraded by 1 grade. Introduction: special items that can affect the grade of wonders are very rare. Good stuff. Seeing the attributes of this item, Lin Yang's eyes lit up immediately. The grade of wonders is different from that of buildings. The initial grade is the grade. There will be no change as the Lord's level increases. Wonders often play a decisive role in the territory. Therefore, special items such as Wonder Upgrade Card are extremely useful. He got 3 cards at once. Lin Yang also became generous. He immediately used 1 card on Tianyan Pavilion. After a flash of light, the grade of Tianyan Pavilion was immediately upgraded to the 4th grade. After the grade was upgraded, the improvement effect of Tianyan Pavilion increased to 400%. The Tianyan effect became 4000%. The proficiency gained by releasing a skill was improved again. The effect of the Advanced Wonder Card is basically the same as that of the Ordinary Wonder Card. It's just that the former can only upgrade the wonders of the 6th grade, including the 6th grade, or below by 1 grade. In terms of pure effect, compared with the latter, it is undoubtedly much rarer. If it is used directly to upgrade the 4th grade wonders such as Star Tower and Moon Fountain, it's really a pity. After hesitating for a while, Lin Yang finally put away the Advanced Wonder Card. After all, whether it is Star Tower or Moon Fountain, there will be no qualitative change if the grade is upgraded by 1 grade. As for the last special item, It is a high-level task scroll. After using it, you can randomly trigger a high-level task. He has no intention to do the task at the moment. Therefore, this high-level task scroll was temporarily put away. Is it an 8th level robe? He glanced at the equipment reward. Lin Yang's eyes flashed with a strange color. Among the defensive equipment, the value of the robe is far higher than the same level armor. Item, Starry Rainbow. Quality, 8th level robe. Attribute, Spirit plus 600, Constitution plus 600. Function, Dust Avoidance, Self-Cleaning, Size as desired. Skill 1. Starry Body Protection. It can draw the power of the stars in the sky to bless itself and form a body protecting starlight. The effect is doubled when used by those who practice the way of the stars. Skill 2. Flying. You can use the power of the stars to travel the world, cannot fly at too high a distance. Skill 3. Spirit Recovery. Greatly speed up the recovery of mental power. Introduction. This top-level robe is made of fragments of stars from outer space, combined with rare items such as brocade silk, brocade weaving, and golden thread. It is not only infinitely useful, but also extremely comfortable to wear. Without a doubt, this is the strongest equipment Lin Yang has obtained since entering the Endless World. Not only does it come with 3 functions, it also has 3 skill effects. Each one is quite powerful. As for who this robe is assigned to, naturally, it is given to Ling Yu. Let's not mention anything else. Spiritual recovery. This effect is perfectly matched with her. Lord. Seeing Lin Yang handing the extremely precious robe of Xing Chen Nishang to herself, Ling Yu opened her lips slightly and just opened her mouth to say something. But Lin Yang interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Why, do you want me to help you change? Lin Yang smiled. He stretched out his hand to pull Ling Yu's clothes. Ah! Ling Yu couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. The figure retreated several steps. Her face flushed instantly. Like a ripe apple. It made people want to take a bite. I'll change now. Her beautiful eyes glared at Lin Yang fiercely. Ling Yu took Xing Chen Nishang and went to the inner room. It's quite big, why can't I see it normally? Seeing the other person leave, Lin Yang glanced at the hand that had just been stretched out and muttered softly. Then he looked at the last special building. Name, Prosperous Market. Type, Market. Function, a prosperous market that connects many special areas and small world creatures. You can enter it and trade with the creatures inside, and there is even a certain probability of trading for world treasures. But the creatures that appear inside may not be kind to you. They may even kill you directly. Take away all your belongings. Introduction, a special building with mixed reputations. Do you want to take a gamble? FK. After reading the building function. Originally, when he saw a certain probability of trading for world treasures, he was very excited. However, when he saw the description below, Lin Yang couldn't help but swear. What kind of international joke is this? If I enter it and inexplicably kill some other creatures, that would be a big joke. After placing it in the territory, Lin Yang almost instinctively took a few steps back. Then he directly used Heart of Evolution to transform it. Name, Zushan Merchants. Type, Market. Level, Level 1. Function, attract guests from all over the world to come to Zushan Merchants for trading. Here, the safety of all guests, including the Lord, will be absolutely protected. The higher the building level and the higher the Lord's personal reputation level, the greater the probability of attracting guests from all over the world to trade here, and the higher the probability of people appearing in higher level worlds. Currently attracted guests, 0. Other functions, Zushan Auction, unable to unlock for the time being. Skills. Mysterious Merchant IV1, every once in a while, Zushan Merchants will attract mysterious merchants to trade here. The higher the personal reputation level, the greater the probability that the mysterious merchant is willing to trade with you. Introduction: a trading house connecting all over the world. The evolved Zushan merchants is directly suspended in the air. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it looks like a fairyland. Compared with the previous prosperous market, I don't know how much more majestic and magnificent it is. The effect of this building evolution seems to be too good. Looking at the properties of the evolved buildings, Lin Yang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. But it seems that more and more building functions are closely related to the reputation level. The Zhu Tian business I bought this time, and the Kunying pavilion before, it seems to be the same. Thinking of this, Lin Yang's eyebrows slightly raised. As for the reputation value, although he had gained a lot before, but he really didn't pay too much attention to it. In the future, he will focus on it. After sorting out the gains of winning the first place, Lin Yang then turned his attention to the task of Beyond the Limit. Task settlement begins. At the end of the leveling event, your final level is 25.0. The average level of Blue Star Lords is 11.9. Your personal level is more than 10 levels higher than the average level of Blue Star Lords, and you have received an additional super reward. Your personal level is 13.1 levels higher than the average level of Blue Star Lords. Your final reward is increased by 300%. Chapter 55. When Lin Yang was happily waiting for the Beyond the Limit mission to be settled, what he didn't know was that in the Sky City area, a conspiracy about him was quietly brewing. As the region where Alexander, the second in the level ranking, was located, Sky City has always received a lot of attention. Moreover, in this level up event, 3 lords from Sky City entered the top 100 of the ranking and received rewards for the level up event. It is unique. You know, there are a total of 10,000 regions participating this time. If it weren't for Lin Yang's sudden appearance, all the lords who were suppressed would not be able to raise their heads. Not many people paid attention to other regions. Then this time, the most dazzling of the 10,000 region level up event was undoubtedly their Sky City region. At this moment, in a private chat channel attached to the Sky City chat group, 9 people were discussing fiercely. And the topic of their discussion was how to destroy Lin Yang's base. Okay, it's settled. I'll issue the advanced declaration of war to Lin Yang in one day, and you can join my side then. During the leveling event of the 10,000 districts competition, Harvey, who finally won the 38th place, made the final decision. It's not safe for us to do it alone, should we pull Alexander over as well? Someone said in the group with some concern. Why call him over? Don't we need a helper like him? Didn't you see the guy's attitude on weekdays? His nose is almost up to the sky. And you overestimate our opponent? That's right. I admit that Lin Yang, a Daxia man, is really strong, being able to lead us by so many levels and take the first place. My heroes in arms can't be his opponents, but we are not 1v1 with him. This is a life and death fight. The top lords of our 9 Sky City regions joined forces to deal with him alone. We prepared for nearly a week in advance, and it was a sneak attack. If we can't beat him, our lord might as well cut his own neck. How should the things be distributed after winning? This kind of thing, it depends on each person's ability at that time. Okay, I agree. Rewards are increasing, rewards are being judged. It's worth my hard work this week. Seeing that the final reward was increased by 300%. Lin Yang's mouth corners couldn't stop rising. I wonder if the task he completed this time was too much. So the task settlement took half a day. And at this time, Ling Yu had already changed into Xing Chen Nishang and walked out. I have to say, the profound and otherworldly feeling of this robe matches Ling Yu's temperament very well. The two can be said to complement each other. The clothes are beautiful and the woman is even more beautiful. If it were normal. Seeing Ling Yu's posture, Lin Yang might have rushed over. But at this moment, his heart was all hanging on the reward for completing the task beyond the limit. He had no mind to focus on other aspects. Finally, while Lin Yang was anxiously waiting, lines of prompt information finally emerged. Congratulations! You have completed the task, beyond the limit. You have obtained 1 point of legend. You have obtained the ultimate reward, Dragon's Nest. Special Barracks. You have obtained an additional special reward. Please choose 3 from the following 7 rewards. 1. Reputation plus 1 million points. 2. Random Equipment Treasure Box. Level 10. 3. 1 World Tree Seedling. 4. 1 Random Reinforcement Order. 5. White Tiger Legion. Special Army Organization, Worker. 6. Kyunkan Dandeo Diagram. Donshu. 7. Magic Furnace. Wonder. Choose 3 from 7. Looking at the reward items listed one by one, Lin Yang's eyes almost popped out. It would be better to give me 3 of the rewards directly. I have to put these things out for people to see, but I can't take them all. Isn't this torture? Of course. That's what he said. If Lin Yang was really given 3 random rewards, he was not happy again. After thinking about it, he gave up the first reputation reward. Although Lin Yang has now become more and more aware of the importance of reputation, but with the strength of his current troops and heroes, it is only a matter of time to get 1 million reputation points. After all, before this, his reputation was as high as 17,000 points. And with the improvement of overall strength, Lin Yang's speed of gaining reputation in the future will inevitably get faster and faster. Maybe in less than a month, he can get 10 times the current reputation. As for the second reward, the 10th level random equipment treasure box, the effect is that after opening it, you can get a random 10th level equipment. This reward is undoubtedly very popular. But after hesitating again and again, Lin Yang still reluctantly gave it up. As he got more and more high-level equipment, he became more and more aware that a high-level equipment, it is difficult to affect the outcome of a battle. Even the 10th tier equipment is no exception. Of course, if the equipment treasure box can open strategic equipment such as War Book, or a rare alchemy magic weapon such as All-Seeing Star Furnace, then Lin Yang will definitely choose it without hesitation. But if you bet on the probability, forget it. As for the third reward, World Tree Seedling, this kind of heaven-defying spiritual tree, even if it is still in the seedling stage, it is priceless. There is no other reason. The potential of the world tree is too strong. Of course, if you want to cultivate a world tree seedling, the various resources consumed are simply incalculable. But no matter what, the world tree seedling must not be missed. As for the fourth reward, Random Enhancement Order, it is considered to be the most interesting special item among the many item rewards that Lin Yang has seen so far. After using the Random Enhancement Order token, any data in the Lord panel will be randomly enhanced. Personal attributes, military attributes, hero attributes, equipment, territory, buildings, talents, etc. are all possible. I have to say, this thing is really too much about luck. Even if Lin Yang thinks he is very lucky, he dare not gamble with this thing. And the last 3 rewards: White Tiger Army, Kyunkan Dandeo Diagram, Magic Energy Baking Furnace. Lin Yang wants them all. But he can only choose 2 out of the 3. After thinking about it, no decision was made immediately. Lin Yang walked out. He hugged Yanli, who was having fun with the elf princess Ellie. Yanli. The little loli looked at her favorite lord brother with a confused look. She lowered her head and thought silently for a while. It seems that she hasn't done anything bad recently. Cute and weird, take a look, is this book useful to you? Lin Yang showed Yanli the introduction of the Dan book and asked curiously. As a Dan book, Qian Kun Dan Dao 2 records many recipes and experiences of refining elixirs. It is precisely because he clearly knows the great role of Dan Dao. That is why he has been reluctant to give it up. Lord Brother, I know almost all the recipes in this Dan book. There is no need to choose this Dan book for me. After knowing what happened, Yan Li said happily. Then he looked at Lin Yang with hope on his little face. With an attitude of seeking praise. I knew it, Yan Li is the best. She is indeed a genius in alchemy. Getting a satisfactory answer from Lin Yang, the little Lolita was satisfied with her 2 pigtails. Running and jumping, she continued to play with the elf princess Ellie. Since Ellie's resurrection, the 2 little girls often play together. Lin Yang naturally would not stop them. In this case, it seems that Kunkan alchemy diagram can also be abandoned. Watching Yanli's figure gradually go away. Thinking carefully again, Lin Yang finally selected 3 rewards. Reward selection completed. You get the World Tree Seedling. You get the White Tiger Legion, Special Military Organization. You get the Magic Furnace, Wonder. The 3 rewards turned into 3 light balls floating in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang touched it lightly. The first light ball shattered. A green and crisp seedling with endless life force came into his sight. Item: World Tree Seedling. Type: Spiritual Tree. Effect: continuously obtain as it grows naturally. Introduction: a top-level extraordinary spiritual tree nurtured by heaven and earth. In order to make it thrive, it requires a huge amount of various resources. Note: the World Tree Seedling must be at least in the top-grade spiritual field to ensure basic growth conditions. As one of the top spiritual trees in Lin Yang's cognition, once the World Tree can grow up, even if more resources are spent, it is worth it. But obviously, for the time being, he does not have the ability to cultivate the World Tree Seedling. But Lin Yang believes, with his current strength and growth rate, it won't take long to meet the requirements for cultivating the World Tree. Carefully put away the World Tree Seedling. Lin Yang's palm reached out to the second light ball. It was also one of the 7 rewards given by Heavenly Dao. In addition to the World Tree Seedling. In his opinion, the most valuable and useful reward. But this time, after the light ball broke, Lin Yang held it in his hand. But it was nothingness. At the same time, in his personal attribute panel, there was an additional Legion organization. Name: White Tiger Legion. Type: Army Organization. Legion level: Level 1. Legion number: Capacity limit: 10,000, based on the current Legion level. Attribute 1: Strength attribute plus 10%. Attribute 2: When all Legion soldiers are attacked by gold, the damage is reduced by 20%. Attribute 3: All soldiers who join the White Tiger Legion can obtain the White Tiger Power Blessing. Unparalleled killing. Invincible. Other attributes: Legion killing move, exclusive. Golden Spear Dawn IV1, gather the power of all soldiers in the Legion together and send out a terrifying blow that shakes the world. Restrictions: 1. The soldiers joining the Legion must be humanoid creatures. 2. The quality of the soldiers joining the Legion must be at least king quality or above. 3. The soldiers joining the Legion must be intelligent creatures. Introduction: the White Tiger core of the 4 symbols core. The White Tiger is for killing. The Black Tortoise is for defense. The Vermilion Bird is for wind. The Azure Dragon is not for use. If the 4 symbols core can be assembled, or if the corresponding divine beast souls are integrated into it, the effect of the national group will be greatly improved. I have to say, the effect of White Tiger core is really awesome. The most important thing is, this is a special military organization. All bonus effects and the attributes and skills of the arms themselves will not conflict with any conflict. However, among these, what attracted Lin Yang's attention and even excitement the most? It is undoubtedly the core's killing move, Golden Spear Dawn. Its effect is basically the same as the military formation killing move. They are just extremely powerful skills. Generally speaking, only legendary and above arms can condense and release military formation killing moves. Of course, it doesn't mean that all legendary soldiers have military formation killing moves. After all, some powerful legendary soldiers don't have the skill of military formation. Naturally, there is no such thing as a military formation killing move. If you insist on saying that the White Tiger Corps has any shortcomings, that is that it has too many restrictions. Fortunately, all the demon-suppressing warriors under Lin Yang are satisfied. There is nothing to say. He directly assigned all the demon-suppressing warriors to the White Tiger Corps. At the same time, the demon-suppressing warriors who had just left the territory. At this time, they all felt a surge of power suddenly emerging in their bodies. Roar! Then the soul worlds of all the demon-suppressing warriors trembled together. A huge white tiger with claws stepping on thunder, golden eyes, and a white body appeared. After a terrifying roar that seemed to make the world pale. Then it dissipated again. Integrate all the power into the bodies of all the White Tiger Corps soldiers. For a moment, even with the tenacious will of the demon-suppressing warriors, they were so comfortable that they almost groaned. I feel full of power now. The power of the Lord is really unfathomable. This is the power of the sacred beast White Tiger, how is this possible? After a long time, the demon-suppressing warriors finally came to their senses. Everyone whispered to each other for a while. Then they all looked towards the territory. The awe of Lin Yang in their hearts deepened. The White Tiger Corps is already so terrifying, how powerful should the Azure Dragon Corps, which is known as the Azure Dragon, be? Looking at the introduction of the White Tiger Corps, Lin Yang's heart was also surging. Alas, it's useless to just think about it, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and we have to keep fighting. Suppressing the thoughts that were drifting further and further away in his heart, Lin Yang's eyes fell on the last selected reward. Wonder, Magic Energy Baking Furnace. Grade, 5th grade. Function, absorb all the magic power in the territory and condense various types of elemental crystals and magic crystals. The larger the territory, the more elemental crystals and magic crystals can be condensed every day. Currently, 100 magic crystals/10 elemental crystals can be condensed every day. Introduction, a wonder that can absorb magic power and convert it into matter. The reason why he chose the magic furnace. A big reason is that the world he is in now is a magical world. In the magical world, items such as various elemental crystals and magic crystals are hard currency. Whether it is the practice of magicians, or magic devices such as energy shield launcher and magic energy shield, these items are needed. Although energy crystals are higher level energy items than magic crystals, you can directly charge magic items such as energy shield launcher. But in that case, it will consume a lot of energy crystals. With the magic furnace, in the future, unless it is an emergency, you don't need energy crystals at all. Dispose of all 3 rewards. Lin Yang then looked at the first one, point of legendary points awarded, and the ultimate reward, Dragon's Nest. Legendary points? What is this? The moment this thought came to Lin Yang's mind, an additional information explanation appeared in his mind. Legendary points are a very rare attribute. Only after completing some extremely difficult tasks, or achieving some epic achievements, can you get legendary points rewards. Each 1 point of legendary points can increase 1% of experience points, 1% of reputation points, and 1% of charm attributes. In addition, accepting certain advanced tasks and special tasks also has certain requirements for legendary points. From this, the most precious thing in this mission should be the special barracks Dragon's Nest. After understanding the purpose of legendary points, Lin Yang's eyes fell on the barracks model in his hand. After checking the attributes of Dragon's Nest, his mouth opened into an O shape. 10,000 Dragon's Nest is actually a super barracks that can continuously evolve and grow. Chapter 56. Name: Dragon's Nest, Evolvable. Type: Barracks. Level: Level 1. Function: able to breed many dragons under the magic power system. You can complete yourself by constantly devouring other high-level creatures' bodies, dragon crystals, and many other rare resources to unlock more types of dragons. Current types of dragons that can be bred: grow Asian dragons, epic troops, white dragons, king troops, black dragons, king troops. Number of dragons that can be bred daily: grow epic dragons, 5, king dragons, 1. Introduction: a top legendary dragon barracks, even with a certain hope of going further. A dragon's nest that can continuously devour flesh and blood, dragon crystals, and continuously evolve. That is to say, as long as the devoured resources are sufficient, Dragon's Nest can completely breed a bunch of legendary dragons. Interesting. This barracks has different effects from all the barracks that Lin Yang has obtained before. Let's take a look at the effect after evolution first. As Lin Yang's mind moved, the Dragon's Nest, which already occupies a large area, has expanded several times its original size. It directly turned into a huge monster that was 300 meters high, 150 meters long, and 100 meters wide. Name: Original Dragon Nest, Evolvable. Type: Sergeant. Level: Level 1. Function: by constantly devouring the flesh and blood of other high-level creatures, it can breed all kinds of dragons under the magic power system. Currently bred dragons: grow Asian dragons, earth dragons, black dragons, red dragons, legendary troops, abyss dragons, legendary troops. Number of dragons that can be bred per day: grow epic dragons, 10, king dragons, 3, legendary dragons, 1. Introduction: a barracks that has broken through the shackles of power, has unlimited possibilities, and even has the opportunity to reach the peak. With it, you have a glimpse of the supreme achievement of 400. Original Dragon Nest. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him that looks like a giant, Lin Yang's eyes flashed with a strange color. Compared with the Dragon's Nest before evolution, Original Dragon's Nest has been improved in many aspects. The first is that evolution no longer needs to devour various scarce resources. It only needs to devour the flesh and blood of high-level creatures. Not only does it make the evolution process simpler, the difficulty of evolution is also greatly reduced. The second is that Original Dragon's Nest can breed all types of magic dragons. Whether it is a sub-dragon like a flying dragon or a ground dragon, or a 5-color dragon like a black dragon or a red dragon, or a metal dragon or a gem dragon, or an elemental dragon, an abyss dragon. After devouring evolution, all can be bred. Instead of being like Dragon's Nest, it can only breed some dragons. The third, which is also the biggest improvement in Lin Yang's opinion, is Original Dragon Nest can break the shackles and evolve infinitely. That is to say, in the future, Original Dragon Nest will not only breed more legendary dragons. It is also possible to breed mythical dragons, and even dragons of higher quality in the northern mythology. Although 10,000 Dragon's Nest can also have a certain probability of going further. But from its introduction, it can be seen that the potential is limited. It can't be compared with Original Dragon Nest at all. After understanding the information of this building, Lin Yang can basically be sure. For a long time in the future, Original Dragon Nest is probably the most relied upon military building. Grow 10 flying dragons, 3 blue dragons, and 1 abyss dragon. Lin Yang thought about it and made a decision. He thought carefully. What he lacks most at present is the means of air attack. So he chose to breed 10 flying dragons. Choosing blue dragons is also based on this consideration. After all, blue dragons have the ability to spit lightning. It has a strong killing effect both against air and ground. And its own strength is also one of the top dragons among the 5-color dragons. As for the legendary dragon that can only breed one every day, Lin Yang thought about it. He chose the Abyss Dragon as the most powerful of the 5-color dragons. The power of the red dragon is self-evident. But the Abyss Dragon is undoubtedly better. As Lin Yang finished summoning, one dragon after another came out of the original dragon nest. These guys are bigger than each other. 3 blue dragons stand in the territory. They are almost as tall as the walls that protect the territory. They are 14 or 15 meters. As for the Abyss Dragon that appeared at the end, its size is over 20 meters. If this continues, more and more dragons will be bred, and the territory space may not be enough. Looking at the dragons in front of him, Lin Yang immediately realized what happiness is. But with these dragons, the establishment of village and town level forces outside the territory can be put on the agenda. Although he has long been qualified to establish villages and towns outside the territory. But the reason why he did not act before. The first reason is naturally because he was not fully grown in the past. He did not dare to disperse his troops. The second reason is that after the establishment of villages and towns, if the distance is too far, it is not convenient for the two places to communicate with each other. As for the distance is too close, then there is no need to establish it. But now there is original dragon nest. All these are not a problem anymore. So it's time to put this matter back on the agenda. Lin Yang planned for the future in his mind. At the same time, he checked the properties of the Abyss Dragon. Name, Abyss Dragon. Race, Dragon. Type, Arms. Quality, Legend. Power System, Magic System. Level, Level 1. Attributes. Strength, 550, plus 450. Agility, 550, plus 450. Spirit, 550, plus 450. Constitution, 550, plus 450. Growth value, 100. Talent. Power of the Abyss, an ability evolved from living in the abyss for a long time, an extremely high-level energy, which is constantly strengthened as the Abyss Dragon's level grows. Dragon Body, the Abyss Dragon's physique is extremely powerful, and when it is attacked by various physical and elemental attacks, the damage is reduced by 50%. And their vitality is extremely strong, 100 times that of other creatures with the same physique. Skills. Transfiguration IV10, can transform into humans or other creatures. IV10 Special Effects. The face and organs of the corresponding creatures will be more realistic. Abyss Fire IV10, the Abyss Dragon can spit out terrifying high temperatures to attack enemies in a large area. IV10 Special Effects. The Abyss Fire is extremely difficult to extinguish, and it will continuously burn the enemy after hitting the target. Frost Breath IV10, the Abyss Dragon can spit out terrifying frost to slow down and freeze the enemy. IV10 Special Effects. The range of the spitted frost is doubled, and the probability of freezing the enemy is increased. Dragon Fighting IV10, the top melee fighting skills inherited by the Abyss Dragon in memory. IV10 Special Effects. When using dragon fighting, it comes with enhanced tearing and enhanced shocking effects. Introduction, a powerful dragon living in the abyss. They are extremely good at both long-range spell casting and close combat. Note, 20% temporary attribute bonus is not calculated. Terrible. After reading it, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. As a top legendary soldier, the power of the Abyss Dragon is obvious. The core talent power of the Abyss is needless to say. Basically all epic level and above soldiers have similar talents. Of course, the grades of the soldiers are different. The effects are also very different. As for the talent dragon body, it is even more powerful and terrifying. Not only can it reduce the damage of elemental attacks and physical attacks by half, it also gives the Abyss Dragon hundreds of times more terrifying vitality. As for the skills of the Abyss Dragon, they are also very powerful. Master. Just as Lin Yang was hitting the opponent's attributes, the Abyss Dragon has transformed into the image of a noble lady. The tight black dress can't hide her proud figure at all. What's your name? Lin Yang glanced at the transformed demon dragon. He asked with interest. My name is Sylvia. The woman transformed from the Abyss Dragon bowed respectfully. Go, take the other dragons out hunting. Yes. After a while, looking at the figures of more than 10 dragons disappearing from the field of vision, Lin Yang felt more relaxed than ever before. This times 10,000 area leveling event. For him, the harvest was really too rich. World Tree Seedlings, Primordial Dragon Nest, Zushan Business, White Tiger Legion and other extremely rare spiritual trees and buildings. He took them all in one go. Oh, right. There is also a blessed land. Lin Yang took a look. It is estimated that it will take about a day to complete the fusion. Don't worry about it for the time being. All the bodies of the boss killed in the future will be transported back. If you want to make Primordial Dragon Nest evolve as soon as possible, the flesh and blood of those bosses, it is undoubtedly the best nutrient. As soon as Lin Yang issued this command, he received a prompt message. It said that the chat channel of the entire Blue Star Lord has been unlocked. In the future, all Blue Star Lords in tens of thousands of regions can communicate in it. However, each person can only send a message once a day in the group. After Lin Yang opened it and glanced at it, he found that it was completely unreadable. Although since the advent of the endless world, billions of lords have died for various reasons. But even so, the remaining Blue Star Lords are at least 20 to 30 billion. One person sends a message in it. It is impossible to read it. Therefore, after Lin Yang glanced at it, he simply stopped paying attention. If we say that among the tens of thousands of regions at present, which region's lord is the happiest and most motivated at the moment, it is undoubtedly the ancient forest region. One person's success will bring prosperity to the whole family. Because of Lin Yang, the lord of the ancient forest region won directly 0. Not only did he gain a large number of attribute points and reputation points, but also a large number of attribute points and reputation points. Also received the blessing of the champion. In 1 week, the attributes of himself, his heroes, and soldiers will be increased by 20%. And during this period, the experience points gained by killing monsters are plus 100%. Because of this buff effect, everyone is now very active. After all, such a great opportunity. It is no exaggeration to describe it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't know when I will meet it again next time. Is that a dragon? How is it possible? This morning, Ye Chen was watching the battle situation of his heroes with the help of God's perspective. Suddenly, a series of terrifying figures covering the sky and the sun caught his attention. When he looked closely, he found the figures of Sylvia and other dragons leaving the territory. I haven't heard of dragons in the ancient forest. Ye Chen stared blankly for a long time. Until a certain moment, with the help of his heroes beyond visual range skill, he saw a dragon holding the corpse of an unknown monster flying towards the territory where Lin Yang was. Ye Chen seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. If these dragons were the army of the great god Lin Yang, then everything could not be more reasonable. After all, the other party had just won the first place in the 10,000 area level up event. It was also normal to obtain a high-level creature like a dragon. In fact, ever since the Demon's Nest incident, he discovered that Lin Yang's hero was actually a legendary hero. He became more and more accustomed to the other party's brilliant achievements again and again. However, on this day, he was not the only one who discovered the dragon. Many lords saw the dragon. Therefore, the news quickly spread in the ancient forest area. Dragon? Where is the dragon? Hey, I have one here, do you want to come and see? Go away. I remember there were no dragons in the ancient forest. Could they have come from other areas? God knows. As long as they don't attack me, I'll be thankful. Dragon, it would be great if I had dragon troops. Hehe, I think you're dreaming. Do you think there's a possibility, this is the new troop of Lin Yang? The reward for the first place in the leveling event? It's really possible. Isn't that true? If it's true, I'll be so jealous. +1, I also want dragons as my troop. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Lin Yang, who was originally planning to place villages and towns there. A row of blood-red messages suddenly popped up on the message panel. Warning! Lord Harvey has used a high-level declaration of war against you. Warning! Half an hour later, your territory and the other party's territory will enter a special space at the same time. During this period, both parties can attack freely until one party dies. Looking at a series of red prompts, Lin Yang couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. Attack yourself. Who has such courage? Is he crazy? Or is it this Lord Harvey? Do you really think that you got the first place in your level by some special method? 0.5 is not. How dare you? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jinru? After a moment of shock, Lin Yang's eyes have already emerged with a cold murderous intent. Do you really think I'm someone who's easy to talk to? Hint, since Harvey used a high-level declaration of war against you, it has a plundering effect. If your territory is successfully destroyed, several of your high-level buildings and wonders will be randomly plundered. I see, is that your intention? Want to steal the reward I got yesterday? Seeing the prompt message, Lin Yang has roughly guessed what's going on. Since someone is looking for death, he doesn't mind crushing the other person directly. Half an hour later, Lin Yang just felt a trance. The world has changed in front of him. Based on the personal level and other information of the lords, the initial distance between the two territories is set to 5 kilometers. Is that it? Glancing at the territory in the distance, Lin Yang is ready to let the demon-suppressing warriors push directly over. It's only a distance of 5 kilometers. For them who have now joined the White Tiger Legion, it's not even a warm-up. But before he gave the order, he saw rays of light rising in the distance. 2, 3, a total of 8 lords. And their territories all descended at this moment. Then they gathered their arms together, formed a large army and marched towards Lin Yang. So that's it, is this what you rely on? Want to fight 9 against 1? Although it is not clear why other lords can intervene in this war. But, it doesn't matter. Anyway, they will all be a group of dead people later. Looking at the large army formed in the distance, Lin Yang's face was full of ferocity. Chapter 57. Everyone, don't hold back. There is an old saying in Xia country, a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Besides, the gap between our strength and the opponents may not be that big. Harvey's eyes swept through the crowd. Then he took the lead in using a flame wolf summoning card. The next moment, a team of 10 wolves with flaming lights all over their bodies were summoned. That's right, everyone should be careful not to fall into the trap. A lord stood up and said. Then he also used a summoning card. Afterwards, a team of ghosts with a faint blue glow appeared on the battlefield. With these 2 people leading the way, others also took action. Necromancers, elemental elves, stone giants. Various monsters, and puppets appeared on the battlefield in waves. Above. In fact, everyone knows. Although this time it is 9 against 1. There is absolute military suppression. But the enemy on the opposite side is not an ordinary character. Instead, it is the first person who is now the leader among the Blue Star Lords. How strong is the opponent? The previous 10,000 area leveling event has already crushed the first place, which has already explained everything. Facing such a strong man, no matter how much they value it, it is not too much. And for this, they even prepared for nearly a week. During this time, everyone either killed the boss, or traded, or robbed. Each lord has accumulated a bunch of summoning props. For today, 8 days ago, after seeing that there was no chance of winning the first place in the leveling event, fortunately, he got advanced Xian battle order. Harvey already had the idea of dealing with Lin Yang. He began to secretly unite with other strong men in the Sky City region. In his opinion, the reason why Lin Yang was able to stand out from the crowd and lead the way and was so much ahead of other lords was probably because he had some powerful wonders and advanced buildings. And the reason why he did not declare war on Lin Yang immediately after the level up event ended was because he considered that after the other party won the first prize, if he obtained wonders, buildings and other items, he might not use them immediately. Then even if he killed the other party, he would not be able to plunder these things. Moreover, in just one day, even if the other party obtained some advanced barracks, he could not form any combat power at all. There was nothing to worry about. So Harvey, after discussing with the talents, they decided to wait until one day after the level up activity ended before taking action. After everyone finished summoning, Harvey took out several magic scrolls with some heartache. The next moment, the magic scrolls were torn apart and turned into rays of light and dissipated. Strength improvement, physical enhancement, defense enhancement. Various group buffs also fell on these summoned creatures, which further improved their combat power. It's over. Looking at the summoned creatures and soldiers under his command, they were like a river flowing endlessly and unstoppable. Harvey and others' tense expressions gradually dissipated. Everyone talked and laughed freely, with a smile on their faces. They seemed to ignore Lin Yang. It seemed that in their eyes, the buildings and wonders on the other side's territory were already in their pockets. It's over. At the same time, watching the armies of both sides getting closer and closer, Lin Yang was too lazy to play along with these guys. So he was too lazy to let the demon-suppressing warriors fight hand-to-hand with the opposite army. Instead, he asked them to launch the White Tiger Corps' ultimate move. Golden Spear Breaking Dawn. He just wanted to see how powerful this move was. So all the demon-suppressing warriors who were rushing out stopped in their tracks. They all mobilized all the power in their bodies. When the demon-suppressing warriors felt that their power was being drained away, in the sky, a majestic white tiger beast phantom appeared, which was 100 meters tall. Gradually solidified. What is that? And in the eyes of the crowd in disbelief, a group of demon-suppressing warriors roared in unison. Kill! 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 As the murderous intent surged up, the white tiger beast in the sky seemed to be infused with consciousness. It stretched out one of its claws. It fell down. And then, the end of the world has come. The space seemed to be imprisoned at this moment. The indescribable powerful force was almost as solid as a substance. The surging power crushed past. One by one, the warriors could not resist. They exploded and died one after another. They turned into minced meat all over the sky. In an instant, the huge battlefield was empty. There was no living person in the entire area. Dy. Lin Yang stood up in a flash. Then a hot breath blew out from his nose. Although he had expected it in his heart. But when he really saw the terrifying power of the Legion's killing move Golden Spear Dawn, he was still shocked. After one blow, thousands of enemies were killed. It is indeed a powerful skill comparable to the military killing move. Looking at the doomsday-like scene in the distance through the god's perspective, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. And just like the military killing move, the power of the Legion's killing move is not fixed, but it can be continuously improved. The more people in the Legion, the stronger the individual strength of the Legion soldiers. Then the power of the condensed killing move will be more amazing. The disadvantage is that it consumes too much. You don't have to worry so much about dealing with these chickens and dogs, but if you want to face the real elite, skills like Golden Spear Dawn can't be used indiscriminately. Glancing at the state of a group of demon-suppressing warriors, Lin Yang thought silently in his heart. After using the Legion's killing move, the physical strength, spirit, and demon-suppressing power of the demon-suppressing warriors have all declined greatly. Even a few demon-suppressing warriors of relatively low levels, their faces are frighteningly pale at this moment. This shows how much the killing moves of the military formation consume. On the other side, Harvey and others turned pale to the extreme in an instant. With just one blow, they lost nearly 1/3 of their troops. And the reason why Harvey and others felt that they could defeat Lin Yang, a big reason is that everyone felt that, with the combined strength of the 9 of them, they could gather tens of thousands of soldiers. In the eyes of several people, even though Lin Yang's troops were much stronger than theirs, but they had so many soldiers, they could pile up and kill the opponent. What they didn't know was that sometimes the gap between troops is greater than the gap between people and dogs. As for the remaining soldiers on Harvey's side, looking at the hell-like scene in front of them, their faces were almost sluggish. After a long while, they continued to charge under the leadership of several hero units. "Sir, how about I go over and play with them?" Looking at the soldiers in the back, Zhao Meng's face was full of fighting spirit. She looked impatient. Ling Yu on the side didn't say anything, but bursts of sword sounds kept coming out from the sword-raising gourd. It can be seen how strong her killing intent was at the moment. Anyone who threatens the safety of the Lord must die. She would never allow anyone to hurt Lin Yang. This thought flashed through her mind. Ling Yu's figure had already taken a step forward. Lin Yang glanced at Ling Yu with some surprise. He found that there seemed to be some changes happening to the other party at the moment. But he looked at Ling Yu's attribute panel. He didn't find anything abnormal. But before Ling Yu made a move, Yanli ran out from somewhere. "You bad guys, you are not allowed to bully the Lord Brother." The little girl glanced at the battlefield in the distance. The originally delicate face, now it was round with anger. Then she opened her mouth. A golden flame that was hard to look at came out from it. Before Lin Yang and others could react to what was going on, the flame floated away like catkins. However, in just a blink of an eye, the flame had already appeared on the sky of the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Zhao Meng and Ling Yu's pupils shrank slightly, looking at Yan Li in shock. Being stared at by the two like this, the little girl was a little confused. She shrank behind Lin Yang. A pair of small hands hugged his thighs. At the same time, the original flame on the battlefield. Suddenly, the light increased. As if a round, big sun was hanging in the sky. The golden light was thousands of feet. The surrounding heat waves rose rapidly. Another wave of troops and summons just crossed the boundary between life and death, appeared on the bloody battlefield. However, they had not yet fought head-on with the demon-suppressing warriors. The sun in the sky suddenly fell down. Boom! The flames rose. The unimaginable scorching heat, carrying unparalleled destructive power. It expanded and rose wantonly on the ground. Everything around, whether it was the flesh and bones of the soldiers, or stones, armor, or ghosts, which were completely incorporeal creatures, without exception, all were ignited. Even the air seemed to be burning at this moment. Ah! Pain! For a while, wailing sounds came one after another. But often they only had time to let out a cry. The body was completely melted into ashes by the true fire of the sun. There was no trace of existence in the world. This time, there was no scene of hell on earth like the one just created by the demon-suppressing warriors. Because all the warriors and summons touched by the true fire of the sun were completely annihilated in an instant. Seeing this horrifying scene, the remaining warriors on Harvey's side who were lucky enough not to be affected all fled in an instant. Under this indescribable terrifying pressure, they ran madly towards the unknown space around them, without any fighting spirit. For a moment, there were only hundreds of summons left on the entire battlefield. My hero! My troops! No! It's over! It's all over! Oh my God! This is all fake! I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming! At the same time, Harvey and others who witnessed all this looked extremely ugly. Some lords could not bear such a blow. They knelt on their knees and stared at the battlefield in the distance with a dull look. They were already crazy. For all lords, troops and heroes are the guarantee of their strength. They are also the guarantee of their ability to survive in this crisis-ridden world. The confidence to survive in the world. But now, everything is over. Don't you say that with the combined strength of the 9 of us, this Xia countryman can't be our opponent. A lord pinched Harvey's neck. He stared at him fiercely. At this moment, he was like a beast that chose its prey. It seemed that he would go crazy at any time. Golden Crow. Sun True Fire. At the same time, seeing the horrifying scene in the distance, Lin Yang instantly understood what was going on. At this moment, the description of the Sun True Fire in Yanli's panel emerged in his mind. The most rigid and Yang spiritual fire, wherever it passes, nothing will not burn. Although Yanli's main business is alchemy, he is different from the talents recruited through Heroes Pavilion. And unlike Ling Yu, Zhao Meng, and others who need to kill monsters to gain experience points, Yanli can also gain experience points through alchemy. The more pills she refines, the higher the grade, and the rarer they are, the more experience points she gains. But after Yanli came to the territory, the number of pills she refined is limited. And they are all low-level pills. So before yesterday, she was only level 9. When Lin Yang won the first place in the level up event, she then upgraded to level 12. This level can cause such terrible damage. Let Lin Yang also marvel. But, didn't you say Yanli doesn't like fighting? But someone wants to bully the Lord Brother, Yanli will naturally teach these bad guys a lesson. Lin Yang couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. But Yanli heard it. The little girl spoke immediately. He was originally quite touched. 133 But the other party added, I am the only one who can bully the Lord Brother. His face darkened instantly. But before Lin Yang could scold him, the little guy had already climbed on him with ease. Her hands were around his neck. She said, I'm tired. Then she leaned on him and fell asleep very naturally. But Lin Yang didn't say much. The power of the sun's true fire just now was naturally very strong. But Yanli is still young after all. Looking at her listless appearance, I'm afraid she will have to sleep for a few days to recover. Put Yanli on the bed in the room of Xianyi Xiaozuo and let her have a good rest. He turned and left. If that's the case, I can't let you go. Lin Yang's eyes, the murderous look in his heart was revealed. The killing intent in his heart became stronger. But at this moment, he finally received the news that the fragments of the cave paradise were successfully fused. His originally gloomy face was slightly relieved. On the first day of entering the endless world, he obtained the fragments of the paradise. At that time, he was curious about the role of the cave paradise. He didn't expect to find out until today. Congratulations! You successfully merged the fragments of the paradise. You will randomly get a complete paradise. You got a mid-level paradise, Dangxia Paradise. Name, Dangxia Paradise. Type, Cave Paradise. Grade, Mid-level Paradise. Function 1, the owner of the paradise will be favored by heaven, luck plus 10. Function 2, the paradise contains an independent in the world, spiritual plants, trees, and objects may be born, but there are also a lot of turbid air in the world, which needs to be explored by yourself. Function 3, practicing in Dangxia blessed land will make it easier to understand the Tao. Introduction, a special space nurtured by heaven and earth. This attribute. It's worth it for me to collect fragments of the blessed land from the first day to now. After seeing the effect of Dangxia blessed land, Lin Yang's eyes lit up immediately. It's so awesome. It actually added 10 points of luck to him at once. The golden lotus of luck he obtained by killing the demon general before. After taking it, it only increased the luck value a little. Although luck and charm are both hidden attributes. But there is no doubt. The importance of the luck attribute is far higher than charm. It is also more difficult to improve. As for the second function of Dangxia blessed land, it is still unclear. I don't know what is going on in the blessed land. But he shouldn't be disappointed. By the way, if there is a top-grade spiritual land in it, then the seedlings of the world tree can be planted directly. As for the last function of Dangxia blessed land, to comprehend the great Dao, it was quite confusing. But Lin Yang finally understood after asking Ling Yu. This is the most important function of the cave paradise. There is the great Dao between heaven and earth. However, ordinary people will never be able to comprehend it in their entire lives. But if you stay in the cave paradise to practice, it is easier to feel the traces of the great Dao. And the great Dao is the most powerful embodiment of the world. There is no other. Chapter 58. Just like the Lord who was pinching Harvey. The other lords were the same. They were like gamblers who had lost everything at the gambling table. They stared at Harvey fiercely. Ahem, we still have a chance. My hero has taken the invisible beast to sneak attack the opponent's territory. Harvey said with difficulty while coughing. The Lord was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted. This was the backup plan that everyone had discussed at the beginning. They planned to take advantage of the head-on collision between the two armies. To catch Lin Yang off guard. But they never expected that. The battle on their side was over before it even started. Even their troops and summons. They didn't even have a chance to fight the opponent head-on. This is a small magic cannon. When we raid later, we will fire one at his territory. As long as his territory is destroyed, what's the use of his troops no matter how strong they are? Seeing that the other party let him go, Harvey quickly lifted the black cloth covering the side, revealing the magic cannon inside. So, we still have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Harvey looked confident. Since there is such a good thing as the magic cannon, why didn't you use it directly before? A lord grumbled dissatisfiedly. The power of the magic cannon is indeed very strong, but the consumption of this thing is too terrifying. I originally thought that I couldn't use this thing, and besides, I don't have enough energy crystals on hand. Harvey looked at everyone and said awkwardly. For most lords, energy crystals are scarce. After all, energy crystals are required to upgrade the territory. Therefore, the energy crystals that are accumulated with great difficulty in normal times, they are not willing to spend them at all. As for the troops under their command, energy crystals are not needed for recruiting troops below epic. Energy fragments can be used for recruitment. That's why they can gather tens of thousands of troops. Seeing Harvey's look, everyone hurriedly gathered all the energy crystals together. Finally, it was enough for the magic cannon to fire once. Although the energy crystals are extremely important to each of them, it is now a matter of life and death. Consuming energy crystals is better than losing one's life. Some lords are thinking more deeply. They think that the troops under Lin Yang are so powerful. If they kill him, they can successfully plunder these barracks. Wouldn't that be a step to heaven? Boom! After preheating and charging, a bright light poured out from the magic cannon. In a flash, it crossed a distance of 5 kilometers and hit Lin Yang's territory steadily. In an instant, the bright light drowned everything. Good. Seeing this scene, everyone who had fallen into despair showed a hint of hope on their faces. Maybe, it can really succeed. At the same time, Harvey's hero received instructions and took the invisible beast that had been ambushed long ago and rushed towards the more than 10-meter-high thorn wall. However, as soon as they took action, they were surprised to find that above the territory ahead, a blue shield appeared. And the energy shock from the magic cannon just now. All were blocked by this blue shield. And the shield that blocked it. It was the energy shield launcher that Lin Yang had obtained before. The bright light of the laser cannon fell on the blue shield. Like a stone thrown into a lake. It just caused ripples on the blue shield. And then, nothing happened. Ballot box with check mark. Keep going. A group of invisible beasts were still hesitating when they saw this scene. Harvey's heroes urged them. However, as soon as he finished speaking, those invisible beasts suddenly discovered the invisibility skills they had just activated. They didn't know when they all became ineffective. They had never thought that there was a rare building like the breaking invisibility tower in Lin Yang's territory. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. The invisible beast subconsciously looked up. They saw a deep abyss dragon that covered the sky and the sun spread its wings. There were deep and dark pupils on the huge head. At this moment, it was looking at them coldly. Dragon! Realizing what kind of creature they were facing, these invisible beasts were instantly scared. Just when they wanted to escape, the fire of the abyss had already descended. In an instant, these invisible beasts were completely engulfed. And they couldn't even struggle a little. You! Harvey's hero was about to say something. Sylvia's huge claws had already fallen. When the bright light retreated, seeing Lin Yang's territory still intact. At this moment, all the lords on Harvey's side looked ashen. What is more terrible than despair? That is to give you hope when you feel despair. And then let you fall into despair again. The people on Harvey's side are feeling this way now. Let's go, send them on their way. After a ray of consciousness entered the energy battle doll, Lin Yang sat on Sylvia. Flew over with a group of dragons. Damn it! Is the first reward for the level up event Dragon Arms. Damn it, if only I could get the first place. Then all this would be mine. Looking at the dragon figure getting closer and closer in the sky, Harvey's jealousy was about to explode at this moment. But when the dragon fell, the jealousy, resentment, anger, and other emotions on his face all dissipated. He just knelt down and cried, "My lord! My lord, we are willing to surrender. We are willing to surrender." The other lords seemed to be stunned when they saw this scene. And then they all knelt down and cried to the sky. Face is certainly important. But he was almost dead. What face did he care about? Why do you think I would let you go? Lin Yang's faint voice sounded like the sentence of the god of death. Then there was a puff. Sylvia raised a claw and grabbed a lord. Then he crushed his body alive. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Ah! Lin Yang, you devil! You beast! My lord, I was wrong, please spare my life. My lord, I am willing to surrender to you, and I will do whatever you tell me to do in the future. At this moment of life and death, some people cursed, some begged frantically, and some prayed for God to come down and send a lightning bolt to kill him. However, Lin Yang ignored them all. And in his silence, one after another, the bodies of the lords exploded like balloons. The bloody smell filled the air. Finally, only Harvey was left on the field. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. He looked at Lin Yang in horror. He kept repeating in his mouth. One by one, his companions died in front of him without any struggle. And each of them died in a tragic way. This made his emotions almost reach the limit of collapse. Oh? Why? Lin Yang, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke at this time. He showed a warm smile. And this smile was undoubtedly equivalent to the smile of the god of death in Harvey's eyes. Because our human race is competing with the royal families of the heavens and the worlds. I have potential, I am a high-level talent, I will be able to fight with alien races in the future, I am useful to the human race. Yes, I am useful to the human race. You can't kill me, you are a hero. You are the strongest person in the human race, you have to consider the overall situation of the human race, you can't kill an unknown junior like me. Harvey's voice kept trembling. He thought of a high-sounding excuse. He kept saying it over and over again. "Ha, you are a fart in the overall situation. An ant trying to shake a tree is ridiculous." Seeing that he had tortured the other party almost enough, Lin Yang waved his hand. The next moment, Harvey's voice stopped abruptly. Red and white objects were scattered all over the ground. Harvey, the user of the advanced declaration of war, died. The declaration of war is over. The moment the system prompt message appeared, Lin Yang had not yet reacted to what was going on. He just felt dizzy. When he recovered, he and his territory had returned to the ancient forest. Thinking of this inexplicable encounter this morning, Lin Yang really didn't know what to say. Hint, you successfully killed Harvey, the user of the advanced declaration of war. You can randomly obtain 3 buildings and wonders on the other party's territory. Or specify to plunder any item on the other party. Oh! Seeing this message, Lin Yang's depression subsided a little. He was still very interested in the opponent's magic cannon. Weapons like magic cannons. The advantages are strong lethality, high fixed point destruction ability, and long attack distance. Of course. The disadvantages are also obvious. It needs to be preheated and charged before attacking. The threat to the strong is limited. But no matter what, the magic cannon is definitely a high-end product. Even if it is just a small magic cannon. If it weren't for the energy shield launcher this time, it would be really difficult to deal with the attack of the magic cannon. So he immediately checked everything Harvey had. After flipping through it for a while and not finding any buildings that he liked, Lin Yang cursed inwardly that it was rubbish. He chose to plunder. You got the item, magic cannon, small. A flash of light passed by. A slightly bloated cannon covered with dense magic circles appeared in front of him. There was also a line of text on it that should be from the native world. But under the influence of the way of heaven, Lin Yang didn't seem to have any effort at all. Just like he had communicated with other races of local forces before. The general idea above is the creation of the Sky City. Sky City. This city is among the many countries in this world. In terms of fame, it is also the best. Because this is a city that is really suspended in the sky. That's why it is called the Sky City. Sir, I want to enter the Dangxia blessed land. Just as Lin Yang began to imagine, Ling Yu suddenly stepped forward and said, "Are you going to realize the truth?" Lin Yang was stunned for a moment. Then his face was overjoyed. He remembered that when he was fighting with Harvey and others before, Ling Yu gave him a very strange feeling. He didn't understand it at that time. Seeing the other party's expression at this moment, he instantly understood what was going on. But it's right. Ling Yu's talent Sword God can originally improve the perception of swordsmanship. But in the past, after Ling Yu's strength increased, all she learned were swordsmanship skills. So that Lin Yang gradually forgot this effect. Now that I think about it, it should be that the understanding of the sword is too difficult. That's why it has never been revealed in the past. After all, this is the top avenue in the endless world. And the sword is one of the top avenues among the thousands of avenues in the endless world. You can go in, but it is said that there are certain dangers inside, be careful. Lin Yang touched Ling Yu's soft hand without leaving a trace. Then he continued seriously. Yet, Ling Yu was not angry. She just looked at him with a faint smile. This made Lin Yang a little embarrassed. 3x13x. Coughed tactically. He quickly placed the entrance to Dangxia Blessed Land in the territory. You are about to enter Dangxia Blessed Land. There is still a lot of turbid air in the Blessed Land. It is dangerous to enter. Do you choose to enter, yes/no? As Ling Yu clicked to confirm, her figure disappeared in the territory. And Lin Yang's vision followed the other party into it. Dangxia Blessed Land. This is a space without sun, moon, or stars. But it is unusually bright. Ling Yu found out as soon as she came in. The Blessed Land seemed to be filled with turbid air everywhere. Seeing this, Ling Yu frowned slightly. She waved her fingers. The soaring sword energy swept across her body. There was only a burst of puff-puff sound. It seemed that some creature was chopped. At the same time, the turbid air around her quickly retreated. Either it disappeared directly, or it fled to the distance as if it had life. There was no turbid air around. The environment of the area several feet around Ling Yu was suddenly revealed. However, immediately afterwards, I saw turbid air rising and gathering in the distance. It actually formed a group of turbid beasts with strange shapes. Monster, turbid beast. Level, 25. Skills, turbid air. Introduction, a creature formed by the gathering of turbid air. It has the most basic wisdom. After being killed, it will completely dissipate with the turbid air. Turbid beast? So the danger that may be encountered in the Blessed Land refers to this thing. Looking at the turbid beast that seems to be quite cute, Lin Yang couldn't help laughing. At the same time, these turbid beasts attacked Ling Yu with their fangs and claws. However, before they ran a few steps, the sword energy and sword light cut their bodies countless times. Your hero Ling Yu killed the turbid beast, IV25, and gained 9,800 experience points. Your hero Ling Yu killed the turbid beast, IV25, and gained 9,800 experience points. $705x. I don't know how many turbid beasts there are here. If there are enough of them, I can definitely level up here later. Watching Ling Yu deal with the large number of turbid beasts that came to besiege like cutting melons and vegetables, Lin Yang couldn't help but think silently in his heart. According to the information Ling Yu told him before, the cave paradise is mainly used as a place for enlightenment. The space inside is not too big. It is definitely not comparable to the main world. But it is definitely not too small. Your hero Ling Yu found an acre of medium-grade spiritual land in Dangxia Paradise. Just when Lin Yang was slightly distracted, a prompt message pulled his mind back. He looked carefully. He saw that as Ling Yu killed all the turbid beasts around, the turbid air also dissipated. 1 acre of middle-grade spiritual field appeared. There is 1 acre of middle-grade spiritual field in such an area. If all the turbid air in Dangxia Blessed Land is cleared, wouldn't there be at least tens of thousands of acres of spiritual field? It is really a blessed land. Looking at the whiteness in the distance from a god's perspective, Lin Yang wished he could go in and kill all the turbid beasts right now. Of course. He just thought about it. Seeing that Ling Yu no longer killed the surrounding turbid beasts. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Lin Yang knew that he was beginning to comprehend the way of the sword. In fact, at this time, Zhao Meng could bring the demon-suppressing warriors into the area to clear out the turbid beasts. But he didn't do so. According to Ling Yu, the more people enter the Blessed Land, then in the Blessed Land, the effect of personal comprehension of the avenue will be weaker. Even when the number of people reaches a certain level, it will be completely ineffective. But generally speaking, the higher the quality of the blessed land, the better the effect of the comprehension of the avenue. The blessed land is divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. As for the caves higher than the blessed land, Lin Yang was not sure. Lin Yang did not wait too long. He saw the prompt message that made him extremely happy. Congratulations! Your hero Lin Yang comprehended the sword way and successfully comprehended the sword force. Chapter 59. When Lin Yang saw the prompt message, Lin Yang, who had her eyes closed and seemed to be in a trance, stood up from where she was. Then she walked straight towards the turbid air area in the distance. As soon as she entered it, the turbid beasts seemed to feel that their prestige was challenged. They gathered into shape one after another. They attacked her with their fangs and claws. In the face of these attacks, Lin Yang casually pulled out the ordinary iron sword on her body. Just swung it casually. Not only did she not use the sword energy or sword light, she didn't even use a little strength. However, it was just such a light sword that was slashed out. The bodies of the turbid beasts suddenly stiffened. It seemed that they had completely forgotten to dodge. Then the long sword swept across, directly cut their bodies. Is this the sword force? Seeing this scene, Lin Yang was also amazed. After understanding the sword force, the power of the sword can be greatly improved. This is the first step of the great way of sword. However, this step, but it was like a cliff thousands of feet high. It stood in front of countless practitioners. It was impossible to cross it in one's lifetime. A sword slashed out. Lin Yang seemed to have gained something. Then the long sword in her hand slashed out again. Several turbid beasts that attacked from behind all returned to nothingness. Then she swung the long sword in her hand faster and faster. Sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Unpredictable, ethereal, and traceless. Until a certain moment, Lin Yang's eyes were bright. Then she actually merged with the long sword in her hand, transformed into a dazzling sword light and rushed straight into the depths of the turbid air. The turbid beasts did not have time to condense their bodies. They were strangled to death by Lin Yang in the turbid air state. And this move, it was the skill that Lin Yang had just learned when she broke through level 25. Man and Sword Integration. Man and Sword Integration. IV10 sword and man are integrated, man and sword are contracted, the body is integrated into the long sword, during which time you can fly freely in the air, attack power plus 100%, movement speed plus 300%, and the toughness of the sword is greatly improved. IV10 special effect, all consumption in the state of man and sword integration is reduced by 50%. There is no doubt. Another powerful skill. And this skill can not only be used to kill enemies, whether it is used to escape or chase enemies. It is quite powerful. And after strangling countless turbid beasts in this way, it seems to have angered some powerful creatures in the depths of the turbid air. After a while, accompanied by a roar, the figure of a boss-level turbid beast appeared. It blocked the sword light. But it didn't even delay it for a moment. Lin Yang, who was in the state of human sword integration, was killed instantly. If it was before, Lin Yang might not be so strong. After all, she was not using her companion sword at the moment. It was just an ordinary long sword. But after understanding the sword power, her sword skills were greatly enhanced. Therefore, this commander-level boss was killed instantly. But perhaps it was the special nature of the cave paradise. These turbid beasts that were killed only gave experience points. No items were dropped. Even boss-level monsters were the same. Lin Yang kept scolding her for being stingy. And until this time, Lin Yang was somewhat satisfied to withdraw from the state of human sword integration. Return to the territory. From now on, Sister Zhaomeng and I can take turns to enter Dangxia blessed land, so that it will not affect the effect of cultivation. Seeing Lin Yang and Zhao Meng, Ling Yu said with a smile. You did it. Feeling the powerful aura of the other party, Zhao Meng was surprised. She asked uncertainly. It was just luck. Ling Yu replied modestly. Hearing her say that, Zhao Meng's expression suddenly became extremely complicated. She has not even nurtured the martial arts trend yet. The other party has already comprehended the sword power. And looking at Ling Yu's state at this time, I am afraid that he has taken several steps in the realm of sword power. Soon, she thought of Yanli, the little girl. The other party's body is the divine beast Jin Yu. And she had just seen the power of the sun's true fire not long ago. When Yanli is older, I am afraid that burning the sky and boiling the sea is not a problem. Thinking of this, Zhao Meng couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Legendary heroes, there is also a gap. Comforting herself, she secretly made up her mind. She must comprehend the martial arts trend as soon as possible. Immediately, in Lin Yang's surprised look, Zhao Meng plunged into the Dangxia blessed land. It's time to expand the army. The 100% experience value bonus can't be wasted. Seeing the other party's figure disappear, Lin Yang naturally hugged Ling Yu in his arms and kissed her, while thinking about what to do next. With the original dragon nest, he can breed dragons continuously. Shadow Archer Lin Yang no longer considers recruiting. After all, Shadow Archer is just an epic level soldier. Even with the blessing of shooting Domain Spirit Monument, the performance is just so-so. Demon suppression warriors can continue to be cultivated, but various dragons cannot be recruited. They can only be bred slowly day by day. So after thinking about it, Lin Yang decided to continue to expand the demon suppression warriors. Anyway, he won the first place in the level up event and got 10,000 energy crystals. Add to the previous accumulation. He is now quite wealthy. It takes 15 energy crystals to recruit a demon suppressing warrior. Lin Yang waved his hand directly, consuming 15,000 energy crystals. He recruited a full 100 teams, a total of 1,000 demon suppressing warriors, including the ones recruited before. Lin Yang now has more than 1,500 demon suppressing warriors under his command. However, due to various reasons, even if the newly recruited demon suppressing warriors are excluded, the strengths of the more than 500 demon suppressing warriors before are also different. It can be said that they are mixed. But anyway, there are so many demon suppressing warriors joining the White Tiger Corps. If the Corps' killer move Golden Spear Dawn is used in the future, the power will probably be more than doubled. While Lin Yang was still happily expanding his army, in the Sky City chat group, the news that he killed a bunch of strong men in the Sky City region was fermenting from somewhere. And the source of the news? It was sent by the lords who were slaughtered by Lin Yang before they died. No need to debate, it's true. Someone just went to Matthew's place and found that his territory is gone. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. In the Sky City chat group, Matthew's reputation is second only to Alexander and Harvey. He was also one of the top 100 in the previous 10,000 zone leveling event. Not only him, but also Harvey, he is dead too. Everyone was shocked again. No, isn't Lin Yang in the ancient forest area? How could Harvey and others be related to him? Someone asked in confusion in the group. Who knows, maybe Lin Yang is a demon who specializes in killing other lords to increase his own strength. How is it possible? Who knows? Otherwise, how can he be so strong? That's right, Matthew sent out news before the incident, saying that the other side also has dragon troops. Dragon? Too scary. Bang. Seeing the information, Alexander smashed the items in his hand angrily. Harvey is dead? He just died like that? Trash. Hey, didn't he call a bunch of people? he was still no match for him. It seems that Lin Yang's strength is more terrifying than we thought before. If you go, I'm afraid you will. I heard the old voice in my mind. Alexander's heart tightened after realizing it. He originally wanted to participate directly. It was the other party who persuaded him. He chose to give up. If he didn't do this, wouldn't it be? An unknown chill suddenly rose up. It made Alexander shudder. What should I do next? You can't be his opponent. Don't think about the declaration of war. Just lie dormant for a while. Then just ignore the other party completely. Alexander said unwillingly. You don't have to do anything. You just need to spread the news that the other party has dragon troops, powerful buildings, and peerless treasures, whether true or false. After that, it will naturally cause a stir. People's hearts, but this world is the most interesting thing. The old voice seemed to have thought of something. He said with some emotion. But, will this really work? Maybe, who knows, anyway, what else can you do? The old voice said indifferently. Didn't you say that you could guarantee me to take the first place of the Blue Star Lord, send me to the altar, stand at the peak of the endless world, and live forever? But, what about now? Alexander roared with gritted teeth. Kasi, yes, I said it, but, so what? I was just lying to you, I thought you knew I was lying to you. This is a lie that even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe, could it be, you took it seriously? Eternal life? Haha, what a joke, who in the world can do it? I can't achieve eternal life myself, how can I give you eternal life? The relationship has been completely torn apart. The old consciousness that parasitized his body seemed too lazy to cover up anything. As his old voice sounded, flames rose from Alexander's body. It seemed to ignite his entire body. Don't think I don't know your details. You just took advantage of the loophole of the heavenly way to bring down a wisp of consciousness in this world. I don't believe that you dare to disobey the heavenly way and really kill me. The flames burned his body. It seemed that he would die in the next second. Alexander just said while enduring the intense pain. There was even a bit of contempt in his eyes. After all, it's just a wisp of broken consciousness that has passed through endless time and space. Without the support of the power of the original body, you can actually see something. You are right, but I will lose at most a wisp of consciousness. What about you, are you going to kill me? In fact, what I told you before was not all lies. I did intend to support you to become the strongest person on Blue Star, but this is not an accident. It seems that Alexander's tenacity is a little unexpected. The emotions in the old voice suddenly eased. And then there was a surge of light. Alexander's injuries were instantly recovered. Very good, just in time. I also want to talk to you openly, he said with a smile. The whole person's emotions calmed down instantly. No rage, no insults, no complaints. There was only a calmness without any disturbance. It seemed that the person who had acted before was completely different from himself. Or rather, Alexander at this moment is the real him. And soon after the two had a secret conversation. Various information about Lin Yang spread out. For a while, even the World Chat channel was talking about it. Those who supported Lin Yang and those who opposed Lin Yang quarreled fiercely. It was a complete mess. However, in the World Chat group, one person can only send one message a day. So basically everyone cursed at you and I cursed at me. That was it after the curse. However, as the incident became more and more serious, the lords in the ancient forest also heard about it. Isn't this nonsense? They say that Lord Lin Yang is a demon who specializes in hunting down lords like us to improve our experience. This is even more outrageous. They say that Lord Lin Yang is a vampire who specializes in sucking our blood. This is obviously made up. But Lord Lin Yang does have a dragon. I don't believe that Lord Lin Yang would kill people for no reason. Kill him, so what? What kind of world do you think we live in now? Peace and prosperity. That's right, and God knows what's going on. Maybe some guys took the initiative to provoke Lord Lin Yang. Just put Yura in order, why bother so much? Lord Lin Yang won the first place, how many benefits did he bring to the lords of our ancient forest region? That's right, even if it was Lord Lin Yang who did it, I support him. Seeing that people kept tagging him in the group, Lin Yang opened 2 chat channels to check. Finally understood what was going on. He immediately briefly recounted the whole story. As for whether others believed it or not, he didn't care. Only Chun Kaiyu knows me and blames me. In the following few days, Lin Yang's affairs still caused a lot of waves. But he himself didn't bother to pay attention to it. Instead, he rushed to upgrade the level of his soldiers with 100% experience. And this morning, Lin Yang went to see Yanli. After sleeping for several days, the girl woke up again. Obviously, the earth-shaking blow of the sun's true fire before was extremely exhausting for her. And the one who has been taking care of her these days is the elf princess Ellie. Since she woke up, her relationship with Yanli has been getting better and better. So she took care of her. Lin Yang was also relieved. After seeing the other party, he asked about the current situation of the elves. He learned that they are basically helping Baiwa take care of the spiritual plants. Life is easy and happy, so he didn't ask any more questions. Don't be so stubborn in the future, understand? Even if you don't do it, your lord brother can easily deal with those guys. Seeing Yanli trying to cheer up, Lin Yang said with some heartache. I know. The little girl nodded repeatedly like an old chicken pecking at rice. And then she suddenly lowered her head. She whispered. I just don't want others to bully you, brother. Asterisk. Lin Yang couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. When he was on Blue Star, he was an only child. He had no sisters. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that maybe having a sister is not bad. No more words were said at the moment. Just let Yanli take care of herself. As thousands of demon-suppressing warriors killed the turbid beasts in Dangxia blessed land, a prompt message appeared. Your total artifact points have reached 10,000 points, meeting the conditions for unlocking the second supreme artifact. Do you want to unlock it immediately? Yes/no. Can I finally unlock the second artifact? Glancing at the message prompt, Lin Yang was a little excited. Unlocking a supreme artifact is different from upgrading a supreme artifact. The former only looks at the number of artifact points accumulated. It doesn't matter how many artifact points are consumed. He immediately clicked to confirm. Congratulations! You have obtained the supreme artifact, Kyunkending. Kyunkending. Kunding. Lin Yang looked at the tripod condensed from the void with some curiosity, and the body was emitting bursts of mysterious light. Supreme Artifact, Kyunkending. Level 1. Function, condensing a drop of Kyunken creation liquid every day can quickly ripen spiritual plants and trees, increasing their growth time by 1 year. Other functions, none unlocked yet. Upgrade requirements, 100 artifact points. Introduction, omitted. Chapter 60. This effect. Seeing the function of Kyunkending, Lin Yang's pupils suddenly dilated. The palm holding the supreme artifact trembled. The shock in his heart was beyond words. In his opinion before, the territory characteristic vibrant unlocked by Penglay Wonderland was already quite abnormal. The growth rate increased by 1000%. In other words, if a Ganodermalus item grows for 1 day, it is equivalent to growing for 11 days. I didn't expect the effect of Kyunkending to be even more exaggerated. Just a drop of condensed Kyunken creation liquid can make spiritual trees and plants grow for 1 year. And this is only the effect of Kyunkending at level 1. It can only be said that the supreme artifact is worthy of being the supreme artifact. Any effect is quite terrifying. And for Lin Yang, who now has the seedling of the world tree in his hand, its significance is even more extraordinary. As an extremely high-grade existence, the growth of the world tree requires a huge amount of resources. It will take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to cultivate. Originally, Lin Yang was still thinking. Even with the 1000% growth rate bonus of vigorous. By the time the world tree seedling is planted and grows to really play a role, I am afraid that many years have passed. However, now there is the Kyunkan creation liquid. There is no need to wait that long. The only thing missing is the advanced spiritual field. Lin Yang thought with a little excitement in his heart. At the same time, he directly chose to consume 2,600 artifact points. Upgrade Kyunkan Ding to level 4 in one breath. After upgrading to level 4, the Kyunkan creation liquid that can be condensed. It has increased from 1 drop per day to 8 drops per day. The quantity has increased 8-fold. In addition, it is the same as Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. After upgrading to level 4, Kyunkan Ding also unlocks new functions. Lin Yang immediately checked it out. Function 2, every 10 days, the Kyunkan Ding randomly condenses 3 drops of special spiritual liquid, namely, spiritual marrow liquid, immortal juice, and ambergris. 3 special spiritual liquids. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at them curiously. Spiritual marrow liquid, the first time you take it, the physical attribute is plus 100. After each additional time, the increased physical attribute is halved. However, after taking it multiple times, it can improve the physical condition and enhance the efficiency and effect of practicing martial arts bodybuilding exercises. Immortal Juice, the top spiritual liquid that participates in the creation of the world. Taking 1 drop can immediately increase the level of all your skills by 1 level. There is no limit to the number of times you can take it, only effective for skill levels below level 20, but it cannot break through the skill level limit. Ambergris, it can have the effect of reviving the dead and turning bones into flesh. It is an absolute healing holy liquid. After seeing the effects of the 3 special spiritual liquids, Lin Yang opened his mouth. I don't know what to say anymore. 3 kinds of spiritual liquids. It turns out that none of the spiritual liquids are rubbish. All are extremely powerful. Spiritual marrow liquid is extremely attractive to any martial arts practitioner. The improvement in attributes is secondary. The key is that it has a bonus to martial arts body refining techniques. It has been a long time since Zhao Meng was recruited. I have also talked a lot with him. Lin Yang's cognition and understanding of martial arts. He is no longer a fool. He knows. Among the many martial arts practice techniques, body refining techniques are undoubtedly the most difficult to practice. Not only is it a great test of one's will, it is also very difficult to practice. It is difficult to make progress. Therefore, it is obvious how terrifying the effect of spiritual marrow liquid is. And even if you are not a martial arts practitioner, you can use it. After all, taking it once can add 100 points of physical attributes. But doing so is a bit too extravagant. The other 2 spiritual liquids Xiangshengjiang and ambergris. The effects are equally amazing. The former can directly improve the level of all personal skills by 1 level. And it is effective for skills below level 20. How powerful is this? From Lingyu, there are Tianyan Pavilion and Tianyan effects. Only after upgrading some of his skills from level 13 to level 14 did he know. Moreover, Xian Kaiang Juice improves all his skills by 1 level at a time, not just 1 skill. The latter is undoubtedly the best healing holy liquid. When you are at the end of your rope, take a drop and you will see the light at the end of the tunnel. Unfortunately, only 3 drops of spiritual liquid can be condensed every 10 days, and it is completely random, and you can't choose it yourself. After reading all the spiritual liquid properties, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if the function and effect of Jiankunding will be improved after it is upgraded to level 5. This thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. He threw it out of his mind. Before the supreme artifact was upgraded to level 5. The points required for upgrading are not particularly exaggerated. It only takes 100 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. It only takes 500 points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. It only takes 2000 points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. However, the points required to upgrade from level 4 to level 5 are as high as tens of thousands of points. You know, Lin Yang has accumulated only 10,000 points so far. He also spent nearly 5,000 points on upgrading Jiankunding and Lingbao Pavilion. Now he only has 5,200 artifact points left. This is because he built several high-quality buildings such as Original Dragon Nest, Zhutian Business, and Shooting Domain Spirit Monument. Otherwise, the artifact points would not have soared so fast. If he wants to accumulate another 10,000 points, it will probably take a long time. Put away Jiankunding. Lin Yang walked out of Xianyi residence. Just when he was about to relax, he saw a group of demon-suppressing warriors carrying more than a dozen boss corpses into Original Dragon Nest. This is the largest and most magnificent building in Lin Yang's territory. It is like a bottomless pit. In the past few days, it has devoured countless boss bodies. It's time to evolve. Lin Yang just muttered. 2 prompts appeared in succession. Your special building, the Original Dragon Nest, devoured enough powerful flesh and blood, and the type of dragon bred increased, Flame Dragon, King's Dragon. Your special building, the Original Dragon Nest, devoured enough powerful flesh and blood, and the number of dragons that can be bred every day has been increased, with 2 more epic dragons and 1 more King Dragon. Flame Dragon. Lin Yang took a look. It was found that this was a powerful elemental dragon that controlled fire. It was born with a high affinity for the element of fire. It just so happened that the breeding of the Original Dragon Nest had not started today. He chose to give the newly added King Dragon breeding quota to the Flame Dragon. See how strong he is. In fact, in the past few days, except for the breeding quota of the legendary dragon, which was unshakably owned by the Abyss Dragon, other types of epic dragons and king dragons, under his arrangement, Original Dragon Nest has bred. After all, different types of dragons have different abilities. They are good at different things. Diversification is also important. And if we count the dragons bred today, the dragons in Lin Yang's territory, now there are more than 70. And the number will continue to increase every day in the future. Of course, this is including the flying dragons and other sub-dragons. If we only count the real pure-blooded dragons, it has barely exceeded 20. And because they were bred not long ago, the level is not high. Many dragons' attributes are not even as high as the Shadow Shooter. But no matter what, so many dragons, it is undoubtedly an extremely powerful force. And these dragons can basically fly. In Lin Yang's view, the importance of their powerful mobility, sometimes it is even higher than their combat power. Of course, so many dragons, the food they eat every day is also extremely exaggerated. But fortunately, dragons are creatures with strong swallowing and digestion abilities. Not to mention the flesh and blood of various animals and beasts. In extreme environments, they can survive for a long time by eating soil directly. But in that case, most of the body functions must be in a dormant state. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, dragons generally do not do this. And from the time he descended into the endless world to now, almost every day, Lin Yang's various resource cards are increasing. Meat resource cards, water resource cards, vegetable resource cards, etc. are countless. To date, it has reached thousands of cards. Far more than other special cards in his hand. But Lin Yang is like a hoarding rat. He has been hoarding. But none of them are useful. It is just for emergency use. And the more he saves, the more security he feels in his heart. Maybe you can consider planting some food in the spiritual field? Anyway, there are still a lot of empty spiritual fields now. Thinking of the harvest in recent days, Lin Yang couldn't help but have some heroic thoughts in his heart. As the demon-suppressing warriors entered the Dangxia blessed land, they began to clear out the turbid beasts with a large army. The results were quite significant. A large amount of turbid air was removed. The environment in Dangxia blessed land was completely renewed. Although the scale of the spiritual fields inside was not as dense as he had thought before, but overall it was still quite exaggerated. Lin Yang estimated that the turbid air in Dangxia blessed land was far from being removed by even 1/10. But the low-grade spiritual fields cleared out alone were as high as thousands of acres. As for the middle-grade spiritual fields, there were also dozens of acres. However, what disappointed Lin Yang was that the demon-suppressing warriors cleared so many areas. From beginning to end, no trace of the high-grade spiritual fields was found. As for whether the high-grade spiritual fields were not found for the time being, or Dangxia blessed land is a middle-grade blessed land, the upper limit of the spiritual fields inside is only the middle-grade spiritual land. Lin Yang did not know. However, there was a discovery that made him overjoyed. That was the territory characteristic of vibrant. It also works on the spiritual plants planted in Dangxia blessed land. In addition to the spiritual fields, during the entire clearing process, spiritual plants and spiritual plant seeds below the third level, such as Xianbing leaves, Fengxian grass, blood coagulation vines, etc., countless harvests were made. After hearing the news, Yan Li was overjoyed. As soon as his body recovered, he was like a hungry ghost. He plunged into the alchemy room and began to refine pills frantically, with more spiritual plants as alchemy materials. Yan Li's pills are no longer limited to the basic pills such as rejuvenation pill, returning pill and poison avoidance pill. He can also refine many new pills such as rejuvenation pill, blood coagulation pill, eye brightening pill. And in this process, Yan Li himself can also continuously gain experience and upgrade his level. Among the many pills, there are two kinds of pills that caught his attention. One is the Qi training pill that directly increases experience points. The other is the skillful pill that directly increases skill proficiency. Qi training pill is effective for heroes and soldiers below level 30. But it cannot directly increase the experience value of the Lord. The basic effect of each Qi training pill is about 1% of the experience value of heroes and soldiers at level 30. But because of Yan Li's self-created Burning Heaven alchemy, there is a certain probability that the quality of the pill can be greatly improved. So the effect of some Qi training pills refined is directly doubled. However, the spiritual plants used to refine it are relatively rare. Even though Lin Yang harvested a large number of spiritual plants in Dangxia blessed land during this period, in the end, only 50 pills were successfully refined. This is the result of spiritual alchemy taking effect several times and successfully refining double pills. As for skillful pill, there is no limit. But Lin Yang took a look. Basically, 10 skillful pills are needed to upgrade a skill from level 10 to level 11. And the more skillful pills are needed later. In Lin Yang's opinion, it felt a bit like eating something tasteless and throwing it away. Although the spiritual plants for refining spiritual pill are not that scarce, Yan Li has refined hundreds of them in total. But it is still not enough. It still takes time. Looking at the various spiritual plant seeds planted in the Dangxia blessed land, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. The spiritual plants that can meet the needs of alchemy must be at least 3 years old. Many spiritual plants even take much longer than this. In other words, even with the 1000% growth rate bonus of Vigorous, the spiritual plants he planted now will not take effect until at least more than 100 days later. Although there is now a drop of Kyunkan creation liquid that can speed up the growth of spiritual plants by 1 year, Lin Yang can't use this thing anywhere else. It must be left for the world tree. I don't know why. The current situation is obviously very good. However, he inexplicably felt a sense of urgency in his heart. The myriad races? Lin Yang thought carefully about his experiences during this period. He seemed to have found the reason for his palpitations. It was no exaggeration to say that among all the lords who had descended on the entire blue star, Lin Yang now possessed nearly overwhelming strength. Other blue star lords, let alone catching up with him, would find it difficult to even look at him from a distance. But, this was only among the human race. What about the alien races? Lin Yang had never forgotten the cold voice he heard when he entered the endless world. What he said at the beginning. Or rather, what he warned them about. That was to compete with the myriad races as a lord. And what Harvey said before he died. Although he thought it was all bullshit. But it undoubtedly sounded a warning to the myriad races in his heart. But, what about the alien races? Now the human race on Blue Star can be said to be spread all over this world. But until now, he had not heard any news about the alien races. Did they not come to this world? Or, have they been hiding themselves to achieve some unspeakable secret? There is too little information. Lin Yang could not be sure. Hint, your building Zushan business has attracted a guest. Please receive him as soon as possible. The sudden reminder message made Lin Yang stunned for a moment. After reacting, he immediately walked towards Zushan business in the territory. As his figure approached, around the building hanging in the sky, points of flowing light surged. And then a series of stairs formed by white clouds. From the ancient gate of the business to the ground. High-end buildings are high-end buildings. Seeing this scene, Lin Yang also couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. He immediately walked up. And when he really entered Zushan business. But he found that there was another world inside. The surrounding purple air was dense, the spiritual fragrance was fragrant, and it seemed like a fairy cave. There were no stars, sun, or moon inside. But there were warm rays of light falling from nowhere. There were pavilions and palaces with flying eaves, carved beams, and painted buildings, scattered in an orderly manner. Hey! Just as Lin Yang was looking at the internal environment of Zushan Trading Company, a light exclamation suddenly sounded behind him. He turned around and looked. He saw a middle-aged man in purple robes, elegant and graceful. He was looking at him with interest. After a bright light flashed in his eyes, the purple-robed man found that he had not seen through anything. A look of understanding suddenly appeared on his face. So that's it, another era of reincarnation has begun. Chapter 61. I was mistaken. I originally thought this was the dojo of that great man. Heavenly protection, fair law. The purple-robed man suddenly looked up at the sky. He muttered to himself thoughtfully. It was unknown what language the other party spoke. But it was unknown whether it was because of heavenly law or Zushan business. Lin Yang could understand what he said. But the content of what he said was a bit confusing to Lin Yang. This guest, what's your name? Lin Yang walked over and asked. You can call me Zi Chen. The purple-robed man smiled. XZ7. Hearing the other party's name, Lin Yang's expression did not change. But waves of emotion were already rising in his heart. Chen in the ancient language of Xia often refers to the residence of the emperor, implying nobility. Purple is also a noble color, representing the spirit of saints and emperors. We can get a glimpse of this from the idiom purple air coming from the east. The other party is called this name. Coupled with his elegant and luxurious clothes, he can't help but give people a sense of unfathomable depth. In this era, it is really not easy to have a place to trade fairly with the heavens, the worlds, and all races. I didn't expect it to be a creature like you. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, I should be the first guest to come to you, right? Ziyi Chen said halfway. He glanced at Lin Yang with some strangeness. That's right. In this case, you probably don't have anything to trade with me. Seeing Lin Yang nod, Ziyi Chen said with some regret. Hearing the other party say this, Lin Yang was a little dissatisfied at first. But after thinking about it carefully, it was true. The only thing he could trade and treasure now seemed to be a world tree seedling. But he could never trade this thing. However, as a lord, the most important thing to him was undoubtedly the buildings and the 980 troops in the territory. God and Demon Platform, Zhu Tian Business, Original Dragon Nest. These buildings of his are probably among the top buildings in the heavens and the worlds. Thinking of this, Lin Yang felt much more comfortable. But this trip was not in vain. At least such a treasure land was discovered. Ziyi Chen said at the same time. He handed Lin Yang a purple token engraved with an ancient word Chen. Lin Yang took it. It felt like warm jade. I don't know what material it is made of. My dear friend, if one day in the future you can pass many tests and come to forget it, then you will know the function of this token. The other party was halfway through his words. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. It seemed that he had touched some taboo. Even beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. He quickly closed his mouth. A helpless expression appeared on his face. My dear friend, meeting is fate, this is for you. It's not that I'm stingy, the limit is here, if you want to. I can't afford the price. Ziyi Chen pointed to the sky with one hand. He handed over another item with the other hand. Lin Yang took it and looked at it carefully. I found that what the other party gave him was actually a fruit core. And it was covered with cracks. It was seriously damaged. Although I didn't understand why. But Lin Yang still took it. I think with the other party's identity and attitude, the things given to him should not be as simple as they seem. By the way, my friend, you must manage this place well. I don't want such a good place to disappear just like that. I hope I can meet other Taoist friends next time I come here. It's too lonely to be alone. After saying that, Ziyi Chen sighed. Then his figure turned into a rainbow light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Looking at the other person's figure going away, Lin Yang seemed to understand something. He originally thought that the way of heaven only restricted them, the lords who were recruited in some special way. But now it seems. Obviously, this is not the case. And these are not the powerful people in the heavens and the worlds of the Lord. As for what the so-called heavenly way is, they all seem to know clearly. But it is very secretive. And who is this man who calls himself Ziyi Chen? What are the many tests mentioned by the other party? Is it really as some people in the group said? Heavenly Way recruited them. Just for the so-called raising of Gu? But what is the purpose of doing this? All kinds of thoughts are entangled like a mess. It gives him a headache. Shake his head. Don't think about these for the time being. Lin Yang looked at the broken fruit core in his hand. As his mind moved, the power of Heavenly Way rushed past. This broken fruit core has been informatized. It truly became his thing. I want to see what this is. Item: Magical Fruit Core. Category: Spiritual Tree, Seed. Status: Broken. Function: After the magical fruit core grows into a magical fruit tree, it can produce a magical fruit. Introduction: A broken magical fruit core can produce magical fruit, but now it needs a lot of life force to heal it again. Magic fruit? What is this? Lin Yang frowned. From the name, it should be an item of the immortal cultivation system. He immediately went to Ling Yu to ask. What? Magical fruit? Hearing Lin Yang's inquiry, Ling Yu, who always seemed calm and elegant, was a little uneasy at this moment. immediately asked what was going on. When Lin Yang finished explaining the whole story and took out the broken fruit core, Ling Yu couldn't help but sigh. Then he told the story. According to Ling Yu, divine power and magic are two completely different power systems. Magic is cultivated by oneself, and is granted by heaven. Most people with divine power, their divine power is innate. It can be understood that they are blessed by heaven and given divine power at birth. This is called innate divine power. And the function of the divine power fruit. It can allow practitioners who originally did not have divine power, after swallowing the divine power fruit, to comprehend a divine power. That is the so-called acquired divine power. Whether it is innate or acquired divine power, there is no difference in essence. But both can be said to have infinite magical uses. If a practitioner can possess a divine power, the improvement in strength is simply immeasurable. It is even very beneficial for comprehending the Great Way. So seeing the divine power fruit core broken, Ling Yu couldn't help but feel distressed. Don't worry, I will be able to heal the core sooner or later. It's just the power of life. If I remember correctly, there is a lot of water of life in the elves. Lin Yang smiled and comforted the other party. Don't worry, I won't attack the elves right away, but it's time for my power to expand to the surrounding area. As for other races nearby, this time we can get rid of them all at once. Seeing the worry on Ling Yu's face, Lin Yang explained. The elves are one of the most powerful races in the ancient forest. With his current strength, it's still inferior to the other party. But now almost every day, Lin Yang's strength is increasing. It's only a matter of time to catch up with or even surpass the elves. And before that, he decided to expand his sphere of influence first. By the way, there is another high-level task scroll. Just after ordering his troops to assemble, Lin Yang suddenly remembered. When he won the first place in the level up event before, there was still a random high-level scroll that was not used. There were so many things going on during this period. So much so that he almost forgot about it. It was only at this moment that he remembered it belatedly. He immediately found it out. Do you want to use the random high-level task scroll? Yes/no. Yes. Random high-level tasks are being obtained. Congratulations! You have obtained a high-level task, Ethnic Extinction. Task requirements: destroy as many other tribes and ethnic groups as possible within the next 72 hours. The more tribes and ethnic groups you destroy during this period, the stronger the destroyed tribes and ethnic groups are, and the richer the rewards you will get in the end. What you wish for is true. After glancing at the task requirements, Lin Yang couldn't help but show a strange look on his face. What he was originally going to do, it actually coincides with the task that needs to be completed. Could it be that after becoming the master of Dangxi, a blessed land, the 10 points of luck obtained are so powerful? But in this case, it needs to be dealt with more seriously than before. Not long after, an army of more than 1,000 demon-suppressing warriors and shadow shooters passed through the domain gate that had been upgraded to level 6. It appeared directly in an area 150 kilometers away from the territory. But this is not all. Following closely, there were huge dragons that covered the sky. Asian dragons, flying dragons, flaming dragons, black dragons. The huge dragons roared and shook the world. They coiled in the sky. It looked spectacular. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were undoubtedly the 3 abyss dragons that were over 20 meters in size. Their scales seemed to be made of fine iron. They reflected light under the sun. They were densely packed all over their bodies. The huge wings flapped gently. It was like a storm. They blew away all the dark clouds in the sky. And in their scarlet pupils, some of them were just cold and indifferent to everything. Troll camp. When they saw the huge dragons, these huge humanoid creatures were all stunned. until the dragons spewed out flames, ice, and lightning. When they mercilessly bombarded all the tribesmen in their camp. These creatures with only basic intelligence were angry. Some of them waved 4 or 5 meter long giant sticks, throwing them straight into the sky, trying to knock down the giant dragons. However, they often fell down powerlessly before they flew to the sky. Some raised huge crossbows. Aiming at the shadows in the sky, they shot. However, the 2-meter-long steel crossbow arrows were just shot into the air. A ray of flame swept through. The steel crossbow arrows turned into boiling molten iron and fell from the sky zero. There were also a small number of trolls roaring and releasing spells. But their spells had not yet been chanted. The abyss dragon had already exhaled a breath of frost. So their figures froze. Then they all turned into ice sculptures. At the same time, the legion of thousands of demon-suppressing warriors moved forward like a cold machine. No matter what enemies or obstacles they faced ahead, they have always been so ruthless in crushing. After joining the White Tiger Legion, the strength of the demon-suppressing warriors is now even more amazing. With the dual blessing effects of White Tiger power and military formation, their lethality has been enhanced to the extreme. In the flash of the sword, one by one, the trolls who tried to resist fell down with a wail. Their proud strong physique, in front of the unparalleled killing White Tiger power, it seems so fragile and ridiculous. Your troop demon-suppressing warriors killed the troll, IV-22, and gained 10,000 experience points. Your troop demon-suppressing warriors killed the troll, IV-22, and gained 10,000 experience points. Although the dragons made a lot of noise. But at this moment, the real ruthless killing of a large number of trolls in the camp. In fact, it is still the demon-suppressing warriors. After all, they were bred not long ago. Their level is not high. However, the damage and killing effect caused by the giant dragons far exceeded Lin Yang's expectations. It shouldn't be. Looking at the raging giant dragons from a god's perspective, Lin Yang was stunned for a moment. Finally understood what was going on. Shooting Domain Spirit Monument Statue. Dragons are also long-range attack troops. They can also enjoy the bonus effect. That's it. This camp with thousands of trolls. It was quickly broken by the army. And Lin Yang's side. No soldiers were killed or injured. There were not even a few injured warriors. Compared with the situation in the previous battle with the ogres, I don't know how much better. And after a simple rest, the army soon set out again. In a steep mountain range, there lived a dwarf tribe of thousands of people. When the war burned here, many dwarves were still immersed in the mellow aroma of fine wine. They didn't react at all. Until the heavy horn sounded in the valley. One by one, the dwarves put on their armor and gathered together. At this time, the heavy gate weighing more than 10 tons had been completely blown to pieces. In the astonished eyes of many dwarves, Ling Yu walked in alone. She looked around. Then she said calmly, "Surrender or die." One person. Just a woman wants to make the great dwarf tribe surrender? Want to conquer their entire tribe? At this moment, all the dwarves felt great humiliation. I, Huijin, a warrior of the dwarf tribe, I want to challenge you. The dwarf tribe cannot be bullied. Die. Almost the moment the other party's voice fell, Ling Yu's red lips slightly opened. A floating light sword energy has penetrated his body. So in the shocked and puzzled looks of the dwarves. 4.4 The dwarf warrior who just said he wanted to challenge Ling Yu didn't take a step. He fell to the ground and died. They didn't even know what means the other party used to attack. Surrender, or die. One hit will kill. Ling Yu's face was neither happy nor sad, and she said coldly again. In fact, if it weren't for the dwarf's talent in forging, it might be useful to the Lord. She was too lazy to talk to them. Just kill them all. After successfully comprehending the sword power and going further and further on this path, Lin Yu's strength has undoubtedly been greatly improved. She has the strength to kill a tribe by herself. But it is obvious. These dwarves will not surrender just like that. After being rejected again, Lin Yu said nothing more. Directly use the man and sword integration skill. In an instant, I saw a dazzling sword flying out like a dragon and shining like stars. Suddenly to the left, suddenly to the right. The sword was ethereal. But wherever it passed, blood splattered and broken limbs flew. Faced with such a fast attack, the dwarves couldn't even react. They were beheaded. When Ling Yu reappeared, the whole valley was filled with a strong bloody smell. There were broken limbs and bodies everywhere. Then she spoke for the third time, "Surrender or die." Her voice was still cold and ruthless. This time, the entire dwarf tribe was silent. After a long time, there were only sobs around. Your unit, the demon-suppressing warriors, destroyed the troll camp. Your unit, the demon-suppressing warriors, destroyed the goblin tribe. Your hero Ling Yu broke through the dwarf tribe, and the dwarf tribe chose to surrender to you. As Lin Yang's army set out, one message after another kept appearing. Chapter 62. Hey, have the dwarves surrendered? Noticing one of the messages, Lin Yang nodded with satisfaction. The dwarves are good at forging. They are famous for their excellent craftsmanship. With them, the fine iron looted from the ogres before can also be put to good use. Add other captured and looted forging materials. It is entirely possible to create thousands of standard equipment at one time. Give the demon-suppressing warriors under his command a big change of clothes. If possible, it's best to find an enchanter to enchant these equipment, otherwise the equipment level is too low. After joining the White Tiger Corps, the White Tiger power obtained by the demon-suppressing warrior can not only bless himself, greatly improve the attack effect. It can also be added to weapons to improve the sharpness of weapons. As for how much it can be improved, there are only 2 points. The first is naturally closely related to the strength of the White Tiger power. The second is the quality of the weapon itself. So Lin Yang naturally wants to improve the quality of the equipment as much as possible. And the destruction of the troll tribe and the surrender of the dwarf tribe. This is just the beginning. As Lin Yang's army fought everywhere, one tribe and tribe after another were constantly broken and destroyed. In this process, only a small number of people like the dwarf tribe were useful to him and willing to the tribes that were willing to surrender. Only then they survived by chance. You completed a small battle and received an S-level evaluation. Received 600 energy crystals. You completed a small battle and received an S-end level evaluation. Received 1200 energy crystals. Sure enough, killing an arson will get you a golden belt, repairing bridges and roads will leave no corpses. Looking at the prompts on the panel, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. As tribes and tribes were destroyed one by one, the energy crystals in his hands also began to increase at an unprecedented rate. As for the various items and rewards obtained, they are countless. Just the defense tower. This time, he harvested dozens of them. Arrow towers, element towers, magic crystal towers, machine gun towers, etc. are all available. As an important means of protecting the territory. The more defense towers there are, the better. Lin Yang placed all of these defense towers around the territory and evolved them all. Unexpectedly, he got 2 more glorious holy towers. This was a pleasant surprise. After all, Lin Yang had seen the power of the glorious holy tower before. Except for the huge consumption, there are no disadvantages. After these defense towers have completed their evolution, one of the special defense towers caught his attention. Name: Ghost Tower. Type: Defense Tower. Function: it can absorb the souls of nearby enemy dead creatures and convert them into ghosts to fight for itself. The stronger the souls of the dead creatures, the stronger the converted ghosts. Introduction: Fight to support the war. This is a defense tower that does not have any attack power. But its effect, the result, is quite powerful. If the battle lasts long enough, it can even summon a large army of resentful spirits. And it is the typical "if you are weak, I am weak, if you are strong, I am strong." Of course. The premise is to cause enough casualties. If the difference in strength between the two sides is too large, even the enemy cannot be killed. The ghost tower will not pose any threat. As for the various rewards outside the defense tower, as Lin Yang's strength has been increasing during this period, there are not many that can be seen. The slightly higher level equipment obtained, basically, they are distributed to Lingyu and Xiaoming. If they can't use it, then distribute it to the stronger demon-suppressing warriors among them. As for the dragon, they can't use the equipment they obtained. In the ruins, only broken walls are left. One by one, the warriors fell on the ground. Some of them have broken limbs, and some are unrecognizable. However, until the moment of death, they never surrendered. Instead, they used their lives to compose the last masterpiece. However, no matter how they persisted and launched crazy attacks, in the face of absolute power, everything was in vain. When the shadow of the white tiger beast descended in the sky, all resistance became a joke. After one blow, not only did many of the tribesmen who resisted turn into minced meat, but even most of the buildings in the entire camp were destroyed. In the distance, the demon-suppressing warriors who had been fighting for a whole day did not continue to fight. Instead, they rested here. Lin Yang, who watched all this from a god's perspective, had no sorrow or joy. Weakness is the original sin. This is an eternal truth. Since I came to this world, I participated in the battle for hegemony in the heavens as a lord. Blood, gunpowder, death, killing. All this is just a necessity on his growth path. He would not naively think that they, the lords, could live in peace with the local forces. The battle for hegemony among all races is destined to be so cruel. He can only go to the top step by step like this. Or, be killed before reaching the top. The next day, the war continued. Since the flames of war and the smoke of gunpowder have already spread, Lin Yang will not stop, no matter if it is for the expansion of power or to complete the task with the highest possible evaluation. While fighting, the bodies of the powerful warriors in each tribe were transported back by the dragons in batches. Finally, they were ruthlessly devoured by the original dragon nest and turned into resources for its growth and evolution. On this afternoon, as his troops continued to fight bloody battles, Lin Yang's level finally reached level 30. It's so difficult. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh after glancing at the increasingly exaggerated upgrade experience value. As early as the end of the level up event, his level was as high as level 25. After winning the first place in the level up event, the rewards he received allowed him to level up 3 levels in a row, directly reaching level 28. Even so, with the 100% experience value bonus effect of Champion's Blessing, he didn't reach level 30 until today. Requirements for upgrading the territory to level 7, Lord level 30, 1,500 energy crystals, 3,000 reputation points, no monsters within the territory upgrade expansion range. The current conditions for territory upgrade have been met. Do you want to upgrade the territory immediately? Yes/no. Yes. Territory upgrade successful. Your territory level has been upgraded to level 7. Your territory area has been increased from 25,000 square meters, 500, to 360,000 square meters, 600. You have unlocked the Lord Query function. The moment the upgrade was successful, Lin Yang felt the feeling of soul ascending again. It seemed as if he had become a part of the territory. Then the limbs of the body began to expand outward in proportion according to some pre-established rules. This is an indescribable strange feeling. Fortunately, this feeling came quickly and went even faster. So he stopped worrying about it. Instead, he curiously checked what the newly unlocked query function was. That means that in the future, if I see any unknown skills, items, or other things, I can directly inquire with the heavenly Dao. But whether or not you can find information and how much content you can find is linked to the Lord's authority. Lin Yang nodded thoughtfully. Then his eyes fell on the chaos creation talent. Your territory has been upgraded by 1 level. You have obtained an entry extraction opportunity. Do you want to extract immediately? Yes/no. The entry is the key to why Lin Yang can lead or even crush other lords. So after upgrading the territory, he immediately chose to extract. Congratulations! You have extracted the red entry, Gongkin Creation. Gongkin Creation, red, when all your units, including the Lord himself, comprehend and practice skills, the difficulty of comprehension and cultivation is reduced by 1 level, the efficiency of practicing all skills is plus 200%, and the number of layers of all skills is increased by 1 level. It can break through the original upper limit of the number of skills. Another top red entry. But this time, the effect of the entry is related to the technique. Lin Yang was immediately excited after glancing at the entry information of Gongkin Zhao Hua. Generally speaking, the effect of a technique is far greater than that of a skill. And it is different from skills that can be upgraded after learning. Not only is it particularly difficult to comprehend a technique, but you can't even get started without talent. The practice process is also extremely difficult. And if you don't have enough talent, even if you successfully practice a certain technique, it is very likely that you will get stuck at a certain level and can't make any further progress. And the top entry Gongkin Zhao Hua. It can reduce the difficulty of comprehending and practicing techniques for all the soldiers and heroes under Lin Yang's command by 1 level. It is self-evident how powerful this effect is. Not only that, it can also increase the speed of practicing techniques to 3 times the original speed. Greatly reduce the time required to practice techniques. And the most perverted. It is undoubtedly the last effect. It can increase the number of practice levels of all techniques by 1 level. What is this concept? With the legendary talent of Xiaomeng and Ling Yu, the Xiantian Ganqi technique and Purple Sky Thunder Sword technique that the two of them practiced are still at the 3rd and 2nd levels respectively. This directly improves the effect of the technique by 1 level. It is far beyond the comparison of skill level plus 1. Moreover, this kind of improvement can also break the shackles. Unrestricted breakthrough of the original upper limit of the technique level. You must know that the quality and strength of the technique are closely related to the number of levels of the technique. The higher the level of a technique, the more powerful it is. For example, the Xiantian Ganqi that Xiaomeng practiced has a total of 7 levels. It is already considered a very powerful technique. But compared with Ling Yu's Purple Sky Thunder Sword technique, which has a total of 9 levels, they are completely 2 different concepts. But there is always a limit to the number of levels of the skills, right? If the heroes under my command practice the top skills in the future and reach the highest level, what will it become with the bonus of Gongsan Zhao Hua? Lin Yang couldn't help but wonder. But now he can only think about it. And as Lin Yang obtained the Gongsan Zhao Hua entry, on a battlefield where fighting was going on, Xiaomeng's whole body suddenly shook. The innate qi that had been consumed by more than half not long ago. At this moment, it is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the newly added qi is more pure and powerful than the original qi. Is this, the power from the Lord? Just a little thought. Xiaomeng understood what was going on. Very good. Feeling the powerful energy that was almost overflowing from her body, she showed a touch of joy on her face. Then she rushed into the battlefield again. The 3 major effects of Xian Nan Qi. Indestructible, Spiritual Heart Wisdom I, mysterious power control are all closely related to the realm of cultivation. After breaking through the fourth level at this moment, all three functions are greatly improved. With the super perception and insight brought by spiritual heart wisdom even if she shuttles through the battlefield with such a high density of battles, Ling Yu still looks like strolling in the garden. However, even if she just punches and kicks casually, accompanied by the burst of innate energy of mysterious power control, the golden energy is enough to sweep away the surrounding enemies. At this moment, she seems to have transformed into a golden armored god from heaven, and is simply unstoppable. Wherever she passes, it is like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Soon, the entire battlefield in the entire area was turned upside down by her alone. In another area, Ling Yu's attack was quite unsuccessful. The target she locked on this time was a small goblin tribe. Originally, in her opinion, the battle should be over soon. At the beginning, everything went as smoothly as she expected. After all, the individual combat power of the goblins is extremely limited. With her strong personal force, she quickly killed them. And the goblins can only rely on various technological creations they invented. But whether it is the powerful goblin cannon or the rockets that can be fired continuously, they can't even touch the corner of Ling Yu's clothes. As for various types of robots, as soon as they appeared, they were cut into scrap metal by sword energy. 030 However, just when Ling Yu thought that she could successfully break through this goblin fortress, a familiar blue light rose up and enveloped the entire goblin fortress. Energy shield launcher. Although from the perspective of the protective light that emerged, the energy shield launcher possessed by this goblin is obviously lower than the one obtained by Lin Yang by more than one quality. It belongs to the lowest level of protective equipment. But its protective ability is also terrible. Even if Ling Yu has now successfully comprehended the sword force, there is no way to deal with it. Even though she used all her means. Unparalleled sword formation, unity of man and sword, splitting of sword light. Various attacks caused the blue shield in the sky to stir up ripples. But she could never really break this shield. Well, this is. Just when Ling Yu was about to retreat helplessly, she was stunned for a moment. Then the surprise on her face could no longer be suppressed. Just now, her purple sky thunder sword technique broke through to the third level. The higher the level of the technique, the more powerful it is. But at the same time, the difficulty of cultivation is also higher. Otherwise, Ling Yu's compatibility with purple sky thunder sword technique is far higher than Zhao Meng's compatibility with innate Genki technique. And her talent is also higher than the other party. As a result, the degree of cultivation of the technique is the speed was much slower than the opponent. And at this moment, as purple thunder sword technique broke through the third level, Ling Yu's sword and thunder skills were both more powerful. A lot of insights. At the same time, she finally learned the first of the three killer moves of purple thunder sword technique. Thunder Punishment Sword. Although Ling Yu had used similar attacks before, but it was just a form without substance. It can only be regarded as her own understanding. And now, as the technique broke through the third level, she truly understood and mastered this killer move. Very well, I want to see if your energy shield can withstand this move. Ling Yu gritted her teeth. Her gentle eyes were filled with anger. Then she took out the companion spirit sword from the sword-raising gourd. She pointed at the sky. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. Boom! Then, accompanied by a loud bang, a purple thunderbolt cut through the sky. Then it accurately sank into the companion spirit sword. Cut! Ling Yu opened her cherry lips and uttered the word cut coldly. Then, as the long sword in her hand swung, this brilliant streak of lightning and sword energy, with overwhelming power, it landed on the blue shield above the goblin fortress. It was like a boulder hitting the lake. It instantly caused a storm. The originally stable energy shield suddenly flashed with flickering light. The ripples continued to surge and spread. Finally, in the goblin's expressions of horror, despair, and disbelief, the energy shield on the sky, it was torn apart just like that. Chapter 63. Surrender. We surrender. The goblin leader stared at the energy shield breaking apart bit by bit with a dull look. And before the other goblins could react, he had already shouted out. The other goblins were angry and puzzled at first. But then they thought of the exaggerated strength of the figure in the sky. The heads that had been raised could not help but lowered again. Humph! Seeing this, Ling Yu snorted coldly. She didn't say anything more, although she felt a little unhappy. But as long as it was useful to the Lord, the little grievance she had suffered was nothing. Thinking of Lin Yang, Ling Yu's face suddenly showed a sweet look. Afterwards, many goblins packed up their things. They sighed and marched towards the direction of Lin Yang's territory. Noticing this scene, Ling Yu didn't care. As long as they joined the territory and pledged allegiance to the Lord, then everything would be out of their control. This is a vast world. Even if it is a real God, immortal, saint, God King, Supreme, Buddha. Try your best. You can't see the edge of the world. At a certain moment, with a stream of light turning in the sky, a figure who knows how many times and spaces, shackles, recondensed on a magnificent throne. Although the figure is motionless, it is domineering. Between the eyebrows, there is a momentum of looking down on the world. This figure is not someone else. It is Zi Chen who had talked with Lin Yang before. Your Highness, I wonder which world you went to travel in this time? What did you gain? An old man walked in from outside the palace and asked with a smile. Not bad. Seems to remember something interesting. Zi Chen smiled and said. By the way, teacher, this era has begun. Oh? Calculating the time, it is indeed almost time. The old man was not surprised, but nodded thoughtfully. I remember that person said that this should be the last time. Everything, our forces inherited from the ancient era, the former winners of the past eras, all living beings, the heavens and the worlds, will all be swept up in this last storm. Speaking of this, Zi Chen couldn't help showing a trace of worry on his face. As powerful as he is, in the face of such a trend, he can only go with the flow. It seems that your Highness has gained a lot from this trip to the outer world. The old man seemed to have noticed something and said with some surprise. Occasionally I have gained something, but I just laid out a word casually. As for the future, who can tell? A deep sigh floated from the hall to the outside, and then gradually dissipated. God and Demon Platform, Level 6 Level 7. Function, the probability of recruiting powerful heroes is slightly increased. Current number of heroes that can be recruited, 1. Recruitment hero level limit, Level 30 Level 35. After extracting the entries, Lin Yang first chose to upgrade the building. It is the God and Demon Platform. Even now there is a powerful barracks building like original Dragon Nest. The position of God and Demon Platform in Lin Yang's heart is still unshakable. And after upgrading it to level 7, finally, new heroes can be recruited again. As for the so-called slightly increase the probability of recruiting powerful heroes, it was directly ignored by Lin Yang. He upgraded the God and Demon Platform from level 1 to level 7. Every time after upgrading, it is displayed as slightly increased. Of course, now the heroes recruited by God and Demon Platform are legendary heroes. The only ones who are more powerful than them are the mythical heroes who defy the heavens. He can understand that the probability is low. But you tell me how much it is increased? 1%? Or 0.5%? Or 0.1%? Announce the probability. Lin Yang complained helplessly in his heart. At the same time, he rubbed his hands excitedly. The 3 heroes he recruited before, Whether it was the combat-oriented Lingyu and Xiaomeng, or the development-oriented Yanli, they were all very powerful. So for the first hero recruitment, he was still looking forward to it. But can you not recruit little lowly? He prefers older ones. Of course. A little girl like Lingyu is also very cute. Just when Lin Yang was daydreaming, a graceful and charming woman walked out of the god and demon platform. Qi Meng has seen the Lord. The woman stepped forward and bowed to Lin Yang. The voice was like the sound of nature, caressing the soul like a trickle of water. Every word she uttered seemed to be as beautiful as knocking syllables. And it was indeed very big. The waves were surging. It was spectacular. Could it be a vixen? Looking at the other person's flawless, white face, Lin Yang couldn't help but muttered in his heart. He has seen many beauties now. Lingyu and Xiaomeng are both first-class beauties. Even Yanli, the little girl, is a natural beauty. It's just that she hasn't grown up yet and has some baby fat. It makes her look more lovely. But Qi Meng's beauty is different from theirs. Her beauty gives people a breathtaking feeling. Name, Qimeng. Race, Nine-tailed fox/fairy clan. Type, Hero. Quality, Legend. Power system, Immortal cultivation system. Attributes. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 100. Growth value, 100. Every time the level is increased, the four-dimensional attributes increase by 100 points. Talent. Charm of all beings, the nine-tailed fox has a stunning appearance and unparalleled charm. It can easily charm people and make others obey it, and even willing to sacrifice their lives, regardless of gender. Element control. The nine-tailed fox is born with the energy to control various elements in nature and use them for its own benefit. Skills. Dream Space IV10, the nine-tailed fox can use illusion to construct the virtual world, and make the enemy sink into it. The stronger the pain the opponent suffers during the period, the easier it is to get out of the dream space. IV10 Special Effect. Pain Reduction. The pain of the enemy pulled into the dream space is reduced by 50%. Introduction. A strange woman from the nine-tailed fox clan, with a terrible talent to charm everyone. It's really a fox spirit. After reading Qi Meng's attributes, Lin Yang was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to recruit a nine-tailed fox this time. Of course. The difference between a fox spirit and a nine-tailed fox is still very big. The former is just a low-level little demon. The bloodline is low and the strength is weak. The nine-tailed fox is a real high-level demon. Not only is the bloodline noble and the talent is strong, it was once regarded as a sign of auspiciousness. And Lin Yang recruited this nine-tailed fox. Its strength is even more terrifying. The talent charm all beings is a super killer. It feels more terrifying than evil and cults. It can make people willing to die. And its effect is not only effective for men. It works for both men and women. Another talent, element control, is also quite terrifying. It can freely condense various elemental forces in nature. Whether it is fire, frost, thunder, storm. She can control it perfectly. Although the meanings of mastery, and control are somewhat similar, their meanings are completely different. As for its skill, dream space. It is a super control skill. As long as it is not attacked. Enemies who sink into the dream. Unless one is extremely determined. Otherwise, it will take a long time to get out of it. Even some people with weak wills will continue to sink into it. Until their body functions can no longer bear it. A long-range hero who can attack elements and control the enemy. He glanced at Qi Meng again. Lin Yang had a battle position in his mind. Lord, is there anything I can do? Qi Meng's eyes revealed a cunning look. While speaking, she walked forward very naturally, put her arms around Lin Yang, and whispered in his ear. So soft. So big. This vixen did it on purpose. Feeling the touch on his arm, Lin Yang couldn't help coughing twice. The female heroes recruited before, none of them were as bold as the other party. Until now, every time Lin Yang touched Ling Yu's face, the other party blushed with shame. Well, now my warriors are clearing out the nearby forces, but your current level. Lin Yang paused. Legendary heroes are indeed very powerful. But level is also very important. A level 1 hero, no matter how high the quality is. It may be a level 100 ordinary warrior opponent. Even mythical heroes are no exception. Of course, Qi Meng is not that far behind the warriors of those races who strangled her. But the higher the level and the more attributes, the stronger the strength. The greater the role that Qi Meng can play in the battle. So Lin Yang thought about it. Take out a jade bottle. Take out the Qi training pill inside and let her swallow it. And then directly raise Qi Meng's level to level 20 in one breath. Considering that the cost-effectiveness of continuing to swallow the Qi training pill is not high. Then he took back the pill jade bottle. Go. Lin Yang waved his hand. Signed the other party to leave. That night, when Zhao Meng returned to the territory with the demon-suppressing warriors to rest, he told Lin Yang a rather grim news. So, because of our massive attack, all other tribes around us are in danger. So the warriors of all races and tribes around us have united and want to fight us to the death tomorrow. That's right, Lord. That's a good opportunity to catch all these guys in one fell swoop. Lin Yang said with a disapproving smile. It's not that he looks down on those small tribes and tribes. But a group of guys who are temporarily organized together. How much combat power can they have? It's just because they have more people. If it's a favorable situation, then everything will go smoothly. But as long as they can't win in a short period of time, then the defeat is just a matter of time. Of course. The reason why Lin Yang is so confident. The bigger reason is that he knows the combat power of his army. Nearly 2,000 demon-suppressing warriors who joined the White Tiger Corps. Nearly 100 dragons of various types. Among them, there are 6 legendary dragons. They are all powerful abyss dragons. No. When the battle starts tomorrow, there will be 7 dragons. And the number of dragons will officially exceed 100. Tomorrow, the whole army will attack, and no soldier will be left behind, including you guys. Lin Yang thought about it and issued a combat order. The whole army will attack, and the safety of the territory. Lord, your safety is the most important. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Zhao Meng persuaded anxiously. Although the defense of the territory can be said to be impregnable, not only are there a bunch of defense towers, there are also powerful protection devices such as energy shield launcher. But she is still worried about accidents. Not leaving soldiers to guard, it is really a bit uneasy. Don't worry, I will be fine. Seeing that the other party is so worried, Lin Yang smiled and comforted. On the other side, various tribes that are usually unrelated, such as trolls, goblins, ogres, etc., all gathered together at this moment. Although the number of people in each tribe is not large, at least a few hundred people. At most, there are only 2,000 or 3,000 people. But so many tribal warriors added together. The number of troops gathered together is as many as 50,000 or 60,000. And in the Parliament Hall at this moment, in addition to the leaders of various races, there is also a human figure who is out of tune with them. You know, as the most powerful race in this world today, the human race has always been unwelcome by various races. The hatred between various races and the human race, it is even more entangled. But at this moment, the leaders of various tribes did not speak. It seems that they all accept the existence of each other. Everyone, I know what you are afraid of. Don't worry, I don't need your coalition to defeat the other side, I just need to hold back some of the other side's soldiers, that's fine, right? The middle-aged man spoke eloquently. After hearing what the other side said, the faces of these tribal leaders all eased a little. The reason why these tribes united this time. It was the other side who secretly facilitated it. But to be honest, having seen the tragic situation of other tribes after their destruction, even if their number was dozens of times that of the other side, these tribal leaders had no confidence in defeating the other side. Those warriors were too scary. And the other side also had dragons. Although these dragons seemed to be still in the developmental stage. But for them, in terms of strength, they could still cause an absolute crushing. But if it was just a stalemate for a while, then everyone's confidence would be much stronger. Don't worry, my mercenary group is already in place. I have deliberately released the news of the military alliance. The other party must have known about it. You can only delay the other side's troops until tomorrow. My mercenary group will then destroy his territory directly. Of course, if you disagree, I have no objection to everyone parting ways in peace. Anyway, the other party is going to destroy your tribe now, which has nothing to do with me. I am just a kind person passing by. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said indifferently. Seeing the other party say this, the leaders of other tribes hesitated. They can just leave without a care. But what should they do? Are they going to abandon their homes and run to other areas? It's possible, but they are unwilling. Of course. They don't believe the other party's words that he is a kind person. The middle-aged man must have his reasons for doing this. It's just that he knows that he is being used by the other party. The leaders of various tribes have to agree. In the end, they agreed to cooperate with the middle-aged man. But they also put forward their own requirements. What about the enemy's strong men? No problem, just leave it to us to deal with. For this request, the middle-aged man readily agreed. A bunch of frogs in the well, what strong men? They are just advanced warriors who know some combat skills. It's those dragons that are really worth paying attention to. Seeing the other party walk away, the middle-aged man said with some disdain. Obviously, he didn't take the so-called strong people of each tribe seriously. The third day. It was also the last 24 hours of the advanced task tribal extinction. All the warriors under Lin Yang, along with 3 heroes and hundreds of dragons, rushed to the battlefield. The war was about to start. Hey! But at this moment, a sudden announcement attracted the attention of all the lords of Blue Star. World announcement: 3 days later, the heavenly trial will officially start. All the lords of Blue Star can participate. Tip: the rewards of the heavenly trial are extremely generous. All lords must cherish the opportunity. Try to get better results during the heavenly trial. Tip: the heavenly trial will only be opened 3 times, and it will be opened once every month in the future. Chapter 64. Heavenly Trial. Looking at the sudden world announcement, Lin Yang was shocked and excited. The previous leveling activities had brought him enough benefits. And looking at the content of the world announcement, the rewards of this heavenly trial, I'm afraid it will far exceed the previous leveling activities. After all, before this, he didn't see heavenly trial so solemnly inform the lords in the announcement how generous the rewards were. Even reminded them to cherish the trial opportunity. The heavenly trial will only be opened 3 times, so it is even more precious. These 3 heavenly trials may be my chance to truly rise. Looking at the content of the world announcement, Lin Yang couldn't help but clench his fists. To this day, in his opinion, his opponents are no longer those Blue Star lords who came with him, but the local forces of this world. Those alien races that have not yet revealed their whereabouts. Many powerful people from all the heavens and myriad races. And he has the super god talent chaos creation in his body. He can continuously obtain various powerful entries. Maybe one day he can really be like what Heavenly Dao said when he first came to the world. Become a god, be called a saint, be an ancestor, and even, live forever. At the same time, all the Blue Star Lords went crazy after seeing this message. Few people are fools. Heavenly Dao said so. Who doesn't know the importance of the Heavenly Dao trial that will be opened in 3 days? Therefore, the World Chat channel has become more lively than ever. Even the lords who usually lurk have excitedly spoken. Go, 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 the Heavenly Dao has indicated that the rewards are extremely generous. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. There are still 3 days left? Damn it! Let's go. I will try to upgrade again. Brothers, this may be the only chance for us low-level lords to turn the tables. Don't be timid, just do it. All in. All in. All in. Does anyone know what the Heavenly Dao trial is about? I can prepare in advance. Who knows? Anyway, the stronger your own strength, the better. Haha, this Heavenly Dao trial is the first one, it must be Lin Yang, the boss of our ancient forest region. That's right, I don't know if there will be any regional rewards this time, and whether we can win again without doing anything. The Heavenly trial hasn't started yet, how come Lin Yang can lock in the first place in advance? That's right, I admit that Lin Yang is very strong, but it's still unknown what the Heavenly trial will test. Yes, I think Alexander from our Sky City is also very strong. He won the 2nd place in the last level up event, and he has a good chance too. Ah, right. Sky City. Knowing that the Heavenly trial is about to start, Alexander consulted the consciousness in his mind. Hehe, I do know what's going on, but 980 can't tell me. My consciousness was able to come here by drilling a loophole in the Heavenly Dao dot. But I have some doubts now. It is not really unaware of my existence, and even. Hehe, the reason why I was able to successfully possess you is probably because it deliberately indulged me. But there are some things that I can't touch no matter what. I can only say that the Heavenly Dao trial is indeed very important. If you want to go higher, then you must achieve the best results in the Heavenly Dao trial. Since we have already put aside our past grudges, I will give you some help before the trial begins. The old voice said. Then, is it possible for me to surpass Lin Yang? Alexander frowned. A look of unwillingness appeared on his face. Unfortunately, at least in my opinion, there is no possibility, even with my support for you. Of course, what I said is not absolute. After all, the Heavenly Dao trial sometimes depends on luck. If you have great luck and the other party has bad luck, you may be able to overtake them. The words of the old voice gave Alexander a shot of adrenaline. What he said was indeed true. But there was something else behind it. He didn't say it. A lord who is very likely to have god-level talent. Even if his luck is bad for a while, how bad can it be? But, it doesn't matter. Let's play along with this guy for a while. When he completely controls his body, he can try to take action. God-level talent. It's worth him spending all his accumulation to fight once. Thinking of Lin Yang. This ancient creature in Alexander's body, who has been alive for an unknown period of time. The greed in his heart is getting hotter and hotter. Ancient desert area. Qin Feng looked at the content of the world announcement. He couldn't help but pursed his lips. In the last level up event, relying on his powerful SSS level talent bloodthirsty and soul devouring, he finally won the 3rd place. Although he also received rich rewards. But it is obvious. The difference in rewards between him and the top 2, especially the 1st place Lin Yang, is probably huge. If he cannot achieve better results this time, then I am afraid that there will be no hope of catching up with them in the future. For a while, many Blue Star Lords were eager to fight and look forward to the start of the Heavenly trial. Everyone knew in their hearts. If they did not gain anything or gained very little in the next 3 heavenly trials, there was only one outcome waiting for them, elimination. But it was at this time. Ki, a bloody fight was about to break out. In a large open area. The surrounding trees had been cut down. The two groups of people confronted each other with clear distinction. One side was naturally the alliance of various ethnic groups formed by Roland, the leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group. On the other side, of course, it was the army under Lin Yang. Nearly 2,000 demon-suppressing warriors held swords and shields. They stood fearlessly at the forefront of the battle. Facing a force that was dozens of times larger than their own, they had no fear in their hearts. Instead, they had a strong desire to fight. The demon-suppressing power and the white tiger power in their bodies were ready to move. They just waited for the battle order to be issued. Then they rushed straight into the battle formation and killed many people. In the back, hundreds of shadow archers had scorching eyes and drew their bows to shoot. In the sky, Asian dragons, flying dragons, blue dragons, abyss dragons. Giant dragons were circling one after another. They almost covered the entire sky. Although these dragons were basically bred from the original dragon nest. Even the earliest abyss dragon Sylvia had not lived for more than a week. Therefore, most of the dragons were not of high level. But the waves of terrifying dragon power released still scared the low-level creatures on the opposite side to tremble. They almost couldn't even hold their weapons. They instinctively wanted to kneel down. There were even some warriors whose levels were much higher than the dragons. Looking at the dragons in the sky, Roland, the leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group, was full of enthusiasm. It's a success. Dragons are full of treasures. If it was a truly grown dragon, even if it was the lowest level sub-dragon, he might not dare to do anything. But these dragons in front of him, although they look impressive, but they have not grown up yet. They are still in the development stage. Their strength is quite limited. If they can solve all the hundreds of dragons in the sky this time. No, even if it's only half, or even only 1/3. In the future, their Iron Blood mercenary group. Why should they look at the face of the Lord of Mirror Moon City? He can even directly build his own city. Anyway, the Dawn dynasty is now. It has lost its former glory. This is the suppression of rank. Seeing this scene from a god's perspective, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile. The power of the dragon army is beyond doubt. At the same time, Ling Yu, Zhao Meng, and Qi Meng, 3 legendary heroes, are sitting in the center like a stabilizing force. And beside the 3, fearless flag flutters in the wind, while improving the attributes of all the warriors within a radius of 1 kilometer. It also blesses them with fearless power. Let the already brave warriors be more fearless of pain and fearless of death. Kill! 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 At this moment, the demon-suppressing warriors roared in unison. The iron-blooded murderous intent enveloped the opposing troops like a substance. In the sky, hundreds of giant dragons roared at the right time. Before the battle started, the morale of the tribe alliance had already reached a low point. If the tribe had not really reached a life and death moment. In addition, the leaders of each tribe kept putting pressure on them. I'm afraid they would have fled long ago. It seemed that they realized that if they continued to confront each other like this, they would probably collapse without fighting. Roland had to hurriedly issue a battle order. As soon as the battle started, the demon-suppressing warriors pressed forward without reservation. Powerful physical attributes. In addition, the demon-suppressing power and white tiger power in the body burst out together. In addition, the military formation blessing effect of at least level 10. And the sharp and slam characteristics provided by the Book of War. The tribal warriors in the front row did not even last 3 breaths. Just a face-to-face. They were defeated step by step. The demon-suppressing warriors in this state. Their strength is between these tribal warriors. There is already a qualitative gap. And a few demon-suppressing warriors who have upgraded their general formation skills to level 14. They are even more heroic and invincible. No one can resist their advance. For a moment, the sword flashed, and I don't know how many tribal warriors' lives were killed. However, the number of people in each tribe is large. A wave of warriors fled and retreated crying. Soon, another group of tribal warriors rushed forward cursing in the back. But they were defeated again in an instant. And then it was like this again and again. In the sky, the dragons were not to be outdone. They opened their mouths one by one. They spit out flames, frost, lightning, and other attacks. They made many warriors of the tribal alliance embarrassed. Among them, the most terrifying strength and the most outstanding performance. It is undoubtedly the Abyss Dragons. Opening their mouths and spitting. The Abyss fire will burn the enemy in patches. Once the surrounding warriors are accidentally contaminated with a little bit, will suffer continuous burns. And even if various means are used, it is difficult to extinguish it. At the same time, the Abyss Dragon even acts as a meat shield to block a large number of attacks. Dragon body gives the Abyss Dragon an extremely powerful physique, which greatly reduces the damage they receive from physical and elemental attacks. They will only receive half the damage. What's more terrifying is that the Abyss Dragon has a terrifying vitality hundreds of times that of other creatures. Therefore, even if they encounter a large number of attacks, the injuries they suffer are nothing to them. At the same time, with the help of the flying ability of the 8th level robe Starry Rainbow Clothes, Lin Yang walks in the air and goes straight to the positions of the leaders among the thousands of troops. However, as soon as her figure breaks through, high-speed flying arrows, javelins, fireballs, lightning. Various attacks bombard one after another. At the same time, various restrictive spells such as hysteresis, slowness, and frost spells also rained down. Obviously, for the combat power of top-level warriors like Lin Yang. These tribes have long heard about it. So the leaders of each tribe have made 12-point defense in advance. They dare not let her get close at all. Even though Lin Yang's reaction was extremely fast. Her figure moved left and right in the air and changed back and forth. There were still many attacks on her. Seeing this scene, the locked tribal leader just breathed a sigh of relief. But he saw Lin Yang, who was covered by many attack methods. He rushed through various physical and magical covers like nothing happened. Then, her body quickly merged with the companion spirit sword, and turned into a sharp sword light that swallowed the heaven and earth. It flew towards him at an even more terrifying speed. The tribal warriors who tried to block the sword light along the way only felt a flash before their eyes, and then lost consciousness forever. This move was the powerful sword skill that Lin Yang realized when she was at level 25, the unity of man and sword. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, the tribal leader couldn't help but show an incredible look on his face. Of course, his reaction was also very fast. At this critical moment of life and death, he hurriedly raised an extremely heavy magic shield. However, it was completely useless. The sword light surged. In just a moment, the magic shit broke apart. Then the terrifying sword light crushed past, leaving a bloody meat on the ground. And until the moment of death, the tribal leader still didn't understand why the other party could ignore so many means of attack. The mystery lies in the new skill that Lin Yang learned when she was level 30 Sword Soul Armor. Sword Soul Armor, cover yourself with a lot of sword energy and condense a sword energy armor to protect against attacks. The stronger the sword energy, the better the defensive armor. IV10 Special Effect, Mingjing Zishui. Before the armor condensed by sword energy is completely broken, it is immune to most control effects. Before the battle began, Lin Yang had already condensed a sword energy armor on her body. And the sword energy she used was the floating light sword energy with hidden characteristics. Therefore, no one noticed it at all. She actually had a layer of invisible sword energy armor on her body. As the tribal leader fell, the other warriors of the tribe were stunned for a moment. Then they no longer cared about the tribal alliance. They all ran away. As they ran, the other small tribes around them did not know why. They all fled. So the morale that was already difficult to maintain collapsed instantly. Those who retreat will die. Seeing this scene, Roland cursed inwardly that he was a waste. He immediately stood up and killed dozens of fleeing soldiers in a row. Only then could he barely maintain the front line again. Originally, Roland wanted to follow his mercenary group to directly eliminate Lin Yang. But he was worried that there was no one to take charge of the overall situation here. If they were defeated by the opponent in one blow, it would affect the mercenary group's sneak attack. In addition, the tribal alliance had some requirements. That's why he stayed. As for the so-called strong men in the mouths of various tribes, Roland didn't take them seriously at all. Therefore, he was too lazy to call other strong men in the mercenary group. He felt that he was able to easily deal with it by staying here alone. However, the development of the situation was completely different from what he imagined. As soon as the battle began, the front battlefield was defeated like a mountain. But relying on the advantage of military strength, it was barely holding on. As for the strong level, he originally thought that the strong men on the opposite side were just so-so. Especially when he saw Lin Yang being surrounded by a large number of attacks. He felt that his guess was verified. He had never thought that the situation would turn around in an instant. In just a breath of time, the tribal leader who was under layers of protection died on the spot. He had no choice but to take it seriously. At that moment, the two of them locked their auras with each other. They faced each other from a distance. Chapter 65. Name, Roland. Level 40. Rank, King. Skills, Fighting Chi Burst. Introduction, the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, a swordsman who practices fighting Chi for many years, is a tough opponent. A king-level warrior. After checking the opponent's attributes, Lin Yang was also a little shocked. This was the first king-level warrior he had encountered since entering the Endless World. And a king-level warrior is a creature that is more powerful than a lord-level boss. Is this guy secretly making trouble behind the scenes? Observing the battlefield situation from a god's perspective, Lin Yang soon discovered that Roland was the core figure in the opponent's camp. So it is not difficult to guess that the opponent was secretly plotting. After all, a human with king-level strength was actually mixed with a group of creatures that have always been regarded as low-level races by humans. It would be strange if there was no conspiracy. You actually paid attention to me. I think you are really looking for death. Looking at Roland's figure, Lin Yang doubled. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Although it is not clear what the other party's purpose is. But you don't need to think about it. The other party is definitely coming for him. And full of hostility. The king-level strongman is indeed very powerful, but is Lin Yang now an easy person? Looking at the two people who were facing each other in the field, Lin Yang has full confidence in Lin Yang. After successfully comprehending the sword force, Lin Yang's strength is no longer what it used to be. And yesterday, with the blessing of the Gongken Hua entry, her Zixiao Jingglei sword technique even broke through to the 3rd level. Learned the first of the 3 killer moves, Thunder Punishment Sword. In addition to the various sword skills on Lin Yang. Therefore, in Lin Yang's view, the strength of the two is at most on par. Besides, I have more than one hero under my command, Lin Yang. Just as Lin Yang's mouth rose with an inexplicable smile, the situation of the two people who were originally facing each other was suddenly broken. Then a golden fist wrapped in surging energy was seen, carrying an extremely powerful and terrifying force. It went straight to Roland's head. For a moment, even the surrounding air was squeezed to produce bursts of sonic booms. No matter how confident he was in his body that had been tempered by Do Qi, Roland did not dare to use his head to withstand such a blow. The figure turned to the side. The palm wrapped in white pure do qi directly met it head on. Boom! A huge sound suddenly exploded like thunder. Then the two figures retreated several steps. However, each of them with one step, a huge hole like a bombardment was created on the ground. In a moment, mud splashed and smoke and dust rolled. The one who attacked was no one else. It was Zhao Meng. After her Xiantian Ganqi technique broke through the 4th level, its power had greatly increased. After adding Ganqi to each move, it was even more powerful. And it was different from Ling Yu's personality. Zhao Meng was proficient in martial arts and loyal to martial arts. She liked fighting and enjoyed fighting. At this moment, she was happy to see the prey. Then she took decisive action. Damn, there is actually another strong man of this level. He took several steps back. He removed the surging force. Finally, the agitated blood in his body calmed down. Roland's face did not show any emotional fluctuations. He still looked calm. But in his heart, he was already complaining. He asked himself if he was only dealing with one of the two. He would never be so embarrassed. And they can't be his opponents. Although Ling Yu didn't make a move at the moment, he had to be distracted and be on guard. He didn't dare to use all his strength, for fear that the other party would find an opportunity. But, they are all dragged here. It's too late to go back for help now. Roland regretted that he was too arrogant before. He didn't transfer some strong men from the mercenary group. He secretly crushed a bead in his hand. Informed the members of the mercenary group. It's time to start. When Zhao Meng and Roland were fighting fiercely, the 300 people of the Iron Blood mercenary group who received the signal also took action. Among the many mercenary groups in Jingyu City, the Iron Blood mercenary group of more than 300 people. It is definitely the elite among the elites. Not only are they numerous, but they are basically experienced and powerful veterans. Well, is there really someone paying attention to me? Through the watchtower, I found many mercenary figures in the distance. Lin Yang was also a little surprised. In that case, I'll give you a surprise. It just so happens that I haven't used this magic crystal cannon since I got it, so today I can just test its power. Looking at the mercenaries approaching quietly from a distance, Lin Yang showed a harmless smile on his face. After a moment, a bright beam of light rose from the territory. In a blink of an eye, it had crossed a distance of several thousand meters. You say, if the boss completes the plan this time, won't our Iron Blood mercenary group be the first mercenary group in Mirror Moon City in the future? Haha, of course. I don't think. Everyone moved forward, while imagining a better life in the future. However, the mercenary stopped talking halfway. Because at this moment, a bright beam of light swept across. And everything covered by this beam of light, whether it was grass, trees, or human flesh and blood, all melted into nothingness in an instant. Feeling the powerful force raging all over his body, Zhao Meng did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, he shouted, "It's great!" The figure rushed over again. The speed was so fast and the momentum was so fierce. It was like a heavy truck running at full speed. It made people's scalps numb. Seeing this situation, Roland did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out the heavy sword behind him. The fighting spirit on his body burst out violently. For a time, it almost submerged the area. It seemed that he was going to release some powerful fighting skills. Judging from the power of the fighting spirit explosion, it is even better than Zhao Meng's innate qi, which has been cultivated to the 4th level. But just before the killing move was formed, the scene in front of Roland suddenly became blurred. And then his whole memory began to become hazy. He felt as if he had returned to his ignorant youth, to cultivate fighting spirit day after day. No, it's an illusion. Suddenly, the confused Roland seemed to have noticed something. He was shocked. Humph! Seeing the other party break free from his illusionary dream space, Qi Meng, who attacked secretly, was not surprised. The level difference between the two sides was a full 20 levels. And Roland, no matter what, was also a king-level strongman. But such a short time was enough. Just when he broke free from the illusion, that golden fist that shone as brightly as the sun, it was close to his head. At the critical moment, Roland hurriedly turned his head. The surging dou qi in his body began to circulate at an unprecedented speed. Even so, he still barely had time to cover his head with a thin layer of white light. Boom! The incomparable and terrifying power combined with the overwhelming and unstoppable Gang Qi energy. At this moment, it was exerted to the extreme. In just a moment, Roland was blown away. Fortunately, there was a layer of dou qi protection. His head was not directly smashed. Ah! The severe pain made Roland almost crazy. After this, half of his cheek was completely shattered. The hideous white bones inside were exposed. The flesh on his face turned into minced meat. Only a few fascia were left. There were still some broken pieces of meat. One eyeball was directly blown out. It looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Roland just struggled to stand up. A roar sounded again in his ears. Before he could react, Ling Yu swung the accompanying spiritual sword in his hand. A brilliant beam of light that combined lightning and sword energy had already descended. Thunder Punishment Sword. Crack! In front of such a terrifying sword, Roland sensed the danger. The hastily condensed dou qi shield only lasted for a breath of time. It was instantly broken. Crackling thunder and light intertwined, blasting out bursts of pungent black marks on his body. The sword energy raged, and his meridians, flesh, and bones were all broken. Even so, Roland still did not die. His only remaining eyeball looked at everyone with hatred. Blood surged in his eyes. In this case, he actually burst out with brilliant white light again from all over his body. And it was much more violent and turbulent than the dou qi light released before. It was obvious that he was going to fight desperately. Seeing this scene, Zhao Meng, Ling Yu, and others also changed color. They hurriedly tried to stop it. But at this moment, in the sky, a white tiger beast appeared quietly. Then, in Roland's desperate, unwilling, and frightened expression, the white tiger beast's giant claws fell down with a bang. In an instant, an indescribable violent force raged through. Even the space seemed to be distorted and broken. And when the white tiger beast's shadow disappeared, on the ground, only a huge deep pit remained. Chapter 66. Roland is dead. This king-level warrior, in the last moments of his life, he attempted to unleash his strongest attack. He wanted to kill those who had just bullied him, to vent all the anger and unwillingness in his heart. This attack must be earth-shattering. When the shadow of the white tiger beast appeared in the sky, Roland found out sadly and desperately. The magnificent fighting spirit that he had just condensed by burning his life with all his strength. Now it was dissipating little by little. The power was inevitably lost. He tried desperately to struggle, but everything was in vain. The moment the white tiger's giant claws fell, his already broken body, it was crushed into a pile of minced meat under the surging force like a raging sea. Then it merged into the rolling dust. There was no trace of it. Compared with the last time, although the overall level of the demon-suppressing warriors has declined, but this time, the number of demon-suppressing warriors who released the Legion's killer move Golden Spear Dawn, it has also increased by nearly 2 times. Therefore, the power of the Legion's killing move is unprecedentedly terrifying. However, while fighting with so many Alliance warriors on the opposite side, it can also mobilize so many demon-suppressing warriors to release the Legion's killing move. On the one hand, it shows how powerful the demon-suppressing warriors are now. On the other hand, It is also obvious how poor the performance of the warriors of these alliance tribes is. After witnessing Roland's death with their own eyes, the tribal leaders who were already weak in will suddenly became more panicked. Although many demon-suppressing warriors' physical strength dropped significantly after releasing Golden Spear Dawn. But without Roland's restraint, Lingyu, Xiaomeng, and Qi Meng are no longer controllable. Lingyu once again merged with the sword, transformed into a brilliant sword light, sharp and dazzling. She ignored those ordinary warriors. Like a dragon out of the sea, she just stared at the tribal leaders. Wherever the sword light reached, all defenses are useless. No matter what kind of magic defense or physical guard you have, I will kill them with one sword. With the bonus of sword power, all of Lingyu's sword skills are now extremely powerful. When the companion sword is flying, there are also bursts of lightning and thunder. This is the effect of the sword and thunder brought by Purple Thunder sword skill. So the companion sword, which originally flew as fast as a stream of light, under the blessing of thunder and lightning, it is not only more powerful. The flying speed is also more terrifying. In a blink of an eye, several tribal leaders with layers of protection were killed. For a while, the other tribal leaders were in danger. However, Lingyu can fly quickly to perform decapitation. Xiaomeng can't. But the momentum she created is equally huge. The internal energy is running. Every move and style triggers bursts of wind and thunder. It is like the tide of the sea, surging with unstoppable terrifying power. Wherever he passed, all the warriors immediately ran away. They were already scared out of their wits. How dare they resist? Especially Xiaomeng's performance. Her whole body was covered with golden light. It was like a god descending to the earth. It was daunting. Compared with the terrifying strength displayed by Lingyu and Xiaomeng, Qi Meng's performance was slightly inferior. But after all, she was recruited by Lin Yang for only one day. It was normal that her level and background were far inferior to the other two. Of course, that was only relative. She also killed a group of tribal warriors in a panic. And compared with the other two, Qi Meng's combat methods were undoubtedly much richer. The snow-white slender fingers flicked in the air a few times. The elemental forces condensed into various attacks such as fire, thunder, and frost. They kept falling from the sky like rapid raindrops. In an instant, the tribal warriors were killed and injured. At the same time, hundreds of dragons in the sky exerted their strength together. They spewed out various elemental attacks. They flapped their wings. They set off storms. They defeated the enemies in groups. The 7 abyss dragons always stood at the forefront of the tribal warriors' attacks. Dense arrows shot at their bodies like locusts. But most of them were bounced off by the hard scales. Only a few arrows with magic power and fighting spirit could penetrate into the flesh and blood. They caused a small amount of damage. But it was like a drop in the bucket to kill the abyss dragon with amazing vitality. Instead, it stimulated and provoked them to attack more frantically. The roar of people, the roar of dragons, the collision of weapons, the sound of swords and thunder. All kinds of roars intertwined at this moment. It was like composing a war song of heaven and earth together. And in such a tragic wave of fighting, the warriors of each tribe could no longer hold on. They began to flee frantically one after another. And then spread from point to surface. The whole battle situation collapsed completely. Soon, many warriors had no intention of resisting. All of them ran away in panic, throwing away their armor. The scene was in chaos. After the last shouts of the tribal leaders were completely drowned out, they fled faster than those ordinary warriors. And the demon-suppressing warriors and dragons followed closely and chased them continuously, until no organized army was seen again. Then they stopped chasing. This fight, the army under Lin Yang, facing enemies that were dozens of times larger than their own, still won a great victory with absolute advantage. Thus, the war finally came to an end. In the territory, the Iron Blood mercenary group, which was about to launch a surprise attack. It was a bad start. Before the battle began, nearly 100 people were killed by a magic cannon. When the deputy leader Shan saw this scene, he was almost furious. These were his brothers who had shared the joys and sorrows with him. They had encountered so many dangers together. In the end, they all survived and lived to this day. However, just in that moment, nearly 1/3 of the companions completely lost their lives. No body was left. Disperse! Shan roared. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the territory where Lin Yang was. The murderous intent in his heart was almost boiling. Until this time, the soldiers reacted belatedly. At first, they couldn't help but reveal the fear that was hard to conceal on their faces. And then they showed the relief of surviving the disaster. They never expected it. I thought it was a task that was easy to accomplish. But in the blink of an eye, there were so many casualties. It's the magic cannon. Don't worry, the magic cannon attack needs to be preheated and charged, and it is impossible to fire a second time in a short time. Everyone attack separately, for revenge for the dead brothers. After that, Shan rushed out first. He never thought Lin Yang's territory actually had a magic cannon like a killer. After all, magic cannons are rare even in major kingdoms. They are rare in general forces. However, as a mercenary with rich combat experience, he also knows very well the disadvantages of the magic cannon are slow charging time. After firing once, it takes quite some time before firing again. This is their chance to fight back. Seeing the deputy leader leading the way, the other mercenaries screamed and followed. After the initial fear, the mercenaries were filled with anger. Usually, it was their Iron Blood mercenary group that caused the killing. But today, they didn't even see the enemy. They were tricked by the enemy and killed so many companions. At this moment, they were all angry. Because they were worried that the magic cannon would attack again. The remaining 200 mercenaries scattered and rushed towards Lin Yang's territory. A distance of several thousand meters would not take them long. However, as soon as they approached the territory, the defense towers began to show their power. Boom! I saw a burst of light surging on the mage tower that had been upgraded to level 7. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm fell down. In just a moment, the bodies of several soldiers affected by the attack froze. Dazzling lightning flashed around them. Then the running movement suddenly stopped. The charred body fell to the ground. This attack. It was the newly unlocked spell of the mage tower that had been upgraded to level 7, Thunderstorm. After the levels of each defense tower were raised, the power of the various skills released was completely different from that at level 1. After a thunderstorm, other defense towers also exerted their strength. For a while, fireballs, ice, rocket launchers, various attacks bombarded in all directions. The roars came one after another. Even if the more than 200 mercenary soldiers attacked separately, they could not withstand this crazy attack that was almost saturated. And under this level of attack, they could not even rush into Lin Yang's territory. They were just a little closer. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven. When the Holy Tower of Light released the Yanjian shock, it descended in an unmatched manner. The mercenaries who had been dodging and resisting with difficulty with their unyielding will, instantly fell into complete despair. The power of the sun exploded. Everything turned to ashes wherever it passed. Several mercenary warriors screamed at the last moment. And then they were swallowed by the scorching light. No trace of the world left. At the same time, the ghost tower transformed the souls of the mercenaries who died in the battle into ghosts, so that they fought for themselves. Seeing that each of them was the ghost of his former companions. Even with Shan's firm will, Seeing this scene, he almost broke his heart. However, no matter how angry he was in his heart, he was helpless in the face of this overwhelming attack. After a round of attack, the Iron Blood mercenary group lost nearly half of its more than 200 soldiers again. And at this time, even if they wanted to retreat on their own initiative, it would be difficult to escape. By the way, that Roland is your boss, right? I forgot to tell you that he is dead. In the gaps between the defense towers releasing various attacks 0. Lin Yang spoke calmly. As soon as he said this, it was undoubtedly a murder. The last bit of fighting spirit of the remaining 100 or so mercenary soldiers. It was also blown away by the wind. Don't listen to his nonsense, the leader is a king-level warrior, how can he be the leader's opponent? Hearing the other party's words, Shan was shocked. Although he has always been confident in Roland's strength, but after seeing the other party's various attack methods, he was inevitably shaken. But whether it is true or false, don't admit it at this time. Boom 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 boom. But soon, the various attacks from the defense tower fell again. At the same time, those transformed ghosts already pounced viciously on their former brothers in front of them. Finally, more than 300 Iron Blood mercenary corps soldiers who were originally aggressive and felt that they had won. Only Shan escaped with serious injuries. All other mercenaries all fell in a pool of blood around the territory. Is the battle over there over there? From now on, I'm afraid that no race in this area can stop the expansion of my power. Glancing at the direction where Shan fled, Lin Yang's eyes fell on the prompt messages. The smile on his face became more and more. You successfully defeated the coalition forces of various tribes, reputation plus 10,000 points. The troll race's favorability towards you has decreased by 600 points. The current relationship is, mortal enemy, minus 1000. The ogre race's favorability towards you has decreased by 800 points. The current relationship is, mortal enemy, minus 1200. Your army defeated a large number of warriors with fewer troops, and you won a medium-sized battle. The final evaluation of this battle is, SSS level. Crystal reward, 30,000 energy crystals. Basic reward 3,000 energy crystals, SSS level evaluation basic reward plus 900%. You deserve a level evaluation special reward, random leader boss summoning card. You deserve S level evaluation special reward, 6th level equipment treasure chest. You can survive with SS level evaluation special reward, Fountain of Wisdom, rare wonder. You can survive with SSS level evaluation special reward, Secret Spirit Ring, Lord exclusive equipment. SSS level evaluation. Sent. Seeing the final evaluation level, Lin Yang's eyes lit up. This is the highest level evaluation he has received since entering the Endless World. And the final reward. It is also extremely generous. The reputation value suddenly increased by 10,000 points. Energy crystals were also harvested at one time for a full 30,000. In addition, a total of 4 special rewards from A to SSS level were obtained. Among them, the A-level evaluation special reward is a more common summoning card. To this day, Lin Yang has accumulated a lot of various summoning cards. But basically they summon ordinary monsters. There are also a few summoning cards that can summon elite monsters. But I don't know if there is an extra bonus for the SSS level evaluation. This time, the card given is the boss summoning card. After using it, you can summon a random boss between level 30 and level 40. 2.4 is pretty good. As for the S level evaluation, it is a 6th level equipment treasure chest. After opening it, you can get a 6th level equipment at random. My luck has always been good. Lin Yang washed his hands specially. He chose to use it. Accompanied by a dazzling light. What finally appeared in front of him? It was a pair of brass knuckles forged from unknown metal materials. Equipment: Wind and Thunder Tiger Roar. Quality: 6th level weapon. Attribute 1, Strength plus 600, Constitution plus 200. Attribute 2, when attacking, it will trigger Wind and Thunder, which will increase the attack speed and power. Attribute 3, it can absorb the power of the fierce tiger soul sealed in the equipment to condense tiger evil, kill powerful enemies and protect itself. When fighting, when killing a large number of enemies, the power of the condensed tiger evil will be enhanced. Introduction: a powerful weapon that seals the soul of the fierce tiger. A piece of equipment that is considered a small top grade. The so-called weapon. It is the name of different equipment in different power systems. For example, magic equipment in the magic power system, and magic weapons in the immortal power system. As for who this weapon is for, Lin Yang didn't have to think too much. He chose to assign it to Zhao Meng. This pair of tiger knuckles just fits her fighting style. Then Lin Yang looked at the SS level evaluation reward he got this time. And this reward is generous. It far exceeded Lin Yang's expectations. Name: Fountain of Wisdom, Rare. Type: Wonder. Rank: Rank 6. Function: all units below level 30 in the territory, including but not limited to heroes, arms, etc., will automatically increase their experience points by 10% of their current level every day. Introduction: a fountain with magical power. The creatures that sense its existence will continue to grow stronger. Chapter 67. FK. Does a wonder have this effect? Looking at the properties of the newly acquired Wonder Fountain of Wisdom, Lin Yang couldn't help but breathe heavier. It turned out to be a wonder that directly increases experience points. All heroes and soldiers below level 30 in the territory can increase their experience points by 10% of their current level every day. For low-level heroes and soldiers, a 10% increase in experience points per day can be said to be better than nothing. But for units with higher levels, the effect is more powerful. When Lingya was at level 15, she could basically level up 1 level a day. Or even more. And when she reached level 25, she barely leveled up 2 levels in a week. This shows that for high-level heroes and soldiers, a daily increase of 10% of the current level experience points is definitely not low. And the Fountain of Wisdom Wonder is not only effective for a certain creature. After it is built, all heroes and soldiers will benefit. Without hesitation, Lin Yang immediately placed it in the core area of the territory. Sure enough, there is no bad wonder effect. Thinking of the wonders he had obtained before, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. The Wonder Star Tower that can break through the skill level limit, the Wonder Tianyan Pavilion that can greatly improve the skill proficiency. In addition, there are also Moon Fountain and Magic Furnace whose effects are extremely powerful. Should I use the Advanced Wonder card on the Fountain of Wisdom? Take out a beautiful card. Lin Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Advanced Wonder card is a relatively rare item. Not to mention the Advanced Wonder card in his hand. It can directly upgrade the grade of wonders below the 7th grade by 1 grade. He only has one in his hand at present. It was obtained when he won the first place in the level up event. Damn it, you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Resources are things that are best converted into actual combat power as soon as possible. Think about it. Lin Yang still chose to use it with some pain. You used the Advanced Wonder card on the Fountain of Wisdom, and the Fountain of Wisdom was upgraded to a 7th grade wonder. Please choose one of the following 2 upgrade effects. 1 daily experience points increased from 10% of the current level to 20%. 2 the level limit of 20 experience points increased from level 30 to level 40. Both effects after the upgrade seemed very powerful. But Lin Yang almost didn't think about it. He chose the second upgrade effect. It is certainly gratifying that the daily experience points have doubled compared to the original. But as time goes by, the level of his troops will inevitably get higher and higher. Therefore, from the long-term perspective of future development, the second effect is undoubtedly better. Then a burst of light surged around the fountain of wisdom. It has completed its evolution. Lin Yang's eyes were fixed on the SSS level evaluation reward item obtained this time. Item: Secret Spirit Ring. Type: Lord's exclusive equipment/growth equipment. Attribute 1: Reputation plus 10%. Attribute 2: There is a storage space inside the secret spirit ring that can store items. The initial volume of the storage space is 1 million cubic meters, 100 100 100. The length, width, and height increase by 100 meters for each level of territory level increase. Attribute 3: Built-in skill Eternal Shelter. Introduction: A growable equipment exclusive to the Lord, with great potential. Built-in storage space? Will it continue to grow as the territory level increases? After a quick glance, Lin Yang noticed the effect of the storage space. His current territory level is level 7. So after wearing it, the storage space of the secret spirit ring is as high as more than 300 million cubic meters. As long as you don't put aircraft carriers or aircraft carriers in it, it can be said that it is completely sufficient. And it will continue to increase as the territory level increases in the future. It is much more useful than nano storage room. As for the accompanying skills, they are even more powerful. Eternal Shelter: When the Lord is in a dying state, Eternal Shelter will automatically trigger and generate an absolute protection barrier lasting for seconds. This skill can also be released manually. The absolute protection barrier cannot be broken by power below the immortal god level. Eternal Shelter can not only be used actively, it can also be automatically activated. The triggering conditions are a bit harsh. Although Lin Yang already has the life resurgence term, which has a strong life-saving ability. But the more life-saving means, the better. Compared with these two attributes, the 10% reputation value increase brought by Attribute 1, it seems not so powerful. Tip: The mysterious merchant has come to Zushan Merchants. Please trade with him as soon as possible. The mysterious merchant will leave on his own after 3.5 hours. Just when Lin Yang was still looking at the attributes of Secret Spirit Ring, the mysterious merchant effect of Zushan Merchants was finally triggered. Lin Yang was overjoyed. He immediately prepared to go and see what was going on. The stay time of the mysterious merchant. It is closely related to the level of Zushan Merchants. Every time the level of Zushan Merchants is increased by 1 level, the stay time of the mysterious merchant will be half an hour longer. At the same time, the probability of high-level items appearing when trading with the mysterious merchant is also greater. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Earlier, a corner of the ancient forest area, Wang Lin calmly looked at the group of strange and twisted monsters in his territory. Although he regretted his original choice, he had no regrets. On the second day after he arrived in the Endless World, a demon nest was generated around his territory. Therefore, he saw the heavenly bounty at the first time. At that time, he had obtained the S-level combat talent at the beginning. It was quite easy to deal with various monsters and crises in the wild. It was precisely because of this. It further fueled his arrogance. He thought he was the legendary favored son of heaven and the son of luck. So when he saw the generous reward of heavenly bounty, Wang Lin chose to destroy the demon nest without hesitation. However, what he didn't expect was facing the joint attack of the lower-level demon generals and a group of monsters in the demon nest. He was no match at all. Just when he thought he was dead, a group of monsters dragged his body into the demon nest. Then a terrifying consciousness descended. He found that he seemed to be able to take another path. Although this path was destined to be more rugged and bumpy, it was also hated by Heavenly Dao. But he had no choice. That was a Demon Nest Lord. After becoming the Demon Nest Lord, Wang Lin's own strength was not only unprecedentedly improved. The types of soldiers he could recruit, There were also various monsters such as demon insects. Of course, all this was not without cost. First, after becoming the demon nest lord, all the activities held by Heavenly Dao, such as the previous level up activities, the Heavenly Dao trial 3 days later, etc., he would never be able to participate. This is why Wang Lin, who was obviously very strong, he had never been on the level rankings before and no one noticed him. Second, and the most critical point, his life was controlled by others from then on, and he had to obey the orders of the other party. Even if the demon nest consciousness asked him to die immediately, Wang Lin could not refuse. But about a week ago, when the other party gave the order to kill Lin Yang, not only did he not resist, but he showed a look of joy. The reason why Wang Lin hated and resented Lin Yang so much was very simple. Because not long after he became the lord of the demon nest, he learned from the world announcement that the other party had successfully destroyed the demon nest and received a generous reward from the Heavenly Dao. Why could the other party take the reward and enjoy the glory alone? And he could only hide in a dark corner and dormant silently. So resentment, darkness, anger, jealousy, various negative emotions accumulated day by day. So after receiving the order about a week ago, he sent the magic insects with remote observation effects to keep an eye on the movements in Lin Yang's territory. Because they were worried about attracting the attention of the other party, these magic insects were always far away from Lin Yang's territory. And they were all hidden in secret places. So not only did Lin Yang not notice anything, but even the sharp sense legendary heroes such as Zhao Meng and Ling Yu never found anything wrong. Although after becoming the fallen lord, Wang Lin's personal strength, as well as his troops and heroes, have all been greatly improved. But he has never underestimated Lin Yang. After all, even if he became the lord of the demon nest, he recruited a group of monster troops and heroes, but his level still couldn't catch up with the other party. Wang Lin knew how big the gap between his strength and the other party was. He didn't believe that the other party was a fluke as some people said. So he had been waiting for an opportunity silently. Until today, when he saw all the heroes and troops in the guard territory leave. Wang Lin knew the time had come. But for the sake of safety, he still let the group of mercenaries attack Lin Yang's territory. He planned to use them to test it. Until all the mercenaries were wiped out, in the end, only one person escaped with serious injuries. He didn't see any soldiers appear in Lin Yang's territory. He was relieved. Then he decisively led a group of monsters. He launched an attack on Lin Yang's territory. Demon Nest troops. Just after taking 2 steps to go to Zhu Tian business to meet the mysterious businessman, Lin Yang found that a large number of monsters suddenly appeared in all directions around the territory. He was immediately surprised. The first time he destroyed the demon nest, he received a generous reward from Heavenly Dao. After tasting the sweetness, he has been paying attention to the information related to the demon nest. However, the wonder is, after the 3 days of invincibility protected by Heavenly Dao, all the demon nests disappeared one after another, as if they had been discussed in advance. After that, no lord saw the trace of the demon nest. Lin Yang originally thought that all these demon nests were wiped out by the power of heaven. But now it seems that this is not the case. However, when Lin Yang checked the information of these monsters, his expression became even weirder. He originally thought that these monsters around the territory, all were summoned by a demon nest to attack him. But he didn't expect it to be the lord of the demon nest. There is actually a lord who has defected to the demon nest. This information immediately set off a storm in Lin Yang's heart. And before that, he had never heard any news. However, although he was extremely shocked in his heart, but his performance was not panicked at all. No other. Strength is always a person's greatest confidence. Although there are no heroes or arms in the territory at present, But there are a bunch of powerful defense towers that have been upgraded to level 7. There are also territory characteristics such as immovable. Even though these monsters are more numerous and stronger than the previous Iron Blood mercenary group. But it is nothing but a foolish dream to threaten him. It's a pity that the defense towers can't add experience when killing monsters. Looking at the defense towers that have begun to flash and launch attacks, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Really, what a waste. Boom 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 boom, brilliant spells poured out from many defense towers like a storm. Fireballs fell in the monster tide. It immediately brought out a sea of fire. Thunders were like heavenly punishment, constantly whipping these evil monsters. Ghost Tower. The transformed mercenary ghost power has not dissipated yet. At this moment, he was summoned again to fight the monsters. Wang Lin remained indifferent to this. In fact, after seeing the Iron Blood mercenary group's failed attack on Lin Yang's territory not long ago, he had already determined that with these troops under his command, there was no possibility of breaking through the opponent's territory. The reason why Wang Lin still chose to launch an attack was because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It could even be said to be his only chance. Wang Lin knew in his heart that as time went by, the gap in strength between him and Lin Yang would only grow larger. After all, after experiencing the transformation of the demon nest, he had long passed the period of rapid growth in strength. However, the opponent would be able to continuously strengthen and improve through repeated heavenly Dao activities in the future. Since the task of killing Lin Yang had been issued, if Wang Lin failed to complete the task within a certain period of time, there would only be one ending waiting for him. So he was willing to give it a try. Besides, Wang Lin did not need these monsters to really achieve any results. He needed these troops under his command to do it. It is to attract as much firepower from the surrounding defense towers as possible, thus creating an opportunity for him to directly attack and behead. Good opportunity. At this moment, Wang Lin almost exerted his physical fitness to the extreme. Layers of black energy burst out in his body recklessly. Then his figure shot out in the air like an arrow from a string. The speed was so fast. It was jaw-dropping. He even avoided the attacks of the surrounding defense towers. He jumped over the ancient thorn wall that was more than 10 meters high. And at the moment when his figure was about to rush into the territory, a blue light spread silently. Energy shield. His body hit the shield that was like a substance. Ripples like water waves gradually emerged. Wang Lin's face instantly became extremely ugly. But he was also a very decisive person. In an instant, his figure rolled back like a stream of light, flashing in the air one after another. Then he fled to the distance at an exaggerated speed. The attack was fruitless. No matter how unwilling he was, he knew in his heart, the other party would not give him any more chances. Want to escape? Seeing this scene, Lin Yang sneered. Then he just waved his hand. A light gate opened in the territory. It was the Gate of Gigzu that had been unlocked and upgraded to level 7. Gate of Gigzu, IV7. Use the power of the realm to open a Gate of Gigzu, which can allow all the heroes and soldiers within a radius of 10,000 miles to return to the territory directly. The current upper limit of the number of soldiers that can travel through the Gate of Gigzu at one time, 7,000. The next second, the three heroes headed by Ling Yu, Zhao Meng, and Qi Meng. Then they returned with a group of demon-suppressing warriors and dragons with murderous intent. The reason why he dared not leave a single soldier by his side, in addition to having confidence in the defense towers in the territory, there is also the peculiar building domain gate. It can send out troops and heroes back at any time. After learning that Lin Yang was attacked, he didn't need to speak. He sensed the rapidly fleeing breath in the distance. Ling Yu's eyes were like ice cracking. He was filled with murderous intent. All those who threaten the safety of the Lord should die. Then Ling Yu ignored his extremely tired body. He directly entered the man and sword integration state. He turned into a blazing sword light. He flew away quickly with the wind and thunder in the sky. Only the sound of breaking through the air remained. It was still echoing in the air. Chapter 68. Seeing Ling Yu chasing out, Lin Yang knew what the result would be without looking. He just didn't know how long the other party could hold out. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to meet the mysterious businessman. Instead, he checked the situation in Hall of Valor. This time, the fighting. Lin Yang's troops were only 1/30 of the opponents. But with the blessing of many forces. In addition, the opposite tribal alliance was not united and the quality of the warriors was low. So in the end, a great victory was achieved. Even so, it is impossible not to pay a price. After the war, there were more than 10 demon-suppressing warriors who died. As for the injured demon-suppressing warriors, there were even more. There were almost 100 people. Of course, most of them were slightly injured. And those who were seriously injured, it was more troublesome to recover. Or the demon-suppressing warriors who consumed more resources to recover. Just stab yourself. Anyway, you can be resurrected in Hall of Valor. It just takes a certain amount of time. Therefore, the total number of demon-suppressing warriors who need to be resurrected is nearly 30. Damn, the energy crystals required to resurrect a demon-suppressing warrior are more than those required to recruit directly. It's a robbery. Lin Yang couldn't help cursing after glancing at the energy crystals required to resurrect the demon-suppressing warriors. But despite the cursing, he still paid the money obediently. After all, the newly recruited demon-suppressing warriors are only level 1. And the resurrected demon-suppressing warriors, regardless of personal level, skill level, etc., they will be retained. Of course, the higher the personal level and skill level, the more energy crystals are required for resurrection. This is why some demon-suppressing warriors need hundreds of energy crystals to be resurrected. As for the resurrection time, after Hall of Valor is upgraded to level 7, it is greatly reduced. More than 20 demon-suppressing warriors were all resurrected soon. Lord, I am willing to work hard for you, Lord. Looking at these resurrected demon-suppressing warriors, they saluted to him with excitement. Lin Yang also smiled and responded. Loyalty is of course extremely important. But emotional value should be given more. After all, the emotions of the soldiers. It will also affect the final combat power to a certain extent. And at this time, he also received the information that Ling Yu successfully killed Wang Lin, the Lord of the Demon Nest. Your hero Ling Yu killed the Lord of the Demon Nest Wang Lin, IV20, and gained 200,000 experience points. You gained 1,000 reputation points. You gained 1,000 energy crystals. You gained the Golden Lotus of Luck, small. Is the reward for killing the Lord of the Demon Nest so powerful? Just when Lin Yang was a little confused, then a series of information popped up. It was far beyond his expectations. Congratulations! You are the first Lord to successfully kill the Demon Nest Lord. You have triggered the Heavenly Dao Bounty mission, Eliminate all evil. Eliminate all evil. Among the many Blue Star Lords, there are a few lords who have surrendered to the Demon Nest. Find them and completely destroy their territories. For every 10 Demon Nest Lord territories destroyed, you will receive a special reward. The more Demon Nest Lord territories you destroy in the end, the better the ultimate reward you will receive. Mission time, 120 days. Would you like to accept it immediately? Yes/no. Eliminate all evil. How generous are the rewards for the Heavenly Dao Bounty mission? Lin Yang had experienced it before. Therefore, he undoubtedly valued this mission. However, how to find the traces of other demon lords? This is really a difficult problem. And there are very few demon lords. Lin Yang estimated that it was unknown whether there were 10 demon nest lords in the entire ancient forest area. In this way, if he wants to get a richer reward in the end, he must not limit his vision to the ancient forest. Various thoughts went through his mind. Then Lin Yang took the task directly. Anyway, there is no task penalty. It would be a waste not to take it. Facing Wang Lin's sudden attack, Lin Yang was also a little puzzled. For example, since the other party has become the lord of the demon nest, he can develop in secret. Why must he kill himself? He even sacrificed all his soldiers and heroes for this. He and the other party have never had any hatred. Before this, he didn't even know who the other party was. Therefore, it couldn't be a personal grudge. But if it wasn't his own wish, the only possibility was the order of the demon nest. But why did they deal with him? Could it be because he had destroyed a demon nest? It's a pity that Lin Yang didn't know the time when the demon nest behind Wang Lin issued the order. Otherwise, he might be able to guess the reason. After killing Wang Lin, Ling Yu quickly returned to the territory. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing her figure, Lin Yang said. The other party was so angry just now. It was obviously for himself. He naturally had to show some expression. It was the most difficult to enjoy the favor of a beautiful woman. Lord, you are too reckless this time. You can't be so willful like this time in the future. There must be enough troops in the territory at any time. Otherwise, if something happens to you. Just then, Zhao Meng suddenly said. Don't worry, even if I didn't turn on the energy shield launcher at that time, and Wang Lin really broke in, it would be nothing. You guys! Don't you realize that the person you are talking to now is not my real body? Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Lin Yang said with a smile. Ah! As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Ling Yu and others looked at Lin Yang's figure again. Soon they found something wrong. Is this an energy puppet? If someone is not familiar with the Lord, they may not be able to tell it apart, and it can really make it look real. But if someone has advanced detection skills, it will be useless. Zhao Meng was stunned when she saw this. She really didn't know what to say. She originally thought that the Lord didn't take his life seriously at all. But now it seems. She was overthinking it. What a joke! Even if he has the life resurrection entry. There are 3 resurrection opportunities a day. Lin Yang would never let himself fall into danger casually. And the reason why he didn't leave any soldiers in the territory this time. It was fur fishing. I never thought that fish would be caught one after another. But even if various plans were preset in advance, there are multiple protections such as defense towers and energy shields. He can also summon Ling Yu and others to return at any time through the gate of Gigzu. He still felt it was not safe enough. So the real body directly entered the Dangxia blessed land. The area where the turbid air was cleaned up is absolutely safe. It will not be attacked by turbid beasts. Only the energy puppet injected with a trace of his consciousness is left in the outside world. See who wants to deal with him. By the way, Wang Lin is dead, and someone needs to completely destroy their territory. One of you will work hard and make a trip. Unlike other lords, the territory of the demon nest lord will not dissipate because of the death of the lord. And after killing Wang Lin, under the influence of the power of heaven, he directly obtained the coordinates of the other party's territory. After giving the order, Lin Yang swallowed the golden lotus of luck that Ling Yu brought back directly. You swallowed a golden lotus of luck, small. Luck +3. Charm +3. Although the note also has small. But the luck lotus obtained this time has more attributes. So far, Lin Yang's luck attribute has reached 14 points. Of course, this is only the luck value acquired after birth. As for the innate luck, the attribute panel does not show it at all. Lin Yang smacked his lips. Still couldn't taste anything. It felt like eating jelly. Then he put the luck lotus into his mouth. The other party seemed to be eager to enter his stomach. After dealing with all the things, Lin Yang then entered the Zhu Tian business. Just one glance, He saw the mysterious merchant shrouded in darkness. Lin Yang checked the other party's information. Except for the 4 bright words mysterious merchant, there was no other gain. Good guy. It's really so mysterious. Since he couldn't find anything, he was too lazy to waste time. He simply communicated with the other party directly. Then a light screen appeared in front of him. A bunch of tradable goods were displayed above. So Lin Yang looked over row by row. Spiritual Yuan Pill. Type, Pill. Function, after taking it, the strength attribute is permanently plus 10 points, only valid for the first time. Trading price, 1000 energy crystals. Level 9 Equipment Treasure Box. Type, Equipment Treasure Box. Function, after opening, you will get a random level 9 equipment. Trading price, 60,000 energy crystals. Dark Bloodstone. Type, Rare Ore. Function, used to forge high-level equipment above level 6. Trading price, 800 energy crystals. Yunmen Xian Niang. Type, Spirit Wine. Function, after taking it, your own charm attribute is temporarily plus 15 points. It can also be given to other creatures to gain their favor. Many strong men have a special liking for this kind of spiritual wine. Transaction price, 36,000 energy crystals. Pills, talismans, equipment, ores, spiritual wine, spiritual plants. The dazzling array of items made Lin Yang dazzled and excited. Look at the energy crystals needed to buy high-level items. He suddenly felt a little lack of confidence. I originally thought that after obtaining the SSS level evaluation, I got 30,000 energy crystals at once. It was enough for him to squander it. Now it seems that I was just thinking too much. In addition to this, there are more high-level items, such as the natural spiritual fire red flame spirit flame, a total of 10 levels of top-level exercises true dragon body forging art. The special 10th level equipment 1000 illusion clone mirror that can create a clone, the Hunyuan Tai Chi pill that can permanently increase the 4-dimensional attributes by 200 points at a time, etc. Lin Yang's eyes were full of fire. It's a pity that these things. He doesn't even have the qualifications to trade. Of course. Even if it can be traded. Not to mention the other special resources needed. Just the most basic energy crystal. It also starts at 100,000. Lin Yang can't afford it at all. As for the reason why he can't trade, he asked and found out. It turned out that his reputation level was too low. So he couldn't trade. Lin Yang's current basic reputation value is 24,000 points. Counting the 10% reputation value bonus of Secret Spirit Ring. And the 1% reputation value brought by the 1 point of Legend. His current actual reputation value is 26,400 points. The reputation level is only level 2 famous. The reputation level is the specific embodiment of the reputation value. The reputation value is below 5,000 points. They are all level 1 reputation unknown. 5,000 to 30,000 points is the second level of reputation. As for the higher levels, there are multiple reputation levels such as emerging, well-known, and famous. The higher the level, the more reputation points are needed. Lin Yang looked at it. What high-level items do you want to trade? The reputation level must be at least raised to level 4. There is basically no hope in a short time. So he simply continued to search among the ordinary trading items. After flipping for a long time, his eyes finally stopped on a statue building model. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Name, Warrior Statue. Type, Statue. Level, None. Function, all warriors in the territory have basic attack power plus 50%, defense power plus 50%, and physical recovery speed plus 250%. Introduction, a mysterious statue with powerful power. Note, statue attributes that act on the same type of soldiers or have overlapping effects cannot be superimposed on each other, and only the highest bonus effect of one of the statues will be effective. This is it. Lin Yang took a look. The transaction price was as high as tens of thousands of energy crystals. But he bought it without hesitation. 3 days later. It was the day when the heavenly trial was opened. With this statue, the strength of his demon-suppressing warriors would undoubtedly be greatly improved. After taking down the warrior statue, although there were a lot of other items that made him extremely excited. But in the end, Lin Yang gritted his teeth. He didn't use any more energy crystals. After coming out of the Zhu Tian business, Lin Yang immediately placed the warrior statue and evolved it. Name: Battlefield Spirit Monument. Type: Statue. Level: None. Function 1: all melee soldiers in the territory have basic attack power plus 100%, defense power plus 100%, and physical recovery speed plus 500%. Function 2: when all melee soldiers in the territory attack, the concussion special effect will be triggered. Additional skills. Giant Strength: when all melee soldiers attack, there is a certain chance to exert double their own strength, and there is a very low probability to exert triple their own strength. Introduction: slightly. Sure enough. After warrior statue evolves into battlefield spirit monument. Just like the previous shooting domain spirit monument. Not only all the basic attributes added are doubled. The range of the blessed soldiers also directly becomes all melee soldiers. The concussion special effect is also added. As for the additional skill Giant Strength, it can maximize the advantages of melee soldiers. Although not all melee soldiers have great strength, there are also skillful melee soldiers. But their strength is definitely not weak. The so-called skills are just better than their strength. And after spending 10,000 energy crystals to buy the warrior statue, the remaining 20,000 energy crystals in his hand, Lin Yang spent all of them on recruiting demon-suppressing warriors. He recruited more than 1,300 demon-suppressing warriors at once. So far, the number of demon-suppressing warriors under his command has approached 3,000. After the recruitment was completed, Lin Yang asked a group of veteran demon-suppressing warriors to take them to Dangxi, a blessed land, to kill turbid beasts and level up. 3 days later will be the heavenly trial. This is basically his last chance to significantly improve his strength. Lin Yang has made up his mind. In the next 3 days, let these newly recruited demon-suppressing warriors toss in the blessed land. Every time they upgrade one more level, he can take one more step in the heavenly trial. And just when these thoughts flashed through Lin Yang's mind, the system has already prompted his hero Zhaomeng to completely destroy Wang Lin's camp. The next moment, the number of destroying the territory of the Demon Nest Lord in the Eliminate Evil task panel changed from 0 to 1. Next. Just waiting for the Exterminate a Tribe mission to be completed. This time, his army destroyed so many tribes. The final mission reward can't disappoint him. Chapter 69. At night. All was quiet. Lin Yang, who had arranged a day's affairs, was also very tired. So he had dinner. After returning to Xianyi cottage, he lay down on the bed. Then he pulled the quilt casually. He was ready to fall asleep. However, when he grabbed his hand, he landed on a ball of warm and soft jade. Lin Yang was startled immediately. He looked carefully. He saw Qi Meng's big watery eyes. At this moment, she was looking at him with some resentment. She lay lazily on the bed. Her graceful figure was fully displayed. Her hair was casually scattered on her shoulders. She was full of tenderness and charm. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, Lin Yang swallowed his saliva a little unconvincingly. It was not entirely because of the other party's beautiful face. After all, Ling Yu and Zhaomeng were also first-class beauties. He had been with them for so long. Lin Yang also showed some resistance to beauty. But what really made him unable to extricate himself and even unconsciously fall into it was the indescribable special temperament of the other party. It was a kind of cold feeling that wanted people to love and cherish him, and unconsciously made people generate an indescribable desire to destroy. "My lord, it's late at night, go to bed early." Qi Meng's voice was like the sound of nature. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate, which made people feel relaxed and happy. There was also an inexplicable sense of charm in the meantime. Pure desire. Looking at Qi Meng, Lin Yang immediately thought of this word from Lansing in his previous life. The nine-tailed fox was really charming. Okay, you go to bed first, I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with." He didn't dare to stay here any longer. Lin Yang was afraid that he would not be able to help himself. So he turned around and left immediately. He believed, as long as he wanted, he could eat Qi Meng tonight. The reason why Lin Yang didn't take action now is not that he didn't want to, but he wanted them all. If he ate Qi Meng first, it would be difficult for him to eat Ling Yu next. The opposite is not true. In order to be able to sleep together in the future, Lin Yang had to make his good brother suffer for the time being. But after leaving his room, he changed his mind and went straight to Ling Yu's room. After Xianyi Xiaozu was upgraded to level 7, not only did its special effect of physical and mental recovery speed increase to a terrifying 1600%, the number of rooms inside was also increased to the current 7. On weekdays, it was basically occupied by Lin Yang and the heroes he recruited. When he arrived, Ling Yu was sitting cross-legged on the futon. The sword energy around her was condensed and not dispersed. There were also flashes of lightning from time to time. It was obvious that she was practicing Zixiao Jingglei sword technique. Seeing this, he did not disturb her. After a long while, Ling Yu opened her eyes again. Seeing Lin Yang's figure, he immediately asked with some joy, "Sir, why are you here? I miss you, isn't that okay?" DG. Lin Yang expressed his affection so directly. Ling Yu was a little overwhelmed by him. Then she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. But soon she couldn't even make a sound. It turned out that when Ling Yu was stunned, Lin Yang had already picked up her graceful body by the waist. Looking at the beautiful woman in the moonlight, his heart was moved. I couldn't help but kiss her cherry lips. It was like drinking nectar, with a hint of freshness and sweetness. At first, Ling Yu struggled a little. The red petals on her face bloomed one after another. She looked even more vivid and attractive. But soon she stopped resisting. She let the other party do what he wanted. After a long time, the two separated their lips. Lin Yang put Ling Yu on the bed. He immediately got into it. "Ah, Lord!" Seeing Lin Yang's actions, Ling Yu was really a little panicked. Even her voice trembled a little. "Oh, there is a vixen lying on my bed now. If you don't let me sleep here, I will go back to sleep. You only know how to scare me, where did the vixen come from?" Hearing Lin Yang's words, Ling Yu was about to refute. But halfway through her words, her face became serious, as if facing a great enemy. All the words she wanted to dissuade were swallowed back. Let Lin Yang lie beside him. Fortunately, the other party did not make any extra movements at night. This made Ling Yu feel relieved and disappointed. No matter what Ling Yu and Qi Meng thought, that night, Lin Yang slept very comfortably. The next day, just when the Exterminate the Tribe mission was about to be settled, the demon-suppressing warriors in Dangxi, a blessed land, brought good news. In the process of killing the turbid beasts, they found a top-grade spiritual field. After seeing the message prompt, Lin Yang immediately entered the blessed land to check it out. Unfortunately, there is only 1 acre. He glanced at the top-grade spiritual field in front of him with extremely fertile soil, and couldn't help sighing. At the same time, the previous speculation also had an answer. It seems that there is no top-grade spiritual field in the middle-grade blessed land. But the number is very small. The warriors under Lin Yang's command have been developing Dangxia blessed land for so long. I don't know how many areas covered by turbid air have been cleared. Only then did they find this acre of top-grade spiritual field. So calculated. The entire Dangxia blessed land is estimated to have only about 100 acres of high-grade spiritual fields. Or even less. And they are all scattered everywhere. It seems that in the middle-grade blessed land, the highest-grade spiritual fields are the high-grade spiritual fields. But the high-grade spiritual fields are just enough for the initial growth of the world tree seedlings. If you want the world tree to continue to grow in the future, you need a top-grade spiritual land or even a higher-grade spiritual land. In this case, now we have to consider how to obtain a higher-grade blessed land. Lin Yang took out the world tree seedling, while thinking silently in his heart. One blessed land is not enough. In the future, there will be more and more heroes under my command, and they all need to comprehend the great way. He didn't ask for any cave heaven. That was too far away for him for the time being. But the high-grade blessed land, the best blessed land, etc. Naturally, the more the better. Can the high-grade and the best blessed land be synthesized through the blessed land fragments? Thinking of this, he immediately consulted the heavenly way. This is a new function obtained after the territory level is upgraded to level 7. The highest level of blessed land fragment fusion can only obtain a medium-grade blessed land. Is that so? After getting the answer, Lin Yang immediately asked how to obtain a high-grade blessed land and a top-grade blessed land. As a result, he only received a response message of insufficient Lord authority. Lin Yang cursed inwardly. Forget about this matter for the time being. Quietly watching the world tree seedling being manipulated by the spirit plant husband Baiwa. It took root in the high-grade spiritual field little by little. Looking at the world tree seedling that seemed to be damaged at any time by a gust of wind, he was also full of emotion. It's not easy. From the time he got the world tree seedling to today. Finally, it can take root and grow. While feeling emotional, Lin Yang looked at the effect of the world tree taking root. Name, world tree. Type, spiritual tree. Growth stage, infancy. Attribute 1. Lush, all spiritual plants and spiritual trees in the territory that are lower than the quality of the world tree will grow plus 1000%. Growable. Attribute 2. Result, the world tree condenses a world fruit every 500 years. After taking it, it can accelerate the perception of the avenue. The specific effect after taking it is closely related to personal qualifications and the growth stage of the world tree. Growable. Other functions. Introduction, the top-level extraordinary spiritual tree nurtured by heaven and earth. In order to make it thrive, the resources required are huge. This attribute is invincible. He glanced at the attributes of the world tree. Lin Yang was so amazed that he didn't know what to say. Currently, the world tree has only 2 attributes. The first attribute lush is basically the same as the territory characteristic vigorous. They all speed up the growth of spiritual plants and trees in the territory. But this characteristic of the world tree can continue to grow. Lin Yang used to worry that the spiritual plants in the territory grew too slowly. It was difficult to supply Yan Li with pills. But as long as the world tree is cultivated, nothing is a problem. As for the second attribute of the world tree result, it is even more amazing. Every 500 years, it can directly condense a world fruit that accelerates the perception of the Tao as the most powerful force in the endless world. Any item that is contaminated with the Tao is inestimable in value. Not to mention a fruit that can directly accelerate the perception of the Tao. As for the condensation time of the world fruit, it may be difficult for others to accept. After all, it takes 500 years. But for Lin Yang, who has the supreme artifact Kyunkan Ding, it is not a problem at all. Now Kyunkan Ding can condense 8 drops of Kyunkan creation liquid a day. If all of it is used on the world tree, it will take about 2 months to condense a world fruit. This is only the effect of the Kyunkan Ding at level 4. If it can be upgraded to level 5, it is estimated that the time to condense the world will be shortened by half. If before seeing the specific properties of the world tree, Lin Yang still had a little hesitation about whether to upgrade the spiritual treasure pavilion or the Kyunkan Ding first. Now this hesitation has completely disappeared. What is the spiritual treasure pavilion? I am not familiar with it at all. Standing there, he calmed down his emotions. Lin Yang took out all the Kyunkan creation liquid accumulated over the past few days. He dripped it all on the world tree. Soon, the already green and lush world tree seedling began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its stem gradually became thicker. The leaves became more and more dense. Finally, after experiencing the equivalent of hundreds of years of ripening, the world tree grew into a small tree. Then there was no movement. Lin Yang was already quite satisfied with this. Now in his heart, the world tree is basically on the same level as original Dragon Nest and God and Demon platform. Mirror Moon City. After his injury got better, Shan endured the severe pain from all parts of his body. He returned to the Iron Blood mercenary group's base in Mirror Moon City. However, to his disappointment, he did not hear the news that the mercenary leader Roland had returned. Did he really kill the leader? No, it's impossible. The leader is a king-level strongman. How could he be killed so easily? Yes, it's impossible. It's impossible. Although the worst possibility had already emerged in his mind, he still didn't want to believe it. He just kept repeating it in his mind. It seemed that he was trying to convince himself. For the next whole day, Shan huddled in the base. While recovering from his injuries, he waited for Roland's return. However, as the waiting time got longer and longer, he still didn't get any news. He felt desperate. It is also inevitable to breed. Since Lord Roland is dead, then I must avenge him. Shan made up his mind secretly. The fire of revenge in his eyes burned fiercely. He was originally just a lonely beggar. He can get to where he is today, all thanks to Roland's careful care and training. So he must avenge the other party no matter what. Even if he sacrifices his life, it is worth it. But even a king-level strongman like Lord Roland is not the opponent of the other party. What can he do? Thinking about this, Shan's face can't help but show a trace of confusion. The entire Iron Blood mercenary group is almost wiped out. Only a small number of weak mercenaries are left to watch the house, expecting them to avenge the leader. It is undoubtedly a fantasy. But besides this, who else can he count on? After a long time, Shan walked into the city lord's mansion of Mirror Moon City with a resolute look. At the same time, Ancient Forest Area, Elf Tribe, Elf Hall. Your Highness, we have found out that the tribes in the eastern region have been in chaos recently, and the culprit should be those aliens. An elf elder saluted respectfully to the elf queen in front of him. Aliens? Have they appeared again? How many epochs have they been? Hearing the words alien, the elf queen's face was just relaxed. Suddenly became extremely solemn. Your Highness, what should we do next? Should we advance? A touch of frost appeared on the face of the elf elder. No, you don't have to do anything. By the way, inform all the elves that from today on, the elf tribe will enter a combat state, and the daily training time of all elf warriors will be doubled. Check the various supplies in the arsenal to ensure sufficient resources. The guards around the tribe will be doubled, be careful of someone sneaking in. Yes, Queen. Watching the elf elder gradually disappear, the beautiful elf queen sighed. Then a voice so small that only she could hear it rang softly. But it soon dissipated in the wind. Do you think you can really do anything? Planting the world tree. Not long after Lin Yang came out of Dangxia blessed land, he waited for a series of messages about the completion of the task. You have completed the high-level task extinction of the clan. The task begins to be settled. 72 hours after the task is started, within 15 hours, you destroyed a total of 72 small tribes and ethnic groups, 18 medium-sized tribes and ethnic groups, and none large tribes and ethnic groups. Final evaluation is being improved. Final evaluation is completed. Given your current level, you have received the following rewards. 1. Basic rewards. The level of all heroes and arms under your command is increased by 1 level. The skill level of all heroes and arms under your command is increased by 1 level, the skill level limit cannot be exceeded. 2. Special rewards. You can freely choose from skills, equipment, buildings, wonders, pills, etc. Medicine, spiritual plant, choose one of the 6 items as a reward. You can also choose to randomly obtain one of them. If you choose to obtain it randomly, the rank of the reward item will be increased by 1 rank. Plus FK, it's not so tempting. Took a look at the special reward. Lin Yang suddenly felt itchy. Among the 6 rewards, relatively speaking, the value of the skills and wonders is undoubtedly the highest. The other rewards are not worthless. But the uncertainty is too strong. Reason told him he should choose the skills and wonders. But in Lin Yang's mind, another villain kept popping up in the goo confuse him. Take a chance, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Try hard, and the motorcycle will become a jeep. Take a gamble, and life will become smooth. Finally, Lin Yang decided to take a gamble. You choose to get one of the rewards randomly. The level of the reward item you get is increased by 1 level. Congratulations! You got the skill, Huanyu Tiangxinju. Huanyu Tiangxinju. I actually got the skill reward randomly. See the prompt message. Lin Yang was shocked, and he immediately checked and got up. Chapter 70. Item, Illusionary Moon Heaven Heart Sutra. Type, Immortal Dao Kung Fu. Number of layers, 10 layers in total. Effects. Absorbing the moonlight, you can absorb the essence of the moon at any time and integrate it into your body, or enhance your own 4-dimensional attributes, or enhance the power of various skills and spells. The absorption effect is doubled at night. And the absorption effect is doubled again on a full night. Effects. The moon is high, you can use the absorbed moonlight to condense an illusory moon. Where the moon is covered, the recovery speed of all your own people will be accelerated, and the recovery of all enemy people's injuries will be suppressed. Effects. Moon shadow, condensing an illusory moon hanging high in the sky. Your own whereabouts will be ethereal and difficult to trick under the moonlight, and you can also hide yourself. During this period, your own movement speed will be greatly increased. If you accumulate enough moon essence, you can even condense a moon shadow clone to attack and confuse the enemy. Effect 4. Illusion Amplification. After learning the illusionary moon heavenly heart technique, the effects, success rate, and duration of all illusions and mental erosion skills released will be greatly improved. At the same time, the corresponding mental consumption will be reduced to a certain extent. Note, all effects will increase with the increase of the level of the technique. Introduction, a rare immortal technique that combines illusion and moonlight. It is mysterious and difficult to understand. People with high talent should not learn it, otherwise it will only waste time. A total of 10 levels of top-level illusion techniques. It is 1 level higher than Ling Yu's Purple Sky Thunder Sword technique. The 4 additional functional effects are all very powerful without exception. Add 4-dimensional attributes, skill strength, and illusion strength. It also has dual auxiliary skills of group treatment and group treatment reduction. It even has the ability to hide and condense clones. Of course, If we talk about the killing power alone, Purple Sky Thunder Sword technique is definitely above Illusionary Moon Heavenly Heart technique. But the latter has a wider range of uses. Not only can it enhance one's own strength, it can also assist the army in combat. This technique is undoubtedly the most suitable for Qi Meng. Therefore, Lin Yang directly called her over. Let her learn this technique. Qi Meng was not hypocritical. She gently touched Lin Yang's face like a chicken pecking at rice. Then she put away the technique with a happy face and went back to comprehend. Feeling the faint warmth left on his face by the other party, Lin Yang was also a little helpless. And this time, the clan destruction mission was completed. In addition to the special reward of Phantom Moon Heavenly Heart Sutra, the basic reward is also quite good. All heroes and arms levels are upgraded by 1 level. The skill level is also upgraded by 1 level. Compared with the two, the latter is much higher for the strength of these heroes and arms under Lin Yang, especially for those creatures with relatively high skill levels. For example, those demon-suppressing warriors with IV-14 military formation skills. This is upgraded again by 1 level. The military formation level is upgraded to IV-15. Simply invincible. Among them, the one with the highest skill level is undoubtedly Ling Yu. Her early skills Sword Qi Condensation and Sword Light Differentiation have now been upgraded to the exaggerated level of IV-16. The skill strength has increased by nearly 300% compared to the initial time. Now the Sword Qi sweeps across. It is just like a dragon out of the sea, unstoppable. That night, after intensive research, Qi Meng successfully comprehended the Fantasy Moon Heart Sutra. Of course, this is undoubtedly due to the contribution of the Gongkenzaya Hua term. If it had not played a role in reducing the difficulty of comprehending the technique, with the difficulty of practicing the Fantasy Moon Heart Sutra technique, even if the nine-tailed fox has a very high talent, it is difficult to comprehend it successfully in half a day. Once it comprehends successfully, her Fantasy Moon Heart Sutra directly advances to the second level under Gongkenzaya Hua. The total number of levels of the technique. It also changed from the original 10 levels to 11 levels. But the difficulty of practicing the technique, it did not change. After Lin Yang checked it, he could not help but sigh at the power of the entry Gongkenzao Hua. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a top red entry. In the following 2 days, Lin Yang did not have the energy to stir up trouble anymore. Instead, he began to prepare for the upcoming heavenly trial with all his heart. In fact, not only him, almost all the Blue Star Lords are now thinking about this. Everyone knows how they perform in the heavenly trial next. It is directly related to their life and death and future. And in such a tense atmosphere, Zhao Meng has been stuck at the last step. Finally broke the shackles. Successfully condensed his own martial arts momentum. Became the second hero under Lin Yang who successfully realized the momentum. Great! After receiving this news, Lin Yang was very happy. Before the heavenly trial officially started, every bit of improvement in the strength of the heroes and arms under his command is extremely important. And 6 hours before the heavenly trial officially started, all regional chat channels, including the World Chat channel, the Golden World announcement appeared at the top again. World announcement: the heavenly trial will officially start in 6 hours. This round of the heavenly trial will be presented in the form of a level-breaking game. After the heavenly trial starts, all lords will teleport all their combat units into the heavenly temple, including the lords themselves. No one will really die in the battles in the heavenly temple, so all lords can fight with confidence. In the heavenly temple, all arms and heroes will disappear directly after they die, and will be resurrected after the heavenly trial ends. During this period, if a lord dies in battle, he will not be directly judged as the loser, and his arms and heroes can continue to fight. No buff, recovery, or summoning items can be used in the heavenly Dao temple. Before the Heavenly Dao trial begins, all lords and their combat units' attributes, skills, and other attributes will be fixed. During the Heavenly Dao trial, all lords' own territories are absolutely invincible, no one can invade, and any attack will be ineffective. The final level of the lord's clearance will affect the final exchangeable items. The one with the highest level of clearance will receive the only special reward. See the world announcement appear again. All lords are boiling. Here, finally here. Finally I've waited for you, luckily I didn't give up. The way to pass the level, I knew it would be like this. Wouldn't it depend entirely on the combat power of the ordinary soldiers and heroes under your command? It's so unfair. Fair? Is this your first day in the endless world? If it were fair, everyone's awakening talent level wouldn't be different. Nonsense, haven't you played SLG games before? Damn, it's a pity that you can't charge money here. Otherwise, I would definitely be the first. Hey, why is there spring bamboo in the beginning of autumn? That's right, if you don't look at this, what else to look at, to see who is bigger? If you want to say this, then I'm not inferior to anyone. Then I don't have any hope of getting a good result this time. Wow, you talk as if you have much hope in the future. Plus FK, you will die if you don't talk too much. Perhaps the war is imminent. In addition to the stimulation of the world announcement, the number of lords chatting in each group has increased several times compared to usual. 0. Everyone was chatting, trying to relieve the anxiety and tension in their hearts. At this time, except for a few lords who were desperate, still madly rushing to upgrade their levels at the last moment, most lords placed their troops in the territory, fearing that the troops would be lost before the heavenly trial started. That would be the end. It was completely equivalent to being eliminated in advance. The attributes are fixed in advance, so. Looking at the content on the world announcement, Lin Yang was thoughtful. Then he also gave it his all. He took a large number of spiritual plants to find Yanli to refine pills. Since the attributes will be fixed in advance at that time, wouldn't it be possible to take a wave of medicine in advance? Finally, at Lin Yang's request, Yanli rushed to refine a batch of pills that temporarily improved the four-dimensional attributes, attack, defense, recovery effects, and other aspects before the heavenly trial started. Of course, the number of pills finally refined was limited. In addition to one for each of his heroes. Only those demon-suppressing warriors who have upgraded their general formation to IV-15 can be allocated. Good steel should be used on the blade. There are limited spiritual plants in hand. It is impossible to supply pills to everyone. He naturally wants to focus on improving some warriors who already have certain strength. At the same time, the first batch of hundreds of third-level equipment made by the dwarves. Under Lin Yang's arrangement, this batch of demon-suppressing warriors were also replaced. Everything is ready. 6 hours passed quickly in the eager anticipation of everyone. Heavenly trial opens. Do you want to enter the heavenly trial immediately? Yes/no. If you do not make a decision within 10 seconds, it will be automatically regarded as giving up. Yes. Looking at the heavenly trial information that appeared in front of him, Lin Yang made a decision immediately. Then, a burst of bright light engulfed him and all the heroes and soldiers under his command. Only an empty territory remained.